It was a stray dog abandoned by the whole world. However, the moment I saw it, I decided to rescue it from the hands of a rich second-generation owner. I fought to make the dog fond of me, going so far as to injure the malicious wealthy youth. This stray dog was the only creature that could evolve into a mythical beast. The Hellhound King after the apocalypse, it was the true overlord of the blue star beasts in the post-apocalyptic era. Not only did it crush an army of 1,000, but it also caused havoc in Nanjing City. Reborn before the apocalypse, I resolved to maximize the dog's affection towards me. Yet I found myself back on the day of my 100th confession to Xin Huilin. At that moment I accidentally activated the mythical reward system a year early. By absorbing the emotional values of nearby creatures I could unlock rewards. Just then a simple-looking man approached me and whispered that he could help me with my confession. Just persist in confessing your love, Xin, the school beauty will definitely accept you this time, he said. For this cause I agreed to treat her roommate to breakfast for a week. In my previous life, after my 100th successful confession to Xin Huiling, we were inseparable. However, merely 3 months later we went our separate ways due to graduation. Later, unable to let go, I declined an offer from a Fortune 500 company to stay locally as a low-level salesman. Despite all efforts to reconnect with Xin Huilin at her company, I was consistently ignored. One day I rushed to a hotel for a company social only to find her leaning intimately against a man. Entering a budget hotel together. That man was a powerful rich second generation from the school. Only then did I realize that all my efforts had been foolish. But everything changed after the mythical era began. Xin Huilin, in a pitiful state, escaped to my house and told me that I was always the one she loved. Believing her words, I simultaneously tackled difficult instances while protecting her. What I earned in return was betrayal and death. Standing on the stage, another girl lamented. If a guy confessed to me 100 times, I'd be thrilled. How come the girl standing on the stage isn't me? The voices of the classmates' murmurings became more and more cluttered. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder. Nearby, Xin Huilin, holding a rose from me, felt uneasy. Although she told her roommate that she would accept me if I persisted with the confessions until the 100th time. She hadn't considered it thoroughly. Despite being handsome and athletic, a prime choice in the academy. What if she met someone better later? Just then I spoke up, instantly silencing the crowd who were filled with anticipation. They were unaware of my changed mindset. Having been reborn, why should I follow the same path as before? With the system in hand, my rise was just a matter of time. Xin Huilin's hands trembled nervously. Ding collected 5 points of resentment from Xin Huilin, 20 points of anticipation from the crowd the system notified. Soon I accumulated 35 emotional points in my system. Only 65 points away from unlocking a level 1 treasure box. Xin Huilin, striving to maintain her pride, forced a smile. I sneered internally, what a woman. As the onlookers watched, I slowly said, I'm sorry, I didn't intend to confess to you. The crowd was stunned. You even bought roses, they murmured discontentedly. Meanwhile I harvested a wave of emotional points. Xin Huilin's eyes widened, unprepared for my non-confession, a surge of elation filling her. Actually, I just wanted to take back the gifts I previously gave you, especially since we are graduating soon. What? Xin Huilin was momentarily dazed. And seeing her incredulous gaze and the emotional points I'd collected, I felt immensely satisfied. I'd been reborn, yet you still treat me like a fool. Anger points collected from Xin Huilin, 30, level 1 gift pack unlocked. As the gift pack unlocked in my mind system space, a warm current merged into my body. Congratulations, host 4, gaining a plus 10 in all attributes. The system announced, did you know? I was actually planning to accept your confession, said Xin Huilin, visibly flustered. After all, over the 4 years of college, the gifts I gave her were not few. Birthdays, holidays, even during the winter and summer breaks when returning to school, I always brought her gifts. Roughly calculating, I had spent several thousands on these gifts. Miss Xin Huilin, I am very serious in making my request. Since you did not agree to be my girlfriend before, could you please return the things I gave you? After all, a lot of people have seen the unilateral effort I've made over the past few years, and along with the gush of sound bites I've gathered more and more emotional points. Xin Huilin, with a heart full of resentment. After all, she had put all the things I gave her up for sale on a second-hand website, down to the cash envelope, spending every penny. What, you won't admit it? I said, feigning nonchalance. No, it's just that I don't have that much money on me right now, Xin Huilin replied, her voice filled with shame and anger, almost gritting her teeth to get the words out. She had tried several times to feign fainting, but for some reason she felt an eerie aura emanating from me. What she didn't know was the killing intent I had accumulated in my past life. This not only intimidated her physically but also psychologically overwhelmed her. Then make it quick, I said, after all we're graduating in a few months. Ding 15 points of anger collected from Shen Huilin, another devastating blow to her emotions. Shen Huilin lost control of her feelings once again. In my past life you exploited me for gold coins, in this life I'm exploiting you for rewards. I had no intention of stopping pushing her relentlessly, each statement piercing her heart. But just as I was happily harvesting emotional points, a roar interrupted me. You bully a girl and call yourself a man. A robust young man pushed through the crowd and stormed into the center of the playground, pointing at me and shouting, "Here he comes." I heard long ago that Wang Yang also liked Shen Huilin. Seeing Wang Yang, Shen Huilin felt a surge of relief, but I didn't step back. "Wang Yang," she cried, "he's furious because I rejected his confession. You must help me." Shen Huilin's true nature was showing, distorting the truth to her advantage. At this moment Wang Yang was completely manipulated by his goddess. Previously Shen Huilin had told him in chat apps that I was actually a decent person. Now he saw a chance to show off his strength in front of his goddess and wouldn't miss it for the world. "Lin Mo, if you are a man, face me one-on-one." Wang Yang suddenly ripped off his shirt, revealing a muscular body sculpted from gym workouts, eliciting gasps from many girls. But I was not intimidated. With the system's gift pack boost, my strength and agility were now equivalent to 2 grown men. Moreover, from my previous life I had honed my combat skills at the edge of life and death, so losing was not an option. However, that was not the main reason I agreed to face Wang Yang one-on-one. The main reason was that above Wang Yang's head hung the title of a level 3 elite zombie, proving that in the age of mythological descent his corpse had mutated. Level 3 elite zombie. Initiating it challenged the system and my mind alerted. Wang Yang, seeing me unmoved, adopted a boxing stance and quickly advanced towards me. Wang Yang had been practicing boxing since he was young, which seemed particularly unfair to Lin Mo. Concerned that things might escalate, 2 students who feared the situation might get out of control hurried to find a teacher. However, at that moment Wang Yang was circling me closely, his eyes fixed and breaths coming out in sharp hisses. Suddenly my body moved like a cheetah. A piercing, murderous aura enveloping the space between us. Wang Yang's mind went blank as I landed a solid punch on his chin. As he collapsed to the ground unconscious, the onlookers stared in shock. The system detected that the host had defeated a level 3 elite zombie, awarding 40 experience points and congratulating me on advancing to level 2. I hadn't expected that defeating mutant creatures prematurely would also yield rewards. This meant I could potentially defeat bosses early and claim their rewards. As the mythical era approached, who could possibly stand against me? Looking down at Wang Yang's unconscious form, I saw him as a goldmine. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, I picked him up and slapped him awake. However, apart from generating 10 points of fear, no other rewards dropped. It seemed there was a daily limit to the rewards one could extract from a monster. Move aside, move aside. At that moment the bald dean, belly protruding, parted the circle of students. I quickly let go of Wang Yang before he could notice. Seeing this, Shen Huilin hurriedly dashed out of the crowd towards the dormitory. Despite the humiliation, Wang Yang stubbornly maintained that it was just a playful scuffle. Unwilling to tarnish his reputation as an athletic scholarship recipient and a lifelong boxer, yet having been knocked down by me in a single encounter, he faced a significant blow to his pride. After the crowd dispersed, the chubby boy who had been eyeing me curiously approached, sizing me up with a strange look. It was known that I possessed only average physical strength, yet this encounter had dropped the jaws of many, including his. But I was not in the mood to explain. Instead, I chased after the stray dog that had wandered off. Since a level 3 elite zombie could drop items, the rewards from a level 30 beast like the Hellhound King would undoubtedly be better. Following the system's prompt, I searched but found no trace of the stray dog. Time passed and lunchtime arrived. I decided to fill my stomach first, knowing the Hellhound King wouldn't stray far. As I had seen students feeding it behind the school in my previous life, after eating I planned to confront it. However, upon entering the cafeteria, I froze. It was lunchtime, and most of the school was there dining. The system issued a warning that I had entered a D-level beast den with numerous zombies around, and spotted a level 49 zombie commander nearby. Far from being scared, I was thrilled by the presence of so many high-level bosses. Something unimaginable in my past life when I had only reached level 25. What to do? My mind raced and I decided to let my imagination run wild. Soon I spotted the zombie commander sitting by the window eating. Contrary to its ferocious reputation, it looked rather adorable. I approached with a large portion of food and the unsent roses, boldly sitting down in front of it. "Can you eat all this by yourself?" Su Qing looked up with wide eyes, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. The system pinged, collecting 50 points of shock from the zombie commander. Delighted by the high emotion value from a superior monster, I was pondering how to start a conversation when unexpectedly the zombie commander spoke first. "I have a big appetite. I saw you confessing to Shen Huilin on the playground. Did you succeed?" It's true that confessing 99 times consecutively to the same person has its benefits. At least now everyone in school knows me, and Shin Huilin knows she rejected me again. Su Qing was taken aback. If she were the one being confessed to, she would definitely have accepted. After all, it's rare to find a man so devoted as to confess 99 times in this era, not to mention that I am quite handsome. Anyone else might have treated me like a god. But I didn't confess. Instead, I pushed the rose in my hand toward Su Qing. Su Qing paused, then looked at me warily. No, we don't even know each other. You don't even know my name. We're not suitable. Su Qing grabbed her unfinished meal and ran out of the cafeteria. Ding host has repelled a level 49 zombie commander. Reward: 200 experience points, an S-grade ability seed, and a random skill book. Collected 50 points of shock emotion from the zombie commander. A second-tier treasure chest has been unlocked, the ability seed, after the advent of the mythological world. Not many people could get their hands on such a thing. Most people accumulated spiritual power by slaying monsters, thereby awakening abilities, but the randomness of awakening abilities on one's own is too great. Shin Huilin betrayed me just to monopolize the treasure chest's ability seed. Ironically, Shin Huilin didn't get it but instead handed me a tremendous opportunity. An S-grade ability. I'm one of the few on Blue Star with such power. I closed my eyes slightly as the ability seed quietly shattered. A cool breath slowly merged with me. Congratulations host for unlocking the ability Indestructible Grasp. Indestructible Grasp can be triggered once every second, permanently increasing damage dealt to mythical beasts by 1% of maximum health. After dinner, I didn't immediately go to find the Hellhound but went to work as usual. As I was looking around, the sound of high heels clacking against the floor echoed at the door. A figure dressed in a professional skirt, charming and seductive, appeared in the classroom. She was our class's new female teacher. At that moment, I was sizing up the woman who entered. Ding detected human powerhouse Empress Xiaoya. After the system prompt, Xiaoya's title appeared above her head. I was utterly shocked. I hadn't expected the first human powerhouse I'd meet to be her. After the mythical era descended in a previous life, a woman rose rapidly in power. She not only killed a level 70 legendary mythical beast but also single-handedly held off foreign powers attempting to invade Huaxia from the southern seas, the only woman among Huaxia's top 10 powerhouses. Xiaoya stood at the podium, introduced herself, and began to lecture. However, the male students' gazes made her uncomfortable. When she turned around, she noticed my intense gaze, which seemed to carry a hint of something unusual. But she had seen this many times before. Due to her attractive appearance and figure, she often received confessions from male students, so she assumed I was just another college boy with a crush on her. Meeting Xiaoya meant I could potentially ally with a future powerhouse early. With such a guardian and the system's help, I would be unstoppable. Without further delay, and since I hadn't yet discarded that bunch of roses, I stopped Xiaoya as she was about to leave after class. Teacher Xiao, it's our first day meeting. Please accept these flowers. Everyone was stunned by my action. Ding collected 5 points of shock from the target. 30 points of surprise from Empress Xiaoya. Xiaoya did not expect to receive flowers on her first day at work. Thank you for the flowers, Mr. Lin Mo. Xiaoya had just transferred from another school due to complaints from some parents that she was distracting students. Little did she expect to be gifted roses by a male student on her very first day. As Xiaoya hesitated whether to accept the flowers or not, Shin Huilin, who had fled from the scene earlier, was stunned as she witnessed this from the other end of the hallway. Although she had run away on the sports field, she was filled with regret when she returned to her dorm. Huiling, isn't that Lin Mo? What is he doing? At that moment, while Shin Huilin was lost in thought, her roommate nudged her, especially noting Xiaoya's beauty and charisma, which she felt she couldn't compare to, leaving her feelings even more complicated. After a long silence, Shin Huilin decided to take the initiative to break the deadlock. However, it seemed as if I hadn't heard her. Lin Mo, someone is calling you, Xiaoya reminded me. It's okay, we are just classmates, I responded without even turning my head, clearly conveying that Xiaoya was more important to me than Shin Huilin. Reluctantly, Xiaoya accepted the rose I handed her, then quickly left the corridor. Seeing this, I finally turned to face Shin Huilin, who tried to look pitiful. Before this, Shin Huilin had always treated Lin Mo as a backup option. But after I had unexpectedly defeated Wan Yang, she began to be attracted by another side of me that I had shown. I was wrong, I'm sorry, can we? Shin Huilin apologized with what she thought was a sincere attitude, hoping such a gesture would earn my forgiveness. We're done, I cut her off. I just want you to return my things as soon as possible. Other than that, we have nothing to discuss. Upon hearing this, Shin Huilin bit her lip hard, clearly upset that even her apology had been dismissed. I didn't bother with her anymore and left the academic building quickly. With only 3 months left until graduation and not many classes remaining, most of the time was allotted for students to work on their thesis. I planned to use this time to focus on my own matters. I didn't have the time to deal with Shin Huilin. And my first goal was to move out of the dormitory, with the mythical era approaching. The entire school was turning into a den of mythical beasts, making it inconvenient to stay. Another reason for moving was that there were far more mythical beasts in the city than in the school. I needed to find as many elite beasts as possible to quickly enhance my combat abilities with the help of the immortal grasp. No sooner said than done. I withdrew cash from the system and stuffed it into a prepared bag. I then deposited the money in my bank account under the astonished gaze of the teller. With over 5 million in my account, I felt more confident about my next steps. Next, I hailed a cab and visited a real estate agency. According to memories from a past life, a high-end residential area not far from the school was a safe zone and had been a human stronghold during the mythical era, shining as a beacon of humanity in City B. It was already 3 p.m. when I followed the real estate agent to the Bai Li Hao Ting residential area. I didn't expect to see a familiar figure as soon as I got out of the car. Xiaoya, having declined a dinner invitation from the bald-headed dean, was tidying up her house but unexpectedly ran into me, surprised to see me. She asked Lin Mo, "Why are you here?" dressed casually with her hair pulled to the side and holding a big bag of groceries. Her bare face gave her a more homely appeal. I greeted her. "Ms. Xiao, what a coincidence that you live here," the saleswoman. Surprised to see that her client knew Xiaoya, interjected, "You know each other?" "He's my student," Xiaoya explained. "This gentleman asked me to view a property right next to your home, number 702. Hearing this, Xiaoya was shocked. Could it be that Lin Mo had come here to rent a house just for her? Renting an apartment in Bai Li Hao Ting is not cheap. A month's rent costs at least 3,000 yuan. For a university student like me who hasn't started working yet, this is a significant expense." Ding! I received 30 points of surprise from Xiaoya. I didn't expect the apartment I was looking at to be right next to Xiaoya's place. This also indirectly explained how Xiaoya managed to avoid the first wave of the mythical era. Indeed, living in a safe area could avoid most crises. Seeing Xiaoya's peculiar look, I gave an awkward smile. I swear to heaven it was all a coincidence. However, Xiaoya didn't think so. "Lin Mo, although you are a university student, there are certain things you should be mindful of," Xiaoya said. Adopting a teacher's demeanor. "Miss Xiao, I just wanted to rent a place of my own because I'm about to graduate," I explained. Whether Xiaoya believed me or not was none of my concern. But when I saw Xiaoya carrying a big bag of household items, I knew she had also just moved in recently. So I took the initiative to help Xiaoya carry the items. Although Xiaoya bought a lot of things, I could lift them effortlessly with one hand. Seeing this, Xiaoya was slightly surprised. She didn't expect someone who didn't appear very muscular like me to be so strong. "Let's go," I said. Initially, I only planned to rent the apartment, but since Xiaoya lives here, it obviously makes more sense to buy it directly. I wouldn't want to deal with a landlord in the end times. Besides, having my own place feels safer and also fulfills a small regret from my past life. Money was no longer an issue for Lin Mo. Faced with a price tag of over 3 million, Lin Mo didn't bother to haggle. He simply pulled out his bank card, swiped it, and signed the property contract. This act left Xiaoya stunned. Could Lin Mo possibly be a rich second generation? She began to worry secretly. What if Lin Mo had ulterior motives? However, after signing the contract, Lin Mo didn't linger as Xiaoya had expected. Instead, he left the neighborhood and wandered around aimlessly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Mo was in no rush to close the gap between him and Xiaoya. After all, they would see each other again. There was no need to hurry. Ding! A level 9 elite beast, the steel-winged bird, detected. In a pet store by the road, a parrot sat in its cage, absent-mindedly tilting its head. Then a large hand reached out and touched it. Ding! Immortal grasp activated, health +2. Ding! Immortal grasp activated, health +2. Ding! Host has repelled a level 9 steel-winged bird, awarded 18 experience points. Lin Missouri continued stroking the parrot's head until the system prompted him to stop. Satisfied with the results, his hypothesis was correct. Contact alone, even without aggression, could activate Immortal grasp. Meanwhile, the poor parrot trembled and hid at the edge of its cage, not understanding the intentions of this human. While there were many animals in the pet store, not many had tags on their heads. However, Lin Mo adhered to the principle that no creature, no matter how small, should be overlooked. He didn't stop until the system prompted him. The pet store owner watched in astonishment. "Sir, would you like to buy a pet?" No, Lin Mo decisively refused, then quickly left the store. By then, his experience had significantly increased and Immortal Grasp had accumulated 20 layers. His panel now read, Name, Lin Mo, Race, Human, Level, 8, 4290, Constitution, 66, Strength, 23, Agility, 25, Spirit, 24, 3rd level reward, 300 emotional points, Note, the higher the level of the emotion source, the stronger the fluctuation, the more emotional points generated. It was quite a fruitful visit. Next on his agenda was the cat cafe. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile as he looked at his panel. With this pace, he would soon surpass his previous life's level and attributes and could even afford to be surrounded by beasts. What is a tank? Lin Mo left no stone unturned as he continued down the street, even stepping on a mutated cockroach that crossed his path. After collecting attributes from the commercial street, Lin Mo bought a bag of dog food. This was for a stray dog at the school. After all, he understood the saying no pain, no gain. Wang Yang, who had been knocked out by Lin Mo's palm, came to the gym where he often worked out. Known for his generosity and recognized as a rich second generation, Wang Yang had made quite a few social connections. Among them was Lao He, a dark-skinned youth who often brought his gang to work out and had a good relationship with Wang Yang. He was also known as Black Handsome. What's wrong, little brother? Seeing Wang Yang's low spirits, Lao He approached him. Wang Yang initially didn't want to admit he had been bested by a classmate, but then a thought struck him. Although he couldn't defeat Lin Mo alone, a group could teach him a lesson. Wouldn't avenging his goddess allow him to win her over? Startled by his own cunning, he quickly relayed the incident to Lao He. He transferred 20,000 yuan on the spot for Lao He to treat his brothers, and ideally to record the event. He then found a photo of Lin Mo and provided details about Lin Mo's class and dormitory. Hearing that his brother had been bullied, Lao He thumped his chest and assured that he would handle it. At around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Mo returned to the back mountain of the school where the stray dog was supposed to be. However, after searching for a long time without success, he reluctantly returned to his dormitory, packed his belongings, and took a taxi back to Ballyheo Court. The house he bought was 140 square meters in total and was fully equipped with household appliances ready to move in with just a suitcase. It even had a balcony that connected to the next unit. After settling in his belongings, Lin Mo glanced over and saw that the door to Xiaoya's apartment was closed, indicating she probably didn't intend to socialize. However, this didn't affect Lin Mo's mood. He took out a notebook and, using memories from his past life, began to sketch a map. It wasn't a map of the present, but rather a power map of City B. 3 years after the mythical era began. Area A was where his school was located. According to his knowledge, apart from a Hellhound king and a zombie leader, there was also a mythical instance there. However, unlocking the mythical instance required reaching level 20, which Lin Mo hadn't achieved yet. Without the necessary level, the system offered no prompts, so he put that aside for now. Area B, where he currently resided, was surrounded by a commercial street that would become the epicenter of the first wave of beast tides in the mythical era. Although he had walked around the area extensively today, he didn't encounter the elite mythical beasts that were famously known in his previous life. He speculated that the beast did not reside on the commercial street but was instead transported from another dimension when the mythical era began. The surrounding district powers were complex and required further exploration. Area C was the city center, which was still a blank slate for him. In his past life he had never ventured there but had heard that it housed more mythical beasts and that 99% of the people who went there died. With his current power he could potentially go, but he expected the system would give numerous warnings. Just thinking about it made Lin Mo wryly smile. After finishing the map, it was already late. Lin Mo took out a pack of compressed biscuits from his space, ate a bite, drank some water and decided to go to bed. Adapting early to the apocalyptic lifestyle somewhat eased his spirit. After all, suddenly traveling back in time, he wasn't quite used to the current pace, and sleeping was undoubtedly the best way to relax. The next morning, as Lin Mo was preparing to go to school with a bag of dog food, he was surrounded by Lao He and his gang. Confused, Lin Mo looked at Lao He in front of him. "What's up?" Lao He, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and holding a bottle of alcohol in one hand and a photo in the other, looked at the photo and then at Lin Mo. "Are you Lin Mo? You bullied my brother Wang Yang?" Then he waved his hand to his followers. "Break his arm, beat him half to death, but don't defeat him." Lao He then stuffed his phone to one of his subordinates. "Make sure you film it and make it clear." Hearing this, Lin Mo understood why these people were targeting him. Wang Yang was a rich second generation and these were the people he had hired to bully him. However, the annotations above these people's heads, all blank, clearly indicated they were among the first to be dealt with by mythical beasts when the myth era arrived. While Lin Mo was pondering this, Lao He's men had already surrounded him, lifting an iron pipe to smash it onto Lin Mo's right hand. Lin Mo squinted his eyes, swiftly moved and attacked them. The crisp sounds of pop 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 echoed as the gang members who had been attacking him fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Ding! Successfully collected 5 points of fear from Wang Ergo. Ding! Successfully collected 5 points of fear from Li Dezhu. In the next instant Lin Mo appeared in front of Lao Hei, thinking of crippling my arm. As he spoke, Lin Mo's hand rested on Lao Hei's arm, gently dislocating it. The sound of dislocated bones was followed by Lao Hei's scream. His cigarette fell from his mouth and the alcohol bottle shattered on the ground. Ding! Successfully collected 10 points of fear from Zhang Chu. Before he could react, Lin Mo curled his lips into a cold smile. You just said you wanted to beat me half to death. No, Lao Hei now realized that he was facing a tough opponent. When Lin Mo had earlier taken down his underlings, Lao Hei hadn't even been able to see his moves clearly. All his men were knocked down in an instant, and what was even more terrifying was that he hadn't seen clearly how Lin Mo had dislocated his shoulder. This was not someone Lao Hei could afford to offend. Without giving Lao Hei a chance to defend himself, Lin Mo struck again. With several screams of agony, Lao Hei curled up on the ground, saying he would beat someone half to death. He actually did it. After Lin Mo left, Lao Hei and his 8 underlings lay on the ground wailing in pain. As Lao Hei writhed in agony, he also cursed Wang Yang, blaming him. If it hadn't been for Wang Yang, his arm wouldn't have been dislocated by Lin Mo. After finishing his morning classes, Lin Mo, carrying dog food, wandered around the areas where the Hellhound was often spotted. As he approached the back hill, he heard a dog's pitiful scream. He immediately hurried forward. When he arrived, he saw Wang Yang wielding an iron rod beating a black dog. Hold him tight, don't let him escape. Wang Yang, his face filled with excitement, stared at the black dog, which was pinned by the neck and limbs by 3 students with iron forks. I've been wanting to defeat this stupid dog. Last time I only defeated its puppy, and it dared to chase me down 2 streets. If I don't defeat it today, I won't bear the name Wang. No one can stop me. Oh, what if it's me? Lin Mo walked over, snatched the stick from Wang Yang's hands, and with a casual swing struck Wang Yang's arm. I heard you wanted to disable my arm. Wang Yang clutched his arm, screaming miserably, my arm, it hurts, the pain is bone deep. Ding! Successfully collected 15 points of fear from Wang Yang. Still want to beat me half to death? Lin Mo hadn't actually planned to seek out Wang Yang, but here he was practically delivering himself to Lin Mo's doorstep. With a kick, Lin Mo knocked Wang Yang to the ground and with the iron rod repeatedly struck him. The other 3 students, seeing Lin Mo's actions and hearing his words, realized Wang Yang had instigated this trouble. Wang Yang, a wealthy second generation, was really too despicable, stirring up trouble behind the scenes. However, as Lin Mo expressionlessly continued to hit Wang Yang with the iron rod, fearing a fatality, they dropped their forks and turned to run for a teacher to save him. They would never admit they were scared of being hit by Lin Mo. Collecting 5 points of fear from Luo Yi and 5 from Yi Zhang, Lin Mo garnered a total of 40 points of fear from the group. After they left, Lin Mo, looking at the half-dead Wang Yang, casually tossed the iron rod aside and turned his attention to the Hellhound King. The Hellhound King, beaten bloody by Wang Yang, now stood trembling. After being rescued, it staggered forward, its gaze firm. Despite its slow and unsteady gait, looking as though it might collapse at any moment, it continued to move forward. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo forcefully slammed his iron rod onto the fallen Wang Yang and then proceeded towards the Hellhound King. Lin Mo followed the Hellhound King, and 3 minutes later, they reached the base of a building. As they arrived, 6 little black puppies dashed out from underneath, circling around the Hellhound King and barking loudly. Looking up, Lin Mo noticed tags on the puppies that read, Hellhound Cubs. His eyes lit up and he walked over, his movement immediately caught the Hellhound King's sharp gaze, which watched Lin Mo warily and growled softly. I brought you some dog food. These are your children, right? Lin Mo lifted the dog food he had in his hand. As he spoke, Lin Mo poured the dog food into a bowl he had bought. Come on, eat up. The Hellhound King's nostrils flared, hesitated for a moment, but eventually approached and began to eat the food Lin Mo had offered. While the Hellhound King was eating, Lin Mo moved towards the puppies. As Lin Mo's hand was about to touch one of the puppies, the Hellhound King abruptly raised its head and barked at him, barking ferociously and baring its teeth as it charged towards him. Ding! Successfully collected 5 points of anger from the Hellhound King. Ding! Successfully collected 5 points of anger from the Hellhound King. Clearly, it would not allow Lin Mo to touch its children. Lin Mo raised his hands. All right, I won't touch your kids. Lin Mo said this and walked out from the stairwell. After Lin Mo had left the stairwell and approached the bag of dog food, the Hellhound King returned to the food Lin Mo had left for it and started munching on it. You ungrateful creature, I saved you and even brought you food, yet you won't even let me touch your puppies, Lin Mo complained. The Hellhound King looked up at Lin Mo, then stopped eating and rubbed against Lin Mo's leg. Lin Mo's eyes brightened and he squatted down to pet the Hellhound King vigorously, ding, Immortal Grasp activated health +2, ding, Immortal Grasp activated health +2, ding, Immortal Grasp activated health +2, Lin Mo petted the Hellhound King fiercely as the system's voice continued non-stop. It wasn't until Lin Mo had extracted 100 points of health from the Hellhound King that the system finally stopped announcing. Lin Mo reluctantly withdrew his hand from the Hellhound King. That's it, the Hellhound King has been petted to the limit. However, his gaze fell on one of the Hellhound King's puppies. May I touch your child? Lin Mo looked at the Hellhound King lying on the ground, baring its belly to him. The Hellhound King wagged its tail. Thus Lin Mo once again reached out his sinister immortal grasp towards the Hellhound King's puppies. 20 minutes later, Lin Mo had gained a total of 400 immortal grasp health points from the Hellhound King and its family, with the Hellhound King providing 100 and its 6 puppies 50 each. Detected host has repelled the Hellhound King's puppies, awarding experience points +60. Congratulations to the host for gaining the trust of the Hellhound King, awarding experience points +40. Level reached 12. Name, Lin Mo. Race, human. Level, 12, 5600. Constitution, 482. Strength, 39. Agility, 41. Spirit, 40. Assignable attribute points, 16. Skills, emotion recycling. Note, can absorb emotional values from surrounding creatures to unlock rewards. Immortal Grasp S, stacked health 440, emotional points, 225, Tier 3 reward, 300 emotional points. Note, the higher the level of the emotion source, the stronger the fluctuation, the more emotional points produced. Lin Mo looked at his gained experience points and couldn't help but laugh. He had truly become a tank now. This terrifying constitution was more than twice his previous life's total. He looked at the Hellhound King. You're hurt, let me take you to a pet hospital for a checkup? Although the little black dog would become the king of hellhounds in the future, it was still just a little black dog for now. It had just received a severe beating from Wang Yang, which might have caused it internal injuries. The Hellhound King suddenly shook its head, looking at its pups with reluctance to part. Lin Mo, witnessing this human-like moment from the Hellhound King, chuckled and said, I'll take your children with me as well. This way you won't have to worry about Wang Yang's retaliation. The Hellhound King wagged its tail vigorously at Lin Mo, who was unexpectedly easy to win over. Considering the 400 points of the immortal grasp that it and its children had contributed, he decided to take the Hellhound King and its family to a pet hospital outside the school. As Lin Mo was buying a pet carrier to transport the Hellhound King and its family to the vet, a figure emerged from the bushes watching them leave. It was none other than the Empress Xiaoya. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, Empress Xiaoya had witnessed him scolding Wang Yang, escorting the Hellhound King home, feeding it dog food, petting it, and using a pet carrier to transport the family. Her gaze softened as she watched him, a rare tenderness appearing in her eyes. Ding successfully collected 10 points of affection from Empress Xiaoya. Lin Mo paused mid-step, looking around in confusion. What was this about suddenly gaining 10 points of affection? At that moment he turned his head and saw Empress Xiaoya stepping out from behind some greenery. Caught red-handed, her expression stiffened and she walked forward with a stern face, looking straight ahead. Ding, successfully collected 5 points of embarrassment from Empress Xiaoya. Excellent. It seemed that Xiaoya had a fondness for the Hellhound King. Indeed, women can hardly resist furry animals. Wait a minute. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the backpack behind him. If he adopted the Hellhound King's family, would this mean he could have more interactions with the Empress? Gradually getting to know her better, wouldn't that mean he could secure a strong ally? Thinking this, Lin Mo made up his mind. From today onwards the Hellhound King and its family would belong to him. Lin Mo. Just as he was about to head to the pet hospital with the Hellhound King's family, he saw Wang Yang and 3 other students walking towards him with the school's disciplinary officer. Lin Mo, stop right there, the officer called out, rubbing his shiny bald head. They say you've been fighting at school and even broke Wang Yang's hand, is this true? The officer's face darkened. Wang Yang's father had recently donated a batch of high-tech materials and over 10 million in educational funds to the school, making him one of the school's major benefactors. Now that Wang Yang had been injured by Lin Mo, his actions were seen as a direct affront to the school's reputation. Director, you say I hit Wang Yang, do you have any evidence? Lin Mo asked, gazing at the officer. He had made sure there were no cameras around the back hill where the incident took place. As for witnesses, Lin Mo smirked slightly, squeezing his fists lightly. The sound of his knuckles cracking filled the air. The officer's gaze shifted to Wang Yang and the 3 students. He hit you, is there any proof? Wang Yang pointed at the 3 students. They can all testify that Lin Mo hit me. Hearing Rimmer's fist ring out and seeing his almost smiling gaze, the three students swallowed hard, fearing for their lives if they truly testified against him. In unison they said, "No, we didn't see anything." Wang Yang incredulously looked at the three. "You." Normally, these three fawned over him, but he never expected them to turn against him when he needed them the most. The director was stunned. Just moments ago, these three individuals were willing to testify for Wang Yang, claiming that Lin Mo had hit him. However, after seeing Lin Mo, they suddenly denied everything. The director furrowed his brow and looked at them. "Didn't you just say you could testify for Wang Yang?" "We were going to falsely testify for him because he paid us a lot of money. Actually, Wang Yang wanted us to frame Lin Mo." "Yes, that's right, Lin Mo, we were wrong. We definitely won't stoop to Wang Yang's level." After saying this, without waiting for the director or Wang Yang to react, they ran off their legs, almost leaving after images behind. Wang Yang was frozen in place. He truly couldn't believe that these three would betray him, yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Lin Mo turned to the director. "Director, my dog is injured. I need to take it to the pet hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." With the witnesses gone and no one to prove that Wang Yang had been hit by Lin Mo, there was no evidence left. "You can't leave." Backed by the director, Wang Yang forcefully blocked Lin Mo's path. After stopping Lin Mo, Wang Yang turned to the director. "Director, he's the one who hit me. Even if no one else will testify for me, it was still him. It can't possibly be that I fell and injured myself like this, right?" Today he definitely wants the director to heavily penalize this fool Lin Mo and make sure he can't graduate. Just as he was sinisterly staring at Lin Mo smiled slightly. At that moment, the voice of Xiaoya echoed from behind. "Director Zhang, what's going on here?" When the director saw Xiaoya approaching, his eyes instantly narrowed and a smile spread across his face. "Teacher Xiao, you've arrived just in time. These two are students from your class. Wang Yang has accused Lin Mo of beating him up and I'm just handling it." "Oh? Lin Mo beat him, but I clearly saw him fall and hit his face on a trash can. That's how he got these injuries." Xiaoya lied to the director without batting an eyelid. She had always despised those who harmed animals. Initially, since Lin Mo hadn't hit Wang Yang, she had been tempted to put Wang Yang in a sack and give him a good beating herself. The director was taken aback. He knew Xiaoya well. Despite her young age, her research was world-leading and her papers, even if placed in top international journals, drew significant attention. Facing the stunningly beautiful Xiaoya, he dared not show any disrespect. She was a professor of both beauty and talent, and importantly, highly valued by the principal. Just as the director was about to agree with Xiaoya, Wang Yang jumped up. "Director, she's lying. The injuries on my body are clearly from Lin Mo hitting me." "Oh?" Xiaoya raised her eyebrows slightly, her gaze cool as she looked at Wang Yang. "It seems that Mr. Wang Yang is quite dissatisfied with me." "Yes, I am dissatisfied with you. Why are you protecting Lin Mo?" Wang Yang yelled. If the director concluded the matter, he would have been beaten by Lin Mo for nothing. That would mean his arm was ruined and he was left with multiple injuries, just as Lin Mo had said, barely clinging to life. The director was in an awkward position. Wang Yang he could not offend. Xiaoya, valued by the principal, he could not offend either. Yet unfortunately the two were at odds. "Lin Mo, you may leave now," Xiaoya said calmly. "This matter will be handled by me." Relieved, Lin Mo nodded and headed straight for the pet hospital. "Stop. You stop right there." Just as Lin Mo was leaving, Wang Yang blocked his path, not allowing him to leave. Just then Xiaoya quickly pulled the person aside. "Student Wang Yang, if you have something to say you can tell me." "Student Lin Mo has something to attend to. Speaking to me would suffice." "No, I don't believe you," Wang Yang shouted loudly. "I was clearly injured by him, yet you are covering for her. You are unworthy of being a teacher." As soon as Wang Yang finished shouting, he heard the sound of Xiaoya's knuckles cracking beside his ear. Seeing Xiaoya's clenched fist, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He really backed down. "Student Wang Yang, could you repeat that?" Xiaoya said with a smile, looking at Wang Yang. Wang Yang forced a fake smile on his face. "Teacher Xiao, Professor Xiao, let's go to your office to talk." Wang Yang was scared that if he was too late, Xiaoya's clenched fist might find its way to him. "Director Zhang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my student and leave now," Xiaoya said to the head teacher as she pulled Wang Yang away and left. What could the head teacher do but watch helplessly as Xiaoya took Wang Yang away? On the other side, Lin Mo was puzzled by Xiaoya's intervention on his behalf. He didn't think he had any charm that could attract the beautiful Xiaoya, so Lin Mo glanced at the backpack behind him. The only thing certain was that Xiaoya, the empress, indeed had a great fondness for pets. With that thought, he smirked. as long as he could pinpoint Xiaoya's interests, clinging to her coattails would become a viable strategy. By the time Lin Mo left the pet hospital, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. After a series of examinations at the pet hospital, it was found that the Hellhound King was not seriously injured, so he took the Hellhound King and its puppies back home. When he got home, the dog food kennel and other dog supplies he ordered on the Dog East app had just arrived. The Dog East delivery person asked him to sign for the items and helped him move them into the house before leaving. Just as Lin Mo settled the Hellhound King down and got everything organized, giving it a place to stay and food to eat, the doorbell rang. Lin Mo opened the door, and standing at the door was none other than Empress Xiaoya. She coughed dryly to mask her embarrassment, but the glance she shot inside Lin Mo's house betrayed her intention to inquire about the Hellhound King. "Teacher, would you like to come in, if it's not too much trouble?" Xiaoya nodded distantly but still stepped inside. Once inside, she directly asked about the dog. Lin Mo pointed to the kennel on the balcony. "Over there." Xiaoya didn't even bother sitting on the sofa and went straight to see the Hellhound King. Upon seeing the Hellhound King and its litter of puppies, Xiaoya's eyes instantly softened with maternal love. "Woof woof woof," but the Hellhound King barked furiously at her approach. "Hell!" Lin Mo scolded. The Hellhound King whimpered and lay down, timidly looking up at Lin Mo, but its wary eyes remained fixed on Xiaoya as if afraid she might touch its puppies. Xiaoya, however, did not attempt to forcibly pet the dog. To spare Xiaoya any embarrassment, Lin Mo shared the veterinarian's opinion. "The doctor said it's just superficial wounds, no internal bleeding, and it should recover just fine with a few days of rest at home." "That's good. As long as it's alright." Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief, remembering the sight of Wang Yang hitting it with a thick iron bar, yet miraculously it suffered no internal injuries. Lin Mo nodded. "Teacher, please have a seat on the sofa." Xiaoya hummed in agreement and walked over to the sofa. Xiaoya only sat on the sofa for a while before she proposed to leave. Lin Mo did not retain her. After all, he was not in a hurry, moreover he still had classes in the afternoon. That afternoon, when Lin Mo returned to school, a group of girls pointed at him from a distance. Recently Lin Mo had become quite a celebrity at school. It started when he confessed to Shen Huiling 99 times and stopped at the 100th, asking for the gifts he had given her back instead, and then he beat up Wang Yang, causing Wang Yang to lose face. After morning classes, Wang Yang even ended up with a broken arm. All these incidents fermented in the school, sparking curiosity about Lin Mo. Aware of these gazes, Lin Mo glanced over unintentionally and his eyes suddenly lit up. Across from him was a group of beautiful girls. Moreover, these individuals had labels above their heads indicating Level 5 Elite Zombie, Level 10 Elite Zombie, Level 11 Elite Zombie. Originally heading towards the classroom, Lin Mo's steps suddenly turned and he approached the three girls who had been pointing at him. "Hello. I just heard you discussing why I didn't continue confessing to Shen Huiling. You heard that Shen Huiling said she would accept me if I confessed for the 100th time, and I missed the chance," he said to the stunned trio. The three gossiping girls had not expected the subject of their gossip to confront them about it. "Do you want to know why?" Lin Mo asked, smiling at the three elite female zombies. Ding! 5 curiosity points collected from Level 5 Elite Zombie. Ding! 5 curiosity points collected from Level 10 Elite Zombie. Ding! 5 curiosity points collected from Level 11 Elite Zombie. "Yes," the three women said in unison, nodding their heads. Lin Mo, hearing the system's notifications, smiled with satisfaction. Actually, the reason is quite simple. The three women's eyes widened in anticipation. Ding! 10 shot points collected from Level 5 Elite Zombie. Ding! 10 shot points collected from Level 10 Elite Zombie. Ding! 15 shot points collected from Level 11 Elite Zombie. "No way!" exclaimed Wang Lily, a Level 11 Elite Zombie who shared a dormitory with Shen Huiling. At that moment Wang Lily was panicking. "That's why I was afraid to confess to her. I also heard that this so-called 100th confession acceptance was not actually moved by my sincerity but because she was paid by someone else. She was to get 50,000 cash if she agreed, and then she planned to insult me and break up with me the next day. And like this, I was just one of her many backups, over 100 in total." The 3-inch engrossed in the gossip were suddenly left hanging by Lin Mo. Ding! 5 curiosity points collected from Level 5 Elite Zombie. Ding! 5 curiosity points collected from Level 10 Elite Zombie. Ding! 5 curiosity points collected from Level 11 Elite Zombie. "What else? Come on, don't leave us hanging," urged Wang Lily. "Right, don't keep us in suspense," said another. Lin Mo glanced towards the corridor where Shen Huiling was approaching. She also, "Speak of the devil, here she comes," eyed Better not say anymore. Haha, wow, you're so bad, but do tell us. The three elite zombies immediately chased after Lin Mo, playfully hitting him. At the end of the corridor, Shen Huiling watched as Lin Mo frolicked with three delicate beauties, her fists clenching instantly. She had not expected Lin Mo, whom she considered a sycophant, to start playing around with other girls after abandoning her. Previously, Lin Mo had always been attentively circling around her, pleasing her in every possible way and showing little interest in other girls. She thoroughly enjoyed the envious glances from other girls. She knew many girls like Lin Mo, but he had rejected their advances outright for her sake. But now Lin Mo no longer revolved around her. Instead, he had become part of this new group of girls. Jealousy contorted Shen Huiling's face beyond recognition. Originally, she came today intending to talk to Lin Mo to tell him that she was willing to be with him, that way he wouldn't ask her to return the things she had used or pawned. But to her surprise, Lin Mo was now thoroughly mingling with other women. This was unacceptable to her. Moreover, she had no intention of returning Lin Mo's things, so she endured. Approaching Lin Mo and his group, she took a deep breath and said, "Lin Mo, are you free? I need to talk to you." "Oh, isn't this our beautiful Shin from school? What's up? Are my things ready? When will you return them? If anything's missing or you've used them, I don't mind if you pay me the original price. I can send you a price list." Hearing this, Shen Huiling was nearly furious. How could he be so shameless to ask back for things he had given? Shen, why do you look so upset? Don't tell me you don't have the money. Or did you come today to tell me that you accept my proposal and want to be with me? Is your ultimate goal actually to avoid returning my things? Shen Huiling froze on the spot. How did this sycophant guess her intentions? At that moment, her face turned from pale to flush, like a control knob, constantly shifting. "Since you're here now, why don't you just return my things, or pay me the money?" "Go on." Lin Mo extended his hand toward Shen Huiling. Her body stiffened. Ultimately, Shen Huiling, covering her face, fled in tears. "Don't think you can just run away from this. I've kept track of everything. If you don't pay me, I'll have to take you to court." Lin Mo's voice pierced into the ears of the fleeing Shen Huiling like a demonic chant. Stumbling, Shen Huiling nearly fell. She could hear the murmurs of the crowd around her. She didn't need to see them to know how they were pointing and talking about her. At that moment, she wasn't just sobbing, real tears streamed down her face, and her hatred for Lin Mo peaked. Bang! As she ran away covering her face, she collided with someone and almost broke her nose. Already on the verge of tears, her tears burst forth uncontrollably. "Huiling, are you all right? Who bullied you?" Wang Yang saw Shen Huiling fall to the ground and immediately helped her up, his face filled with concern. As he spoke, his expression turned fierce. "Lin Mo." Sobbing, Shen Huiling covered her face. "I just wanted to talk things out with him, but he started by demanding I return the gifts I gave him. He even said that if I don't, he'll sue me." Wang Yang's expression stiffened. Whenever Shen Huiling mentioned that name, he felt a dull pain coursing through his body. After Shen Huiling finished speaking, she looked at Wang Yang expectantly. "Will you help me?" Wang Yang remained silent. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something. "That person, I can't defeat him." Just as disappointment flickered in Shen Huiling's eyes, Wang Yang had another flash of insight. "We can't outfight him, but we can outsmart him. I tell you, Lin Mo must have a connection with our class advisor Xiaoya. Remember, I saw Xiaoya making a false diagnosis for Lin Mo at the back mountain." Wang Yang recounted to Shen Huiling what he had witnessed at the back mountain. "So I feel there's definitely something fishy between those two. If we can prove that they are lovers, it would be a huge scandal for our school. Think about what their fate would be then." Shen Huiling's eyes lit up. "You mean they are a couple?" "Absolutely. Think about it. On the first day Xiaoya started working, Wang Yang presented her with roses in front of everyone. And most importantly, it was his 100th confession to you that day. Normally he would have confessed to you, but he chose to reject and even mock you instead. Doesn't that explain something?" The more Wang Yang spoke, the more convinced he became. "Yes, that must be it. He knew Xiaoya was starting work, so he rejected you and broke it off." Shen Huiling's face darkened instantly as she too found Wang Yang's reasoning sound. "Good, very good." Her fists clenched tightly, her eyes filled with rage, and her expression grew fierce. "Since he is heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless." Wang Yang stepped back subconsciously as he looked at the menacing Shen Huiling, who seemed as fierce as a tiger ready to pounce. "I'm just speculating, it's not confirmed yet. I think it's better to verify their relationship," Wang Yang whispered cautiously. "Verify my foot, even if it's confirmed, so what? With just these suspicions, it's enough to ruin them and make it impossible for them to stay in this school." Shen Huiling scoffed coldly. "It takes only a mouth to spread rumors, but running off one's legs to refute them." She was eager to see how they would handle this storm. Shin Huiling pulled out her phone and quickly posted on the school's forum. As Lin Mo was in class, the post began to ferment on the forum and spread wider and wider. By the time the afternoon classes ended, the post had exploded on the forum. People began pointing fingers at Lin Mo. Just as Lin Mo was puzzled, Fatty Lupin approached him, slinging an arm around Lin Mo's shoulders with a wink. "Yo Lin Mo, you sly dog, you've managed to win over our class advisor so quickly." "Smooth move," Lin Mo confused replied. "What? How did I win over Xiaoya? I wasn't aware." Although he indeed lived next door to Xiaoya and harbored thoughts of seeking her favor facilitated by his Hellhound King for more interactions, how had it spread that he had won her over? Ding, collected 10 points of envy from Lupin. "No dude, what are you pretending for? It's all over the school forum. Look." Fatty Lupin handed his phone to Lin Mo. Lin Mo saw the forum post, which wildly exaggerated his relationship with Xiaoya, as if someone had witnessed them together. "See, I told you bro. NMS, Xiaoya, she's even more beautiful and has a better figure than Shin, the school beauty." Lupin looked at Lin Mo with envy. "Come on bro, tell us how you managed to win over teacher Xiaoya," he urged. Lin Mo rolled his eyes and responded, "Even though I'd love to say that what's on the forum is true, Xiaoya and I are really not at that stage." Lupin immediately picked up on a crucial detail. "So you're saying there's really something going on between you two?" Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he realized that some things just get messy the more you try to explain. Ding, collected 10 points of envy from Zhang Chang. Ding, collected 10 points of envy from Tai Gao. Ding, collected 10 points of envy from Huang Yitang. Lin Mo's mind was flooded with system notifications. If he could see a barrage of comments, Lin Mo was sure they would leave a trail of afterimages. In just a short moment he had amassed 1,500 envy points, and the number kept rising. Most importantly, he heard the system's voice ringing in his ears. "Third tier treasure chest unlocked." Lin Mo opened the chest. "Congratulations host, you've obtained the Eye of Observation. S. Observe any target's attributes, stack attributes and gain benefits after observing and defeating the target." Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Being able to observe any target's attributes meant that not only could he see others' levels thanks to the system, but he could also gauge the strength of their attributes. This would allow him to tailor his approach based on the target's specific attributes. Moreover, he would level up after defeating the target. It was truly a win-win situation. Lin Mo checked his own attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Race, human. Level, 12, 50/600. Constitution, 482. Strength, 39. Agility, 41. Spirit, 40. Assignable attribute points, 16. Skills, emotion recycling. Note, absorb the emotional value of surrounding organisms to unlock rewards. Indestructible grasp S. Life value stacked 440. Eye of Observation S. Attributes stacked 0. Emotional points, 5315. 4th tier reward, 6,000 emotional points. Note, the higher the level of the emotion source, the stronger the fluctuation, the more emotional points produced. Lin Mo frowned. Something wasn't right. The 3rd tier reward only required 300 emotional points, but now reaching the 4th tier reward demanded a staggering 6,000 emotional points. "Hey bro, are you even listening to me?" Lupin nudged Lin Mo, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Huh." Lupin's eyes were ablaze with the flames of gossip. "What's your relationship with her? Neighbors? What else did you think? You didn't actually believe there was something more, did you?" Lin Mo rolled his eyes. He wished it were true, but she wasn't interested. However, he hadn't thought about using this tactic before. This time it was truly thanks to Shen Huiling's move, which helped him harvest so many emotional points so rapidly. Now he was nearly at 3,000 points and still climbing. However, now that Shen Huiling had made her move, if he didn't respond, it would almost seem as if what Shen Huiling said was true. As Lin Mo was typing a reply to Shen Huiling's post on his phone, Shen Huiling saw the thread heating up and a sinister smug smile spread across her face. "I really want to see how you deal with this, even if you don't want to admit it. Who would believe you?" She knew human nature well. People would only believe what they saw, even if you tried to explain. Now it was already too late. As Shen Huiling reveled in her mischief, she saw a comment appear under her post, quickly rising to the top. "I thought it was someone else, turns out it's Shen Huiling. Instead of spending time spreading rumors here, why don't you return what I lent you earlier? And as for your claim that I'm in a romantic relationship with teacher Xiaoya, which I of yours saw that? What proof do you have? Have you not studied our country's laws? Do you realize this is defamation? Since you love to reveal secrets so much, maybe I should expose some dirt about you too." The things Lin Mo disclosed were indeed explosive. His words swiftly pulled Shen Huiling down from her pedestal as the campus bell, ding, collected 10 shock points from Shanyo, ding, collected 10 shock points from Miao Hai, ding. Collected 10 shock points from Huang Can, the emotional values were about to explode. At that moment, Xiaoya's rebuttal post also appeared on the forum. Considering some classmates have spread rumors about my relationship with student Lin Mo, I would like to clarify the following. First, regarding us going home together, it happens that the apartment I rent is on the same floor as the one Lin Mo bought, so naturally, it might look like we are going home together after class. Second, the accusations of me helping Lin Mo give false testimony to frame student Wang Yang are completely baseless. Third, the rumors of me dating student Lin Mo are also baseless. We have purely a student-teacher relationship. To conclude, other than our student-teacher relationship, there is no other relationship between Lin Mo and me. Please focus on your studies instead of these baseless rumors, Xiaoya. Upon the posting of Xiaoya's message, the crowd was even more shocked. No way Lin Mo can afford to buy a house off campus. Aren't the houses near our school priced at a minimum of 3 million? How could Lin Mo have 3 million? Could it be possible that Lin Mo is actually a rich second generation just keeping a low profile all this time? It's really possible. He's so handsome, wealthy, and reportedly got into our college on his own merits. Rich, handsome, and talented. I'm totally smitten. Lin Mo, I'd have your babies. Brother Lin Mo, do you need a brother to warm your bed? I'm willing to explore uncharted territories for you. It feels like some weird characters have mixed in. Speaking of which, do you think our campus belle Shen Huiling is now regretting so much that her guts are green with envy? Is there any girl on the scene who can give us a live broadcast? I'm dying to see Shen Huiling's face when she hears about this. While people were buzzing with discussions in front of Linyu, the system's pop-ups flared up again, ding. Collected 10 adoration points from Zhang Yuan, ding. Collected 10 envy points from Jiang Koan, ding. Collected 10 shock points from Gong Xiang. Lin Mo, who was about to head home, watched as the system notifications began popping up again. He was becoming numb to it. In just a moment, another 500 were added. But this time, it seemed like these people were drained, no longer providing him with much emotional value. At this moment, his emotional points reached 5,815. Could it be that the forum has triggered something again? Lin Mo turned and headed home. His only goal now was to level up quickly and then move on to the next map, seizing the leveling opportunities before everything arrived. When the alternate dimension comes, he could live even more comfortably. Just then, back in her dorm, Shen Huiling, upon seeing Xiaoya's reply, clenched her fists tightly. He bought a house. Lin Mo actually bought a house, and it's even a school district house priced at a minimum of 3 million. At that moment, her face, just as the people on the forum described, twisted hideously. She regretted it. She truly regretted it deeply. Had Shen Huiling known that Lin Mo was a rich second-generation heir and a very capable one at that, she would not have repeatedly rejected him. Perhaps had she known the truth about Lin Mo's wealth on the day he first confessed his feelings to her, she would have accepted him right away. At this moment, Shen Huiling's face was filled with jealousy and regret. As she wallowed in her remorse, Lin Mo had already returned to Bailey Houting. Upon entering the complex, he noticed 5 old men sitting under a large banyan tree playing chess. A system alert chimed. Human powerhouse Emperor Yan Ten Xiao detected. Following this alert, the title appeared above Tan Zhao's head. The remaining 4 old men had no titles, leading Lin Mo to surmise that they likely perished during the descent of the mythical era. As the arrival of the mythical era drew nearer each day, Lin Mo's sense of urgency grew. Emperor Yan, ranked 5th among the top 10 martial artists, was also the most mysterious of them. He was often spotted in various danger zones, and wherever he appeared, the beasts of those areas were eradicated. His 5th ranking was solely due to his enigmatic nature, as people could only roughly estimate his strength based on the impact of his actions. Lin Mo was astounded to realize that Bailey Houting was truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It was one thing for Xiaoya, one of the top 10 martial artists, to appear here, but now another one of the top martial artists was this old man. Were top martial artists so devalued now that any one of them might be casually sitting around? Despite his internal complaints, Lin Mo couldn't help but rush over to watch the old man play chess. After all, this was the 5th-ranked master of the mythical era, a figure even more formidable than the Empress Xiaoya, and most crucially, he was the most mysterious. As Lin Mo approached, the old man, frowning, stared at the chessboard, indecisive. Just then Lin Mo spoke up. Enlightened by the suggestion, the old man hurriedly made a fierce move against his opponent, who protested, watching chess without speaking. Haven't you heard of that? You're cheating. The opposing old man, struggling to cope, wiped the sweat from his forehead and addressed Lin Mo. If winning is all that matters, then let your deep act fool no one. Young man, I'll give you my seat. With that, Tan Xiao moved aside and forcibly placed Lin Mo in his seat. Don't mention it, ding, 30 favorability points from Tan Xiao collected. Lin Mo could only sit and continue the chess game with the old man across from him. By the end of the game, the old man was sweating profusely. Lin Mo was very pleased with the emotional value provided by Emperor Yin Tan Xiao, which had reached a full 100 points. His favorability towards Tan Xiao was now maxed out. Not everyone could provide such pure and sincere emotional value, which was nothing short of shocking. Lin Mo, with a smile, looked at the old man across. Sir, shall we continue? No more, no more. The old man repeatedly waved his hands, visibly exhausted from the chess game. This young man, despite his young age, was incredibly skilled at chess. Wang Zhang, since retiring, had defeated all challengers in the complex, and now he was schooled by a young man, which was quite infuriating. Ding, 10 anger points from Wang Zhang collected. Lin Mo watched as the old man left hastily with a forced smile, raising an eyebrow in surprise that this unranked old man could still provide him with emotional value. After Wang Zhang left, Emperor Yin Tan Xiao laughed heartily and clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder. Well done, young man, really impressive. Wang Zhang is known throughout our city as a master of chess, yet here he is, defeated by you. You wouldn't believe how arrogant he usually is. It's about time someone took him down a notch. Well done, young man, you've done quite well. Ding, you've earned 10 points of favor from Tan Xiao. Tan Xiao is truly a man rich in emotion. He just hands out these emotional points generously. Grandpa, are you playing chess here again? At that moment, Xiaoya's voice came from behind them. Grandma just called me to ask you to come home. She's been looking for you for a while now. Where's your phone? Tan Xiao patted his pockets and his face changed immediately. Oh no, I forgot to bring it. I left it charging on the table at home, went to the bathroom and then forgot about it. Tan Xiao got up to leave, but before he left he pointed at Lin Mo and said to Xiaoya, Xiaoya, let me tell you, this young man is really something. His chess skills are top-notch. You didn't see it, but he just had Wang Zhang completely on the ropes. It was quite satisfying to watch. Tan Xiao's eyes squinted with joy as he spoke. You two are both young, chat more, get to know each other. That grandpa, he's my student. Xiaoya coughed slightly. Mind your image. Xiaoya was almost going crazy. In recent years, whenever her grandfather met a young man he liked, he would introduce him to her. Now, it's gone too far, even introducing her own student. You child, don't think so poorly. I just want you two to interact more, just be friends. Where is your mind going? Tan Xiao pointed at Xiaoya, his face all smiles with a hint of teasing. Or do you like this boy? Xiaoya rolled her eyes in silence. Grandpa, he knew very well how in recent years she had changed many schools just to avoid the affection of her students. Recently her grandmother fell slightly ill, so to better take care of the elderly couple she applied to transfer to the school. Alright, enough joking. I'm heading back now and you should head back soon too. You really should come live at home. Why rent an apartment here in the community? It's such a waste of money. Tan Xiao muttered a few words, then started heading home, still muttering to Xiaoya as he walked. Seeing Tan Xiao leave, Xiaoya shook her head helplessly and walked towards her own home. After a few steps, noticing that Lin Mo hadn't followed, she stopped and turned to him. Lin Mo, don't take the things said on the forum to heart. The innocent have nothing to fear. As students, you should focus on your studies rather than romance. The knowledge you gain will stay with you for life, helping you once you step into society. Seeing Xiaoya's earnest explanation and her eager advice, Lin Mo smiled. Okay, I understand. Xiaoya thought about the 99 times Lin Mo had confessed to Shen Huiling and was about to say more, urging him not to pin all his hopes on one possibility, but then she remembered her own advice about focusing on studies and sighed instead. It's tough to give advice in the role of a teacher. She really hoped Lin Mo would focus more on his studies in college. Without a solid skill set, it's hard to stand firm in society. Focusing all your thoughts on romance rather than studies makes it extremely difficult to sit down and learn once you're out in the real world. But then she thought, if they don't experience love now, it would be even harder to have a pure romance once they're part of society, so she decided to hold her tongue. Seeing the desolate figure of Xiaoya leaving, Lin Mo's gaze deepened with confusion. He shrugged, realizing that his household was running out of tissues, and decided to head to the supermarket first. Initially he was shocked to learn that the Flame Emperor and the Empress were relatives. They were both among the top 10 deities, a truly awe-inspiring lineage that must have been blessed by the heavens. But once the initial shock wore off, he began to devise ways to cling tightly to these powerful figures. After all, who would dare to bully him once the apocalypse arrived if he was aligned with such formidable allies? As Lin Mo pondered these thoughts, he arrived at the supermarket entrance. The alert rang out, level 35 mythical beast Snow Mountain Lion King detected, please be cautious, host. Following the alert, Lin Mo saw a delicate-looking girl in a white blouse holding a Persian cat as she exited a pet store. The cat appeared lively and fearless, attracting many people who approached the girl to strike up a conversation and pet the cat. The cat had a tag labeled Snow Mountain Lion King LV35 above its head. Seeing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he no longer hurried to buy tissues but instead walked towards the girl, his eyes fixed on the Persian cat. Reaching the girl, by the time Lin Mo arrived, most of the people petting the cat had dispersed. He stood in front of her and inquired, your cat is beautiful, what breed is it? Persian. May I pet it? Lin Mo asked eagerly. The girl was accustomed to others fawning over her cat and she disliked men who used petting her cat as an excuse to get close to her. Initially, she wanted to refuse Lin Mo, but upon seeing his earnest, pleading eyes, she believed he genuinely loved cats. Softened, she handed the cat to Lin Mo. Hold him carefully, don't drop Snow Mountain, he's very gentle, doesn't bite or scratch. As soon as Lin Mo embraced the Snow Mountain Lion King, another alert sounded, please keep a safe distance from the danger source Snow Mountain Lion King, danger. By then, the cat's label had turned deep red with 3 exclamation marks. Lin Mo was used to such warnings. Similar alerts had sounded when he approached the Hellhound King before. He began to stroke the Persian cat's fur. With each touch, the system activated. Indestructible grip activated, plus 2 life points. Lin Mo's hands moved, swiftly fluffing up the cat's fur extensively. After extracting 100 life points from the Snow Mountain Lion King, Lin Mo reluctantly returned the now fluffed and tearful-eyed cat to the girl, saying, thank you, your cat is really well behaved. The girl, still in a daze, managed a weak smile, then stepped back and ran away. As soon as she was a meter away, Lin Mo's intense gaze while petting the cat had unnerved her. She had never seen anyone pet a cat like that before. Her pet Snow Mountain Lion King had just been bathed and now it seemed a wasted effort. The system then chimed, collected 30 terror points from Xiao Yuan, collected 30 fear points from Snow Mountain Lion King. Ding, congratulations to the host for inflicting psychological trauma on the Snow Mountain Lion King, earning 300 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host for inflicting psychological trauma on the owner of the Snow Mountain Lion King, earning 500 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 14. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 15. At this moment, as the system's notifications chimed in his mind, Lin Mo was rendered speechless. He only felt a buzzing in his head and patted it gently. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Race, human. Level, 15, 5600. Constitution, 496. Strength, 51. Agility, 53. Spirit, 52. Attribute points available for distribution, 28. Skills, emotional recycling. Note, can absorb emotional values from surrounding creatures to unlock rewards. Eternal grasp S, life value stacked 540. Eye of observation S, attributes stacked 0, emotional points, 5995. 4th level reward, 6000 emotional points. Note, the higher the level of the emotion source, the stronger the fluctuation. And the more emotional points generated. He was just 5 emotional points away from the 4th level reward. This reward, given its massive numerical value, should be quite impressive. At this moment, Lin Mo was somewhat looking forward to it. As Lin Mo eagerly anticipated his reward, he made his way to the shopping mall. After purchasing 2 packs of tissues, he planned to head home. However, just as he stepped out of the supermarket, he was surrounded by several men in black. One of the men in black reached for his waist with a knife. Kid, come with us. What now? Which scene was this playing out? Was this the kind of encounter with the underworld that one reads about in movies or novels? And didn't these underworld figures seem a bit brainless, threatening someone with a knife in broad daylight? Most importantly, clad in a black suit and sunglasses, with a fierce look. Were they really taking our country's police for granted? Lin Mo raised his hand with lightning speed and countered the assailant's wrist. The man in black's face changed, his eyes flashing fiercely as he pushed the knife handle forward half an inch. Although not enough to cause serious injury, it was enough to draw blood. However, his wrist bone immediately felt intense pain and the knife slipped from his hand, about to fall but caught by someone. Lin Mo smiled and turned the knife around, and the man in black suddenly felt a chilling cold rise from his feet, traveling up his spine. Aren't you just a regular student? How do you have such terrifying reflexes? Moreover, the severe pain in his wrist proved that the young man in front of him was not as frail as he appeared, but instead had astonishing strength. The other men in black also sensed that something was wrong and quickly surrounded Lin Mo, ready to start a fight at any word. Lin Mo flicked his wrist and the small knife returned to its original owner. At the same time, the eye of observation activated. The attributes of the opponent were not high, and Lin Mo was curious about who would dare to disregard the police so blatantly. In a black Maybach, a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a neatly ironed silver-gray suit sized up Lin Mo, his eyes showing a trace of disdain, his voice cold. Wang Yang may be incompetent, but he is still my son Wang Yanjun. I promised him that you would pay the price. Are you dropping out on your own, or shall I handle it personally? The name Wang Yanjun had been well known in City B for the past 2 years, not only in financial reports but also frequently appearing in local news. Lin Mo also sized him up. Ding detected a level 32 high-level elite zombie. Warning, the host has encountered an elite zombie horde, please escape immediately. Wang Yanjun would later become a high-level zombie, and his bodyguards turned out to be elite zombies as well, the lowest level being 10. Lin Mo was flanked by bodyguards with numerous men in black standing outside the car, their sunglasses adding an imposing aura. The system continued to remind him to quickly escape the encirclement. Lin Mo remained calm and even began chatting with the big boss with interest. Wang Yang likes someone who's interested in me. Normally it wouldn't matter, but knowing that the person charges 5,000 a night and still treating them like a goddess, I couldn't watch anymore and had to expose this. The result, alas, Wang Yanjun's eyelids twitched as he widened his eyes in disbelief. Ding, received 5 shock points from Wang Yanjun. Received 3 shock points from Li Wu. Wang Yanjun, having seen his fair share of turmoil, was secretly shocked but not as easily deceived as naive college students. He would naturally investigate the truth. If Wang Yang really was fooled by a lowlife, I have ways to make that person disappear from the world. But now, regardless of how unworthy Wang Yang is, he is still my son and someone must pay for his hurt. The bodyguards were prepared. One of them restrained Lin Mo from behind, pressing him onto the luxurious leather seat, while the other remained silent, his movements harsh and ruthless. Just as they were about to hit Lin Mo's face, something unexpected happened. Without any resistance, Lin Mo smirked, his eyes unfocused and his cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. This scene completely dumbfounded Wang Yanjun, who smiles while being beaten. He had seen it all, but now he was utterly speechless. Could it be that this young man was actually enjoying this? Ding received 20 speechless points from Wang Yanjun. Ding received 5 fear points from Zhang San. These emotion points were just a drop in the bucket. Lin Mo, after all, had no strange fetishes. What caused his composure was the information before him. Congratulations, host, for receiving a level 4 gift package, randomly drawing 1 bloodline rune. Drawing now. Congratulations on obtaining the Thunder bloodline, SS. Detecting that the host is under attack by elite zombies, Thunder body protection automatically activated. Thunder body protection automatically absorbs free lightning to form a protective layer of thunder, strengthening with the growth of the bloodline, able to burst instantly with 100 Ma. Level 4 gift package, truly extraordinary. It turned out to be the Thunder bloodline. Bloodline rune bearers are 1 in 10,000, and regardless of strength, even the weakest talent is coveted by many. The Thunder bloodline ranked 3rd in the most powerful talents, following only healing and fire. 1 for support, 1 for strong attack. Thunder bloodline can be used for both offense and defense, not only increasing attack speed but also allowing for long-range attacks, making its techniques more flexible and varied. Surrounded by the indifferent faces of the new nobility and bodyguards eagerly rubbing their hands, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhang San's palms went numb from the shock, feeling as if bitten by a venomous insect. Just as a trace of fear arose in his heart, he looked up to see the young man laughing foolishly, completely unaware of the impending danger. "I'll make you laugh." Anger surged within him and he was slapped hard across the face, leaving him utterly dazed. Wang Yanjun also couldn't help but admire the young man's composure in the face of change, though it was a pity that some people once offended had to be eradicated. Lin Mo suddenly spoke. "Just because of my personal grievance with Wang Yan, you, the mighty boss of Wei Yuan Group, came all this way to teach me a lesson. I admit defeat. Good that you understand. Wang Yang, no matter how unworthy, is still my son. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, someone must explain." Wang Yanjun looked down at Lin Mo, his lips curving slightly. Suddenly his eyelids twitched as he saw the illuminated screen of Lin Mo's phone. "You dare to trick me?" Received 100 Anger points. Lin Mo raised his phone leisurely, the numbers 110 glaring painfully at Wang Yanjun's eyes. Before he could react, the previously unresisting youth suddenly waved his hand and the bodyguard stepped back, allowing him to swagger out of the car. Facing a group of elite future zombies, he remained utterly relaxed, leaving behind a trail of black-clad men sprawled on the ground. The sound of alarm bells rang out. Police officers stepped out of their cars and the leading officer holding his badge spoke sternly. You are suspected of tax evasion, intentional injury, abduction, and moreover, there are allegations that Wei Yuan Group, including issues with fire safety facilities among other safety hazards. Wang Yanjun, whose words were on the tip of his tongue, choked them back. He was thrown into complete disarray. No company, especially a large one, could withstand a fire inspection, and Wei Yuan Group was no exception. With his status, he wasn't about to be handcuffed, but it was still quite humiliating to be taken in for questioning. The officer turned to Lin Mo with a look of concern. Are you all right? To Ding, gain 10 points of favor from Zhao Qian. In the eyes of the police officers, Lin Mo, still a university student with a fresh appearance and an aura of righteousness, was clearly a resilient and civic-minded citizen who stood up against oppressive power. This earned Lin Mo another wave of favorability. Meanwhile, negative emotions from Wang Yanjun and others were also increasing. Lin Mo stood with an air of integrity. I believe anyone in this situation would call the police immediately, and I believe that justice will not be delayed. The officers felt even more reassured. Lin Mo thought this was the end of it, but it turned out that the Wei Yuan Group did indeed have some issues that were uncovered. They were issued a notice for criticism and ordered to make rectifications, and some rumors also began to leak. Did you hear? Lin Mo actually brought down Wei Yuan Group. Was it because of Wang Yang? That guy is a second-generation rich kid. It's the first time I heard his family had that much money. Lin Mo was impressive. He did it to beat his rival in love, right? What? Lin Mo managed to get his hands on the Bailey mansion. His net worth can't be low. We thought he was just a fawning admirer, turns out he's a hidden tycoon. It's said that he's just playing around. Why else would he offend such a big group? That's a rising enterprise in recent years. Campus rumors about Lin Mo gradually became exaggerated. From a love-struck admirer, he had transformed into a wealthy second-generation heir, and no one knew his exact background, but he was rich, handsome, well-built, cheerful, and popular, quickly becoming a top male idol discussed all over campus. No one cared about his previous 99 failed love confessions. They even thought it was just a game for the ultra-rich. Xin Huiling's heart was filled with disparity. The once goddess, now seen as a foolish woman blind to the truth, even faced negative gossip. She regretted it deeply, often looking at herself becoming increasingly haggard in the mirror, wondering, why didn't I agree earlier? Could the rumors be true that he was just playing? For several days, Lin Mo frequently encountered Xin Huiling on campus, but always ignored her. One day Xin Huiling finally mustered the courage, her face delicately made up to seem almost bare, dressed in a lovely white dress. She stood in front of Lin Mo. I came to ask you, is it possible to go back to the past? She knew she was wrong. Wang Yang was just someone with some family money, while Lin Mo, handsome and wealthy, was the truly good man, though she had missed one opportunity after so many days and nights it was impossible for Lin Mo to have completely forgotten their past affection. I'm sorry, but please give me a chance. As she spoke, Xiaoyu, wearing black high heels, approached her, footsteps echoing evenly on the ground. She paused in front of Lin Mo, her gaze sweeping past the teary-eyed Xin Huiling. Lin Mo, could you help me with some documents and also come over to my place tonight? As the two walked away, Xin Huiling collapsed to the ground, her legs giving way. She didn't hear the rest of their conversation, but their familiar manner indicated this wasn't their first interaction. Xiaoyu's qualifications far surpassed hers, not just by a little but by thousands of times. It was rumored that her family had additional backgrounds, and she always maintained a cold demeanor towards everyone. Could it be that Lin Mo had a hidden identity? With a woman like Xiaoyu, who had impeccable status, intelligence, and beauty, why would she take an interest in an ordinary person who was just slightly attractive? Ding. Earned 100 resentment from Xin Huiling. Ding. Earned +1+1+1. Hatred from Xin Huiling. Seeing the system's notifications, Lin Mo's eyes turned slightly cold. He wouldn't leave himself any hidden dangers. He thought that teaching her a lesson would have been enough, but the ongoing hatred and strong unwillingness indicated that Xin Huiling was not ready to let things go. Lin Mo, Xiaoyu frowned. What are you thinking about? Did you hear what I just said? Lin Mo chuckled and exclaimed, I never imagined that old Master Tan would be your grandfather. Out of the top 10 masters, 2 are from the same family, which is truly astonishing. This private relationship was unknown to outsiders and he had only heard some rumors without ever actually meeting them. Xiaoya said irritably, "What kind of magic potion have you given my grandfather? He's starting to see you as his own grandson." Lin Mo smiled silently, looking at his own panel. Name, Lin Mo, race, human, level, 17, 400/1000, constitution, 589, strength, 65, agility, 79, spirit, 62, assignable attribute points, 32, skills. Emotion recycling, note, absorbs emotional values from surrounding beings to unlock rewards. Eternal grasp S, life value stacked 540 I of observation S, attributes. Stack 10, emotional points, 8115, level 5 reward, 12,000 emotional points. Note, the higher the level of the source of emotions, the stronger the fluctuation and the more emotional points generated. As the levels increase, the emotional points required for unlocking rewards at least double. Ordinary people could only provide him with a few emotional points, and most people at school were already accustomed to Lin Mo's headlines. When they heard it was about Lin Mo, nothing surprised them anymore. Only people like Xiaoya and Tan Xiao, the strongest among humans, were stable sources of high-level emotional values. Xiaoya, being a supremely popular teacher, maintained a distance from students, and Lin Mo would visit Old Master Tan daily to play chess. Gradually, they gained hundreds of emotional points and became familiar with each other. Lin Mo eventually realized that the seemingly aloof goddess Xiaoya actually had a gentle and kind heart, not only respecting the elderly and loving the young but also adoring soft little animals. It was Xiaoya and Old Master Tan who had pushed for a severe inspection that caused the Wang family to suffer substantial losses. Otherwise, merely a complaint from a college student could not have caused a meticulous corporation to scramble and run around frantically awaiting results. "Tonight, the Old Master wants you to attend a gathering. See if you have time," Xiaoya said. Lin Mo was surprised and asked back, "What kind of gathering is it? Is it appropriate for me to go?" Unexpectedly, she looked at him more softly with a hint of admiration. "It's just a gathering of some retired folks, but their children are involved in higher circles," Xiaoya said meaningfully. "If you are confident, you might try and secure a promising future. They are all retired leaders. Supporting a few promising young people shouldn't be an issue." She had changed her opinion of Lin Mo considerably during this period, noticing that his gaze was pure, devoid of repulsive elements. Such a promising young man was so much better than those with mere nepotistic ties. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo declined outright. "I have other plans tonight. Please tell the Old Master I won't make it and he should find someone else to accompany him." Xiaoya was stunned. What could be more important than such an opportunity to advance one's career? This was a chance to cross social classes. Many people long for opportunities they can never seem to grasp. They wish to enter parties to network with influential figures but lack the connections. When Lin Mo received the invite, his reaction was shocking to some. He simply said, "I don't want to go." His nonchalant response stunned Xiaoya. Could it be that he was truly a man without desires, pure and kind? Xiaoya quickly composed herself. "All right then, but I never thought you'd refuse. You'll have to explain it to Grandpa yourself." Lin Mo just smiled, slightly amused by the thought of Old Man Tan's reaction. However, he had other matters to attend to that evening and it wasn't just an excuse. Suddenly, a system alert rang out. "Level 59 bloodthirsty tyrant detected ahead. Please detour immediately." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he ignored the repeated urgent warnings and moved straight forward. Meanwhile, in a different scene, a shop owner was confused by a question about a plant. "How much for this lucky bamboo?" After the mythical events unfolded, not only humans and animals underwent mutations but some sentient plants also joined in the vast transformation. Lin Mo had heard that in the commercial district of City B, a super mutated plant had firmly occupied a piece of land and even possessed a consciousness not inferior to humans. Known as the bloodthirsty tyrant, its actions were cunning and brutal. Lin Mo decided to avoid the bustling center of power for now, as he still needed a major experience boost to reach the minimum level of 20 required to unlock certain dungeons. The antique store owner was baffled. "I deal in antiques, calligraphy, beads and jade. Why ask me about a lucky bamboo tucked away in the corner? That's a joke, right? Perhaps you'd like to look at some precious antiques I've recently acquired. I've got a collection of ancient bronze coins, thick as 2 bundles. However, the owner's tone shifted, trembling slightly. "Actually, our potted plants are also for sale, like this lucky bamboo, which is a rare gem among gems. As long as there's money involved, it doesn't matter what's being sold, even if its integrity. This bamboo priced at 30 can be flipped for 20,000, that's a 666-fold profit." The owner looked at Lin Mo as if he were looking at his deepest love. In that moment Lin Mo was like the god of wealth himself. Satisfied, Lin Mo left with the lucky bamboo while the owner laughed, his mouth nearly splitting with joy. Everyone was happy. Soon after, a youthful ponytailed girl jogged back to the shop and immediately noticed the missing potted plant. "Brother, where's the plant I bought the day before yesterday?" The owner, smiling, replied, "What plant? That was a gold nugget. Someone just paid 20,000 for it." The girl couldn't believe such a transaction was possible. Her first thought wasn't that they had made a profit but that they had incurred a loss. If someone didn't blink an eye at spending 20,000 on a plant, it must be worth much more. Seeing her disapproval, the owner's smile faded. "I checked, the plant was ordinary. Besides, running this antique shop is just a cover for the Dragon Group's base. Gain or loss doesn't matter much. I've been thinking of changing the shop's feng shui. It's been terribly dull around here with no special events to note." The girl muttered a few words but didn't care too much. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, he had just brushed past the official forces. The ratio of plant-based beasts to animal-based beasts had reached an astounding 1,000 to 1 inch each. With their unique traits, plant beasts could condense special fruits that enhance abilities without much effort. However, for now, the lucky bamboo remained Lin Mo's experience booster, thoroughly tousled by his handling, its leaves drooping considerably. Ding! The immortal grasp is activated. Health +5. Ding! The immortal grasp is activated. Health +5. Ding! The immortal grasp is activated. Congratulations to the host for defeating the level 59 bloodthirsty tyrant, earning 2,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 19. Name: Lin Mo. Race: human. Level 19, 0/2000. Constitution: 702. Strength: 76. Agility: 85. Spirit: 71. Attribute points available for allocation: 38. Skills: emotion recycling. Note: can absorb emotions from surrounding creatures to unlock rewards. Immortal grasp S. Health stack 600. Eye of observation S. Attributes stack 10. Reaching every 20 levels is a significant milestone. Lin Mo looked at his personal panel, feeling a slight surge of excitement. He only needed another 2,000 experience points to meet the minimum requirements to enter the dungeon. The myths had not yet descended, but he had already taken 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps ahead. By the time the myths descended, even Lin Mo himself was unsure of how strong he would be with his development stabilized. After activating the immortal grasp and defeating the bloodthirsty tyrant, it was already past 9 in the evening. The Beijing luxury court, being a high-end community, was surrounded by many commercial districts and was equipped with facilities like nearby hospitals and schools, yet it was never noisy. The crisscrossing streets isolated all the noise, complemented by lush greenery, giving the area a serene atmosphere. Lin Mo, carrying a potted plant home, suddenly heard the system notification discovering a level 49 zombie commander not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be someone he knew. Su Qing puffed up her cheeks, her natural lowly voice soft and cute, carrying no trace of intimidation. "Don't come any closer or I'll call the police." A few staggering men chuckled as they moved closer. Su Qing could smell the stench of alcohol on them, and a look of disgust flashed across her face. Although the men were drunk, they were still about 1.7 meters tall adult males. Su Qing, with her lowly stature, looked hardly enough to withstand a slap. Nyoda spat on the ground. "You guys block her way from both sides." Su Qing clutched her phone, subtly covering the screen as she dialed 110. Beep beep, her pale face forgotten to mute the phone. The drunkards were enraged, and at this critical moment she spotted a passerby pausing not too far away, igniting a glimmer of hope in her. As her gaze focused and she recognized the person, she was overjoyed. It was Lin Mo, a celebrity from school, and they even had a brief acquaintance. Remembering the bouquet he jokingly gave her, Su Qing's emotions surged. Perhaps this was the fateful moment of a hero saving a beauty, a destined connection between her and Lin Mo, her schoolmate. "Lin, help me, call the police." Lin Mo, holding his potted plant, remained motionless. The nearest police station was 5 kilometers away from Beijing Luxury Court, and under normal circumstances it would take about 10 minutes for the police to arrive. Nyoda and the other drunken men exchanged glances, their courage bolstered by this delay. 10 minutes was enough time for them to flee, but those same 10 minutes could cast a lifelong shadow for the young girl. You know, calling the police is useless, so don't meddle." One taunted. "Or maybe you want a piece of the action." 2. Lin Mo smiled silently. At that moment, the future zombie commander, currently just a frightened little girl, had tears welling up in her eyes. Ding! +30 favorability from the zombie commander. Ding! plus 100 fear from the zombie commander, Ding, plus 200 anticipation from the zombie commander. Su Qing's emotions were complex. With no one nearby, her life hung on Lin Mo's decision. If push came to shove, she doubted she had the courage to go on living. Fortunately, Lin Mo did not remain a bystander for long. Seeing the girl's pitiful pleading eyes, he couldn't remain indifferent. At his core, he was still a kind and upright young man. Moreover, as a level 59 zombie commander, Su Qing still had much emotional value to yield. Nyoda saw that he didn't move and assumed he was scared, continuing to encircle him and cut off Su Qing's escape route. The zombie leader trembled in fear, appearing weak, pitiful and helpless. There was no call to the police because no actual harm had been inflicted on the victim. At most, they could only detain him for 15 days. I have a better idea, he thought. Lin Mo first set down the potted plant, treading cautiously, which only deepened Su Qing's despair. It's over. The campus heartthrob, rumored to be a little off in the head, was not taken seriously by the drunkards after the recent incident. One of them even went over to kick the potted plant. Lin Mo stood in front of the potted plant and didn't stop the man. Instead, the man aimed a kick at Lin Mo's knee. A loud scream ensued, but it wasn't from Lin Mo. The bystanders didn't even see what happened. Lin Mo seemed unmoved, only slightly shifting his posture. In contrast, the other person was twitching, screaming continuously, his forehead covered in sweat and his face devoid of any color. Nyoda and his group were a bit incredulous, thinking the man had an epileptic fit. Lucky kid. Let's finish this brat off. He keeps messing up our plans, they thought, a sentiment that received unanimous agreement. Su Qing's heart tightened. Although she was out of immediate danger, Lin Mo and his attempt to save her was now at risk. She could have taken this chance to run away, but she hesitated. Could she really leave Lin Mo to face these men alone? No, she couldn't bear it. Lin Mo was in danger because he tried to save her. How could she just stand by and watch? Su Qing steeled herself and ran a few steps towards Lin Mo, declaring with determination, "Go ahead and try to touch him. I've started recording. Any mishap and you'll be facing jail time. Just because you drank doesn't mean you can pretend to be unaware and unable to walk." The men were momentarily taken aback by her bluff, but Su Qing's petite frame trembled visibly, betraying her real fear. The fear of the victim often incites the abuser's desire. Lin Mo gently pushed Su Qing away. "You've done enough. Don't force yourself, let me handle the rest." His calm voice made Su Qing unable to hold back her tears anymore. Her emotions had been a roller coaster and she was already on the verge of collapse. Lin Mo's gesture was like a shot of adrenaline, giving her a tremendous boost of courage. Then Ding, plus 200 zombie leader favorability, observational eye activated. As expected, the data of these ordinary men couldn't compare to Lin Mo's. They were easily defeated. Within moments, Nyoda and his group were repentant, crying out that they would never drink again. "Being drunk is no excuse for crime," Lin Mo said to them sharply, then decisively called the police. Coincidentally, among the responders was someone who recognized Lin Mo. This was the second time in a short period that Lin Mo had called the police, and the culprits were again subdued. With Su Qing's video evidence, the officers meticulously arrested the now powerless culprits, praising the young man's courage in standing up for justice. However, they also criticized the recklessness of acting without regard for personal safety. Afterward, Su Qing's gaze towards Lin Mo changed. As Lin Mo picked up the potted plant and gently dusted himself off, this unexpected event had earned him over 1,000 emotional points, mostly from the young girl in front of him. Lin Mo felt quite pleased. "Be more careful in the future. Don't walk alone on small paths at night." Su Qing fidgeted with her fingers, somehow feeling the need to explain. "I go to school during the day and come here to work part-time in the evenings. This small path is a shortcut home that I've been using for a long time." Her eyes then fell on the potted plant in his hands. A few stalks of lucky bamboo were slightly yellowed, looking somewhat wilted and half dead. This was actually thanks to Lin Mo, though Su Qing was unaware of it. "I have experience with plants. Your potted plant needs to be repotted with the right nutrient soil. I'll sort it out for you when I'm free next time," she said, almost embarrassed by her own words. Offering just some inexpensive soil seemed too modest a favor. Even though the specific mix might not be studied in depth by most, it still felt somewhat inadequate to offer. However, Lin Mo's eyes lit up at her proposal. He readily agreed. "Great, let's go to the flower and bird market together tomorrow." Lin Mo had no experience with plant care. Today he had overused his tyrannical power too much, almost defeating the plant. The once future ruthless tyrant was now just a delicate and wilted potted plant. A little off in temperature or humidity could defeat it, let alone his rough handling. Then see you tomorrow, Lin. Su Qing jogged away and disappeared from sight. Lin Mo watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. It was dangerous for a girl to be out running around late at night, and even after such a scare she didn't take a cab home, suggesting financial difficulties. But there were too many people with financial issues in the world for Lin Mo to pay much attention, though he did consider Su Qing a key resource due to her gentleness and status. He planned to get to know her better. The next morning, as soon as Lin Mo arrived at school, he was stopped by several strangers in police uniforms carrying badges entering the school. "Hello student, please come with us for a moment. Someone has accused you of excessive self-defense and we need your cooperation in the investigation." The classroom erupted into whispers. They stood at the classroom door. Not everyone heard clearly, but the presence of real police badges was undeniable. As Lin Mo was led away by the police, some started to murmur. The more notorious he became, the more detractors he attracted, and people immediately began to speculate. Suddenly Lupin stood up and slammed the desk. "Quiet down everyone, I believe in Lin Mo, he's not a bad person." Lupin's sudden defense quieted the class momentarily, but it did little to sway the overall chaos. In his presence no one spoke out, but behind his back some claimed Lin Mo's money came from improper sources, swearing their relatives in the police station could confirm it as if it were true. Lupin, like a one-man army, tried to fight against the tide of accusations, but it was a futile effort. At that moment he thought of the new teacher, Xiaoya. "Lin Mo has been taken by the police?" Xiaoya frowned, sensing the complexity of the situation. Lin Mo had made a very good impression on her. She didn't believe a student who stood up for a stray dog could have committed any serious offense. "Calm down, I will handle this. If there's no issue I'll bring my student back myself. As for the forum, block what needs to be blocked, ban what needs to be banned. The school forum is not a place for rumors. Names, Lin Mo, age, these basic records you all have, so why treat it like interrogating a criminal? Speak directly to the matter." "I have an elective class this morning." Lin Mo sat in the interrogation chair, his tone casual, showing no signs of panic. Just this composure alone set him apart from an ordinary student, the young police officer conducting the interrogation. Frustrated by his demeanor, slammed his hand on the table, his eyebrows furrowing sternly. "Straighten up your attitude." An older officer patted the younger one's shoulder, urging him to calm down. "Don't be so stern. We're just here to ask some routine questions." This young man is fundamentally a good Samaritan. Lin Mo crossed his legs and sat motionless with no intention of speaking. After a moment of silence, the two police officers asked again. This time, there was no beating around the bush. They directly inquired about the specifics of the incident. The previous night, Nyodil and others were detained according to the law and began to follow subsequently. Upon examination, large bruises were discovered on their bodies. One of them, it turned out, had a history of heart disease and was now in shock. According to their statements, they all experienced electric shocks and suspected that Lin Mo carried an illegal electroshock weapon. However, there was no concrete evidence and the surrounding surveillance cameras had not captured the incident. Lin Mo sneered, looking around and scoffing. "Have the injury reports been done? Without any evidence that I caused those injuries, this is nothing but illegal detention." Lin Mo was not in a hurry. According to the rules, he could be detained for no more than 24 hours. After that, these people would have to reluctantly let him go. Regardless of how the two officers threatened or persuaded him, he remained silent. Without an injury report, any claims of excessive defense would be meaningless. If he were an inexperienced student, he might have been intimidated into proving his innocence. By attempting to do so, he would only fall into a trap of self-incrimination. Seeing that Lin Mo was unmoved, the younger police officer became impatient. He stood up, grabbed Lin Mo by the collar and threatened him harshly. "We have all the witnesses and evidence. Your denial is futile." Lin Mo stared into his eyes and calmly brushed his hand away, leaning back in his chair casually and saying, "Then bring the evidence." "Oh, I get it, you want to get a fake injury report from the hospital, right? That wouldn't be too hard." Ding, Lin Mo gained 20 points of Chu Shan's anger. The veteran officer frowned, puzzled by Chu Shan's unusual impatience. As the investigation stalled, the officer, knowing Lin Mo's reputation for bravery, did not want to make things difficult and whispered to his colleague, "Let's step outside. He makes a valid point. The priority is to wait for the injury report." Frustrated, Chu Shan turned and slammed the door so hard that it banged loudly. The older officer frowned in dissatisfaction, sensing that there might be higher forces at play, and looked at Lin Mo with a hint of sympathy. He turned off the surveillance and whispered, "As long as the injuries are not linked to you, you should be able to leave by tomorrow morning at the latest. The damage from this incident is minimal. After the older officer left, the room fell silent. In the enclosed space, every minute felt unbearably long. Someone with weaker mental fortitude might feel oppressed, panicked, anxious, or uneasy. But for Lin Mo, who had experienced the mythic era of hell, the discomfort of a small, confined space was nothing compared to the terror of a high-level beast's den. Outside the interrogation room, Xiaoya, clad in a camel-colored long coat, sunglasses, and red lipstick, her legs elongated by 10-centimeter stilettos, attracted the frequent glances of many young officers. The squadron leader Lu Hua greeted her personally with a familiar and respectful manner. Xiaoya, young yet immensely talented, had collaborated with the official before. Her abilities and her family's backing made her highly sought after. As a favored daughter of the heavens, she was accustomed to such attention. She got straight to the point. "I'm here to bail out my student. His name is Lin Mo." Lu Hua repeated the name, feeling a sense of familiarity, then suddenly remembered, "Isn't this the rash young man who reported the Wei Yuan group a few days ago?" It was not recklessness, but rather a powerful backing. After Lu Hua learned the details of the incident and reviewed the files, he severely reprimanded his subordinates. "Why detain someone without evidence? This is excessive self-defense. If word gets out, our police force will be a laughingstock, releasing people randomly." He quickly ordered the release of the detained and asked Dr. Qin, a forensic expert who was already at the station working on the case, to examine the suspect. "It's no trouble for me to take a moment to check a few people," Dr. Qin had said. Lin Mo stepped out of the interrogation room only to receive a notification. "Ding, human expert." The ghost doctor spotted. A thin, tall young man in a white coat was walking towards him, dark circles heavy under his eyes, his hair sparse and disheveled, and an aura of deep resentment emanating from him. The injury was caused by a blunt instrument, and the timing of the injuries doesn't match, Dr. Qin reported to Captain Liu. "Do I really need to handle such trivial matters myself when I haven't slept for 35 hours? Lu Hua responded with a quick smile, trying to calm him down. To soothe Dr. Qin's grievances from the all-nighter, he agreed to give him a half-day off to rest at home. As Lin Mo scrutinized Dr. Qin from head to toe unabashedly, their eyes met and Dr. Qin's eyebrows arched, adding a lively vigor to his appearance. "You should look into him. He seems like he's had blood on his hands. His demeanor is different," Lin Mo suggested. Then silence fell. Lu Hua's forehead vein twitched as he gritted his teeth and said, "Just go home and sleep. You must be confused." Lin Mo was very enthusiastic. Before the ghost doctor descended, he was a forensic expert known for his unpredictable methods and the ability to bring the dead back to life. "This is a future big shot. As long as you're still breathing, he can bring you back," Lin Mo thought, not caring about the process. "This is a super healer I must befriend." Now seated in the back of a car driven by Xiaoya, Lin Mo mused, "Never thought I'd have my teacher as my driver one day." He sighed at how unpredictable life could be, recalling a time when even licking the boots of the top 10 powerhouses seemed unattainable. Xiaoya responded with a smile, about to speak when suddenly her phone buzzed, her expression turning sour. Glancing at Lin Mo, she looked disdainfully at his casual student attire, a simple white t-shirt with jeans, clean and fresh, but too ordinary. "Someone has asked me out. I need you to play along, and afterwards I owe you a favor," Xiaoya said reluctantly. Originally, she didn't intend to involve a student, but the other party, a persistent second-generation rich kid surrounded by bad influences, wouldn't take no for an answer. Given the occasional interactions between their families, it was difficult to outright reject him, so Xiaoya thought of pretending to have a fake boyfriend to make him give up for good. Fortunately, Lin Mo was clear-headed and unlikely to get entangled in unnecessary complications, making him the perfect candidate for her plan. A group of extravagantly dressed young men and women were fawning over a man in a suit, his hair slick with gel. They were all buzzing with excitement, convinced that their efforts would surely win over the goddess. "In front of our young master Hua, even a goddess has no choice but to kneel and lick his boots. She will be moved to tears when she arrives," they exclaimed. Suddenly someone noticed something sparkling on young master Hua's wrist. "Wow, is that the new Patek Philippe, and it's encircled with diamonds?" Young Master Hua, feigning nonchalance, lifted his wrist for all to see, soaking in their admiration before replying indifferently, "They are just under 1 carat each, not very valuable, but they look nice so I bought them." His ostentatious remark once again drew gasps of awe from the crowd. As a sleek black sedan pulled up, one of the lackeys rushed forward to shoo it away. "Who is this? Don't they know today is young Master Hua's proposal day?" "Shut up." Young Master Hua adjusted his bow tie and hurried forward with a perfect elite smile on his face. He held 99 roses, confessing his love to the vehicle passionately. Seconds later, the car door opened, and a young man with a handsome, refined appearance stepped out. He was dressed in a neatly tailored gray trench coat over a shirt and trousers, looking dashing and elegant. Beside him, Xiaoyu wore a matching coat, clearly a couple's outfit, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Young Master Hua is giving you face, and you bring a pretty boy to spoil the occasion. Do you want to die? Young Master Hua's face turned ashen, but he did not intervene immediately, as some people already seemed eager to stir trouble. In the next moment, Lin Mo walked up with a cold expression and landed a fierce punch, silencing the world around him. Is this the friend you mentioned? He asked Xiaoyu, turning to her. Xiaoyu shook her head with a look of disdain. Just an acquaintance. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Together, they left young Master Hua speechless, his lackeys now looking at him with less respect. This wasn't the first time he had been rejected, but it was the first time he saw another man by Xiao Ya's side. Even the cold goddess can be involved with other men. Young Master Hua scrutinized Lin Mo, unable to find any matching face from his memory, growing even more resentful. This is your taste? No worries, I know he's just a shield, but next time find someone of higher quality. This man doesn't even deserve to stand beside you. He was struggling to maintain his composure. Lin Mo then casually put his arm around Xiaoya's shoulders, and she stiffened momentarily before wrapping her arms around his waist. Lin Mo smiled as he felt the pain from her grip. Ding! He received a notification. Empress's resentment value 100. Be careful not to expose the lie. You don't want him to uncover it and continue bothering you. Xiaoyu was furious but still maintained her elegance. Seeing their intimate behavior, young Master Hua's last shred of hope vanished. After chasing her for so long, he hadn't even touched her pinky finger, let alone received a kind glance. Xiaoyu, this is your choice? Young Master Hua was devastated and enraged, leaving the onlookers shocked and perplexed. Although the future wasn't promising, Lin Mo gained several points of emotional value from the experience, slowly increasing his experience but still far from leveling up. I don't need you to decide for me, Xiaoyu declared resolutely as she left, pushing away Lin Mo's unrelenting hand. She got back into the car, gave him a stern look, and then drove away. Young Master Hua stood for a while longer, then threw the flowers away, grinding his teeth in anger. Just wait, I can't believe the Xiao family would accept a pauper as a son-in-law. Ding! He received a shock value of 200 from Tan Xiao. Lin Mo returned to school, a slight smile on his face as he heard the notification. It seemed his teacher would face some trouble upon returning. He messaged Su Qing. After class, Su Qing changed her clothes and waited at the school gate. Together, they headed to the suburban flower and bird market. Before they even entered, the system began to send frantic alerts. Host, be careful, there's a level C beast nest ahead, please leave quickly. Looking around, the area was densely packed with cages of birds, fish, cats and dogs stacked together in large numbers. Most had no levels, but the remaining quantity was still vast. Lin Mo activated his observational eye, preparing to face whatever lay ahead. A cockroach scurried past him, and without hesitation he stomped on it, crushing it underfoot, which triggered a system notification. Defeated a level 15 demon roach, plus 38 XP. Effective observer's eye activated, +1 to attribute points. The fact that a mere cockroach could reach level 15 opened a whole new world for Lin Mo. The flower and bird market before him was a vast treasure trove, far surpassing any pet cafe or store. With its low-level, high-quantity creatures, it was an ideal spot for farming points. Su Qing watched as Lin Mo's actions grew increasingly frenzied, feeling a deep regret brewing inside her, even questioning her life choices. Why had she agreed to come out with him? He looked handsome enough, but why was his mind so troubled? If only he weren't afflicted, he would have been the perfect man. Ding! Defeated a level 8 human-faced moth. Ding! Defeated a level 24 cold moon bird, gaining 50 XP. Lin Mo spent a considerable amount of time walking from the east end of the market to the west, stopping only when he had thoroughly scoured the area. A 10-meter radius cleared around him as people hastily avoided his path. Su Qing's illusion of the previous night shattered, leaving her filled with regret for following him here. She just saw Lin Mo looking around, seemingly still not satisfied. Let's go, we need to buy some potting soil, he said. Su Qing's expression was numb. If it weren't for the life-saving favor from yesterday, she would have fled long ago, unwilling to stay any longer with this madman. As she purchased potting soil, plant fertilizer, and a small shovel, Lin Mo continued to survey the surroundings. After a long sigh, he appeared quite disappointed. Despite the multitude of shops selling plants, he couldn't find a single level 10 or higher plant beast. This underscored how difficult it was for mutated plants to grow and produce fruits that, after the descent of the myth, many experts desperately sought. Lin Mo's strange behavior notwithstanding, Su Qing remembered his assistance the previous day. Suddenly Lin Mo stepped closer, causing Su Qing to step back, her gaze flitting away. Despite his good looks, his mind seemed troubled. Could he be planning something outrageous here in public? Lin Mo took a bunch of miscellaneous items from her hands. It was a mere coincidence he passed by. Any sane person would have called the police. You're also quite attractive. Many would want to play the hero. To save a beauty, he remarked, not the least bit concerned about her safety. Really? Su Qing asked, not quite sure of herself. Yes, Lin Mo replied, gently ruffling her hair. Ding, congratulations, host, for repelling the zombie overlord. Detected affection level reached. Would you like to take it as a pet? Ding, pet module activated. You can now take beasts with sufficient affection levels under your command to aid in battle. Surprised by the system's previously hidden module, Lin Mo quickly bid Su Qing farewell. Sitting in the car on his way back, he closely examined the new pet module, growing increasingly excited. This module seemed tailor-made for him, perfectly solving his problem of forming teams for level 20 dungeons. With the system at his side, he could venture into dungeons early to farm monsters and even achieve multiple first defeats, reaping substantial rewards. However, even the lowest F-level dungeon hosted beasts around level 20. As dungeon levels increased, so did the number of lower-level beasts, requiring him to fight through layers of monsters to reach the depths and defeat the boss to claim the full rewards. When manpower was limited, even Lin Mo's extraordinary stats could not withstand the tide of beasts alone. Nowadays, it's hard to find teammates, and even if you do, it's hard to trust them with sharing the spoils of battle. Relying on your own exotic beast pets is undoubtedly the best strategy. There's no cap on the pet module. Theoretically, you could make infinite contracts. But having quality helpers is better than quantity. Lin Mo thought of the Hellhound King and the bloodthirsty tyrant at home, his mind slightly stirred. It was perfect, ready-made, sparing him the search. When he got home, the Hellhound King immediately stood up, wagging its tail to greet its master. Several Hellhound puppies also curiously poked their heads out, their wet black eyes filled with trust. Lin Mo tried to contract directly. The system did not respond. He then extended his hand to gently push down the king. Ding, congratulations, host, for subduing the Hellhound King. Affection level reached. Would you like to include it in your pet module? Yes. Name, Hellhound King. Gender, female. Level, 1/100. Constitution, 8. Loyalty, 99. Seeing the loyalty value, Lin Mo reached out and rubbed the Hellhound King's head. The future fearsome beast now lay obediently under a human's hand, happily wagging its tail. Good dog, let's eat. Lin Mo replenished the food for the Hellhound family and used a box of milk to increase the puppies' affection levels, repeating the defeat and contract process. Soon all the puppies' information appeared before him, so weak that a single scratch could defeat them. This wouldn't do. As Lin Mo pondered how to enhance his pet's strength, the system alerted him. Congratulations, host, for contracting more than 3 pets within a day. Reward multiplier x2. Choose 2 of the following 3 rewards. Super Evolution Fluid, Basic Combat Pet Package x3, Advanced Combat Pet Package x1. Seeing the prompt, Lin Mo didn't hesitate to choose the first and third options. The Advanced Combat Pet Package was clearly not a reward obtainable at this stage, and the Super Evolution Fluid was too good to miss. As the options vanished, a package and a syringe appeared before him. Through the panel description, he understood the effects of the Super Evolution Fluid. It could directly cause a normal life to enter a mutant state without any risk of failure. In other words, a normal person could become a mutant with no side effects. Lin Mo was excited. This item, if auctioned, would fetch billions. Could it possibly help decipher the evolution mystery before the mythological era arrives, averting the crisis? Just as this thought emerged, he saw a note in the bottom right corner. Super Evolution Fluid, sourced from a mythical dimension using mythological life materials, cannot be replicated in the current world. With that, Lin Mo could only put aside his regret, grabbed the Hellhound King's neck and gave it a quick, precise shot in the back of the neck. He had seen vaccines given to pets before. This shot was fast and firm, done in 10 seconds. The Hellhound King shook its head, large questioning eyes in its dark gaze, and staggered towards the puppies curling up next to them. Meanwhile, on the pet module, the Hellhound King's page turned gray, indicating evolution in process. An hour later. Congratulations, host, pet evolution successful. You've gained 1000 experience. Character level has increased to 20. The consecutive prompts made Lin Mo overjoyed. He ignored his own character panel, clicking on the pet module, the Hellhound King's icon. At this moment, the pet panel showed a complete transformation in the Hellhound King's information. Name, Hellhound King. Bloodline, Hell's Cerberus. Fire attribute, level 10, Constitution 60, Strength 65, Agility 63, Spirit 71. Lin Mo was stunned by the Hellhound King's attribute panel and couldn't help his frustration, hugging it tightly and shaking it vigorously, the Hellhound barely keeping control stuck out its tongue, almost fainting. I've been grinding for more than half a month to reach level 20, and you wake up at level 10 after one sleep. My past life must have been worse than a dog's. Lin Mo felt gloomy whenever he thought about this. His talent was exceptionally good. Not only did his attributes skyrocket, but he also possessed innate bloodline talents. Just the two initial growth abilities he had were enough to dominate many after the advent of the mythical era, staking out a territory for himself. Having awakened early, Lin Mo's future was not limited to just level 32. He glared fiercely at the family of hellhounds. Conveniently, they could work for him, if he remembered correctly. There was an F-level dungeon nearby. F-level dungeons, being the lowest level of desert dungeons, had monsters generally below level 10, and the bosses were only between levels 20 to 25. Resources in these dungeons were sparse and scarcely worth the effort for anyone marginally powerful. However, these F-level dungeons were the primary source of supplies for most lower-level survivors. Lin Mo wasn't short of supplies. Visiting the F-level dungeon was merely for practice and to gain some experience. Before heading out, he needed to prepare some supplies. At the headquarters of the Dragon Group, the Guardian Wei Anming was carefully dusting a cabinet. Although it was just a base and seldom had any visitors, it had to maintain a presentable appearance, so occasionally it did a bit of business typical of an antique shop. "Boss, do you have any imitation tang swords here, the kind that are sharpened?" Wei Anming frowned and instinctively refused. "Nope, that's considered a controlled weapon. We're a legitimate shop." After he finished speaking, he turned around only to realize it was a familiar face. It was the foolish rich second generation who had bought an expensive potted plant from him a few days ago. Wei Anming's initial wariness softened. Rich people with more money than they knew what to do with often liked odd and rare things. It wasn't unusual for them to collect sharpened tang swords. Although it was technically illegal, many would sharpen them privately as long as they weren't foolish enough to display them in public or pass through security checks. "I do have tang swords here, but they aren't sharpened. If you want it as a decorative piece, it should be sufficient." Lin Mo thought about leaving to find another shop, but since he was already here, he decided to have a look first. Wei Anming nodded, wiped his hands, and went into the back storeroom to bring out two long box-shaped cases covered in dust. He gently dusted them off and opened the boxes to show them. Lin Mo examined them and discovered they were just ordinary decorative pieces, merely modern handicrafts. He shook his head in disappointment, but then his eyes caught a glimpse of a similar box under a nearby cabinet. "What's that? Let me see." Wei Anming hesitated, vaguely remembering it. "That's not a tang sword. It's an old ring pommel saber from the battlefield, a relic from the time of the Resistance War. It's not pretty." He subconsciously refused. The next moment, Lin Mo pulled out a stack of cash from his backpack. As Wei Anming watched in astonishment, stack after stack of cash piled up, surpassing 100,000 without stopping. Wei Anming's mouth twitched and he raised his hand to stop him. "Let me show it to you first. I can sell it to you, but for a flat rate of 200,000. It's a memorabilia, a treasure passed down from my ancestors." As the box opened, Lin Mo saw a heavy saber full of scars, with a ring at the end and a strip of gray-white rag wrapped around the junction between the blade and the ring pommel. The cloth bore deep black marks, and an aura of solemnity emanated from it. Lin Mo picked it up, feeling its substantial weight, and decided to buy it immediately. With his current strength, he could feel its heft, which indicated its superior quality. Although the blade had significant wear, a bit of sharpening wouldn't affect its use. A weapon that had tasted blood on the battlefield was incomparable to modern handicrafts. 200,000 can be paid now. "Do you have a whetstone here?" Wei Anming's eyelids twitched. "As you wish, just don't disrupt the business." As Lin Mo found a spot to sharpen his new weapon, Wei Anming finally noticed the quietly sitting king of the Hellhounds. The sleek black body was full of explosive power, its fur shiny and eyes clear and bright. But when those canine eyes fixed on you, it felt like you were being sized up, not by a dog, but by a human. "This dog is extraordinary," Wei Anming muttered hesitantly. Normally he wasn't afraid of dogs, but now he felt a twinge of fear. A black mongrel dog brought him the same sense of oppression he felt facing combat personnel. Lin Mo checked his blade and offhandedly remarked, "Found this stray dog pretty obedient though." Was it really just a stray dog? Wei Anming stealthily observed, but couldn't discern anything as people walked by, so he suppressed his doubts. How could it be such a coincidence that a special event found its way to their doorstep? Lin Mo once again narrowly avoided the official suspicions. He had already noticed something unusual about the curio shop while he was sharpening his knife, casually observing the shop's layout. It appeared straightforward at a glance, but there was a hidden space behind it. The owner wasn't really focused on the business, just playing the role of a greedy merchant. However, the secrets of the curio shop were none of his business, and Wei Anming wasn't a person of interest, as evidenced by the lack of labels over his head. As long as one's own strength was solid, everything else was inconsequential. Here we are. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of an alley, faced with the prompt to enter. The instant he didn't hesitate to choose yes. In a flash, both man and dog disappeared at the mouth of the alley. Passers-by momentarily lost focus in their gaze, then shook their heads, thinking their eyes were playing tricks. It can't be haunted in broad daylight, right? The scene before them darkened, then brightened again. The people around had vanished. Ding! Host has entered the Bat Cave. Please proceed with caution. Lin Mo laughed heartily. This was the first time the system didn't warn of extreme danger ahead, suggesting that the F-level instance matched his current strength without posing a fatal threat. As long as he was careful, he could get out unscathed. The Hellhound King's tail stopped wagging, its muscles tensed, fangs bared, and it growled threateningly. The surrounding environment was dim and one could faintly see lives hanging on a clothesline not far away. Lin Mo drew his ring-headed saber and patted the Hellhound King. Let's go, don't leave any behind. There was a subtle connection between master and pet. Sensing his master's strong intent to defeat, the Hellhound growled excitedly, its front paws scraping slightly against the ground. Flames sparked and fire seemed to spontaneously generate, causing the darkened lives to stir. Defeat. At the command, both man and dog sprang into action. Lin Mo was quicker, reaching the first checkpoint in an instant. Wherever his blade passed, blood flashed. A dark shadow the size of a small arm fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 5 bat, earning 20 experience points. Observant Eye activated, gaining an additional 0.5 attribute boost. Ding! Congratulations, your pet Hellhound King has defeated a level 4 bat, earning 18 experience points. The master gained 9 experience points. Lin Mo charged ahead, slaughtering monsters as if slicing through vegetables while keeping an eye on the Hellhound King's movements. He intentionally left half of the small monsters for the Hellhound King to train its ferocity. Pets gaining defeat experience also added bonus experience for the master, a pleasant surprise. In less than 3 minutes, more than a dozen bats lay dead. The bodies turned into orbs of light. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining bat claws. F*10 bat meat *5. Lin Mo barely glanced at these items. Bat claws were crafting materials, but not widely used and only at F level. As for the meat chunks, Lin Mo immediately took out a piece, about 500 grams, and tossed it to the Hellhound King. A pound of meat vanished in an instant, and the formerly fierce hellhound sat down, wagging its tail happily at its master. Let's take this back for dog food. Lin Mo carried a backpack, though it was not very large. Fortunately, instance drops mostly appeared in the form of orbs, almost volumeless when not in use, translucent and insubstantial, as if existing in another world. Next came the second level, where a minor boss appeared, a level 15 entity that was 3 times stronger than other minor monsters. However, its attributes were barely comparable to those of the Hellhound King, and it lacked any bloodline or skills. Ultimately, Lin Mo harvested it with a single strike, gaining an attribute boost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for clearing the F-grade dungeon Blue Wingbat Cave, receiving a reward of 10 dungeon treasure chests. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first defeat in the Blue Wingbat Cave, receiving a first defeat chest. F*1. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first world dungeon defeat, receiving a first defeat chest. D*1. The contents of the treasure chests are related to the dungeon, but occasionally they contain items that are one level higher or are bizarre and rare. Lin Mo casually opened the chests. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 blue wingbat claws. F*2 blue wingbat claws. E*1 pair of blue wingbat boots. F*a pet summoning command and a spatial grid, 10 cubic meters. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the forging module. The forging module lacks detailed instructions and requires self-exploration. Lin Mo was more concerned about the last 2 first defeat rewards. The pet summoning command allows for summoning a pet instantly to the owner's side regardless of spatial distances. Though it seems trivial, it is actually a rule-level item that could even save his life in the future if used properly. As for the world's first defeat reward, it directly granted a spatial grid, a portable space of 10 cubic meters. Indeed, the reward for a world's first defeat was lavish. In his previous life, he had never heard of any powerful figure possessing such a personal space, a secret advantage not meant for public knowledge. Other items like the boots and bat claws were merely useless materials. Lin Mo then took 2 pieces of meat and fed them to the Hellhound King, patting its head. After exiting the dungeon, he took the Hellhound King home for some rest, unaware that all the official mysterious organizations around the world were going insane. 10 minutes earlier, at the headquarters of the Shenlong group, a meeting was in session. Suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation occurred, and the head of the combat team stood up abruptly, his face filled with shock. "Did you hear that?" The world's first defeat announcement, which only a very few could perceive, had set off a huge uproar, even reaching celestial proportions. Check, we must thoroughly investigate who obtained the first defeat reward. What are the implications of the changes occurring around the world? Are they good or bad? What secrets lie behind them? Meanwhile, Lin Mo, casually holding a piece of jerky, was walking his dogs in the neighborhood, completely at ease. The Hellhound King tilted its head and let out a soft bark as Xiaoya approached with a smile, squatting down to affectionately stroke its fur. "Such a good boy, you've taken good care of him. His wounds have healed nicely. You must have been very attentive." Noticing that the wounds on the Hellhound King had scabbed over and disappeared, Xiaoya's gaze towards Lin Mo softened even more. Seeing the plump, chubby little puppies waddling behind, her eyes curved into a smile. The two exchanged a few words about dog raising, forming a charming scene. A group of elderly men playing chess nearby chimed in. "Old Tan, your granddaughter is about to bring good news. Don't forget to invite us to the wedding feast." Teased by them, Tan Xiao played along. "Of course, I've personally seen what a fine lad Lin Mo is, and I'd have no objections to him being my grandson-in-law." His voice was loud enough that Lin Mo, with his keen senses, had already taken notice. Glancing sideways at Xiaoya, she looked somewhat unnatural, clearly having overheard the conversation with her grandfather. Her grandfather was always fond of joking around, so it wasn't something to take to heart. Xiaoya tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and offered an awkward smile. Lin Mo shrugged, saying, "I wouldn't dare date a teacher." Xiaoya felt the tension inside her dissipate, and she smiled slightly. "Why? Is it because I'm not pretty, or are you afraid it might affect your future if people find out?" "Neither," he replied. "It's just that there are many things waiting for me to do, and honestly, I am a bit scared." Xiaoya suddenly remembered that this young man had been hurt before. Perhaps that's why they could share such a pure friendship. With a smile, she comforted him. "Don't worry, I'll introduce you to some cheerful and lively beauties in the future." The two of them chatted and laughed as they entered the school, where Lin Mo once again garnered a lot of attention. "Bro, you're really something, getting so close so fast," Lu Pan teased with a wink. "Last time I asked her for help, she didn't hesitate to quell the rumors and got you out of the police station." Lin Mo rolled his eyes. "Miss Xiao and I are just ordinary friends," Fatty Lu Pan, imitating and squeezing his voice, joked. "Miss Xiao and I are just ordinary friends, the kind of ordinary friends who enter and leave together." Seeing Lin Mo getting a bit irritated, Fatty immediately turned serious. "Really nothing? Well, everyone thinks you two are together. What about that girl you used to like? She's cried quite a few times." Lin Mo nodded indifferently, having long since stopped caring about these matters. He had already become a notable figure in the school, with every move of his under scrutiny. That afternoon, a gossip thread about Lin Mo appeared on the forum. Lin Mo was indeed handsome and charming. He had pursued Shen Huiling so earnestly and passionately, clearly a man who had been heartbroken. Amidst the groans of the boys, the female classmates felt sympathy for Lin Mo. They had all witnessed his feelings for Shen Huiling, and many had been envious of her, which was also why Shen Huiling had considered dating Lin Mo. Despite Lin Mo's modest means, he was extremely popular among the female students. His devoted affection had greatly satisfied Shen Huiling's vanity. Unfortunately, Lin Mo was no longer interested in her. No one in the discussion thread mentioned Shen Huiling, but everyone inwardly laughed at her misjudgment. As for the involved parties, none showed up. People in the school no longer saw Lin Mo as an object of pity, but rather with intense envy and jealousy. Lin Mo maintained a regular routine. His physical fitness, boosted by attributes, was impressively enhanced, but the rapid pace of enhancements sometimes made his movements awkward. In equal-level combat, a single mistake could lead to a total loss. He headed to the gym. The receptionist saw the handsome man approaching and immediately noticed the explosive muscles under his clothes. She hurriedly asked, "Handsome, are you here to get a membership? You look professional. Are you interested in applying for a one-on-one fitness coaching job here?" One-on-one coaching? Lin Mo decisively declined. No thanks, I'm just looking for a place to train. Not sure if your equipment and space will be enough. Hearing that he was not applying for a job, the receptionist felt a bit disappointed, but processing a membership was also fine. She ignored his last comment, confident in their professional equipment, which met FIBA standards and was sufficient even for international athletes. You can try first and I'll find a coach to give you an hour's experience of our professional service, she said enthusiastically. Not long after, a man about 1.75 meters tall but robust walked out wearing only a tight tank top and shorts. His bronzed skin stretched over exaggerated muscles, a perfect inverted triangle torso. You can call me Coach Gu. Alright, what would you like to try first? We have everything here, Coach Gu said, furrowing his brows when he saw Lin Mo's unmoved expression and casually tossing a resistance band his way. I have even more challenging tasks, but if you want to experience them, you'll need to show me your strength. Lin Mo awkwardly waved his hands. It's okay if you can't pull it, just give it a try so I can plan your training schedule. Realizing Coach Gu misunderstood, Lin Mo smiled and declined. No thanks. The quality of this isn't great, I'm afraid I might break it and have to pay for damages. Coach Gu's eyes widened like brass bells, his face turning dark with anger. Without another word, he threw the resistance band back into Lin Mo's arms. Quite the bold talk, young man, even I can't break this thing, don't get too ridiculous. Ding, gained 10, skepticism points from Coach Guam. Ding, gained 5, curiosity points from Massachusetts Air. Ding, gained 3 curiosity points from Lisan. The shop was bustling with people and many were now drawn by Coach Gu's loud remarks, curiously waiting to see what would happen next. Lin Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, unsure whether to feel sad or happy about the situation. If I break it, you'll have to vouch for me, Coach, he said. Coach Gu crossed his arms and slightly lifted his chin in response, pretending, still pretending. He was certain Lin Mo couldn't possibly manage to break a professional-grade resistance band, so he confidently made the promise. Lin Mo hesitated no longer. He grasped the ends of the band and gently tugged. Immediately, the resistance band tensed up. Coach Gu staggered slightly, his mouth agape. You've got some strength, kid. This resistance band is child's play for you, but that's as far as it goes. Breaking it is a different level of difficulty. This is made of fine steel, he said, not finishing his sentence. Lin Mo's arms, already extended, exerted force once more, causing the entire resistance band to tremble. Just before it could snap, Lin Mo released his grip, easing the tension. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well enough, almost broke it for real. A steel band stretched to its limit and breaking could have the destructive force of a large caliber firearm. Lin Mo ultimately eased off. Still, the resistance band was ruined. Hey mister, Lin, our little shop can't really handle a big Buddha like you. Why don't you check out the extreme sports gym next door? That place is more suited for your training. Coach Gu, following a young man, both of them very polite, escorted Lin Mo out. The young man was the gym owner. Before Lin Mo could speak up to explain, the owner shoved a large envelope into his hand. Otherwise, shall I drive you there myself? Lin Mo sighed helplessly. He had merely tried a few different equipment, and because he wasn't used to his own attributes, caused quite a stir. He had twisted 2 barbells, sparked the ab wheel, and snapped the squat rack, all of which he had paid for. No need, I'm not short on cash, just tell me if there's any other good places to train, like shooting or boxing. The owner hesitated only a second before he listed several well-known training facilities within the circle, even providing membership recommendations. Some were private clubs. Normally Lin Mo, just a regular student, wouldn't even be able to find the entrance to these places. Now, to keep his own shop quiet, the owner decisively directed the flood elsewhere to prevent Lin Mo from scaring away other customers. Lin Mo took the recommendation letter, turned and walked away. Going to an extreme sports gym wouldn't help. His current destructive power was too great, and being overly cautious in the gym wouldn't be very effective. To really improve, he had to go down into the dungeons. Following his memory, Lin Mo found an E-level dungeon slightly above his own overall level. Dressed in neat clothes and pants, a red cord hanging from his waist with a large saber attached, and mountain boots for strong grip, even when stepping on the carcasses of beasts he wouldn't slip. Hell, are you ready? The Hellhound King wagged its tail, sitting obediently at his master's feet. Earn your own keep, Hellhound. The meat of these beasts is beneficial for a pup's growth. Maybe they will be stronger than you in the future. Ding, warning, you are about to enter a level E instance, recommended for level 25 and above, the Steel Wing Bird Nest. Lin Mo, having cleared the level F instance, the Azure Wingbat Cave, gained a massive amount of experience and is now level 23. To be safe, he could grind the same instance a few more times and wait until he's past level 25 to gradually increase the difficulty. However, all this is under the premise that he hasn't received the level 5 gift pack. With the accumulation of time, Lin Mo has just reached 12,000 emotional points today. Level 5 reward, Blood Ignition Technique, which increases critical hit by 1000%, consumes no more than 10% or 100 health points, and increases health recovery by 30 points over 10 minutes. Although it's not as comprehensive as the Bloodline rune, which offers an all-around enhancement and increases the future potential, this level 5 reward perfectly meets his needs for dungeon boss farming. Now his personal panel has been updated to name, Lin Mo, race, human, level, 23, 45/10,000, constitution, 1214, strength, 138, agility, 147, spirit, 133, allocatable attribute points, 56, skills, emotional recycle, note, absorbs emotional points from surrounding creatures to unlock. Rewards, Immortal Grasp S, life value stacked 890, inch eye of observation S, attribute stack 72, Blood Ignition Technique A, increases critical hit by 1000%, consumes up to 10% but no more than 100 health points, and increases health recovery by 30 points over 10 minutes. Bloodline rune, Thunder Guard, automatically absorbs stray lightning, forming a protective layer of thunder. Strengthening with bloodline growth, can burst instantly at 100 ma. Emotional points, 12015, level 6 reward, 30,000 emotional points. Note, the higher the level of the emotional source, the stronger the fluctuation, the more emotional points produced. The emotional points needed for the level 6 reward are 1.5 times higher than those for level 5, clearly showing that the emotional points required for each level at least double. There's an invisible cap on individual emotional points. Once it surpasses a certain threshold, it becomes difficult to trigger fluctuations in others' emotions unless Lin Mo has a significantly prominent identity whose every action pulls at the emotions of countless people, compensating quantity for quality. Ding. The host has entered the steel wing bird nest, and in the evening a large number of steel wing birds gather. Beware of the bird tide. Ahead lies a vast oak forest interspersed within the city. A distant haze obscures the view, barely revealing a hint of sunset red. The system alerts of an impending bird tide, yet the surroundings are eerily quiet. Not even a mosquito is seen in the lush woods. Crickets and other creatures that usually appear at dusk are now silent, as if they had all died. Woof woof. The Hellhound King's eyes redden, its spine arches, and its fur bristles. Lin Mo reaches for his waist and takes a step forward. Suddenly, the sky darkens as the sunrise is obscured by a flock of birds, the world turning as dark as if the apocalypse had arrived. The number is astonishing, reaching into the hundreds. Hell! Lin Mo's scalp tingles. He shouts without looking back, already surrounded by the flock of birds. Defeat without mercy. The fierce barking of dogs accompanies feathers flying everywhere. Lin Mo can hardly see anything. With his vision blocked, he uses a knife to carve a path for himself. The birds only have numbers on their side. Lin Mo cuts them down effortlessly, like slicing through vegetables. Their average level isn't even as high as the azure wing bats from the level F instance. In an instant, more than half of the bird flock is decimated. His field of vision broadens, but the unease in his heart intensifies. Man and dog stand together, staring fixedly at the circling, wailing birds. The blood of countless fallen comrades rises into the sky as threads and strands. The surviving steel wing birds' eyes bulge with blood, their bodies further swell, and their feathers gleam like steel blades. A sharp shriek echoes from the oak trees. The flock of birds dives down fiercely. Lin Mo dodges. The leading bird's beak plunges into the concrete ground beside him. The sharp beak, akin to a high-quality blade, could easily penetrate and shred a normal person into pieces to be devoured by the flock. The enhanced steel wing birds are generally above level 15. The Hellhound inevitably gets injured but still refuses to back down, retreating into a temporary pet space for rest. Lin Mo coldly watches the severely wounded Hellhound King, showing grim white bones until the system alerts him. Ding! Congratulations host, your Hellhound King has leveled up to 18. Please be advised host that your Hellhound King has sustained bleeding, fractures and dizziness, and its health is only at 1%. Once your pet dies, it cannot be revived. Lin Mo looked at the battlefield, now with only a dozen or so steel wing birds remaining, and said, retract into the pet space. Ding, pet retracted. Note, the pet space is cramped and dark. Prolonged confinement will lead to a decrease in loyalty. Lin Mo was well aware of the Hellhound's terrifying recovery ability. These injuries would fully heal in less than half a day. compared to the Hellhound King, he himself was in greater danger. At this moment only 13 birds remained in sight. Eye of observation activate. Elite steel wingbird, level 20, constitution 50, strength 40, agility 50, spirit 23. Note: having absorbed a large amount of blood from its companions, this frenzied steel wingbird, driven only by its defeating instinct, is extremely dangerous. Lin Mo flicked his knife and the blood slid off the blade's tip. Chirp! The flock of birds swooped in to attack. Though their numbers had decreased, the danger they presented was even greater than the first wave. A normal person would be overwhelmed, beaten to death. But Lin Mo, who was least afraid of being outnumbered, disregarded his safety, striking lethal blows without any defense, his frenzy matching that of the crazed birds. Clang clang, the beaks sharp as steel knives and the keen-edged feathers could only leave superficial cuts on Lin Mo. The birds' attacks were relentless, and Lin Mo's ears were filled with continuous notifications. Ding, host has been attacked, health -3. Ding, host has been attacked, health -1. Ding, in just 1 minute over 200 points of health were lost. These level 20 steel wing birds only had a health of 50. Lin Mo, at level 23, however, possessed over 1,000 points of health, making him the strongest blood bowl at his level. These mere elite steel wing birds couldn't break his defense at all. Once the last elite steel wing bird fell, Lin Mo took a moment to catch his breath and walked slowly to an oak tree. Raising his hand, he struck with a punch. The massive tree, big enough that 3 men together could barely embrace it, trembled and its leaves rustled loudly. From the top of the oak, a gigantic steel wing bird king, as large as a man, flapped its wings and dived down. Its cry was identical to the earlier flock sound. Above its head were 4 blood-red characters: Boss. At last it came. Lin Mo burst forth using the blood-burning secret technique. His knees bent, he leaped up. A strike to the throat, critical hit, damage 99, critical strike 1000%, 999. The Bird King cried out tragically, falling to the ground, blood flowing from the wound. Lin Mo lost 100 points of health, which had no significant impact on him. It even triggered a 30% healing bonus, slowly repairing the minor wounds on his body. But the battle had dragged on too long, and even with Lin Mo's extraordinary attributes, he still felt mentally exhausted. His knife also fell to the ground. As the Bird King's wings trembled yet to unleash its final radiance, an old ring-headed knife sped through the air, hitting it right between the eyes. It breathed its last, and only then did a treasure chest appear before Lin Mo. Playing dead was indeed rare for a boss, but not unheard of. Lin Mo ignored the knife and opened the chest first. Out came a bunch of basic medicine and materials. He took a red potion for both himself and the Hellhound King. After catching his breath, he began to clear the battlefield, picking up the loot dropped by the treasure chest. First defeat rewards and defeat drops. Lin Mo then exited the instance. It should be around here. The mysterious power still lingered in the surroundings. Had the results come out from the investigation at the nearby residence place? The psychological counselor discovered that 4 days ago, at 3:23 p.m., 2 local residents passing by Pingan Lane had been affected by an external intervention suspected to be a mysterious force influence. The area was immediately sealed, and the Pingan Lane incident was classified as S-level confidential. With his new skills, Lin Mo easily slaughtered the ultimate boss of the E-level instance, his confidence swelling. Lin Mo made a special trip to explore a D-level instance that he was familiar with from his past life. Within less than 3 minutes he was forced to retreat and exit the instance. Sighing, he realized that the level 6 rewards were still far out of reach. Since he was temporarily barred from entering D-level instances, he had no choice but to spend his free time grinding through the 2 instances he had already cleared. Lin Mo also had a vague feeling that he was moving too fast after his rebirth. Everything had been going too smoothly so far, affecting his mindset and preventing him from settling down and consolidating his gains. With 10 months until the mythic descent, he knew he could use his foresight to prepare extensively and focus on enhancing his overall abilities. On the ride back, the taxi driver suddenly slowed down, following the traffic police's directions to take a detour. Lin Mo glanced outside the window and was momentarily startled. The entrance to the F-level instance at Pingan Lane was surrounded by police tape. The previous taxi driver lamented, "There's been a major incident here and they're not letting the news out. Everyone's guessing it might be a homicide. They say it's just old alley renovation, but there are many old alleys around, so why renovate just this small section of the road?" Lin Mo suddenly sat up straight. At the entrance of Pingan Lane, a familiar figure was inside the police cordon. as the car moved, more of the figure's features became visible. It was the antique shop owner. Something was off. The instant's entrance was sealed, and the enigmatic antique shop owner was there with plainclothes officers, coincidentally right after he had cleared the instance. Lin Mo's enhanced mental attributes gave him exceptional cognitive abilities, allowing him to remain calm and objectively analyze the situation despite significant emotional turmoil. Combining knowledge from his past life with the mythic descent, the official measures that followed, and the fact that 8 out of the top 10 masters belonged to legitimate forces, he suspected that the mythic descent might happen much sooner than he remembered. The experiences from his past and present life corroborated each other, making Lin Mo almost certain that the higher-ups had known about the descent but hadn't anticipated its massive scale. Thus, besides himself, there were other early awakeners in the world. Don't worry, young man, we're just ordinary people. If the sky falls, there will be taller people to hold it up, the driver said, glancing in the rearview mirror, thinking Lin Mo was worried about the homicide. The two were not on the same wavelength, but Lin Mo had already thought of a strategy: consolidation. He needed to accelerate the assimilation of his recent gains and enhance his own strength. Only by becoming stronger could he face everything fearlessly and remain invincible. Thank you, uncle. You should also be careful, try not to drive at night, Lin Mo kindly advised, though he didn't mind whether the driver took his advice or not. 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Mo was extremely busy, operating like a machine around the clock. He not only completed his academic work but also learned various weapons and archery skills. In his spare time, he extensively researched mythological texts, studying the characteristics and weaknesses of mythological beings rarely appearing at school. He spent 3 months fading from public view. Initially, he was nervous about Ping'an Lane being blocked off. But since no one had approached him yet, it seemed that the authorities were also only partially informed about these powers. Lin Mo remained cautious. These 3 months were not just a respite from the spotlight but also his last chance for some leisure time. Stepping out of the shooting range, a car stopped in front of Lin Mo. Xiaoya rolled down the window and said, "Your clothes are in the back seat. It's the old man's 80th birthday and you can't embarrass him." Lin Mo took off his shirt and climbed into the back seat to change. Caught off guard, Xiaoya found her gaze drawn to his lean, muscular waist. Below the smooth 8-pack abs was a beautiful Adonis belt and the faintly visible shark muscles near his ribcage under his armpits. Lin Mo buttoned up and adjusted his cuffs. "Have you seen enough of Miss Xiao the beauty?" Xiaoya's face turned red and she bashfully turned her head away. She started the car quickly, stepping on the gas pedal, the engine's roar covering up her shyness. "Don't take it off so quickly next time, there are ladies here," Lin Mo said as he put on his coat, teasing, "You're not an outsider. You wouldn't lust after my body." With that, he earned a roll of the eyes from Xiaoya. The two arrived at old Master Tan's grand 80th birthday celebration, where many distinguished guests had already gathered. Among them were big names only seen on TV and various celebrities. Soon the old man Tan, who was usually seen playing chess in the neighborhood, came out wearing a traditional Zhongshan suit, clapping his hands lightly. The entire room fell silent, all eyes on the elder. Lin Mo was fascinated. He still didn't know what old Master Tan's former profession was, but the influence he commanded was extraordinary. Just then the old man cleared his throat. "Today is my big birthday, and while I still have some influence, let me introduce a junior for everyone to meet." The guests murmured among themselves, unable to hide their surprise. Who was this junior that old Master Tan felt necessary to introduce on such an occasion? Could it be another remarkable descendant of the Tan family? Old Master Tan's gaze fell on Lin Mo. "Come here, young Lin." The Lin family? Was it the Lin family from City A or the wealthy Lin family from City H that ranked among the top 500? Worthy of old Master Tan's attention, could he be from one of those mysterious families? But no one had heard of a Lin family member in such circles. As the crowd speculated, Xiaoya nudged Lin Mo from behind. "Go ahead with grandfather here, you don't need to worry about anyone else's face, it's just a formality." Lin Mo stepped forward with a smile, nodding to the guests, and quickly walked up to old Master Tan's side. "Old Master, you've really given me a great gift." Tan knew he disliked these formalities, but he had his own reasons. Lin Mo was a poor boy and becoming his granddaughter's suitor wasn't going to be simple. Yet Lin Mo was genuinely grateful to the old man. Because, under the gaze of the guests, his emotional value, which had been stagnant for 3 months, began to skyrocket. Ding, received 50 curiosity points from Guam Yuan. Ding, received 5 shock points from Lu Tao. Ding, received 20 jealousy points from Hua Xiaoyu. In an instant, his emotional value collection soared to 1,000. Most of the guests were ordinary people, and the emotional values they provided ranged from 5 to 10. Gu Yuan's 50 curiosity points were particularly notable among them. Lin Mo could vaguely see someone in the crowd, a youth with the demeanor of a bright moon, aloof and gentle, his character points more prominent than others, but the distance was too far to see clearly. Gu Yuan, could it be? This young man is someone I've recently come to admire. Lin Mo, come and introduce yourself briefly. Don't be nervous, everyone here is either your senior or your peer, Old Master Tan said meaningfully. Lin Mo nodded and spoke briefly. What he said wasn't important. What mattered was Old Master Tan's attitude, clearly aimed to influence the audience. Old Master Tan then gestured for Xiaoya to come forward, smiling gently. I'm old and the future belongs to the young. I don't know when this old skeleton of mine will depart. Grandfather. Xiaoya frowned in disagreement while others had varying opinions. Was Old Master Tan preemptively securing a future for his granddaughter? But there seemed to be no news from the Xiao family side. Amidst the guests, one person stood out, seemingly unable to understand Old Master Tan's subtle support, and pointed directly at Lin Mo. Old Master Tan, you've been deceived, this man is no good. Hua Xiaoyu's voice was not loud, but it startled everyone in the room. Tan Zhao's smile faded slightly, though he remained polite and composed. No need to say more, I'm well aware of Lin Mo's background. I'm a bit tired myself. Xiaoya, why don't you take Lin Mo around to meet some people? Without waiting for a response, he walked away with his hands behind his back, heading towards his wife. Xiaoya flicked her hair and smiled slightly, showing no signs of discomfort, as if she hadn't heard Hua Xiaoyu's comment. She gracefully greeted the guests. This is Mr. Hu, the head of Dongfeng Group. Lin Mo, poised and respectful, greeted him with a Mr. Hu, to which the other man nodded slightly. This is Mo Lan, whose company has strong backing and a promising future. Suddenly an alert sounded. Level 38 high-tier zombie detected. Seek cover immediately. Mo Lan, with her short neat hair and a women's suit that outlined her figure, exuded a stern androgynous vibe. Her greeting was crisp and straightforward. Hello Mr. Lin Mo. She assessed the young man from the small town with a scrutinizing and somewhat critical gaze. Lin Mo naturally extended his hand. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Activating the immortal grip, his health points increased every second. To outsiders, Lin Mo appeared to be enthusiastically conversing with Mo Lan. After a minute he had gained 100 health points before he finally let go of her hand, which was now visibly reddened. Mo Lan frowned, hiding her hand in her sleeve, her attitude towards Lin Mo turning colder, unwilling to engage further. After making the rounds for half an hour, Lin Mo had discreetly harvested health points from each person he touched, adding up to 258 points in total. Now only a few guests remained whom Xiaoya was less familiar with, so she too had to make small talk first. This is Gu Yuan from one of these city's 4 major families, a prominent young figure of his generation. Lin Mo perked up. Indeed, it was him, Gu Yuan, one of the future top 10 human powers, known for his mild manner and ever-present smile. Such a person, Lin Mo noted, likely had a colder heart and was harder to reach. They were merely acquaintances who now had a chance to become more familiar. As the main host Elder Tan was absent, Xiaoya alone could not attend to everyone. The attendees were all notable figures, at least, followed by juniors and assistants from various families. Soon small groups formed, engaging in pleasant conversations. Wait here for a moment, I need to use the restroom, Xiaoya suddenly said, her expression troubled, and she quickly left the scene. That's when someone who had been waiting took the opportunity to step forward, climbing up by clinging to a woman. Anyone with a bit of dignity would walk away themselves, admitting they're just trash at the bottom of society. Lin Mo remembered this person who Xiaoya had introduced earlier, a distant member of the Hua family who had been standing next to Hua Xiaoyu. Seizing the moment, he quickly stepped forward to show his loyalty to the main family line like a faithful dog. What are you laughing at? Hua Lei wondered if Lin Mo's odd behavior was due to being scared silly. Nothing much. It's just that this is a public event and it's Elder Tan's birthday celebration. I don't want to make a big scene, Lin Mo replied, not wanting to dirty his hands dealing with some spoiled second generations or attract trouble. Turning left and right, Hua Lei led into a more secluded room. Apart from Hua Xiaoyu and a few bodyguards, there was also an older man who bore some resemblance to Hua Xiaoyu. It was the uncle. Hua Xiaoyu hurriedly stood up to identify him. Hua Jingrong scolded, what a fuss you're making, Lin Mo, isn't it? Don't think that just because you've won Old Master Tan's favor you can secure your position. We only recognize the strong, not those who resort to opportunistic tactics like you. Let me make you a deal that will turn your fortunes around and secure you a place in the upper echelons. Hua Jingrong's tone was not up for negotiation but rather a notification. Hua Lei immediately showed a look of envy and jealousy. He ingratiated himself with the direct lineage just to secure a place for himself. Lin Mo, a student who seemed inadequate in his eyes, easily received Hua Jingrong's promise. It was truly a case of comparing people can be infuriating. I refuse, Lin Mo said, not even planning to listen further. This unyielding attitude instantly provoked laughter from Hua Jingrong. He thought back to when the four great families started, also through fierce battles. Without ruthless methods, one couldn't establish themselves. Now being humiliated, of course he couldn't let it go. I'd like to see if your bones are as tough as you claim, Hua Jingrong sneered, initially wanting to start with diplomacy and then move to force. Now he could only reverse the order. It was Lin Mo's own doing. 13. The cold person didn't hesitate, immediately swinging a fist at Lin Mo, lean in build, with explosive power hidden in his waist and abdomen. Crucially, his eyes remained undisturbed even in action. The punch, enveloped with vigorous force, came rushing towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood still, simply raising his hand to block. The seemingly fierce punch landed in his palm and could not advance an inch. To outsiders, the two seemed to be in a stalemate, but the moment fist met palm, 13's hand audibly cracked. In contrast, Lin Mo's expression remained relaxed and easygoing. He didn't strike back, but instead changed from palm to grip, effortlessly lifting the big man and throwing him to the ground. Moving unhindered to Hua Jingrong's side, he raised his hand. Slap! Ding! Achievement unlocked. Shock Hua Jingrong 100 points, his future level not exceeding 10-inch, providing 100 emotional points in one go was the limit. Thus Lin Mo gave Hua Xiaoyu a slap as well. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Anger Hua Xiaoyu 30 points. Oh right, there's you too. Lin Mo, adhering to his principle of utilizing everything without waste, was just about to deliver a slap to Hua Lei when he saw Hua Lei already scrambling and running out. Help! The piercing scream immediately attracted a large crowd, turning Hua Jingrong's face instantly grim. But things had come to this point as Lin Mo deliberately passed by Hua Xiaoyu and smiled at him. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Resentment Hua Xiaoyu 50 points. You wait, Lin Mo, is it? Let me tell you, don't think that by pleasing Mr. Tend you can have the last laugh. He's just relying on his old age now. Hua Xiaoyu, accustomed to arrogance, dared to say such words at Tan Xiaoshuo's birthday feast. But he wasn't stupid. He lowered his voice, confident that no one else was around. Oh, is that so? Lin Mo, noticing the crowd drawn over, walked up to old Master Tan and briefly explained what had happened. As he finished speaking, Hua Jingrong with a swollen face walked out. This is a countercharge. Lin boy, I kindly invited you to join the Hua family to improve your skills. How can you say the Hua family doesn't match you? The crowd was in an uproar. Why is his face so swollen? Who did it? Today's young people, they prefer ease to toil and aim too high, Mr. Hua. Perhaps you should tend to your wounds first. It's really pitiful. Hua Jingrong's face was already numb with pain, so he felt nothing until repeatedly reminded. The humiliation mixing with the pain surged, making him even more furious, and he directly pulled rank from his family. Mr. Tend, you wouldn't believe a young upstart over our Hua family, would you? I have witnesses, so many eyes were watching. You must be fair. Tan Xiao laughed angrily, threatening me. If it were your uncle, the current head of the family, maybe, but you're not qualified. Although he retorted, Tan Xiao didn't explain like Lin Mo did, because he wasn't sure who spoke the truth. Fortunately, Lin Mo was prepared. You have your witnesses, I have physical evidence. Let's both present them and let everyone judge. Physical evidence? While hesitating, someone stepped forward. What physical evidence? Could someone from the Hua family really frame you? Look at the injuries on Hua Ershu and Hua Xiaoyu's faces. Do you dare to confront us publicly? This voice was unexpectedly from Xiaoya. With her taking a stance and condemning Lin Mo, the onlookers began to echo her sentiment. Some astute individuals realized this was all an act and chose not to intervene, simply enjoying the drama. With just a few words from Xiaoya, Hua Jingrong was put in a difficult position, forced to let Lin Mo present his evidence. As the banquet hall was equipped for hosting guests, it naturally had a large backdrop screen and a complete set of top-notch speakers. Lin Mo requested to use them, and everyone looked meaningfully at Hua Jingrong, who tried to appear calm. Unfortunately, I'm a bit cowardly on my own, so I turned on the camera. Lin Mo claimed it was an accident, but he knew no one would believe that. As the video played, the tension escalated, stopping abruptly just as Lin Mo was about to act. The screen went black for a second, then Hua Xiaoyu's voice could be heard. Don't think that just because you've pleased Mr. Tand, that's it. The room fell silent, only the emotional points skyrocketed. Everyone's gaze towards Lin Mo shifted from disdain to wariness. His methods were cunning and brutal, eliminating all obstacles to himself, and with Xiaoya, this woman, shielding him, this young man was definitely not simple. He was someone to keep at a distance, not to make enemies with. Many left with a lasting impression of Lin Mo. Ding, emotional points, 26,805. A surge of over 10,000 emotional points, and Lin Mo was quite pleased with Hua Xiaoyu's assistance. That final statement was the highlight. Mr. Tan was almost exploded with anger. Because the matter involved him, Lin Mo, the emotional points generated were directly his, leaving Hua Xiaoyu with no choice but to thick-skinnedly ask for forgiveness. Humph, please old man, I can't accept such a grand gesture. Hua Xiaoyu then turned to look at Xiaoya, only to be met with a cold stare from the goddess. Grandpa, let's not worry grandma any further, let's go. He didn't want to say another word to him. Seeing his own nephew in such a disgraceful state infuriated Hua Jingrong. After years of struggle, he knew he had to give face today and naturally moved past the incident. He shamelessly rushed to assist Mr. Tan. Rejected, he still followed closely until they reached the elderly lady in the wheelchair. The elderly lady, nearing her 70th year, listened with a smile and smoothed things over. This was wrong of you, and even more so of Xiaoyu. Where is he? Hua Jingrong scolded. What are you waiting for? Hua Xiaoyu hurried over to apologize. Mr. Tan shook his head without speaking. Instead, it was the grandmother in the wheelchair who smoothed things over. And later the Hua family seniors called to offer some kind words, finally putting the matter to rest. With so many people at the birthday banquet, the news couldn't be kept secret. Moreover, as a prominent family, the Hua family was a target for those who disliked them, stirring up trouble and directly helping Lin Mo push his emotional points to 30,000. 6th level reward, super enhancement. Everything can be enhanced. Equipment enhancement, success rate 100%. Any material can be used for enhancement. Material properties affect enhancement properties. 7th level reward, unlock at 50,000. Emotional points. Lin Mo swallowed nervously. The rewards for reaching level 6 weren't just temporary, they also required a substantial amount of materials, a true money-burning skill. However, one phrase stood out: a 100% success rate for enhancements. What did that mean? It meant that, given the resources, even a rag could be turned into a divine weapon of SS rank. Even without enhancing or upgrading, he could easily add bonuses to his weapons. This was truly a divine artifact for the later stages. While others needed to replace their equipment and adapt anew, he could grow alongside his gear, customizing it at will. The only downside was the resource drain. Sitting in his living room, Lin Mo stared at an invitation on the coffee table in front of him, embossed with the mark of the dragon, intended for his eyes only. His high-profile actions had caught official attention just once, but fortunately, they hadn't discovered the connection between him and the Peace Alley instance. Instead, they considered him a lucky fellow who had stumbled upon a mysterious event and gained a fortuitous adventure. Hesitant at first, now with the gold-devouring skill of equipment enhancement in hand, he didn't think twice before deciding to accept the invitation. His name, Lin Mo. Age, Lin Mo gave the receptionist a speechless look. You already have all this information, why do you need to ask again? It felt like an interrogation. The receptionist, lively and young with a thin skin, blushed at his question. It's all standard procedure, just a formality. After all, members of the Dragon Group must undergo strict scrutiny, usually taking 3 to 5 days with a guarantee from a captain or higher, she explained incessantly, her eyes sparkling with admiration when she mentioned the ranks of captain. The world had become dangerous. About 2 years ago, anomalies started appearing globally. The 3 captains of the Dragon Group had risen to prominence, then founding the group with the mission of maintaining public safety and eliminating threats. Lin Mo nodded, his expression unchanged, indicating his awareness. The actual inception and the archives of the past years of the Dragon Group were of some interest to him, but the exaggerated presentation went in one ear and out the other. Sensing she was talking to no avail, the receptionist quickly went through the process. Once you've filled out the forms, proceed to Department 3 for a physical examination. She directed him to the marked channel and handed him a temporary ID card, explaining that his department would be assigned once his physical report was out, and his direct supervisor would then provide him with an official ID card. Different departments had different access levels, and he was cautioned not to wander. The Dragon Group's base was underground. Lin Mo walked through gate number 3 and took an elevator directly to the underground level. As the elevator doors opened, someone was already waiting for him, a young newcomer. Are you still a student? Lin Mo nodded, simultaneously observing the passers-by. Members of the Dragon Group mostly lacked any identification on their heads, with only a few higher-level zombies visible. The proportion of anomalies was alarmingly low, accustomed to daily high-risk environments. Lin Mo found the tranquility unsettling, with even the system unusually quiet today. No Snow Mountain Lion Kings or zombie commanders, major threats he was used to. Lin Mo's interest in the Dragon Group waned, his desire to stand out dissipating. Once tightly integrated with the official structure, his bizarre antics of exploiting every possible advantage would hardly go unnoticed. Lost in thought, the guide ahead had already stopped. Here's the testing room, go in by yourself. They'll test your strength, endurance, reflexes, and memory one by one. He understood, this was a place for testing the four fundamental attributes post-mythological arrival: strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, which varied greatly depending on one's development path. Lin Mo was exceptionally sturdy, surpassing the sum of his peers by a significant margin, a true titan unmatched in strength. When he entered the training room, the outer walls turned semi-transparent, allowing those outside to see in, while those inside could not see out. The guide silently took notes. After half an hour, Lin Mo emerged, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, steam rising from his entire body. The guide, impressed, marked a large O on his clipboard, encouraging Lin Mo by saying, "Don't be discouraged. For a newcomer to last half an hour is exceptional, but you seem to have strong memory and reflexes. Do you have any special skills in these areas?" Lin Mo appeared confused and feigned ignorance. Really? I don't understand much about these things." Lin Mo's incredible skills were a double-edged sword. Once exposed, he risked being treated like a monster, subjected to imprisonment and interrogation. Lin Mo had other options, but he didn't want to be reduced to a mere tool, an NPC in the grand game of life. He chose to perform adequately, neither outstanding enough to draw attention nor mediocre enough to be ignored. Perfectly average, he was eventually assigned to the second department. The first department was for combat, housing all the A+ rated prodigies, some with mythical strength. The second department, where Lin Mo was placed, handled external communications, sought out mysterious forces, and reported to the first department for containment and eradication. There was also a third, logistical department. Upon receiving a stack of documents from the guide, Lin Mo was told, "Based on your personal situation, we've assigned you to the most suitable department. Here's some basic information for you to review. After you've picked up your ID card, you can go and report to your new department." Then came the time for newcomer benefits. As the storage room's doors opened, Lin Mo's gaze was immediately drawn to a glowing orb in the center. The Blazing Sun Fiery Orb, a third-class fire attribute relic, could instantly elevate someone to a level 30 fire attribute powerhouse. However, it demanded a formidable talent, and mishandling it could reduce one to ashes. Lin Mo clicked his tongue and turned to look at other items. Already possessing bloodline runes, he found the one-time use orb unappealing. Instead, the various materials on other shelves caught his eye. The guide observed Lin Mo's reactions and nodded silently. His lack of greed upon seeing treasures was truly rare. "You can pick anything here to take with you except for the item in the middle," the guide informed. Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose a rare E-grade material, appearing to be a part of some colossal creature, shimmering with a metallic luster and incredibly hard. "Are you sure?" asked the guide, and upon receiving a firm nod, he respected Lin Mo's choice. After all, nothing in the new recruit's warehouse was of particularly high value. Lin Mo saw various materials labeled for detailed examination, along with minor healing and mana potions. The entire warehouse was mostly stocked with low-grade items, but a dusty, seemingly insignificant stone in a corner appeared valuable. As for the Blazing Sun Fiery Orb, it was merely a test within a test. Anyone harboring ill intentions towards it would not only risk severe injury but also face the draconian punishments of the organization. "The items are too heavy. We'll deliver them directly to your home," the guide explained. "Next, you should head to the university town nearby, Building 15, Unit 2 in Zone D. That's where your new workplace is." Lin Mo nodded, took his ID card, and left. In the restricted area, he hailed a taxi, driven by an internal staff member from the 3rd Logistical Department, and provided the address. As he began to review the information about his new job site, his expression turned curious. "So this is the place. Had I known earlier, I might have gotten a discount." Meanwhile, Wei Yanming suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and looked outside. "Is the weather changing, and where has that new recruit gone? Hopefully he hasn't lost his way." Far away, Lin Mo could already see the curio shop owner standing at the door, looking around like a thief. His gaze paused on Lin Mo for a moment before moving on, muttering, "Why hasn't he arrived yet? Where is he?" Lin Mo held his right fist against the corner of his lips and coughed lightly twice. Wei Anming glanced sideways again, his brows slightly furrowed with irritation. What are you doing standing here? I don't accept returns or provide after-sales service once the goods are sold. His tone was harsh, a stark contrast to his demeanor when he was selling. Who said I'm here to return anything? That amount of money is trivial. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, his tone casual. At this, Wei Anming's expression softened suddenly and a smile spread across his face as he looked at Lin Mo, the generous spender, doing a complete 180 in his attitude. Oh, it's you. I didn't see clearly just now and didn't recognize you. I should really get a new pair of glasses. Following Wei Anming into the store, Wei continued to look around stealthily, wondering why the newcomer hadn't arrived yet. Although the person hadn't shown up, he needed to maintain his cover. The facade of the curio shop was crucial. At the very least, it shouldn't be something ordinary people could see through. Moreover, Lin Mo was indeed wealthy. The money he had spent before had helped them through 2 good months, and having the chance to earn more was not bad at all. What are you looking to buy this time? Weapons, or antique calligraphy and paintings? Lin Mo shook his head. Neither. I'm not here to buy anything. He then took out an identity card that looked like a jade pendant with dragon patterns, the material and subtle designs signifying various meanings. New member of the Dragon Group, 2nd Department. Lin Mo reporting for duty. Wei Anming was stunned for a few seconds before realizing the blunder he had almost made. However, Lin Mo had left a strong impression on him, and without stating his identity upfront, his demeanor was very natural, not at all like his initial visit, which was tense and easily spotted as odd. Lin Mo, right? Hello. Wei Anming's demeanor changed, appearing much more composed and reliable. Please take a seat. I'll pour you a cup of tea and we can discuss your personal experiences. Lin Mo sat down unceremoniously at the tea table, his gaze cool and detached, watching Wei as he poured the tea and sat down. Are you new here? Have you encountered any mysterious incidents? Lin Mo nodded. Yes, I have. He briefly described when and where these incidents occurred and the details of each event. Lin Mo had already prepared answers for these questions. The official knowledge of mythical powers was weak, and with the mythological era approaching, any location could experience minor erosions of mythical force. The knight roads the alleys, encountering a strange rat and fainting after it fought back. Wei Anming noted down everything while Lin Mo described an F-grade mutant rat, relatively weak, common after the mythological era, began forming rat swarms. Its meat, though bitter and non-toxic, could be slain by ordinary people, becoming a primary food source for the lower classes in the future. Incidents like the ones described by Lin Mo were happening around the world frequently. Lin Mo's account was flawless, so much so that Wei Anming lost interest in asking further questions. Alright, let me see your ID card and register it. Once the ID card was swiped, Lin Mo's profile appeared on the computer, the glaring A rating making Wei Anming inhale sharply, leaving no room for further objections. Goodness, you're a promising candidate for the 1st department. An A rater coming to the 2nd department is usually to gain experience, soon to be assigned to the front line. While enjoying substantial resources, you will also face the monsters behind the mysteries. Okay, I'll show you around. The curio shop indeed had a hidden compartment which opened to reveal a spacious staircase leading downwards to the basement. At this moment, the underground workshop, 3 times larger than the Wanwan shop, was brightly lit. Besides Lin Mo and Wei Anming, there were only 2 others present. This is Vivi, who just came of age. You can call her little sister. This is the programmer responsible for monitoring network equipment, a technical talent though a bit of a homebody. You can call him elder brother or brother Yuan. A chubby, jovial businessman, a youthful, beautiful girl, and a middle-aged man with a vacant gaze and thinning hair, or perhaps just a young man who looks older. All in all, this group didn't look very impressive. Lin Mo, after a moment of silence, couldn't help but ask, are there really only 4 of us at this base? The area near the university town is not small, covering several commercial districts and a densely populated, complex environment. Just the number of teachers and students in the university alone reaches 50,000. Yes, the 4 of us are more than enough, Vivi was saying when she suddenly noticed Wei Anming making a quick X with his arms, cutting her off. Her voice abruptly stopped. Oh no, it seems I've said too much. What if the newcomer discovers that they have been slacking off and reports to the higher-ups? Vivi innocently blinked her eyes, playing the mascot. The programmer remained unemotional, only coldly and objectively presenting the facts. I've been here for 3 months monitoring the area around Pinyin Lane, but there have been no unusual fluctuations. It's indeed very quiet near the university town. Lin Mo quietly sweated. The incident at Pinyin Lane wasn't entirely resolved yet. How could he continue to farm monsters? If it really came down to it, he might have to find an excuse to be transferred to the city center, though that would exponentially increase the danger. In his past life, the city center was a gathering place for strong individuals, and even before the descent of the mythological era, mysterious forces were present. Lin Mo was even more cautious. Before witnessing the power of the first department's captain, he wouldn't rashly enter a high-risk area. Back at home, Lin Mo opened a package and used an enhancement skill. E-grade materials were integrated into a large ring-headed saber. A flash of golden light later, the saber now had a properties panel. Name: Decapitator. E. Traits: Bloodthirsty. Passive bloodsuck causes additional bleeding effect with each hit. Enhancement bonuses: Sharpness +5, Toughness +3. A simple panel description, yet the effects were far from simple. Lin Mo, thrilled, took out the saber, and it indeed felt much heavier in his hand. As his attributes had increased, the ring-headed saber had felt too light and often slipped from his grasp. Now it was much better. The key was the trait. An E-grade weapon with a trait. He was truly lucky. Just as he was about to test it thoroughly, Lin Mo suddenly received a call, his expression changing immediately. Rushing to the scene, he encountered chaos. The intense heat of summer had just passed, yet the scene was chillingly cold. Buildings seemed on the verge of collapse, and the cries of people inside were continuous. Wei Anming was already on the phone calling for help. "We in the second department can't handle this, it's an anomaly," Lin Mo corrected. "No, it's a myth." The lights in the entire building flickered and pieces of the wall kept falling off. The building was an old-style structure, only 6 stories high, but housed many residents. Not far from the university town, its location was fairly advantageous. Though an old district, the rent was relatively cheap, so it was almost fully occupied. Wei Anming, like an ant on a hot pot, was frantically turning in circles. "I've already reported it, but with the current situation, I'm afraid innocent people will get involved." He was so anxious he didn't hear Lin Mo's words. Within 2 minutes of Lin Mo's arrival, a helicopter directly hovered above them. A long ladder was lowered from the helicopter lift and 2 people descended. Wei Anming, seeing his saviors, hurriedly went up to report the evacuation status. "Leave this to us. All unrelated personnel leave immediately. No one is to enter before we come out." Those rescued were still in a daze, not clear on what had happened, and were quickly taken away by professionals in protective suits. After Wei Anming's team from the first department arrived, he was no longer anxious. These individuals would be taken away to undergo psychological suggestion, blurring their memories of tonight. Special arrangements would be made for their accommodations later. There was no need to worry. Incidents like tonight's were rare, and their job was merely to identify and guide, which was relatively peaceful work. Lin Mo looked up towards the upper floors. 2 combat personnel had already entered, but the chilling sensation still lingered. Even standing outside the small building, he could sense something was amiss. An ordinary person would feel their skin crawl just by getting close. "Are we just going to wait here?" Wei Anming rubbed his nose somewhat helplessly, stating, "Although standing here in the cold breeze in the middle of the night isn't exactly humane, this is our job. Once the problem is resolved, we can hand it over to the regular department for final cleanup." He thought that Lin Mo was displeased about being summoned in the middle of the night. Contrary to his relaxed demeanor, as time passed, Lin Mo's expression grew increasingly somber. He stared intently at the third window on the second floor, suddenly asking, "Does anyone from southern Fujian or Taiwan live in this building?" "I don't think so." "Why?" Lin Mo fixed his gaze on a kerosene lampstand shaped like a stool at the window. "Lamp monkey ghost," he muttered. As Lin Mo uttered the words lamp monkey ghost, the system alert also sounded. Ding! "Congratulations to the host for discovering a level 25 lamp monkey ghost, experience +3. Wei Anming followed his gaze but saw nothing. Ding! "The host has encountered a level 25 lamp monkey ghost. It is recommended to prepare flammable and explosive materials to burn the lamp monkey." "Did you really see it?" Wei Anming asked for confirmation. "It's a lamp monkey, but it's gone." Lin Mo spoke rapidly. "That thing seems to be like fire. I heard that in some places there's a cultural practice of burning lamp monkeys. We better prepare fire just in case." Considering the increasingly bizarre incidents over the past few years, Wei Anming decisively prepared various flammable items like matches, lighters, and paper balls. Time ticked away and 1.5 hours had passed, yet there was still no news from inside. The 2 combat personnel had gone in as if they had vanished into thin air. Lin Mo looked at Wei Anming, the meaning clear. What should they do in situations like this? They couldn't just wait idly. Let me think," Wei Anming muttered, sweat dripping down his temples. Inside the residential building, the 2 combatants were playing a game of cat and mouse with the lamp monkey. It's come. This way, catch it. A shadow monkey-like but not quite darted around in the dimly lit building. The two men were oblivious to the passage of time, feeling their bodies gradually fatigue. In the dim environment there was nothing to mark the passage of time. After an indeterminate period, their stamina reached a critical point, but the shadow ahead also stopped, revealing its true nature. It was a descent, not a mutation. The erosion had intensified. It must also be at its limit, just a bit more. Clenching their teeth, they got up to continue the chase. Suddenly, a burst of explosive firelight and the sound of shattering glass rained down, snapping the two increasingly delirious men back to reality. On closer inspection, what lamp monkey was there in front of them? They had been tricked. Alarm bells rang in their minds. The lamp monkey had completely dropped its disguise, no longer hiding its form, its powerful aura overpowering the two weary men. The outcome was clear for the strong lamp monkey and the men who had been running around for over an hour. The two exchanged glances, then smashed through a window, landing on the ground. Everyone felt a sense of unease, a collective anxiety that filled the air. If the fabled lamp monkey could indeed move across the city ignoring all barriers, the resulting chaos would be unimaginable. Are high-risk situations like this common? Lin Mo inquired, trying to gather more information. Resting combatants glanced at him with curiosity upon hearing his question. A newbie, just joined? Wei Anming responded for him and then explained to Lin Mo, generally anomalous events are rare and usually involve minor disruptive creatures like the ones you initially encountered. Today, however, not only did a legendary creature appear, but it also possessed unique abilities, which is exceedingly rare nationwide. And you must have noticed these creatures have levels. Those above level 20 undergo a qualitative transformation and develop unpredictable abilities. Lin Mo nodded, understanding the system. At level 20 they're eligible for the main squad, representing a qualitative change. Reaching level 20 usually means possessing at least one superior skill. Lin Mo agreed, but for him this was of little reference value as his skills were all derived from gift packs, a matter of personal fortune. What do we do now? Lin Mo was curious about how the Dragon Clan dealt with such high-risk, unmanageable situations without drawing public attention. Wei Anming's expression turned grave as he uttered a single word: wait. We wait for the captain-level members to arrive. The two combatants listening to their conversation showed a hint of envy and aspiration. Captain-level, those were the super geniuses above level 20. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter rotors grew louder. Without any hesitation, a figure jumped directly from the chopper. It was someone Lin Mo knew, Gu Yuan, dressed in combat gear, looking dashing and gallant. After a brief exchange with the two combatants, Gu Yuan nodded and slowly turned his gaze to Lin Mo. Long time no see. How have you been with the Dragon Group? At that longevity banquet I sensed something was off with you. You've definitely been in contact with the anomalous. Lin Mo replied with a wistful tone. Thanks for that and for helping me land a formal government job. Gu Yuan laughed heartily. Lin Mo, growing curious about the real status of a captain level, activated his observant eye. Name: Gu Yuan, level 21, Constitution 110, Skills: Sovereign of Water. Summons water elements to converge with damage determined by mental strength. Immaculate Body. Enhances sensory abilities, doubles perception of mythical forces, may attract mystical creatures. Both skills were immensely practical and complemented each other, making him an invincible presence among his peers. Indeed, captain level members were elite in every sense. As soon as Gu Yuan appeared at the entrance of the residential building, the lamp monkey inside became restless. It sensed an unusual, enticing sweetness from this human, appearing extremely appetizing. Devouring him would surely elevate its own level. The distance between them was closing fast. Unable to restrain itself any longer, the lamp monkey burst out of the building. Gu Yuan smiled and raised his hand. 3 water arrows condensed instantly at his side. The soft water turned as hard as steel in his grip, striking the lamp monkey to the ground, inflicting piercing damage. The creature's light splattered, emitting a strange, squealing cry. It charged again. From initially handling the situation with ease, Gu Yuan's expression turned to one of confusion. His physical strength was limited. He couldn't keep standing there indefinitely, but the lamp monkey showed no signs of fatigue. No matter how much damage it took, it seemed merely an irritation to it. Even though its bamboo-like body was peeling and riddled with numerous holes, this did not impede its movement at all. Finally, seizing an opening, the lamp monkey dashed from the right side and inflicted a horrific wound on Gu Yuan in a single stroke. The edges of the wound were charred, carrying a burning damage. Lin Mo watched from a distance, and after a moment of thought he suggested, "Try using fire." Gu Yuan, who had grown up in the capital, was unfamiliar with the legend of the lantern monkey. Being a water enthusiast, how could he launch a fire attack? Fortunately, in the short time they deliberated, the two fighters had sufficiently rested. Using branches and strips of fabric torn from their clothes, they quickly fashioned a couple of torches and charged forward. The three of them worked together. And soon the lantern monkey was reduced to ashes. The eerie coldness that pervaded the surroundings diminished significantly, though it still lingered. By the side of the residential building, another shadowy figure that resembled but wasn't quite a monkey darted out, targeting directly at the back of an employee. Lin Mo, with an air freshener in one hand and a lighter in the other, snapped the lighter. A searing flame instantly engulfed the lantern monkey ghost lurking in the shadows, turning it to ash in moments. Congratulations, host, you have defeated a level 25 lantern monkey ghost. Reward, 1000 XP. Congratulations on leveling up. Before anyone else could even react, Lin Mo had already eliminated another hidden lantern monkey ghost. Congratulations, host, you have received 500 shock points from the Navy, 100 from Huli Li and 200 from Wei Anming. A dozen similar notifications popped up. Watching his emotional points surge, Lin Mo felt exceptionally pleased. The average standard of the official team was high. A few more such encounters and he could unlock level 7 rewards. Compared to 3 months ago, his progress was rocketing. It took a good half-minute before everyone gradually recovered from their shock. Gu Yuan, looking at the ash on the ground, momentarily struggled with his breath. His usually aloof demeanor melted away, revealing a genuine smile as he walked up and clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder. Thanks, you deserve half the credit for this success. I'll report this exactly as it happened. Once the rewards are issued, you can pick whatever you want. Lin Mo unhesitatingly expressed his interest in unique materials such as some metal stones or special parts from mythical beasts for his collection. Although niche, this hobby was not unheard of. Some special materials were not only aesthetically pleasing but also had unique properties, making them popular as decorative pieces at home. Gu Yuan immediately mentioned that he had such items at home and there was no need to wait for the rewards to be distributed. He could fetch them right now. That was more than satisfactory for Lin Mo. Saving a life and being repaid with materials was more than generous for someone of Gu Yuan's wealthy background. At that moment both were quite pleased with each other's understanding. After the lantern monkey ghosts were dispatched, there was no usual drop like in a game instance, and the bystanders didn't show any strange expressions. Instead, someone carefully collected the ashes from the ground and placed them into a specially made sealed bag. Lin Mo realized where the official materials were sourced from. Before the official descent of mythology, the reward system was practically non-existent. No wonder the Dragon Group, despite being established for over 2 years, couldn't make a significant impact when mythology descended. They were simply too impoverished. The subsequent cleanup had nothing to do with Lin Mo. He returned to his regular life of going to school and hanging out with classmates, where they would chat about girls, philosophy and life, always laughing carelessly. After giving up on being a sycophant, Lin Mo's status as the campus heartthrob solidified with countless admirers, but due to Xiaoyu, most didn't dare to confess in his presence. If Lin Mo was the campus celebrity, Xiaoyu was the dream girl of every male student and teacher. Her family background, appearance and talents were exceptionally outstanding, unforgettable at first sight. That day after class, Fatty Lu called out to Lin Mo. Recently a new escape room opened near our school. Are you interested in checking it out? Lin Mo, who occasionally participates in offline events, had no special plans for the day and was open to going. Lupin approached him and pleaded softly, come with me, it's a mixer organized by a few friends. The entire girls' dorm across from us will be there. They heard that we get along well. Lin Mo chuckled and teased, oh, sacrificing your friend for a chance to date some girls, huh? Are they pretty? Lupin blushed slightly. Of course they are pretty, but it's not just about looks for me, it's more about personality. How could I refuse a friend in need? But I won't let you off without teasing you a bit. Lupin, with tears in his eyes, finally settled the plan, eagerly calling the girls to confirm the time and place. When Lin Mo and his friends arrived at the escape room, they found the area outside in turmoil. At that moment, Lupin also spotted his date and saw her anxiously waiting with her 4 roommates. Upon seeing Lin Mo and the group, their eyes lit up and they approached. Lupin joined them, admiring the girl he liked, who had long straight black hair, a melon-seeded face, willow leaf eyebrows, expressive eyes and a graceful figure. Guys, let me introduce you, this is my friend Lu Shui. But before he could finish, Lu Shui, looking anxious, pointed at the escape room and said, you've come at the right time, there's been an incident. The escape room was surrounded by police, who reported that a criminal was hiding inside. This complicated matters as Zhang Hang and others were already inside. At that moment a notification appeared, level 30 earthbound spirit detected, danger, please evacuate immediately. Lin Mo looked towards the escape room. From the outside it seemed normal. Gu Ning immediately activated his observing eye. Through this he quickly identified 3 people and a ghost, Gu Yuan, Hu Lily Wei Anming and the ghost they were confronting trapped by them. Lin Mo remained silent. He hadn't expected to encounter another situation so soon after parting with Gu Yuan and the others. Now that they were so close to the earthbound spirit, they would have no way to avoid its lethal skill, devouring heaven and earth, which consumed human souls within a 3-meter range. Lin Mo knew he couldn't just stand by and watch his friends be in danger. Wait here for a moment. I'll go and see what's happening, Lin Mo told Lu Pan and the others before heading towards the police. Without waiting for a reply, the officers, recognizing him, allowed him inside after a brief greeting which left Lu Pan and the others wide-eyed in astonishment. Lu Shui, also stunned, pulled Lu Pan aside and asked, who exactly is Lin Mo? Why did the police let him through just like that? Just then, as other bystanders were being pushed back by the police, it was clear that not even the son of a mayor was spared their strict control. Yet after Lin Mo merely exchanged a few words, he was allowed entry. Lu Pan, learning the full story from Lu Shui, also stared in disbelief. My brother Lin. As Lin Mo continued forward, he arrived just in time to see the earthbound spirit launching its devouring heaven and earth skill at Gu Yuan and his group. As their souls were about to be devoured, Gu Yuan, sensing something was amiss, threw a faded yellow talisman at the spirit. With a sizzle, the talisman made contact, emitting white smoke and a scream as the spirit drifted away from them, giving them a much-needed reprieve. After the local spirit was driven away, Gu Yuan's face turned pale as he urgently said to the 2 behind him, run, we can't handle this one. He had just thrown a talisman passed down in his family, reputedly drawn by an incredibly powerful Taoist from the past. His grandfather had spent a fortune to acquire it, but the talisman had been destroyed in an instant upon contact with that entity. This thing was no ordinary threat, it was absolutely dangerously powerful. At that moment Gu Yuan regretted his overconfidence. He had already been injured in a previous battle with a lantern monkey ghost, which was why he had brought the precious talisman his grandfather had bought with him on this mission. Yet now the talisman was ruined, and without a proper understanding of what they were facing and its formidable appearance, they were at a severe disadvantage. As Gu Yuan yelled for them to retreat, the 2 behind him turned and ran without a word, but they had barely covered a meter when they found themselves immobilized. Their legs were seized by hands that burst forth from the ground. Captain, Hu Lily couldn't help but scream. At that moment Gu Yuan's legs were also grabbed. He struggled to break free, but to no avail. As the ghost drifted back towards them and reached for his head, Gu Yuan thought to himself, it's over. Just then a familiar voice rang out, Captain Gu sure is busy with another mission so soon. At the sound the earthbound spirit paused its attack, retreating into the shadows, biding its time. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up at the voice, Lin Mo. He turned and there was Lin Mo walking towards him, his figure shrouded in the dim light, looking mysteriously imposing. Before the mission, Gu Yuan had tried to contact Lin Mo, but his phone had been turned off. Seeing Lin Mo, Gu Yuan first expressed surprise, then quickly warned him, Lin Mo, get out of here. This ghost is stronger than any we've faced before. I'm no match for it. Don't get involved, be careful not to end up in danger yourself. Go now and contact headquarters immediately for backup. It seemed too late though, as Lin Mo pointed to his own feet, now also grasped by ghostly hands. It appeared that the earthbound spirit, perhaps in retaliation for startling it earlier, had shifted its target to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, Gu Yuan shouted as the spirit lunged at Lin Mo. But in the next second Lin Mo activated his blood talisman. The talisman, known as Thunder Guard, automatically absorbs stray electricity to form a protective layer of thunder that grows with the bearer's bloodline and can burst instantly with 100 mAh power. Crackled, a blue-purple flash of lightning filled the tight space, accompanied by the agonized screams of the spirit and a system notification sound. Ding! Host has repelled a level 30 earthbound spirit, awarding 200 experience points. Dropping skill book, Taoist Talisman *1, Taoist Talisman, level 1, upgradable with emotional points. Higher levels unlock more powerful talismans. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Taoist Talisman reward. Exorcism Talisman *1, Exorcism Talisman, can dispel evil spirits. Effective up to level 30, including level 30. Host, do you wish to use the Exorcism Talisman on the Earthbound King Zhao? Lin Mo couldn't have anticipated that defeating the Earthbound King Zhao would yield such unexpected loot. When he saw the Exorcism Talisman, he couldn't help but laugh. On the other side, seeing that Lin Mo was actually unharmed by earth-binding spirit King Zhao's strike, Gu Yuan and the others couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hu Lily's shock value of 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Wei Anning's shock value of 200. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gu Yuan's shock value of 800. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gu Yuan's anticipation value of 500. Lin Mo looked at Gu Yuan. Good. Die, this guy directly exploded a double emotion for him. At this moment, earthbound spirit King Zhao, who had been shaken back by Lin Mo with the bloodline rune Thunder Protector, once again struck out at Gu Ning. Lin Mo directly said to the system, use the ghost repelling talisman. As Lin Mo's words fell, the ghost repelling talisman was successfully used. A golden light flashed. The earth-binding spirit Wang Zhao that had originally charged towards him was directly evaporated. Congratulations to the host for getting rid of the level 30 earth-binding spirit Wang Zhao. Leveling up, Gu Ning opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo, race, human, level, 24, 5/12,000, physique, 1220, strength, 144, agility, 153, spirit, 139, assignable attribute points, 68, skill, emotional recycling, note, can absorb the emotional value of surrounding creatures to unlock rewards, indestructible grip S, stacked life value 890 eye of observation S, stacked attribute 72 blood burning. Secret art A, increases bludgeoning by 1000%, consumes 10% of no more than 100 blood points, and increases the speed of blood return by 30 for 10 minutes. Bloodline rune, Thunder Bodyguard, automatically absorbs free lightning, forming a layer of bodyguard thunder. Strengthened as the bloodline grows, can instantly explode 100 ma, super strengthening. Everything can be strengthened. Equipment strengthening success rate of 100%. Strengthened by consuming any material. Can be material attributes affect the strengthening attributes. Heavenly Master Talisman level 0, 1, Ghost Repelling Talisman can dispel all evil spirits. Below level 30, emotion points, 34630. Level 7 reward, 50,000 emotion points unlocked. Lin Mo glanced at his attribute panel, looking at the free attribute points that were all stacked up to 68. It was directly added on top of strength. The strength value directly became strength, 212, assignable attribute points, 0. A current flashed through his body, making his body tingly. Also, just as Lin Mo resolved the earth-binding spirit King Zhao and came back to his senses, he heard the system broadcasting, congratulations to the host for obtaining Hu Lily's shock value of 200, congratulations to the host for obtaining Wei Anning's shock value of 300, congratulations to the host for obtaining Gu Yuan's shock value of 800, another 1300 came in. Emotion points also came to 16945. Gu Yuan brought Hu Lily and walked over, looking at Lin Mo as if he had just met him. He was very clear about the power of that earth-binding spirit. In the hands of the earth-binding spirit, they were no match for him at all, but they were easily taken care of by Lin Mo just like that. Gu Yuan was shocked beyond words. For the sake of this earth-binding spirit, he had sacrificed the peace talisman that his grandfather had purchased for a lot of money, but that peace talisman wasn't even as good as Lin Mo's one strike. Two moves, one directly shook back, the other move was a flash of golden light and the ghost was gone. He didn't even see how Lin Mo struck. Gu Yuan came to Lin Mo's face. Looks like I underestimated you before. Originally he also just thought Lin Mo was not simple, but now this was not uncomplicated, this was simply invincible. While Gu Yuan was shocked, Lin Mo said to them, alright, things are settled here, so don't get in the way of us playing secret rooms. Let's have the police outside withdraw. Gu Yuan came back to his senses and smiled bitterly at Lin Mo. Good. When he asked Hu Lily to make the arrangements, Gu Yuan looked at Lin Mo. I want to report you up. A talent like you can't stay here, you have to contribute to the country. These descents have been getting more and more frequent lately. We need someone like you to help solve these shenanigans and protect the people. With your strength, you can totally be a captain. The more Gu Yuan spoke, the more excited he became, the more he felt so. Lin Mo raised his hand to stop Gu Yuan. Wait, I'm used to being idle, don't give me any random official title. Look at this, Gu Yuan is busy as a dog, he doesn't have his own personal space at all. He doesn't want to be a social animal like him. He's obviously a second-generation rich man, but he's a saintly woman. Gu Yuan, no, listen to me, you, come on, if you say it again, I'll quit. Once Lin Mo said this, Gu Yuan directly shut up. This time don't fail to recruit a strong person for the country, but instead make your squad lose a strong person. It's not worth it. Okay, in the end Gu Yuan left with his people, but tonight he also remembered Lin Mo's power. Mythic descents were becoming more and more frequent, and with a strong person like Lin Mo in his squad he was relatively at ease. This time he had really picked up a treasure. After Gu Yuan and the others left, Lin Mo watched as those souls that had been devoured and returned after he resolved the earth-binding spirit King Zhao gradually awakened, and he walked out of the secret room. As soon as he walked out of the secret room, Lu Pan came over. Brothers, you are very powerful. Just now you were able to enter the place surrounded by the police. Quickly say your identity is actually the son of which big brother? This is at least the governor level or above, right? Stop pretending. Lu Shui has just told me just now the mayor's son all want to enter the secret room. All let the police stopped, but once you go over 3 or 2 words can enter the secret room. Your identity is absolutely not simple. The more Lu Pan said, the more excited he became, and his grip on Lin Mo's hand was also tightened. I am afraid that Lin Mo, the second generation of officials, will run away. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. You misunderstood. I am friends with those people so I can mix in. Lu Pan looked at him askance. He didn't say anything. What exactly happened inside? Are they alright? Just now when Lin Mo came out, the few people they had met had been taken away by the police. Apparently they had also gone to erase and change their memories. Just now when Lin Mo came out he had already received the content of this memory alteration from Gu Yuan, entered a murderer disguised as an NPC, and now that murderer had already been taken away by the police through the back door. The moment Lin Mo said this, Lu Shui's 3 housemates immediately came together in front of Lin Mo's body. Hiss, this is too scary. Then let's not go play in the secret room today, right? What if there are other murderers hiding inside this secret room? Yes, it's horrible. The situation doesn't look right at first sight. I don't dare to go, so let's just go back. Just then Lin Mo's mind suddenly rang with a system alert. Ding, level 50 demon fox detected. Danger, dangerous. Please stay away from the host. Lin Mo looked around. Eventually his eyes locked on a cat bag carried by a man wearing a trench coat and a mask. Inside the cat bag was a white fox the size of a small kitten. Lin Mo's eyes instantly lit up. 2 steps forward. Hello, can I see your pet? This sudden greeting from Lin Mo couldn't help but surprise Lu Pan and the others who stayed in place. It also made the man who was stopped froze, but only froze, and then his eyes lit up. You also like foxes? I'll tell you. The man opened the cat bag while fishing out the small fox, handing it to Lin Mo, his mouth still chattering about the matters of raising a fox and how smart and cute this fox is. While he was chattering, Lin Mo smiled and stroked the little white fox's fur. Ding, undying grip activated, life value +5, ding. Undying grip activates life value +5, ding. Undying grip activates life value +2, ding. Detecting the host repelling a level 50 demon fox, awarding 100 experience points, ding. Collected 50 fear emotion value from the demon fox. The black-robed man in the mask, who was still chattering, saw that his snow fox had instantly become absent in Lin Mo's hands, and the vigilance in his heart instantly rose, snatching the snow fox from Lin Mo's hands and stuffing the learned snow fox back into the cat bag in the first place. That action is simply a 1-2 punch. It seems that my snow fox recognizes life. Let's add a WeChat. It should be fine when we get familiar with it. The man in the black mask had a rare encounter with someone who was willing to listen to him babble on about his family Angela, and for a moment it was as if he had found his soulmate. Before, many people thought that if their family raised white foxes, they must have a family that smelled like foxes, and those people didn't understand foxes at all. There was also talk about how raising a fox would also absorb one's chi and whatnot, and that he was doing it to seduce rich women and whatnot. Just thinking about this made him angry. So today, when he saw someone who didn't look at him in a different way, the excitement in his heart was imaginable. Lin Mo added a friend with the other person. After adding friends, the two went their separate ways. On the other side, the eyes of Lu Shui and the others who saw Lin Mo teasing the fox softened several degrees. Her housemates, their eyes were on the verge of becoming peach hearts. Whoa, Lin Mo is so caring. It really seems like I'm transforming into a fox under his paw. It would be nice if he was my boyfriend. Lu Shui's mouth twitched slightly. These 3 housemates of his own were really not bringing any restraint at all. Lin Mo's friend is still standing beside everyone, saying such words in front of him is really shameful. Okay, Lu Pan brother, can you let Lin Mo add my friend? Just when Lu Shui was speechless, her housemates instantly looked at Lu Pan on one side. Lu Pan was instantly surrounded by these 3 women, and Lu Pan, who was surrounded in the center, was about to turn into a lemon in his heart. He knew that Lin Mo was popular with these girls, but he didn't expect him to be that popular. It's not just about jerking off a white fox, is it? As for that, did he win the hearts of these people again? He was about to die of speechlessness. Who wouldn't be able to jerk off a small animal? He saw that these people were looking at Lin Mo's face value, so no matter what Lin Mo did in their eyes, it was all wearing a level 100 filter. In his heart he was powerless to spit, but in order to chase Lu Shui he agreed in one breath. It's wrapped up in me. Lin Mo, who was walking back, suddenly shivered. When he walked back, Lu Pan put one arm around Lin Mo's shoulder. Lao Lin, brother, beg you for one thing, that Lu Shui's housemates want to add your WeChat. What conditions do you have despite mentioning? I'll go back and promise you everything. Lin Mo looked at Lu Pan. This kid, in order to chase Lu Shui, also quite blood money. But in the end Lin Mo still agreed. Lin Mo added the WeChat of Lu Shui's housemates and then said goodbye to them. After Lin Mo separated from them, he was approached by Guan. Lin Mo, something happened at my dad's place, please come with me. Guan looked nervously at Lin Mo as soon as he came up. My dad disappeared on his way back from a business deal this time and sent a distress signal before he disappeared. When our people arrived, there was no sign of my dad. They had just returned from sending the message, and immediately after they disappeared as well. Guan rubbed his brow as he spoke. What's even weirder is that the rest of our comrades from the first group went over and lost track of them as well, so I want to ask you to help me. Although Lin Mo was a talented person in the information department of the second group, but after these few incidents, Guan didn't dare to treat Lin Mo he as a colleague in the second group who only collects information, because he treated those anomalies too easily, so easily that it made him feel like those anomalies were child's play to him. This was also the reason why he approached Lin Mo to ask for his help. I'm just a member of the second team. If you want help, you should apply to the top right. If you, a captain, can't solve something, I definitely can't solve it either. Lin Mo hastily pushed back. He was just a small transparent level 24. This contraption that was able to affect an area was descending on at least a level 35 mythological creature. He wouldn't risk his own little life. I'll mention it on the team leader's side, but even if the team leader arrives, it will still take a day, and I'm afraid that my dad won't be able to last that long. So this time I'm begging you, as long as you're willing to save my father, you can make whatever conditions you want. Guan didn't know that he should ask the team leader, but it was definitely too late. Although his father had life-saving equipment on his body, but no one knew whether those life-saving equipment would work or not. When facing this kind of abnormal event, and even if it did, how long it would last. So time is life. Guan seemed to be expressing his sincerity. He brought a suitcase from the car. Ding, great, a rare material detected, dragon crystal. Lin Mo breathed in sharply. He didn't need to look to already know what was contained inside this suitcase. Guan opened the suitcase in front of Lin Mo. I know you have a preference for collecting materials. This piece of material with the name Dragon Crystal is a meteorite that my grandfather auctioned off from an auction back then. If you promise to travel to save my dad, this meteorite will be taken as your payment for traveling. How? After rescuing my dad, I'll let you pick any 3 materials from my grandfather's collection. This temptation of Guan was just too great. Right off the bat, he took out A-grade rare materials. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment. I don't dare to make a guarantee that I can help you save your father. Lin Mo didn't know what level of creature was descending. Once that creature exceeded the scope of what he could deal with, him going there would be purely giving food to others. Fine, Guan agreed without even hesitating. We'll leave now. As soon as Guan's words fell, a helicopter landed on a skyscraper not far away. We're off. Lin Mo and Guan sat in the helicopter and flew to the location of his dad's accident. It was 500 kilometers away in the outskirts of H City. As the helicopter flew past the inside of the city, the system went crazy and broadcast the danger signals in Lin Mo's mind. Those danger sources were all black and red. The host has entered a level 70 high-risk area. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. The host is entering a level 100 ultra-high-risk area. Please pay attention. Please be advised. Please pay attention. The system's broadcast screamed in Lin Mo's mind as if it didn't need any money. Now was not the time when myths had completely descended, so today's forbidden zones, on the contrary, were not as strict as in the previous life. To be precise, the forbidden zone in the previous life wasn't strict either. It was mainly the low-level people. When they entered the high-level area, they were seconded by those monsters in minutes. In this life he had awakened the system 3 years before the complete descent of the mythos ahead of time, and the system's board was still stuck at the peak of the mythos descent, and the disparity of information was exactly the difference in information that Lin Mo was fighting at the moment. Guan couldn't help but tighten his mood when he saw Lin Mo silent. Recently, these anomalies were becoming more and more active. Guan rubbed his forehead with a headache. It was all seriously affecting normal people's lives now. Moreover, after the information collected by the department, those experts and scholars had conducted a systematic study, and there wasn't any pattern to the descent of those anomalies. In the past, when those anomalies descended, there were still laws that could be summarized, but now these anomalies descended as if they were just playing around, appearing when they wanted to and appearing with a high frequency. There were times when the Divine Dragon team was tired of running for their lives. Of course, the most important thing is that they are getting more and more tired of dealing with these anomalies that have descended on them. They didn't know that one day their Divine Dragon group would be completely wiped out. That's right, this was not a joke. They had already worked very hard to cultivate and improve their strength, but he was already feeling more and more overwhelmed. This wasn't his feeling alone, but that of most of the entire Divine Dragon group. It was just that everyone was holding their tongue, because if even they were desperate, then who would protect the safety of the people? Lin Mo heard Guan's words and glanced at him. They had already said this more than once before. If we look at it according to the current development of the Divine Dragon group, some of the small caramels that had descended now were already exhausting for the Divine Dragon group to face. If some more big guys appeared and the Divine Dragon group did any better, then the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Does the Divine Dragon group have any plans? Lin Mo looked at the scenery outside, overlooking the cities that were drifting away, gradually flying from the steel forest to the lush green forest, giving him a feeling that the air he breathed in brought with it freshness. The group leader, the minister, and the chief minister, they will plot. The country will not allow this anomaly to go completely out of control, otherwise it will cause huge losses to the country. In fact, nowadays it wasn't just China that was experiencing such a situation. According to the latest intelligence they had received, the situation abroad wasn't optimistic either. To be precise, other countries were even more passive than them when faced with these anomalies. Faced with this answer from Guan, Lin Mo smiled, leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. More than an hour later, the helicopter landed. Almost there. Guan's voice was a little tight from nervousness. 100 meters ahead, that's where my father sent the message before he disappeared, and that's also where the other teammates who came to investigate disappeared. Guan pointed at the fog in front of him and said to Lin Mo. Lin Mo followed Guan's finger and looked over. He only saw that a large area in front of him was wrapped in thick fog. Ding, explored to a level 36 misty blue butterfly. Danger. Please ask the host to stay away from the source of danger. Please host away from the source of danger. The system screamed in Lin Mo's mind. The system kept broadcasting about the danger of the misty blue butterfly, and the next moment the system marked out the misty blue disk, only to see a butterfly-shaped creature with an abnormal red light in the depths of the mists appear in Lin Mo's eyes. The moment he saw this misty blue butterfly, Lin Mo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Level 36 misty blue butterfly. This was already too much beyond his level. Him going to save was purely giving food to this misty blue butterfly. While Lin Mo was silent, the helicopter was already descending. Just as the helicopter was descending, the mists that were still just spreading across the mountain spread and covered over at an extremely terrifying speed. In just the blink of an eye they were wrapped in thick fog. Our signal has lost contact with the outside world, the captain said to Guan with a grim expression on his face. He could only land on the lawn below according to the originally set course. Guan's face went grim. He truly hadn't expected it. They had been hit so quickly. While Guan stepped out of the helicopter, Lin Mo's gaze was firmly fixed on the direction of the southeast. In his eyes, the system had already marked the direction of the misty blue butterfly. The misty blue butterfly was flying towards them at an extremely terrifying speed. Even that speed of hers could no longer be called flying. It could only be called a flash. It seemed to be able to freely weave through the mist, appearing 10 meters away in just a blink of an eye. What's going on? Guan noticed Lin Mo's abnormality and immediately followed his gaze. But he was seeing nothing. Don't scare yourself now. The abnormality hasn't even appeared yet and you're already on an internal conflict. This was a big no-no for them people. When they were dealing with anomalies before, it was often because of excessive internal conflict that they made mistakes when they were actually facing the anomaly and were defeated by the anomaly. It's coming, Lin Mo's voice rang out coldly. Prepare for battle. What the hell? Just prepare to fight. He hadn't even detected the existence of any anomalies. Just as Guan wanted to appease Lin Mo, the corner of his eye happened to scan the location Lin Mo had just pointed to. It was as if he saw a flash of blue light. When he fixed his eyes on it, he only saw a blue butterfly that was 10 meters in size hovering in front of them. At this, Gu Yuan's expression froze. How could there be a blue butterfly here? At this moment Lin Mo used his eye of observation, dream ghost butterfly, level 36, physique 15, strength 100, agility 1000, spirit 1000, skill, nightmare, can pull all creatures within 20 meters into the dreams it weaves and control the person who enters the dream and the dream feeding on the person's fear. Methods of restraint: fire, thunder, talismans and fright. Degree of danger: extremely dangerous, please hide from the host, please avoid the host, please ask the host to take shelter. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. It was too late to dodge now. This was an existence that was a full 12 levels higher than him. The current him was just a little Karami. He couldn't deal with this ghost butterfly at all. He secretly let out a cry of carelessness. In the next moment, a flash of blue light passed by and Lin Mo, who was unable to avoid it, was pulled into the dream world. When Lin Mo opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world of red. He looked up and saw that there was a crimson moon hovering in the sky at the moment under the blood-red moon color. Everything was shrouded in a blood-red color as if there was some kind of danger brewing in it. Lin Mo's expression froze when he saw this scene. Blood Knight? Wasn't this something that happened in the previous life after the myth descended? The appearance of the Blood Knight meant that there was a great terror happening. It also meant that this was the home ground of the Sovereign of Night, but anyone who was still roaming the streets after the appearance of the Blood Knight would be captured by the Monarch of Night's men and paid tribute to the Monarch of Night, and right now Lin Mo was on the street exposed under the blood moon. Just as Lin Mo was about to find a place to hide, the blood-colored moonlight on his body intensified a few points, and in the next second he found that he couldn't move. This Lin Mo's heart thumped. Blood moon fixation. This was the ability of the Sovereign of the Night, which also meant that he had been chosen by the Sovereign of the Night. A bat the size of a one-story building fluttered its wings and appeared in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo subconsciously flung an eye of observation over. Luminous bat, void, level 50, physique 1500, strength 1000, agility 2000, spirit 1000, skill 1, swiftness, speed double tenfold, swiftly approaching the enemy, duration 10 minutes, skill 2, night bag, monarch's blessing, can capture all creatures below level 50, skill 3, blood-sucking blade, can capture human blood to enhance its combat. Endurance, methods of restraint: fire, thunder, talisman, ultrasound. Level of danger: extremely dangerous, things made by the dream ghost butterfly are not dangerous. Dream ghost butterfly? Lin Mo froze at the mention of the system's reminder, then winced. He almost forgot that he was now being skilled by the dreaming ghost butterfly, and it was because he was hit by the dreaming ghost butterfly's skill that he subconsciously ignored the dreaming ghost butterfly. In other words, within the dreaming ghost butterfly's skill, apart from the dreaming ghost butterfly's attacks having an effect, all other creatures' attacks on him were equivalent to 0. Even more so, what did the system just say about the dream ghost butterfly's method of restraint? Scare. In other words, it meant that the things in here might cause damage to the dream ghost butterfly while having no effect on him. So what would happen if he let the Monarch of the Night meet up with the dream ghost butterfly? After all, he had just been chosen by the Monarch of the Night, which meant that this luminous bat was here to bring him to the Monarch of the Night. Thinking of this, Lin Mo, who had originally wanted to resist a little, completely laid flat. The dreaming ghost butterfly that was collecting fear emotions. How come this person wasn't generating fear emotions anymore? Even he was calm. The other thing that scared him the most was, how did this person come up with such terrifying creatures? This random one was an existence capable of defeating it in seconds. The dream ghost butterfly at this moment was shivering a little. He wouldn't have imagined some creatures that were beyond the realm of its strength, right? Don't. The luminous bat carried Lin Mo and flew rapidly towards the distance. As the bat got closer and closer to the castle on top of the mountain, the bad feeling in the dream ghost butterfly's heart grew stronger and stronger. The next moment, the luminous bat flew into the castle. Right after the luminous bat flew inside the castle, the entire castle fell silent and the bat was stilled in midair. In the next second, Lin Mo found himself back in reality, and he found that the fog around him dispersed at an extremely terrifying speed. The dreaming ghost butterfly that was originally suspended in midair was now lying quietly in front of them with its body twitching, and the blue halo on its body also dispersed in an instant. Lin Mo blinked. He was waiting to see the image of the dreaming ghost butterfly and the Monarch of the Night, who knew that before he even met the Monarch of the Night, the dreaming ghost butterfly would just crumble like this. This is too brittle, right? Lin Mo muttered. Right at this moment, Gu Yuan, who was lying beside him, slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was the scene of Lin Mo looking at the dream ghost butterfly on the ground in disgust. Solved it. Lin Mo, who heard this, stiffened. It wasn't you are indeed powerful, you don't need to explain, I understand it all. Gu Yuan jumped up and held Lin Mo's hand with an excited face. This time when I go back I must talk about you to the group leader as well as the minister, with a fighting strength like yours you shouldn't be in the second group, you should come to our first group, who tested you in the first place. Surprisingly, they didn't test your true strength. As soon as he said this, Gu Yuan's face darkened. Such a powerful combatant had been assigned to the second group, which was an absolute loss for their first group. Hello, let's not talk about this, let's go find my father first. You first contact someone to gather this material. Gu Yuan didn't even wait for Lin Mo to explain, pointing at the dream ghost butterfly that was on the ground in a twitch. He finished speaking to Lin Mo and started to go around to inquire about his father's whereabouts. Lin Mo took a look at the ground where the dream ghost butterfly twitched for a long time and finally turned into a blue butterfly jade pendant. Just as he reached out to pick up the butterfly-shaped jade pendant, a stern shout came from behind him. Don't move. A touch of fiery red figure flashed to Lin Mo's front, only to see a girl in ancient red dress holding an ancient sword, frowning willow leaf eyebrows, coldly looking at Lin Mo. This is our H-City Divine Dragon group of things who allows you to touch. You can't afford to pay for it, can you? The beauty in front of me is beautiful, but she is too hot and too spiteful. Xiaoling, don't be rude. A square-faced middle-aged man with a red beard came over and looked at Xiaoling with a disapproving face, then he greeted Lin Mo. Little brother, our Xiaoling is quite short-tempered, please don't mind, Captain. Xiaoling stomped her foot in defiance. This is clearly our area, these outsiders come to us to solve the anomaly, this is wrong. Even if we make a fuss to the headquarters, then we have the right of way, so no matter who solves this anomaly, this material should be ours. The captain of the Divine Dragon Group in H-City Daishin frowned. No nonsense. This matter involves Captain Gu Yuan's father and we are here to help solve the problem. Honestly, if they hadn't had Captain Gu Yuan's father fall within their city limits and it happened in the suburbs, they might not have prioritized solving the anomaly here, which meant that they wouldn't have been trapped as soon as they came in. When he thought about how they had just come in and were trapped in a phantasmagoria experiencing despair and fear over and over again, Daishin's face looked very unappealing. The abnormal creatures this time were exceptionally terrifying. They almost had no room for resistance. While Daishin was reprimanding Xiaoling, Lin Mo had already opened his eye of observation. Name, Daishin, level, 20, physique, 90, strength, 80, agility, 100, spirit, 50, skill, fire summoning, summons fire elementals and determines the damage value based on the spirit strength. After looking at Daishin's, Lin Mo then looked at Xiaoling next to him. Name, Xiaoling, level, 10, physique, 48, skill, charming. Charming strength is determined based on spiritual strength and the object of the charm can do the level of determination for her. Lin Mo lowered his head. Originally he thought how powerful these two were, but it turned out that there was still a big difference with Gu Yuan. While Lin Mo was observing the two with his eye of observation, Daishin smiled apologetically at Lin Mo. Brother, please don't be offended, Xiaoling doesn't have any malicious intent, she is just straight talking. As for this material, why don't you let me keep it first and wait until we will meet Captain Gu, then we can discuss it, how about it? Lin Mo slipped the butterfly-shaped jade pendant into his pocket, pressed on, didn't bother to say much to Daishin and took a step in the direction where Gu Yuan left. Captain, look at him, he doesn't even put us in his sights. What an abomination, who does he think he is? Did the headquarters come to get the adults? Xiaoling stomped her foot with a look of unworthiness for Daishin. Oh, no wonder with a captain like Gu Yuan those under his name naturally look down on people. At these words Daishin's fists clenched and creaked. Gu Yuan, it was Gu Yuan again, there was Gu Yuan everywhere. Gu Yuan had outperformed him in every way at the headquarters. Now he's teaching his teammates to have no one in their sights. Come on, let's follow them. Daishin unclenched his fist and chased after Lin Mo. Xiaoling lowered her eyes, collecting the color of pity in her eyes, but her mouth softly answered good. Lin Mo walked forward about 100 meters and saw Gu Yuan's body parked in front of a red flag car. His hand stretched out wanting to shake but didn't dare to shake the car door. It seemed as if he was afraid to see what was going on inside the car. Just as he hesitated, the car door opened. A middle-aged man in a suit with a dignified face came down from inside and faintly swept his eyes at Gu Yuan. I thought you would come a little slower. Gu Yuan lowered his head. I'm sorry, I'm the one who came late. You're right. Gu Hengxiu looked at the sky. It's that things are different now. It seems like these peaceful times are coming to an end. There are more and more anomalies, although at the beginning when they noticed that there were anomalies in this world their family made a lot of preparations and conducted a lot of experiments, but now it seems that in front of this truly powerful anomaly those preparations they made are completely insufficient. More experiments, more investment and more research were needed. Otherwise, if they waited until the whole world was truly plunged into the chaos caused by the anomaly, then it would really be too late for them to come back to research. They had to be one step ahead and one step ahead. There is both danger and opportunity here. Which one of your headquarters did you ask to step in this time? Gu Hengxiu turned to look at Gu Yuan. He knew his son's strength very well, and in accordance with his son's strength he wouldn't be able to solve an anomaly of this level in front of him. The anomalous objects he brought out this time couldn't resist this level of seduction, directly bringing him into the illusionary environment. In the environment he saw the occurrence of many things that he had previously worried about, and there were even some things that he didn't even dare to think about that happened along with it, and the Gu group even collapsed, disintegrating all in one night. This kind of terrible things were all things that he was most afraid of happening and things that made his heart and liver break. When he went back this time he would have to make a good deployment, since those were the things that he feared the most. It meant that it could happen and all he had to do was to be capable enough to solve all of this when that thing happened before it happened. The light in Gu Hengxiu's eyes at this moment was sharp and incomparable. It would take 12 hours at the latest for the people from the headquarters to arrive. Both Elder Kai and Elder Yuan had gone out to solve an unusual incident in the field, and the earliest one would not return until 10 hours later. That was only based on the time those two old men had taken to resolve things in the past. The actual time was actually uncertain. This is Gu Hengxiu surprised. Then this time is who solved this thing? But don't say it's you don't have that kind of strength. It's him. I hired outside help. Gu Yuan pointed at Lin Mo, who came over and said to Gu Hengxiu. Gu Hengxiu followed Gu Yuan's finger and was surprised when he saw the incredibly young Lin Mo. This was still a school student at most, right? Could he really solve this abnormal creature? Although he knew that his son's department was full of strange people, he was still a little disbelieving that he could solve such a powerful abnormality at such a young age. Lin Mo, this is my father, Gu Hengxiu. Gu Yuan saw Lin Mo walking over and hurriedly introduced the two. This is my good friend Lin Mo. The two shook hands. Lin Mo quickly greeted. Good uncle. I heard from my son that it was you who helped solve this unusual incident and saved my life. Child, you are really young and talented. This bad old man of mine really owes you a little life. Gu Hengxiu smiled and patted Lin Mo's hand. It's just a fluke to solve that dream ghost butterfly, it's nothing. Lin Mo waved his hand, his eyes filled with clear stupidity. Dream ghost butterfly? Gu Yuan looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Isn't it? I just feel that this butterfly is covered in blue light and can pull people into an illusion. Isn't this similar to us having nightmares? When Lin Mo saw Gu Yuan's skeptical look, he immediately asked a stupid question. Good. The dreaming ghost butterfly is indeed able to make people dream and even make them feel anxious in their dreams, just like seeing ghosts. At this time Gu Hengxiu clapped his hands and praised it repeatedly. It was because only those who entered it could deeply experience this feeling. Gu Yuan's eyes became more suspicious as he looked at Lin Mo. When Lin Mo had just said dream ghost butterfly, that look in his eyes was too casual, as if he had known this thing from the beginning. And most importantly, this nightmare ghost butterfly was 100% solved by Lin Mo. This made him even more certain that Lin Mo was definitely not simple. Child, as soon as I saw you, I felt a great affinity with you. Why don't you recognize me as your godfather? Gu Hengxiu didn't care what Gu Yuan thought in his heart. He smiled and held Lin Mo's hand, looking at Lin Mo with a kind and friendly look in his eyes. The expression on Lin Mo's face stiffened and he glanced at Gu Hengxiu suspiciously. This coming up to give him a father, giving him a super double, this was a bit excessive. What? Are you having a problem with me? I just think you're pitching in, so don't have any other bad thoughts. Gu Hengxiu as a person, as soon as he noticed that Lin Mo's expression was different, he immediately changed his mind. Of course, if you feel that you can't do it, then forget it, but I do hope that you and Gu Yuan often come and go. Gu Yuan looked odd and shouted, Dad, this is too presumptuous. What kind of person wants to recognize their godson on their first meeting? At this rate of development, anyone in their right mind would find it sudden and odd. It's a big departure from the norm. Gu Hengxiu glared at his stupid son without a trace. This kid knew nothing. Who was he doing all this for? It wasn't for the Gu family for him. He didn't dare to be bullish in anything else, but his eyes were extremely good at reading people, and this child called Lin Mo seemed to be very naive. But he definitely wasn't simple. And the person who can solve this unusual event that his son couldn't even solve is the simplicity that he shows, really simplicity. I'm afraid it was mostly to hide his clumsiness. Just when the atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward, Xiao Ling's voice sounded again. Gu Yuan, Captain, you come to judge us. This abnormal event this time obviously happened in our H city, but what is the meaning of this underling of yours? Without saying a word, he took the abnormal material that we took in and went along with it. This is a bit unethical, isn't it? Xiao Ling, while speaking, had already walked up to Gu Yuan and pointed at Lin Mo to accuse Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan glanced at Daishin, who was standing not far away watching the show, and hooked his lips. He didn't need to say that he knew who instructed this Xiao Ling to come up and find trouble. The anomaly was solved by us. According to the rules of the headquarters, this material should be distributed by us. Gu Yuan could have no intention of giving Daishin face, looking at the arrogant Xiao Ling in front of him and speaking faintly. Besides, Miss Xiao, you seem to have no qualifications to tell my people what to do in front of me. You. Xiao Ling instantly nodded with anger, but it seems to be thinking of something. She sneered. Captain Gu, this time we have come over to help your father through a difficult time, and our entire team is almost trapped. Even if we want this material as payment is also very deserved, right? Or is it that in Captain Gu's heart this father of yours isn't actually that important? Xiao Ling, don't be rude. Daishin's face couldn't help but change as soon as he heard that Xiao Ling had involved Gu Hengxiu in the matter. It was fine to dislike Gu Yuan any way you wanted, but not once the Gu clan was involved. Gu's group was a big group that funded a lot of the country's industries. It was just that Gu's own reputation wasn't obvious, but only those of them who had come into contact with Gu's knew how scary Gu's was. Even their current headquarters of the Divine Dragon Group, that was all built under Gu's funding. Although it was led by the state, the resources they needed to spend on the Divine Dragon Group was not a lot. The state was a big family, but it also spent a lot of money sponsoring the Divine Dragon Group. Didn't have a lot of money. If it wasn't sponsored by the Gu clan, it definitely wouldn't have been that easy for the Divine Dragon Group to have the achievements they had today. What's more, he still had things that he needed the Gu clan's help with. Naturally, he couldn't offend Gu Hengxiu, the current helmsman of the Gu clan, too much. Xiao Ling skimmed her mouth and eventually retreated to Daishin's side. Captain Dai, you seem to be a bit displeased with me. Gu Hengxiu smiled as he looked at Daishin, who had walked over, seemingly not offended by Xiao Ling's words. Daishin shook his head. Where? It's my men who don't know any better. Please don't mind Mr. Gu. Gu Hengxiu faintly swept at Xiao Ling. Looking at this lady's appearance, she's older than even my family's Yuan, right? Daishin, this Gu Hengxiu really is a master who refuses to suffer. In order to give her a long memory of hitting herself 10 times in the mouth, I'll leave her alone. Gu Hengxiu hooked his lips and smiled. I've always been a vindictive person. Captain Dai should understand me. After all, I don't make money just to put up with other people's bad things just so I can lose my temper whenever I want. What kind of thing are you? You are also worthy of me. Xiao Ling heard that Gu Hengxiu was going to hit his big mouth and immediately quit shouting at Gu Hengxiu just before he could shout out. Snap snap. Daishin slapped Xiao Ling 10 times in a row. Now, can Gu Hengxiu be relieved of his anger? Gu Hengxiu's eyes narrowed due to his smile. Captain Dai really is a man of great deeds. This time, this is the end of the matter. I'll take the abnormal materials this time. Captain Dai should have no problem with that, right? Nope. Daishin gritted his back teeth in response. He really couldn't afford to offend General Manager Gu. That's fine then. Gu Hengxiu opened the car door and sat in it. When he got in, he lowered the window and looked at Gu Yuan and Lin Mo. What are you two still standing there for? Get in the car. Yuan, you sit in the passenger seat. Xiao Mo, you come next to me. Gu Yuan patted Lin Mo's arm and walked towards Gu Hengxiu's car. When Lin Mo and the others disappeared at the end of the line of sight, Xiao Ling covered her face, which was somewhat swollen by Daishin's slap, and complained with a sobbing voice. Captain, is it necessary for us to be afraid of a private entrepreneur? Don't we have the power of life and death over these people? The power of life and death? Who, you? Daishin couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Ordinary small bosses in the private sector, of course you can mess with them with all sorts of things that are unusual, but not Gu, and even less so with this Gu Hengxiu. His methods are even more frightening than you think. You still remember why we came here all close to the mountains to rescue him, right? It was an order from headquarters. Xiao Ling then remembered this as an afterthought. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Captain, do you mean that this Gu Hengxiu's background is not simple? What do you mean? Daishin sneered. He is someone you can never afford to offend. Xiao Ling pursed her lips unconvincingly, but Daishin said here but did not explain to Xiao Ling. Some things simply cannot be explained. Explained, they do not understand, they do not know the entanglement inside. Daishin looked towards the faraway car, his eyes deepened. A few, wait for it. Sooner or later one day he will let Gu Yuan let the Gu family kneel in front of him and beg for forgiveness. Ding, collected 50 anger points from Xiaoling. Ding, collected 100 points of hate value from Daishin. Lin Mo, who was listening to the system broadcast, suddenly heard Gu Haixio's question in his ear. Xiao Mo, of my family's Yuan is too stingy. I'll make the decision to let you pick 10 treasures from my dad's treasures cabinet. Those treasures are rare materials that they have collected over the years from all over the world, or some weird and wonderful things, all used to make the old man happy. Of course, there were also some that the old master liked and bought at the auction. This isn't too good, is it? Lin Mo rubbed his hands. 10 treasures. Just the kind of grade of stuff that Gu Yuan had taken out before. Even if he didn't need to think about it, he knew that their old master's so-called precious pavilion had something good in it. What's so bad about it? It's fine when I say it's fine. Gu Hengxiu waved his hand, not even waiting for his son to voice his opinion. Gu Yuan opened his mouth to try and persuade his old man, but was glared at by Gu Hengxiu. His main focus right now was one of making friends with Lin Mo. As for those so-called treasures, no matter how much money was spent, as long as Lin Mo had his eye on them, he would give them. Eating people's mouth is soft, taking people's hands is short. The last thing their Gu clan lacked was money, what they lacked was talent. It was talent to solve such unusual events. For example, this time, the dream ghost butterfly that trapped him, they didn't even see the face before they were hit by the dream ghost butterfly's trick, but Lin Mo not only solved it, but also opened his mouth and called the dream ghost butterfly out. This is the gap. Collected 100 points of admiration from Gu Hengxiu, collected 100 points of depression value from Gu Yuan. Lin Mo, who was caught up in the joy of the big pie smashed by Gu Hengxiu, once again heard the system broadcast. Glancing at the two men, Gu Hengxiu's friendship was naturally visible to him. In the face of Gu's friendship, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't reject it. A family of this level, what they could search for was definitely not simple. Being able to befriend them would also help him a lot in enhancing his own cultivation or equipment. Only a talented person would reject their friendship. The journey was quiet. Only as he traveled, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. This car was not right, because just now as the car was traveling, it only shifted slightly before appearing 20 meters away. Just a blink of an eye and it directly flashed to 20 meters away. This was definitely not something a normal car could do. This car was half an anomaly. It was just that the system didn't have any reaction to this anomaly, which meant that it shouldn't be a pure anomaly, and it was still an anomaly that didn't have the strength to harm him. Just as Lin Mo touched the car curiously, Gu Hengxiu seemed to have noticed Lin Mo's interest in the car and said to Lin Mo with a smile, "This is a half anomaly weird thing that was researched by the Divine Dragon Clan's headquarters, and it can guarantee the safety of those of us who are here, as well as increase our traveling speed. You also know that for us, time is money. Sitting in this car, not only is it safe and secure, the main speed is also fast." As Gu Hengxiu was saying this car flashed again. This time the flashing even traveled more than 100 meters. This speed, if a normal person saw it, they would be scared to death. And yet, such an abnormal item was used by the Divine Dragon Team headquarters to protect Gu Hengxiu. The relationship between Gu Hengxiu and the Divine Dragon Group headquarters was evident. There were no words along the way. An hour later, Lin Mo and the others returned to the Gu family. As soon as they returned to the Gu family, they didn't even drink the water. Gu Hengxiu brought Lin Mo to Master Gu's treasures pavilion. "Xiao Mo, you pick first. Yuan, you go prepare tea for Xiao Mo. I go to meet my old master. I guess this time also the old master scared enough. I go to appease. Gu Hengxiu said and turned to leave, incidentally also supporting Gu Yuan. Lin Mo's mind was already numbed by the system's broadcasting sound and didn't even hear Gu Hengxiu's words. Ding, grade E rare material detected. Ding, grade D rare material detected. Ding, grade A rare material detected. Ding, grade S rare material detected. Ding, grade A Longquan sword detected. Lin Mo followed the system's beeps to where the system prompted him. This was worthy of being the old master's treasure pavilion. It was simply filled with treasures everywhere. Rare materials that were extremely rare even outside could simply be found everywhere here. When Lin Mo came back to his senses, Gu Hengxiu and Gu Yuan had already disappeared. Only then did Lin Mo remember Gu Hengxiu's words in between the system broadcasts, so he began to roam around inside the treasure pavilion. After wandering around, Lin Mo also picked 10 items that he liked. When Lin Mo finished picking things, Gu Yuan also walked in with 2 cups of tea, and when he saw the things in Lin Mo's hands, his face was slightly odd. "Are you sure you're taking these things?" Of these things, Lin Mo picked out the most precious one was a dragon spring sword. The rest were all broken brass and iron that didn't serve much purpose, as well as some stones of unknown efficacy. In the beginning, when the Divine Dragon Group was able to detect the categories of rare materials, his grandfather had already brought people to test the materials inside the treasure pavilion. The good ones had been locked up, and the ones left outside were either some with unknown efficacy or some that looked dopey but were actually of little use. And what Lin Mo had in his hands, apart from that dragon spring sword which was a good material, the others were all things that were called scraps. Enough, Lin Mo nodded with certainty. Great harvest, simply a great harvest. Apart from the dragon spring sword, which was an A-grade treasure, the other 9 pieces were all A+ or above rare materials, and one of them was even an SS plus rare material. In short, this time Lin Mo had truly earned hemp. Are you sure you don't want to pick some more? After holding back, Gu Yuan couldn't help but point out to Lin Mo again, and in the process pointed to a stone not far from the doorway. For example, that one water-gathering stone. Lin Mo followed the direction of Gu Yuan's finger and looked over. That so-called water-gathering stone is an E+ rare material. No need, I think the ones I've picked are very much to my liking. Gu Yuan didn't continue to persuade Lin Mo when he saw that he insisted. After they walked out of the rare goods pavilion, Lin Mo didn't have any lingering feelings. It can be said that the most valuable things in the Goose Treasure Pavilion have been emptied out by him. As for the other things, although he also has his eyes on, but he and the Goose are not feuding, but cannot do that kind of thing to pull out the bottom of the payroll. When Lin Mo and the others came out of the Treasure Pavilion, they saw Gu Hangxiu and Elder Goose sitting on the sofa drinking tea. When the two heard the commotion and turned their heads to see what Lin Mo and Gu Yuan were holding, their faces had a slightly odd look. Xiao Moa, do you want to pick again? You don't have to be polite with us, try to pick as much as you can, there's really nothing that fits the eye. Yuan opened the cabinet for Xiao Mo. When Gu Hangxiu said this, Gu Yuan's eyes instantly widened. The things inside the inner cabinet, the least of which are D-grade rare materials, and there are only hundreds of treasures inside, each of which is a treasure among treasures, and if Lin Mo chooses a dozen or so, then he will simply lose 1/10 of it. No need, these are quite good. Lin Mo smiled at Gu Hangxiu as he held the selected items. I'm not being polite with you. Today he was really taking advantage of a great deal. Gu Hangxiu saw that Lin Mo insisted and saw that he was satisfied, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. In fact, as far as the things that Lin Mo picked out, if they were placed outside, they would all cost several $100 million, but compared to saving lives and befriending Lin Mo, it was actually nothing. That's why he was thinking of opening the cabinet and befriending Lin Mo. The current Lin Mo is so strong. What if in the future? What would be the situation when this child had grown up completely? Just now when he talked to the old master here, the old master also had the same opinion as him. Even the old master was more determined than him, because he said that he would befriend at all costs. This was also the reason why the old master was sitting on the sofa at this moment. Child, come here. Elder Gu beckoned to Lin Mo. Ding, S+ grade rare material detected. Grandpa's snuff bottle. Right at this moment, a flash of red light lit up from the old master's side. Lin Mo squinted his eyes uncomfortably. Elder Gu's face was slightly surprised when he saw Lin Mo squinting at the box in his hand, but he continued to look at Lin Mo with a smile on his face. When the red light disappeared, Lin Mo arrived in front of the old master. The old master picked up the box in his hand and handed it to Lin Mo. This is a small token of appreciation from this bad old man of mine. Consider it as your payment for saving my son. Lin Mo, however, did not reach out to take it. This gift is too expensive, I can't take it. Besides, these things I took are already valuable enough. Elder's gift cannot be resigned. Elder Gu raised the gift box in his hand. Take it, if you don't take it you're looking down on a bad old man like me. The words were all said and done. Lin Mo could only go forward and take the gift box handed by Elder Gu. When Lin Mo sat down, Elder Gu distributed a cup of tea to him. Drink tea. After that, it was nothing more than Elder Gu asking Lin Mo about some family and academic matters, all very unusual and ordinary inquiries. An hour later, Lin Mo was driven back to school by Gu Yuan. This time I really thank you, Gu Yuan said very sincerely as he looked at Lin Mo sitting on the co-pilot. In fact, after being dragged into the illusion by the dream ghost butterfly, he knew that this dream ghost butterfly was at least a level 30 abnormal creature. It also meant that he absolutely couldn't deal with this kind of thing. However, Lin Mo didn't know what method to use to get rid of those dream ghost butterflies. This was also an important reason why his old man would befriend Lin Mo. You're welcome. Being able to fix the dream ghost butterfly this time was actually a big part of luck. Lin Mo wanted to laugh a little when he thought about how the dream ghost butterfly died. Who would have thought that the dream ghost butterfly was scared to death? A dream ghost butterfly went to find the monarch of the night. Thinking about it was exciting. He originally wanted to see what level of existence the Monarch of the night was through the dream ghost butterfly, who knew that the dream ghost butterfly had GA before he even entered the fortress. Gu Yuan was curious and looked at Lin Mo. Can I take the liberty of asking, how did you solve the dream ghost butterfly? He was genuinely curious. If I say that my greatest fear is the gods, so I fantasized about being in a fairy world. It's just that I hadn't even been completely dragged into the palace of the immortals yet, and the dreaming ghost butterfly crunched. Would you believe me? Lin Mo looked unusually serious when he said this, so serious that Gu Yuan thought he was telling the truth. But this, as long as there was someone with a brain, they wouldn't believe Lin Mo's nonsense. He thought that Lin Mo was swindling him and wasn't willing to tell him the truth at all. I'd better transfer you to our group, it's really too condescending to have you in the second group. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment before saying to Lin Mo again, an expert like you can't stay in the second group to collect information. But don't, I'm just a scum who can't do anything. Lin Mo waved his hands. Scum? The corner of Gu Yuan's mouth twitched. He suspected that Lin Mo was internally coaxing him. So many times the anomalies were easily solved by Lin Mo, the lamp monkey ghost, the earth binding spirit, and this time, the level 30 plus nightmare ghost butterfly. Which of these three was not solved by Lin Mo's hand? Now that he had solved these three anomalies that he had difficulty solving, and yet he said he was scum, what was he then? A scum that's worse than scum? I've already declared it to the top, you have to come to our group no matter what. Gu Yuan was very resolute at the moment. I'm still just a student, Lin Mo reminded Gu Yuan of his current status. It doesn't matter, your direction of maintaining order will still be within your current jurisdiction, it's just that when there are special tasks you may be required to cooperate and take time off. Of course we will have someone to notify the school of such cases. Gu Yuan had obviously been blocked by Lin Mo's refusal of all the back roads, and Lin Mo thought of the snuff bottle that Elder Gu had just given him. As expected, taking someone's hand was soft. He had just taken Master Gu's snuff bottle, so it was not good enough to refuse Gu Yuan's request. I'm not going to be able to do that, he said. Lin Mo agreed. As for whether or not he would be on a mission at that time, it would depend on whether or not he was available at that time. Thinking about when he first started, he thought that this Divine Dragon Group was such a powerful organization, how many heavenly materials there were inside, but as a result, he came in and found that he was really fucking poor. As soon as he thought of the materials, Lin Mo pulled out the butterfly-shaped jade pendant from his pocket. This material, do I need to turn it in? Previously he remembered that the materials produced by the abnormal creatures they had solved were packed up by a special person. Then I will keep it. Gu Yuan reached out and took the butterfly-shaped jade pendant handed over by Lin Mo. It was true that the headquarters had explicit rules that required the recycling of these materials. Not only did the headquarters lack these materials, but most importantly Dr. Bai was working on something related to it and had also already achieved remarkable results. For example, the semi-anomalous car that his father sat in was the result of Dr. Bai's research. There were very many more things. After Lin Mo handed the jade pendant to Gu Yuan, his eyes looked out the window. Gu Yuan also didn't have anything else to say after setting the tone of the group change with Lin Mo. The two of them weren't talkative people themselves, so the car was quiet for a while. Lin Mo just got out of Gu Yuan's car and happened to bump into Xiaoya walking towards him. So the two met like this. Xiaoya's eyes instantly narrowed dangerously as she swept her gaze over Gu Yuan sitting in the car. And then she said to Lin Mo expressionlessly, "You come with me." Gu Yuan, who was sitting in the car, frowned and looked deeply at the direction Xiaoya had left. The corner of his lips outlined a faint trace of a smile, and then he handsomely punched the steering wheel and headed towards the Gu family. Xiaoya brought Lin Mo to a deserted place. She frowned slightly. "How did you get involved with the Gu family?" The Gu's people have always done things by any means to achieve their goals, although the Gu's have been very helpful to the country and in terms of people's livelihoods, their unscrupulousness is also fearful. Lin Mo is getting involved with them right now, and this is very unfavorable to him. Most importantly, what Xiaoya was worried about was that this Gu's people approaching Lin Mo had something else in mind. Accidentally, Lin Mo smiled. Xiaoya's expression was once again cold. "Who you contacted is by definition I'm not qualified to care, but I still have to remind you that Gu is not as simple as you think. You should not be deceived by his righteous appearance sometimes. Most of that group of people in the Gu family are hypocrites." Xiaoya originally didn't want to badmouth people behind their backs, but worrying that Lin Mo was being used by them, she couldn't help but say a few more words. "Good." Lin Mo nodded. Just when the two people were talking, they only saw the white light of two flashes flashing up with a click click click, and the two people's sharp gazes instantly fell towards the place where the flashes came out. The people who had taken the photos didn't even wait for them to react, pulling their legs and running away. Xiaoya frowned seeing Lin Mo going to chase after them, but she grabbed her. "You come with me first, my grandpa has something to find you," and Yendi looking for him for something. When Lin Mo followed Xiaoya and rushed to the neighborhood, Tan Xiao was still playing chess with those old men under the big banyan tree. At this time it so happened that Tan Xiao looked up and saw Lin Mo and Xiaoya coming hand in hand. Tan Xiao's face immediately had more smiles, stood up and waved at the two. "Come." When the two men came close, Tan Xiao greeted the old men who were playing chess with him. "Old man, my granddaughter-in-law and granddaughter are here, so I won't be accompanying you." Tan Xiao took off and led the two of them towards the villa complex behind the neighborhood. After walking for a while, Tan Xiao pushed open the gate of a villa complex. When she saw this villa, Xiaoya's expression was odd for a moment and then quickly hid that point of oddness. This villa was bought by her uncle for his grandpa and grandma. It was just that on weekdays grandpa and his grandparents lived in the neighborhood and seldom came to this villa, so this villa in turn became a decoration. On weekdays her grandmother and grandfather at most come here to plant a variety of vegetables, so this villa in turn became the other side of the grocery more. "You guys come?" Tan smiled and greeted the two. When they both entered the villa, Tan Xiao closed the door of the villa with her backhand. Lin Mo also entered the villa at this time. The first thing he saw was the green vegetable garden. In other people's villas, there were either all kinds of chic landscapes, but here in the huge courtyard there were only vegetables. "Grandpa, what are you looking for us for?" Xiaoya saw that Tan Xiao was still walking forward without speaking and couldn't help but ask. "They all have classes later, so they can't be delayed any longer. You'll know when we get there." As Tan Xiao said this, he suddenly stopped and pointed to a pine tree in front of him. "You guys come and take a look at this pine tree." Tan Xiao pointed to a pine tree not far away and said to the two of them, "Honestly, I was attracted to this pine tree when I saw it before, so I bought it back." Ding, level 99 Vanguard pine detected. Extremely dangerous, please ask the host to take shelter. What the hell, a level 99 Vanguard pine? Don't scare him. Lin Mo raised his eyes and followed Elder Tan Xiao's finger, only to see a blood-red pine tree planted right there. What made this pine tree different from the others was that it was blood-red all over like a crystal, and there was a kind of meridian inside in general. "Kid, it seems that you are also a person who knows what he is talking about." Tan Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Mo's whole frozen look because of the system's broadcast. "Tell me, such a pine tree is also rare in the world, right?" I instantly took a fancy to it at the flower and bird market. Xiaoya had already covered her head with a headache at this moment. "Grandpa, you are buying these messy things again, does grandma know?" "You just say if this looks good or not and that's the end of it." Tan Xiao skimmed her mouth. "So how much did you spend again?" Xiaoya closed her eyes in some despair. She could already imagine that this pine tree was definitely ridiculously expensive. Ever since the last time her grandpa paid a high price for a rare orchid in the flower and bird market, those traders had started having people search for all sorts of strange and bizarre things over throughout the day, and as soon as they found them, they contacted her grandpa, and in the end they all sold them to her grandpa at a high price. This look is to take her grandfather as a person who is stupid and has a lot of money. The problem is that her grandfather is still willing to do it. Every time she talked about him, he said that she didn't understand. Thinking about this, Xiaoya's head hurt even more. Not much, it only cost 50,000 this time. I've saved everything you guys said. I'm not that stupid to be cheated by those people. This pine tree is so peculiar, it's definitely more than that. Xiaoya rubbed her forehead. She knew it. To ask for $50,000 for just an ordinary pine tree, his grandpa even thought it wasn't expensive. "Kid, do you think this pine tree is expensive at 50,000 yuan? Tan Xiao didn't care about Xiaoya, who was about to faint, and asked Lin Mo with a smile. "It's not expensive." Lin Mo shook his head. "This is not expensive. 50,000 yuan bought a 99 level mutant plant. This iron earns a master. Can I touch this pine tree?" Lin Mo's eyes glowed as he surveyed the Wangu pine. It's still the kid who knows his stuff. At this moment Tan Xiao was even more satisfied with Lin Mo. His family thought that he was spending money indiscriminately on these strange and weird things. They didn't know how to appreciate the preciousness of these treasures at all, not to mention anything else. Just looking at these things, it was extremely pleasing to the eyes. Xiaoya was on the verge of fainting from anger when she saw the sympathetic appearance of these two. She truly didn't think that Lin Mo would be so outrageous as to agree with her grandpa's idea. Lin Mo, just as Lin Mo was about to reach out to jerk the Wangu pine and brush up on his undying grip, Xiaoya shouted at him with a dark face. Lin Mo turned his head and saw Xiaoya's face that rivaled the bottom of a pot. who offended her. Let's go. Xiaoya reached out and was about to yank Lin Mo. If she let these two get mixed up together again, she would really go crazy. She was ready to go to Grandma right now and let Grandma take care of Grandpa. An ordinary pine tree bought 50,000 yuan. This was defeating the old man. Wait, Tan Xiaoxiao stopped Xiaoya. You child, you must be trying to pull your grandmother over, right? Xiaoya blackened her face and didn't say anything. Her grandpa really loved spending money too much. 50,000 for just one pine tree. This, as long as one was a normal person, then one would never be able to do such a thing. But her dear grandfather did it, and he was also complacent about it, and the most frightening thing was that Lin Mo didn't persuade his grandpa, and he even felt it was worth it. At this moment, Xiaoya was on the verge of going mad. All these years of good upbringing had made her unable to restrain the urge to storm out. Grandpa, can't you save some money? The country gives you such a high salary and uncle gives you money so that you can live happily, not be fooled. Xiaoya is really going to be pissed off, but I'm happy like this now. I feel like this money was very well spent. Tan smile. Old man tilted his head, hands spread out. The country to give me money, that I should get a pension. Your uncle gave me money is to buy me happy on. Now I am very happy. All this is not enough? Tan smile. Old man's vibrant words instantly blocked Xiaoya. Speechless, because at this moment Xiaoya even felt that Tan Xiao old man said very reasonable. Besides, I live to this age, I do not know when it is. I only have this little hobby. Do you even I have this hobby you also want to deprive? Elder Tan smiled as he said this and looked pitifully at Xiaoya. This appearance instantly silenced Xiaoya. It really is as Grandpa said, at his age it really is just getting fewer and fewer and fewer, so just satisfy this little bit of Grandpa's little hobby. Tan Xiaoxiao saw Xiaoya's dissimulation and immediately increased her strength. Just this once in the future, if you spend money recklessly, I will tell Uncle and Grandma. Xiaoya hesitated and finally made a compromise, and when the two had just finished talking, they turned their heads to look in the direction where Lin Yu was, only to see that at this moment Lin Yu was gently stroking the pine tree. The pine tree that was being stroked was shivering at the moment. This man didn't know if he was a pervert or not, stroking a pine tree so gently to him. Lin Mo didn't know how other people looked at him. He only saw that every time he stroked the Swangue pine he could hear, ding, undying grip activated, life value plus 15, ding, undying grip activates life value plus 15, ding, undying grip activated, life value plus 15. In just a short span of a minute he had gained 300 life points from this vanguard pine. That was 300 points of life value, and the most important thing was that even though he had jerked out 300 points of life value, this vanguard pine still didn't feel any pain. How could he not be surprised? Grandpa, isn't this student of mine more or less sick? Do you still insist on making him my husband now? Xiaoya gently bumped Tan Zhao's arm with her elbow. Just now, this obscene expression of Zheng Tianli's as he stroked the Wangu pine in that way, she really couldn't stand it a bit. Just that moment just now he thought that what Lin Mo was stroking was not a pine tree but like a person. What kind of horrible fetishism was this? She really couldn't stand it a little. Just when she thought that her grandfather would be disgusted with Lin Mo because he was like this, completely dismissing the idea of making Lin Mo his granddaughter-in-law, why not? Tan Xiaoxiao looked at Xiaoya suspiciously. Such a nice young man. This is the young man who knows how to love the treasures I hold dear. It's really rare for me to meet a young man who knows so much. If one like him doesn't become my grandson's son-in-law, who else would want to become my grandson's son-in-law? Tan Xiaoxiao said as she joined Lin Mo's stroking team. At this moment, Xiaoya all felt like her head was going to explode. She had all thought that she could finally get out of her current situation and completely stay away from Lin Mo for this matter, but who knew that her grandpa appreciated Lin Mo even more? At this moment, Xiaoya felt like she was really going crazy. Just as Xiaoya was freaking out, Lin Mo kept on gripping the wool of Wangu Song. In just a moment, Lin Mo had gained 1,000 life values, the originally spirited Wangu pine. Under Lin Mo's touch instantly wilted its leaves, and even the pine needles crashed down to the ground. Seeing this scene, Tan Xiao wailed in pain. Oh, my God, what happened to my precious and exotic treasure? Why is it suddenly dropping pine needles? I've obviously been planting it for close to 2 months, there's no way something could have happened to it. It can't be. Tan Xiaoxiao stroked the vanguard pine. My vanguard pine, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? This was the pine tree he had been most satisfied with over the years. He could imagine how good-looking it would become in the future, but now this vanguard pine was wilting. As Tan Xiao cried out, Xiaoya's suspicious gaze turned to Lin Mo. At this moment, where is Lin Mo's pervert appearance from the surface? This is properly a Sven and defeated white boy. So this Wangu song must have something to do with him. According to what her grandfather said, this Wangu song has been fine for the past 2 months. Then only just after Lin Mo fondly stroked the Wangu song like that, this Wangu song suddenly turned into this. After Lin Mo fondly stroked it like that, this Wangu pine suddenly turned into this wilted appearance. At this moment, Xiaoya didn't know whether to question Lin Mo or appease her grandfather. Lin Mo glanced at his attribute panel. When he saw indestructible grip S, stacked life value 890 plus 258 plus 500 plus 1000, his eyes squinted in delight. It was profitable, really made a fortune. As for this Wangu pine's lifeless, as if desecrated tree life hopeless state, Lin Mo believed that he would quickly adjust himself and would naturally be fine after a while. Just as he was thinking this way, Xiaoya pushed and shoved. Gritting her teeth, she said in his ear, "You made a mess yourself, take it out on your own to solve it. Either he solves the trouble or she solves him. Master, don't hold on to this pine tree, I believe, just wait for it to be good for a while on its own." Lin Mo coughed dryly, stepped forward and pacified Tan Xiao. Really? Tan Xiao looked at Lin Mo suspiciously. "You're not a botanist, how could you possibly know about this pine tree?" "No way, I have to find a botanist to take a look." Tan Xiao has always been a thunderous nature. Just after he finished, he took out his mobile phone and called his son, and the first time with his son to spit out what happened, and ultimately his son immediately helped him arrange for a botanist to come over to help him look at the tree, get his son's promise and appoint someone to come over. The old man sighed with relief. Only then did he say to Lin Mo, "Alright, leave the professional things to the professionals, my son has already sent someone over. It would be a breeze for the botanist to take care of this pine tree." So now he wasn't worried in the slightest. "Well, let's have some tea first." Drink tea while waiting for that botanist to come over. Tan Xiao greeted them as they walked towards the stone table on one side. When Lin Mo walked into the stone table, he only wanted to say trenchant, it was just such a stone, all made of purple blue jade. It was slightly reflective in the sunlight. Lin Mo at this moment was a little afraid to move forward. If he lost a stone bench, it would be enough to put him in jail. At this time, Tan Xiao and Xiaoya had both sat on the stone bench, and Tan Xiao smiled disgustedly and slapped away Xiaoya's hand. "Let me do it, you don't dip your fingers in the spring water, not for you to make tea." The main thing is that this granddaughter's ability to make tea is very average. Let her make tea that is purely a waste of good tea leaves. "Xiaoya, don't stand there, come and sit down, just like in your own home." Tan Xiao beckoned to Lin Mo. He also wanted to treat this place like his own home, but the problem was that he didn't dare to. The old man saw Lin Mo's eyes sweeping over the jade stone he used to make tea and gave a high, "This is an ordinary stone, you don't have any psychological burden." Lin Mo's mouth twitched. "Elder Tan, aren't you afraid that this thing will be stolen by someone? This would be really big fun if it was stolen by someone." "They can't steal it." Elder Tan smiled mysteriously. "Well, don't stand there, hurry over and drink the tea. Tea is not good when it gets cold." Elder Tan smiled and distributed a cup of tea to Lin Mo. After Lin Mo sat down and took a sip of tea, Elder Tan Xiao looked at Lin Mo with a smile. "Child, old man, I do not speak in the dark. What do you think of my family, Xiaoya, this child? I have said in public many times that you are my granddaughter-in-law. You now give me this old man to make a statement. What do you think of my granddaughter? What do you think of my granddaughter?" Although Tan's smile face is smiling, but the hand is tightly pressed on the jade tabletop. With just such a press, the hard and incomparable jade desktop, a corner under his fingers, instantly turned into pieces. Lin Mo's face stiffened. This old man's finger strength was truly incomparable. If his body was hit by this old master, he estimated that according to his current blood volume, he could barely carry it. "Grandpa," Xiaoya's face was instantly red, "he is still just a child. Can't you have a bit of integrity? Day in and day out, do you really think that Xiaoya can't get married? Am I that much of a disgrace to you at home? Does a woman really have to rely on a man to survive?" At this moment, Xiaoya's mind was exploding. Her grandfather was really spreading rumors about her and Lin Mo everywhere now. Whenever he saw someone, he would say that Lin Mo was his future granddaughter-in-law. It would be a pure lie to say that he wasn't moved in the face of a great beauty like Xiaoya. But their feelings were really not to the extent that they had to be with each other. Now that he had been forced into the nooks and crannies by Elder Tan Xiao, he wanted to answer but was hindered by the fact that Xiaoya was currently in a state of anger. For a moment he really didn't know how to open his mouth. Not waiting for Lin Mo to open his mouth, Elder Tan Xiao looked at Xiaoya faintly. "A woman not looking for a husband is certainly fine. You have not lost me, I just think that when you reach the age where you should start a family, you need to think about your future. This kid is really very good, it would be a real pity to miss it." Tan Xiao was very confident in his own vision. This kid is definitely the kind of person who doesn't make a splash but makes a splash. Such a person should have started befriending him when he was a submerged dragon in the abyss and even used all sorts of means to tie him to a boat, so he didn't want his granddaughter to miss out. Xiaoya rolled her eyes just as she wanted to understandably tell Tan Xiao that she really had no feelings for Lin Mo. She was stopped by Tan Xiao raising her hand. "Child, you don't need to rush to answer me, you'll just get along with this child Xiao Mo for now for the time being, okay?" Speaking. Here Tan Xiao sighed, "Child, it's not peaceful now. My old subordinate who approached me the other day said that there are more and more anomalies in our country now. Who knows if this so-called abnormality will come in full force in the future, and when it does, what kind of light will it be? Who will be able to survive to the end?" Tan Xiao rubbed his brow. This bout of time he appeared to be playing chess with great leisure and all sorts of fun, but in reality he was trying to relax his anxiety. Tan Xiao's words, however, caused Xiaoya's brows to furrow. Was the situation already that bad now? She had heard her grandfather talk about the abnormal creatures before. These anomalies were all incomparably terrifying. Powerful anomalies, or even any of them, could destroy a super large base with a wave of their hands. At that time, if it wasn't for the minister of the Divine Dragon Group making a move, perhaps that city would have disappeared from the map of humanity. At that time, his grandfather had even given her a tour of that grandfather's fighting style, which had really opened her eyes. Only it was more serious than he made it out to be. Elder Tan smiled and shook his head. "Those people never talk with their arms around each other. That's why it's dangerous." Speaking here, he sighed again. "So what will happen when the time comes, who knows? So when you can enjoy the moment, try your best to enjoy the moment, otherwise when the time comes for those abnormalities to come directly to our side, there will be too many regrets in life, and that's not good." Tan Xiao patted Xiaoya's shoulder and left. When Tan Xiao left, Xiaoya's brows furrowed as she looked towards Lin Mo, who was still frozen. "Is what my grandpa said true? Our abnormal appearance is already that frequent now?" Xiaoya was aware that Lin Mo was a member of the Divine Dragon Group. "How many missions have you actually gone out on in the past few days?" 3 times. Lin Mo's answer made Xiaoya couldn't help but stare blankly. What the hell? 3 times? How come she hadn't stumbled upon it even once? And 3 times, how did he survive? Xiaoya looked Lin Mo up and down suspiciously. This suspicious look, coupled with Xiaoya's appearance of exclusively greeting men in their lower third, instantly caused a drop of sweat to flow out of Lin Mo's head. "How did you survive?" Xiaoya, however, knew very well that once a person was dragged into an abnormality, what awaited them was the abnormality attacking and devouring them. Survived by a fluke, survived by a fluke. Lin Mo responded to her with a smile. "It's impossible to say that I was the one who had a burst of combat power and was directly torn apart by the hands of those ghosts and monsters." Xiaoya's face became even more suspicious. On the other side, hiding in the shadows, Elder Tan Xiao narrowed his eyes with a smile. Just now he had deliberately revealed this to his granddaughter. As long as one of them was interested, then the two of them would have constant interactions, and with more interactions feelings might arise. Xiaoya once again sized up Lin Mo. "Are you sure 3 times, HM? Lin Mo nodded his head. This matter could be known just by casually asking. Rather, there was nothing to hide. Xiaoya fell silent. Regarding Lin Mo's words about surviving by a fluke, she didn't believe it for half a second. Under the influence of an anomaly, the level of danger definitely soared, and if one didn't have the ability, there was absolutely no possibility of surviving in the face of an enraged anomaly. But it was obvious that Lin Mo didn't want to say anything, but asking too many questions was obviously not appropriate either. There was also a person who could encounter scenes of anomalies descending so many times. How could this be seen as an unrealistic thing? Who did he think he was, and did he really think that wherever he was, anomalies would descend on him? What does that make him? A disaster befalling him? Anyway, Xiaoya didn't believe Lin Mo's words. At the moment, Xiaoya sees Lin Mo as a nonsensical little fool. Right at this moment, Lin Mo's gaze suddenly looked over to a blooming wire orchid not far away next to the 10,000 ancient pine. Almost as soon as Lin Mo looked over, the system's prompt also rang out. "Ding, abnormal descent detected. Ding, level 25 mantis monster detected." As the system's voice fell, a beam of brilliant green light erupted from the wire orchid next to the vanguard pine. While the anomaly appeared there, Elder Tan Xiao's face changed and he was about to make a move, but when he saw Lin Mo, who was blocking in front of Xiaoya, he forcefully stopped himself and watched as Lin Mo and Xiaoya were dragged into the anomaly. He muttered, "This kid should be able to fix it, right?" He truly didn't expect an anomaly to appear before his eyes. However, it was good to let Lin Mo experience danger with Xiaoya. As long as they experienced danger together, Xiaoya would only change her mind about Lin Mo. Of course, if that brat Lin Mo couldn't solve it, the big deal was that he would make another move. At the time when the abnormality appeared here at Elder Tan Shao, the people of the Divine Dragon clan also learned about the abnormality that appeared here. Just as the anomaly appeared here, Gu Yuan had gathered everyone. Captain, the place where the anomaly appeared is in Bailey Howtai. Should we rush over there now? Where did you say? Gu Yuan's face looked odd. Paragon residence? No need for that. Gu Yuan shook his head. But there are many important people living in Paragon residence, and even the family of a certain bigwig from our headquarters is also living there, so when the time comes, the higher-ups will pursue the responsibility. Hu Lili hastened to persuade Gu Yuan, this is no joke, the families of the bigwigs at their headquarters are all in there, and if something happens to the families of the bigwigs, I'm afraid that those newly incorporated members will be disappointed in the Divine Dragon team. No need, Gu Yuan said with certainty. Bailey Howtai was Lin Mo's lair and it was under Lin Mo's management. Now that Lin Mo's precinct has an abnormality, he will also rush over there at the first opportunity. With Lin Mo there, no surprises. Better yet, if Lin Mo can't even solve it, don't forget that it's Bailey Howtai. It's Master Tan Zhao's Bailey residence. If he's there, the one who should be worried is the one who broke into the ballet house. Let's cancel this mission. After Gu Yuan finished his explanation, he turned around and headed towards his office. Hu Lili was dumbfounded. This is cancelled? Are you kidding me, Captain? Are you sure? Letting an anomalous presence in their jurisdiction would have unimaginable consequences if the headquarters knew about it. Yes, sir. Captain, will you reconsider? Hu Lili is going to cry. Something will happen. Something big will happen. Even if the captain had a problem with HQ, he couldn't joke around with the lives of the people in Paragon residence. If something goes wrong at Paragon residence, she can imagine how the headquarters will be furious. Do you know who lives in this Bally's residence? Gu Yuan looked at Hu Lili with an odd gaze. Not waiting for Hu Lili to respond, he said first. You remember the three old men who created the Divine Dragon group back then, right? One of them left the group after it got on the right track, and the Bailey residence is the place where that master is recuperating. Hu Lili's gaze instantly widened. Is this really true? It is said that that old man who left was the strongest person in the previous headquarters. Now do you think we need to go and do more if we have him there? Gu Yuan looked at Hu Lili in amusement. Hu Lili touched her nose. If there was any of them there, they really would have been superfluous. However, isn't it precisely because of the presence of that person that we need to urgently go forward for reinforcements, so that that person can see what kind of reaction-breaking speed the Divine Dragon group he created has now? If because of their procrastination that person had a bad influence on their group, it wouldn't be good for their captain or team leader, would it? It was fine, he didn't care about that. Gu Yuan raised his hand. With all this speculation about their thoughts, it would be better to look for the rest of those abnormal descents hidden inside the city again. These days they were really a bit busy. In the past, when they didn't have search instruments, they could only detect the existence of those anomalies when there was a major casualty or a major incident because of those anomalies. Now with the search instruments, once something was found, they were able to lock it at the first time and send people to solve the anomaly. Once they couldn't solve the anomaly, they would have to apply to the headquarters for an expert to come down and solve it to avoid a major incident from occurring. It was just that before the search instrument had been produced, those anomalies that had been hidden in the crowd were more difficult to search, and now they all hoped that Dr. Bai would develop a new search instrument early, one that could search for past anomalies, instead of only being able to discover those anomalies that had just appeared. This would alleviate a lot of their work. Good. Hu Lili nodded and turned around to get busy. After Hu Lili left, Gu Yuan returned to his office, his eyes looking through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the direction of the Bailey mansion. You should make a move, right? He was also betting that Lin Mo would make a move. Of course it didn't matter if Lin Mo didn't make a move, that person would definitely make a move as well, so Gu Yuan really didn't put this anomaly in his eyes. The reason why he was transferred here in the first place was not just because their Gu family was in B City and he was chosen on the principle of proximity, but also because the family knew that Elder Tan Shao, who had created the Divine Dragon team, was here, with him in his precinct. Then when he encountered a danger that he couldn't solve, that person might step in. This also invariably reduced his danger, something that his grandfather and father had spent a great deal of money to get for him. While Gu Yuan was thinking about this, Lin Mo, who was being chanted by him, had already been caught up in the sphere of abnormal influence. Only a dense green mist was emanating from the surroundings. Under the shroud of the green mist one couldn't reach out and see anything. Lin Mo even heard gnawing sounds. Ka-ching, it was like the sound of something gnawing. On trees, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Mantis eating trees? This scene made Lin Mo's face look a little odd. It was also at this moment that the sound of the mantis gnawing stopped. Then Lin Mo heard the sound of vibrating wings coming from far and near. The sound of iron touching iron also rang out in an instant, and in the next moment Lin Mo saw two knives that flashed with green light splitting down in front of his face. One chopped towards Lin Mo's head while the other chopped towards Xiaoya's head. The speed was strangely fast. As these two huge green knives slashed down, Lin Mo tugged on the frozen Xiaoya and stepped back. They had just dodged out of the way when the two green knives chopped on the ground and the ground directly sunk in. Just at this time, the green mist around them was blown away by a gale because of the other party's sudden attack, revealing a 3-meter mantis only to see the two mantis hands of this mantis, which were clearly the knives that had just chopped at Lin Mo and Xiaoya. Seeing that the knife missed, the mantis monster's eyes glowed red and rushed towards the two once again. Lin Mo threw an eye of observation at the mantis monster. Mantis monster. Level, 25, Physique, 200-inch Strength, 100 Agility, 350 Spirit, 100, Skill 1, Agility Speed soars 20 times, swiftly approaches the enemy, lasts for 10 seconds, Skill 2, Blade Mantle. The mantis monster can send out blade mantles at the enemy within 3 meters of its circumference. Method of restraint, Fire Lightning Medicine, Danger Level, Dangerous. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. It was also at this moment that the mantis had already approached within 3 meters of them. One could only see the mantis cross its two blades and let out a sound, followed by a green blade on slashing towards Lin Mo and Xiaoya. Because he had already been prepared, Lin Mo once again dragged Xiaoya to avoid the mantis attack. After Lin Mo dodged the mantis monster's attack, he tugged Xiaoya and floated backwards again. You find a place to hide, I'll go meet it. When he found a chance to catch his breath, Lin Mo said to Xiaoya. Before even waiting for Xiaoya to say anything, Lin Mo met the charging mantis head on. Xiaoya looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression. Although she had stepped on the fact that Lin Mo wasn't simple before, she hadn't thought that Lin Mo would actually be able to deal with the abnormality, and looking at the ease with which he dodged it was as if he hadn't even exerted any force. Lin Mo, who lunged towards the mantis, didn't know that his image in Xiaoya's heart was quietly changing, and at the moment he looked at the mantis in front of him with a serious expression. This mantis hadn't even really exerted its full power yet. If this mantis used its speed and added that agility skill, it was absolutely impossible for him to still have a chance to use his good offices. That was why it was important to be quick in resolving this mantis. The only way to bring victory was to resolve this mantis before it could use its skills. Lin Mo looked at his panel. After clarifying the gap between them, a glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the only way to show the enemy was to show weakness. While Lin Mo was thinking like this, the mantis had already rushed towards Lin Mo once again, and as the mantis rushed towards him, 2 more slashes were sent out. Xiaoya, who was hiding not far away, couldn't help but cover her mouth when she saw how fast the mantis appeared. The speed of that mantis monster was simply too fast. She didn't even have time to blink her eyes before that mantis monster arrived in front of Lin Mo and just launched its blades at Lin Mo. At this moment Lin Mo was as if he was stupid, standing straight in place and letting the mantis's knife fall on his body. Xiaoya was so frightened that she was about to scream, but she firmly covered her mouth. What did this brat want to do? The eyes of Elder Tan Xiaoxiao, who was outside the green fog, narrowed as a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Although it was said that Lin Mo's speed was no match for the mantis, if he was bent on dodging and pestering the mantis monster, there wasn't no way out. After all, with the appearance of this mantis monster in front of him, I'm afraid that no matter how fast it was, most of its speeds could be straightforward attacks, and it was unlikely that it would be able to have a cornering type of speed. This also created, as long as one could dodge the mantis monster's rampaging attacks outside, to deal with this mantis would become simple. Just as Elder Tan Xiaoxiao was puzzled and Xiaoya couldn't help but want to rush out to save Lin Mo moved, only to see Lin Mo make a sideways turn, dodging the mantis monster's fatal blow. But a quarter of his shoulder was still slashed by the mantis monster, and just as the mantis monster slashed Lin Mo, Xiaoya saw Lin Mo stick his hand on the mantis monster's body. And to Xiaoya's surprise, Lin Mo was not injured. Instead, she saw a purple-blue lightning light appear on Lin Mo's body surface, blocking the mantis's strike, and the protective thunder also followed Lin Mo's body at this moment and appeared on the mantis. Zila zila, an aroma of meat came out all of a sudden. Although Xiaoya felt that she shouldn't be hungry at this time, she still couldn't help but swallow her saliva when she smelled this strange fragrance. Fragrant, it really smelled too good. In the next moment she saw the mantis monster, which was originally still a tiger, fall straight to the ground with its body scorched black, emitting a strong meat fragrance. It was just that this meat scent, as the lightning bolts traveled through its body, turned into a scorched smell. This burnt smell didn't last long and the mantis monster directly turned into green dust and fell to the ground. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. This material that had transformed into dust could be difficult to clean up. But this wasn't something Lin Mo needed to worry about. There would be members of the Divine Dragon team coming back to pack up these things anyway. Congratulations to the host for resolving the level 25 mantis monster and gaining 1000 experience points. Congratulations to the host. For obtaining a rare material, the mantis blade, it has been placed in the parcel. When Lin Mo saw the second prompt from the system, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't think that this mantis had even popped out equipment. Because Lin Mo had resolved the mantis monster, the green mist of the boundary type triggered by the mantis monster dissipated. After the green mist dissipated, Xiaoya ran over. Are you alright? Xiaoya looked at Lin Mo's right shoulder where his clothes had been torn apart by a slash from the mantis blade, revealing his sinewy muscles. Xiaoya glanced away uncomfortably after catching a glimpse of those firm muscle lines. That glimpse just now, however, also allowed her to see that Lin Mo was not injured. It was good that he wasn't injured. This time the appearance of the mantis monster also finally made Xiaoya realize how terrifying this anomaly was. If someone like her who had no power met this abnormality, I'm afraid that she would be solved by this mantis in minutes. Lin Mo shook his head. It's fine. And at this time Elder Tan Xiao came over. Children, are you alright? My goodness, just now, but it was too dangerous. I saw a green mist appear, then you guys disappeared. What the hell is going on? Tan Xiao said as her gaze fell on Lin Mo's shoulder. Child, what's going on with your shoulder? When Tan Xiao's gaze landed on Lin Mo's shoulder, his eyes flickered slightly. He really hadn't thought that this child's physique was so good. He had seen clearly when Mantis had just made his slash, which had broken through Thunder's defenses and had injured Lin Mo. The wounds were probably all of a centimeter deep, but now Lin Mo's injuries had actually recovered, so there was only one possibility for this, and that was that Lin Mo's physique was very good. This also made Elder Tan Xiao even more satisfied with Lin Mo. Elder, I'm fine. Lin Mo shook his head. It was an abnormal intrusion just now, so I'm now going to contact someone from the Divine Dragon Group to come over and take a look. Lin Mo did not avoid suspicion and directly took out his mobile phone and dialed Gu Yuan's mobile number. The call was quickly answered. There's an anomaly here in Paragon Residence, a level 25 mantis monster. It's been resolved now. Hurry up and have someone come over to clean up the remnants of this material. Once Lin Mo's words came out, Gu Yuan froze instead. You solved that monster? What else? Did you solve it? Lin Mo rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner. Nothing. I thought which one solved it. Gu Yuan shook his head and lost his smile. Since you solved it, I'll send someone to pack up the materials now. That person? Who is that person? How could Gu Yuan have that kind of confidence? Lin Mo's gaze flickered. It was just that the phone call hadn't even been long before someone came over to pack up the materials left behind by the praying mantis in Elder Tan Xiaoxiao's yard. That was the pile of ashes. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao just looked at it all and didn't say anything. At this moment, Gu Yuan was the one who didn't come to Elder Tan Xiao to take Elder Tan Xiao away from them to change their memories. This made Lin Mo feel slightly strange. After all, those people before had shown that most ordinary people would be taken away to erase their memories. But now, no matter if it was Elder Tan Xiaoxiao or Xiaoyan, neither of them had been taken away. This was somewhat strange. Lin Mo secretly thought about all this. After the people from the Divine Dragon Group came over and took away the abnormal materials, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao however greeted Lin Mo and they continued to drink tea. At this moment, Xiaoya's fists were clenched tightly. Abnormality? Is this an anomaly? She muttered in a very soft voice, so light that if it wasn't for Lin Mo's bright ears he wouldn't have been able to hear what she was mumbling. In recent times, anomalies have descended very frequently. We still need to be careful. Zhang Tianla told them about the anomalies. What you are saying? Did the people from the Divine Dragon Group tell you to say that? I heard that those who enter the Divine Dragon Group sign a confidentiality agreement. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Mo with a smile. Including his own family members can't be allowed to say anything. Now Lin Mo has broken the rules for his granddaughter, which shows that this brat still has his granddaughter in his heart. The anomalies will come more and more frequently, and I'm afraid that before long the entire world will fall into anomalies, so even if I don't say anything we'll always be faced with these anomalies. The big deal is that we won't do it. Lin Mo was very open-minded. After all, in less than half a year the anomalies would descend completely, so it was better to let them be prepared. Elder Tan Xiao gave Lin Mo a deep look. Looks like this kid knows quite a bit. According to the information coming from those two bad old men, it's an eventful time right now. and that Dr. Bai has studied the theories on this. Dr. Bai said that if it continues to go on like this, I'm afraid that this anomaly will come down and it will still be within 3 years or even earlier, depending on the speed at which these anomalies are appearing right now, and if more and more anomalies are appearing, then the time for these anomalies to come down will be much shorter as well, 3 years. This time, if the anomalies descended upon the Earth, there wasn't really much time for them to prepare. To be precise, in the face of this unknown, it was actually not really a sure thing, no matter how sure it was. Grandpa, is this thing true? Xiaoya, however, looked towards Tan Xiao. Her grandfather was working in the government sector. A lot of the time the things he did were mysterious. The terms were still thieves and short people who did not know thought that their grandfather was a great general of the army. The news I got is not far from what this kid Azumi said. I'm afraid that this anomaly will really come to the human world. Tan Xiao dryly coughed before adding. But you also have to believe that the country will not give up on us. Lin Mo was silent. In a rare moment he didn't argue. Xiaoya also couldn't help but frown when she heard this news. 3 years is not too short, not too short. Tan smiled and narrowed his eyes. Maybe it's not even 3 years. This is just a reference value. No. I need to work out lest I still be this unarmed when it comes to the end times. Xiaoya's expression was serious to the extreme. Elder Tan Xiao glanced at Xiaoya and a hint of laughter flashed in the bottom of his eyes. This granddaughter of his had good qualifications. Previously he had also considered giving this granddaughter enlightenment, but this granddaughter had always hated fighting and defeating, but he hadn't thought that because of this encounter with an unusual event it had caused her to have such an interest. If he had known this, he would have let this granddaughter encounter anomalies a long time ago. Grandpa, when you have time, teach me our family's ancestral gong method, Xiaoya said to Elder Tan Xiao. Good. Lin Mo on the side heard this and subconsciously looked at the two. Not right. This dialogue was very wrong. At this moment Lin Mo subconsciously flung over an eye of observation to the two. Name, Xiaoya, female emperor, race, human, level, 0, physique, 20, strength, 20, agility, 20, spirit, 200. Lin Mo froze when he saw this attribute. He glanced at Xiaoya with some surprise. This Xiaoya hadn't even been awakened yet and her spirit power was surprisingly so strong. There was also the fact that her other attributes weren't simple either, worthy of being the future empress, and when his observing eye landed on Elder Tan Xiao he froze. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. A bit incredulously he looked at Tan Xiao's profile. This profile was fake, right? Under the eye of observation Tan Xiao's data was revealed to Lin Mo. That data was really about to light up Lin Mo's eyes. Name, Tan Xiao, Yen Di, race, human, level, 100, physique, 3000, strength, 3000, agility, 3000, spirit, 5000, skill 1, Brahma domain class. Can incinerate everything 100 miles in a circle. Yen Di's anger red earth thousands of miles in Yen Di's domain. Yen Di is the god of fire, increases with level, increases with level, skill 2, starfall, group attack skill. Yen Di can summon a rain of meteorites within 100 miles and strike any target with precision. Skill 3, fireball, a single skill, scorching hot and pragmatic, touch and die. After reading Tan Xiao's information Lin Mo's gaze widened. What the hell, he had originally thought that Tan Xiao was awakening to become a Yen emperor in the future. That was why he hadn't been casting his eyes of observation on Tan Xiao all this time. It was just that this time, the people from the Divine Dragon Group had come over, giving him the illusion that something wasn't right. This, coupled with old Xiaoya's words just now, made him a bit suspicious, so he cast the skill on the two. The moment the skill came out, good guy, this bad old man was really bad. Surprisingly, he hid the fact that he was an expert from him. 100 levels, this myth hasn't even descended yet, and this bad old man has the strength of 100 levels. When the myth descends, won't this bad old man become even more terrifying? Wait a minute, what was this old man's ranking in the past? 5th. That's not right, this was very wrong. He had reason to suspect that this old man was deliberately hiding his strength, 100 levels of strength. Even after the mythic advent, this was an existence that was terrifying to the extreme. How could he only be ranked 5th? Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Kid, what's wrong? Tan Xiao noticed Lin Mo's abnormality and looked at him with a smile. Is it possible that after fighting with the abnormality just now, there was some kind of bad reaction? Do you need to be sent to the hospital for a checkup? Xiaoya, you quickly take him to the hospital to have a look. Don't suffer any internal injuries. Elder Tan Xiao hurriedly urged up Xiaoya. Xiaoya walked to Lin Mo's front. Let's go. In public and private she had the need to take Lin Mo for a checkup. This Time if Lin Mo hadn't stepped in, she was afraid that she would be in a bad way. I didn't, you're definitely not okay. Not even waiting for Lin Mo to finish, Tan Xiao opened her mouth to interrupt Lin Mo. Dealing with an abnormality, how can there not be something wrong? You need to be properly checked and examined. If you accidentally injure yourself, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. After all, there are some abnormalities that inflict injuries. You look fine on the surface and even feel fine in person, but once you check, I'm afraid it's an extremely deep injury. Xiaoya's face changed. Without saying a word, tugging Lin Mo turned around and walked towards the hospital. Elder Tan Xiaoya's eyes narrowed with laughter. Look, young people's love is what needs them old people to create opportunities for them. Soon after Xiaoya left with Lin Mo, Gu Yuan walked into the courtyard. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at him faintly. What are you doing here at my place, Chief? I'm here to report to you. Before Gu Yuan could finish his sentence, Tan Xiao raised his hand to stop. Stop. I'm not the leader of your Divine Dragon Group. I've already quit the Divine Dragon Group. I'm just a retired bad old man now. Don't give me a high hat. Gu Yuan laughed bitterly. How this material is distributed, that is the business of your Divine Dragon Group. Don't ask me. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao waved his hand again. Is it possible that you want me, a person who has already withdrawn, to arrange the work of your Divine Dragon team? Old He and Old Han wouldn't be that classless, would they? Gu Yuan cried and laughed again. Those two are not something that he, as a little Karami, can comment on. Let's go. Don't get in the way of my retirement. I'm halfway into my coffin now, so I'm not fit to go out again. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao once again urged Gu Yuan to leave. Goodbye then. If there's anything I can tell you, please do so. Gu Yuan once again bowed to Elder Tan Xiao. The myth was about to descend. He was now on the old master's territory, which could be considered much safer than the headquarters. One had to know that the two strongest men, Elder He and Elder Han combined, were no match for Elder Tan Xiao. But those two are already the existence of the ceiling of humanity. Just don't come to my place and get in my way. I hate your Gu family's heart of hearts. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but yin and yang. Gu Yuan smiled bitterly. In the beginning, his grandfather, because of some things counted on the headquarters of the Divine Dragon Group, resulting in the recent creation of the Divine Dragon Group, almost died, which also offended this old master at that time. This almost did not hammer his grandfather to death. So Elder Tan Xiao really hated their Gu family. Then I will take my leave. Gu Yuan slowly retreated. Tan smile. Old master looked at the retreating Gu Yuan, snorted. Gu family people are not useless, at least this younger generation has a little bit of commitment. This is also the reason why he allowed this Gu Yuan to be stationed in this downtown area and become the captain of the Divine Dragon team in this downtown area. Bad old man, I knew you were here. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao's aura hadn't dissipated yet when a middle heavy roar came from outside the door, followed by the door being kicked open and an old woman with a head full of silver hair but appearing to be a crane-haired child walked in. As soon as she entered, her gaze locked onto Elder Tan Xiaoxiao's body. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao's neck couldn't help but shrink. Madam, why are you here? I just came over to sneak around. Sneaking around? Do you really think that my lady is blind? It's all bursting with an abnormal energy here. Say, is it you? You spend a lot of money on this thing all day long. Haven't you learned enough? If you haven't, then go back to the dragon team and continue your research. Yi Zhao twisted Tan Xiaoxiao's ear. Day by day, he's a troublemaker. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Madam, let go. Tan Xiaoxiao old man quickly begged. Yi Zhao coldly grunted but did not make it more difficult for Old Master Tan Xiao. After letting go of her hand, she sat down in front of the tea table, sweeping the 3 cups in front of her. Her eyes narrowed. Tan Xiao, Lao I warns you, don't force Xiaoya to find a man all day long. It's not like a woman can't live without a man. If she can't find someone who understands her and loves her, I'd rather she not marry in this life to enjoy the pains of marriage. If she doesn't marry, Lao Aoi will raise her and feed her for the rest of her life. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly once again. Madam, how dare I force Xiaoya to get married? Oh, I'm not encouraging her to try and experiment more. What if she can really find the right person? What's more, Xiaoya's physique, if she doesn't find a suitable person, I'm afraid she won't live long. Ah, you're so nosy, don't I know it? Isn't this a matter of fate? You just keep thinking about selling your granddaughter out. Damn awful old man. Yi Zhao's face darkened when she was reminded of this by Elder Tan Xiaoxiao. Of course she was clear about Xiaoya's physique. To be precise, no one was more aware of Xiaoya's physique than her. After all, this was the product of the combination of the Tan and Yi families. Thinking of this, Yi Zhao's face darkened. In the beginning, she shouldn't have married this bad old man out of love, causing the bloodlines of the two families to superimpose. The bloodline was strong, but the consequences of this were also frightening. Yi Zhao's hand wringing Elder Tan Zhao's ear. was a few points heavier. Madam, spare your life. I have good news for you now. I found someone suitable for Xiaoya. He's really suitable, you have to believe me. Yi Zhao let go of his ears and hugged his arms over his chest. Tell me about it. Tan Xiaoxiao took out his mobile phone and handed the photo of Lin Mo that he took to Yi Zhao's face. This is the kid. This kid's physique is absolutely awesome. Now at a young age he has already reached more than 20 levels, and the most important thing is that his physique is very good, which can perfectly carry Xiaoya. Yi Zhao's eyes narrowed dangerously. Are you sure? Absolutely. You didn't see just now, the moment this kid was injured, that wound healed almost immediately. This physique is simply perverse. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be staggered when he said this. In all these years, this was the first time he had seen a physique that perverted. Well then, my wife would like to see if this brat is worth entrusting Xiaoya to. If this brat is a heartless one, even if he is suitable for Xiaoya, I won't choose him. Yi Zhao snorted coldly, took a step and disappeared in front of Elder Tan Xiaoxiao. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing his lady leave and folded his hands. Lin Mo, lad, I can only be sorry for you. The agony of being pestered by his madam is something he knows well every day, and now that his madam has gone to find trouble with that brat, he can finally have a few days of peace and quiet. Thinking of this, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao's face had a bit more of a smile on it. On the other side, Xiaoya brought Lin Mo towards the hospital. Teacher Xiao, I'm really fine. Zhang Tianla smiled bitterly and looked towards Xiaoya, who was driving towards the hospital. I know my own body. He was trying to hug Xiaoya's thigh, but it wasn't like this. His physique has reached more than 1,000, not to mention a little injury. Even if his hand is cut to the point where only a layer of skin is left attached, he will be able to recover. Grandpa said that he asked me to bring you here for a checkup, so it must be done. I don't feel at ease if I don't check. Xiaoya condensed a face and said to Lin Mo, patients usually say that they are not sick. Do not be sick and avoid medical treatment. Xiaoya is pressed to ignore Lin Mo's argument and brought him to the hospital. Let the doctor open a bunch of tests. When Lin Mo was being escorted by Xiaoya to do the tests, Shen Huiling happened to come out from the pregnancy test, and when she saw Xiaoya pressuring Lin Mo to send him to the X-ray room, her eyes narrowed dangerously, and she pulled out her mobile phone and took a picture of the two of them by clicking. Looking at the photos on her mobile phone, Shen Huiling smiled with satisfaction. Last time, Xiaoya ruined her good deed. Now she was going to stigmatize her. Only by forcing her out of the school would she have a chance to get Lin Mo. And the most taboo thing in the school was a teacher falling in love with a student. Now if this scene was put on the campus forums, what kind of repercussions it would trigger, that was already something that could be imagined. Xiaoya, this time I'll see how you still clarify. After Shen Huiling smiled grimly, she found a seat and began to edit the text on the forum. While Shen Huiling was editing Lin Mo and Xiaoya, Lin Mo had already been thrown into the X-ray room by Xiaoya, and just as Lin Mo was checking his body in the X-ray room, Yi Zhao arrived. When she saw Yi Zhao, Xiaoya froze. Grandma, why did you come to the hospital? Is there something wrong with your body? Xiaoya's expression immediately tensed up. It's okay, I don't have any discomfort. Grandma's body is great. Yi Zhao patted Xiaoya's hand, soothing. I came to hear your grandfather said you and a student love. I see you and do not bring people to the home to my wife to take a look at, thinking of their own over to see what is the situation. Where is he? Yi Zhao's eyes looked around, as if trying to find Lin Mo's figure in the crowd. Xiaoya cried and laughed. Grandmother, I have no relationship with Lin Mo. He's just my student. Now the reason I brought him to the hospital is because we just encountered an abnormality and Lin Mo was injured a bit. To save me, that's why I brought him to the hospital for a checkup. Grandpa said that he was afraid that he had suffered internal injuries, so that's why I brought him to the hospital. Yi Zhao frowned. So this was Tan Zhao's idea? At that time when you encountered that abnormality, that fool was watching from the sidelines? Yi Zhao's face gradually turned cold even as her hands clenched slightly, emitting the clacking sound of bones rubbing together. Xiaoya, who noticed that her grandmother's state was not right, coughed dryly. Grandmother, this is not to blame Grandpa. After all, that is an abnormality. He is just an ordinary person. How can he cope with this abnormality? Ordinary person, he, you believe? Yi Zhao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Regardless of whether it was their Tan family or her, neither of them was an ordinary person. Others were afraid of anomalies, but they weren't. Even the anomalies were nothing more than that in their hands, and of the anomalies that descended now, there was no existence that they couldn't solve. Xiaoya looked at Yi Zhao suspiciously. Grandma, this means that Grandpa is not an ordinary person? That's not right. Wasn't Grandpa working in the government sector before and only retired down now? Could it be that Grandpa has other powerful identities? this is not important. You first tell me, is that bad old man finished watching you all fall into a dangerous situation? Yi Zhao's face darkened horribly. If Tan Xiao, that awful old man, really watched Lin Mo fall into danger with Xiaoye and didn't take action, see how she would go back and clean him up. That awful old man was really bringing everything to play. It wasn't good to be too playful. Nowadays, these abnormalities are all ruthless and it's easy to play around and get out of touch. At that time, even if Grandpa had stepped in, it wouldn't have been of much use because Lin Mo's speed in resolving the anomalies was very fast. Thinking of the scene where Lin Mo had hurriedly and sharply resolved the mantis abnormality, Xiaoye's face had some redness emerge. Taking a moment, if Lin Mo hadn't stepped in, she really would have been lost, especially when she saw this man instantly appear in front of her and block the abnormal strike for her. Her heart really shrunk into a ball. At that moment, this teenager's figure was branded in her heart as a deep impression. Yi Zhao glanced at his granddaughter. Seeing that springy look, he skimmed his mouth, saying that it was a teacher-student relationship. In reality, I'm afraid that this granddaughter of his own's mind had more or less already fallen on that teenager. And the thought of this thing, where their own bad old man single-handedly facilitated, Yi Zhao's heart is about to explode with anger, but on the contrary, in front of their own granddaughter, but also cannot have any performance. Yi Zhao is the more you think the more angry. For Lin Mo, who has never met before, there is not much good impression. Just when Yi Zhao was sulking, the door of the X-ray room opened and Lin Mo walked out from inside. Xiaoye walked forward. How is it? Is it okay? What did the doctor say? The doctor said to wait for the film to come out and then let the doctor who diagnosed it look at it. Lin Mo shrugged. My own body, I know myself. I am really fine, teacher. You do not have to spend this money. Lin Mo once again persuaded Xiaoye. In persuading Xiaoye, before seeing Yi Zhao standing beside her. This is, to introduce you, this is my grandmother. Granny, this is my student Lin. Yi Zhao raised his hand to interrupt his granddaughter's introduction. No need to introduce, I know him. On the way here she had already had someone investigate Lin Mo's background clearly. This brat, even on the first day of his granddaughter's teaching, he bought the house next door to the house rented by his granddaughter. This Sima Yi's heart was well known. His own granddaughter still wants to explain for this little brat. Explaining my arse, it's her own stupid granddaughter who thinks it's all a coincidence. Coincidence? Where in the world are there so many coincidences? It's all the calculations of these stinking men. Lin Mo listened to Yi Zhao's somewhat impulsive tone and the person was a little confused. It seemed as if Lin Yi's grandmother didn't like herself very much. Moreover, Yi Zhao provocatively sized up Lin Mo. The body was twice as good, there was nothing going on at all. Checking my arse? What's the point of pretending to be weak? He doesn't need to be checked, his body is great, go back. Yi Zhao focused on observing Lin Mo's physique. As the bad old man had said, his physical quality was indeed somewhat terrifying. Even those who were over 50 levels might not have his physique, I'm afraid. This physique was enough to be her granddaughter's flood drain. Yi Zhao's eyes, which were like picking out goods, made Lin Mo a little uncomfortable and even a little disgusted. What did this old woman mean by treating him with a nose that wasn't a nose and eyes that weren't eyes? Kid, I heard that you were in love with my granddaughter. Yi Zhao clasped his arms to his chest and faintly sized up Lin Mo. So this was the reason why this old woman was treating him with a nose that wasn't a nose and eyes that weren't eyes. Lin Mo couldn't help but think about it. If it was his own granddaughter who was being stared at by another man, it was also true that it was not a very comforting thing. Granny, you've got it wrong. Teacher Xiao and I are really only in a teacher-student relationship for the time being, Lin Mo hurriedly explained. Although he also wanted to be Xiaoye's boyfriend, but unfortunately he wasn't right now. If this was Xiaoye's boyfriend, that would be a proper embrace of two big thick legs. That was one of the top 10 experts. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Mo's eyes brightened up. Really? Yi Zhao looked Lin Mo up and down, seemingly weighing the meaning of the words. Really? 1,000 times true, truer than real gold. Lin Mo responded with a bitter smile. Of course, if teacher Xiaoye is willing, I don't mind. Lin Mo immediately gave another reply, beauty as well, especially a beauty with an excellent figure. What's more important was that Xiaoye would still be a powerful beauty in the future. He really couldn't wait to hug his thigh. There was no qualification to dislike. Yi Zhao couldn't help but roll his eyes. This brat was a good calculator. Right at this moment, the old lady slightly tilted her head, her gaze instantly locking onto Shen Huiling's body. Just as her gaze locked onto Shen Huiling's body, the space and time around her seemed to have paused. Lin Mo noticed the flow of time around him at the first moment and his eyes narrowed. It was also in the instant he narrowed his eyes that he realized that the old lady who was still standing in front of him had disappeared, and when he looked in the direction the old lady was looking at before, the old lady's figure appeared next to Shen Huiling. Shen Huiling? Why was she here? And in her hand, why was she holding up a mobile phone? Just as Lin Mo looked over, the old lady appeared next to Shen Huiling, reached out and took away her mobile phone, and when she saw that Shen Huiling's mobile phone had pictures of Lin Mo and Xiaoya, she frowned and directly deleted them. After deleting the photos of the two of them, Yi Zhao returned the mobile phone to Shen Huiling, and when she appeared again, she had already returned to Lin Mo's side. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth, who had noticed all this, couldn't help but twitch. He originally thought that in Xiaoya's family it was just Xiaoya and her grandfather who weren't simple, who knew that her grandmother wasn't far behind. She had mastered the power of space and time. This is very scary to think about. This family is truly perverted. 2 top 10 masters, one of them before the mythic descent was already 100-level terrifying existence. Now there was another grandmother. Didn't they say that grandma is weak and sickly? This is sickly. Does this Xiao Ya have a different view on being sickly? With this speed, with this ability, even if 100 cows came, it wouldn't be enough for this old man of hers to clean up at once. Lin Mo subconsciously flung an eye of observation at Yi Zhao. Only the eye of observation was seen. Name: Yi Zhao. Race: human. Level: 99. Physique: 2500. Strength: 2500. Agility: 3500. Spirit: 6000. Skill 1: Time Monarch controls time, grows stronger over time. Skill 2: Time Salvation Group skill can save anyone who dies within 10 minutes, bring them back to life. Skill 3: Time Imprisonment, can control people in time. Looking at Yi Zhao's information, Lin Mo was a little tense. This family was too scary, right? How can this even be played right? This was a direct lie to win. No wonder. Xiaoya was able to grow up in his previous life with 2 big brothers escorting him. It would be strange if she didn't grow up. This is still before the myth came down. If it was after the coming of the myth, I'm afraid that the cultivation of these 2 old dengs would still grow in vain. This also means that their already perverted forms have become even more perverted. At this moment, Lin Mo was incredibly glad that he had bought Xiaoya's next door. This was simply buying a life preserver. After Yi Zhao returned to her original position, she seemed to notice Lin Mo's surprised gaze. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Kid, what are you looking at? No, didn't look at anything. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. He was really afraid that this Yi Zhao was ruthless. Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow. This kid is not truthful. Since there's nothing going on, let's go home. Don't waste time here. Yi Zhao glanced at Lin Mo with a cold expression. Child, what do you think? Yi Zhao had this look in his eyes as if Lin Mo dared to say a single word of note, Yi Zhao would be able to bury him on the spot. And it was also true that Lin Mo didn't want to let anyone else examine him. In case he let these machines monitor his perverted physique, he wouldn't be arrested and studied at that time. I think you've made a good point, Grandma. I also feel that my body is twice as good and doesn't need to be checked. But Grandpa said. But Xiaoya looked at Lin Mo with some concern. You just take what that bad old man said and treat it like a fart. That's it, let's go home. Yi Zhao waved his hand and led the 2 men to head towards home. Since these 2 had said that their bodies were fine and she had just asked the doctor who examined Lin Mo, and the doctor also said that Lin Mo's problem was not big and was healthy, so Xiaoya couldn't argue with the 2 and could only accompany the 2 to leave the hospital. Xiaoya assisted Yi Zhao to walk outside while looking at Yi Zhao with worry. Grandma, are you sure you're really okay? Before his grandfather said that his grandmother had a disease, she is really afraid of her grandmother, is to the hospital to check, but also bravely said that she is fine. What's wrong with me? You don't still think I'm holding on to it, do you? Yi Zhao couldn't help but roll her eyes when she said this. Previously, when she was breaking through level 99, she had suffered a small injury, and it so happened that Xiaoya wanted to visit her, so she could only pretend to be sick. In reality, she only needed to recuperate for a week. Thinking about this, Yi Zhao became angry. It was decided that he would give that bad old man rice with soy sauce at night. Are you really fine? Should I take you for a checkup? Xiaoya frowned at Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao raised his hand to stop Xiaoya's unrealistic thoughts. No need to check, I know my body, it's great. What examination? If I go for a checkup, it would be strange if the machine doesn't have problems. Are you sure? Xiaoya was still worried about her grandmother's body. Ding, level 33 corpse monster detected. Dangerous. Please stay away from the host. Right at this moment, Yi Zhao stopped and looked at her feet. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through the thick floor underneath her feet to the morgue at the bottom in general. Lin Mo heard this light eek from Yi Zhao and knew that this old woman had discovered the existence of the corpse monster. Xiaoya, you go first with this kid, Grandma has to go to the toilet. Yi Zhao motionlessly patted Xiaoya's hand, turned around and walked towards the toilet not far away. When she walked into the toilet, a sound came from Lin Mo's ears. Ding, time fluctuation detected. A level 99 expert exists in the vicinity. Extremely dangerous. Please take care of the host and hide. Soon after Yi Zhao struck, then the corpse monster in this hospital most likely wouldn't survive. Xiaoya couldn't help but narrow her eyes as she watched the image of Yi Zhao leaving. She always felt that her grandmother was strange, but exactly where she was strange she did not detect it for a while. The corpse monster was removed, the danger was lifted. In the next moment, Lin Mo's ears once again resounded with the system's announcement. How long did it take for this corpse monster to be resolved? A level 99 terrifying existence was just so awesome. One strike was a second defeat. It seemed that this class really couldn't be messed with. After 5 minutes, Yi Zhao then wobbled out of the toilet. Let's go back. Yi Zhao walked to Xiaoya's front, patted Xiaoya's hand and walked out. Lin Mo quietly looked at Yi Zhao. This old lady's body was still emitting a faint pressure. It was also when Lin Mo looked at Yi Zhao seemed to be aware of it and raised her eyes to collide with Lin Mo's gaze in midair. Yi Zhao smiled at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's mobile phone rang at the right time. The call was from Lu Pan. After Lin Mo answered it, Lu Pan's exclamation came from the other end of the phone. Lin Mo, big brother, you're too strong, right? Directly with Mr. Xiao to defeat people? Cow, it's too good. What the hell? What do you mean he defeated Xiaoya? You don't know, do you? Your visit to the hospital with Miss Xiaoya today was filmed and posted on the school's posting forum. Now everyone's going crazy saying that you knocked up Miss Xiaoya, and now you're afraid that something will come out of the woodwork, so you went to the hospital to get rid of the baby. I sent the link to the posting bar to your WeChat, so take a look for yourself. Lin Mo listened to Lu Pan's trolling and the person was numb. Now just rumor mongering a mouth. Lin Mo glanced at Xiaoya on his side. If this matter is known to her, I'm afraid she will start a rumor, right? Bring the mobile phone. It was also at this time that Yi Zhao extended his withered hand to Lin Mo. Lin Mo had the intention of not wanting to give it, but it was because Yi Zhao's eyes were too sharp. Lin Mo handed the mobile phone to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao took the mobile phone and tapped on the link that Lu Pan had sent over. When she clicked on the link, her face was horribly gloomy. These photos, they were all just deleted by her from Shen Huiling's mobile phone. Even if she didn't need to ask, she knew who this was messing things up, and looking at the narrative of those words on the posting, Yi Zhao's face became even darker. She really didn't think that these people were really that shameless. After reading the post, Yi Zhao's icy gaze fell on Lin Mo's body. This matter, you should be able to handle it, right? Her words had the vestigial feeling that if Lin Mo didn't handle it well, then she would handle him. What the hell? It's not like he sent this out, so how does it need him to deal with it? It's really a red face, Yi Zhao snorted coldly. A man who could provoke this kind of flower butterfly was most likely not a decent gentleman either. Yi Zhao granny originally have a little change of view on Lin Mo, who knows that the Lin Mo in front of him is actually a womanizing existence. No, how did he become a womanizer? Who is he messing with? Grandma, what's wrong? Xiaoya, however, frowned and looked at her grandmother. She was grabbing Lin Mo's mobile phone again, flipping through something and then getting angry with Lin Mo. Xiaoya was looking at her with blurry eyes. There's nothing going on, you don't need to care, let this brat sort it out. Yi Zhao waved her hand. She didn't want the current Xiaoya to see the post on the forum. That post cursing was really too dirty. Moreover, those little bitty extremely hostile cursing is also thieves hard to hear. When Xiaoya heard Yi Zhao's words, she grabbed her mobile phone from Lin Mo's hand and also happened to see the page that Yi Zhao hadn't had time to close before. When she finished reading, the content inside her face darkened. She was so angry that she was trembling. Alright, don't be angry, leave this matter to Lin Mo, Yi Zhao soothed a couple of sentences. Just as Yi Zhao and the others were talking, this post exploded in the forum, and it caused a hot debate. All of a sudden, it all detonated into the teacher group. A college student fell in love with his own professor and got his own professor pregnant. This is very powerful to hear, so this news too had circulated in society. All in all, it had caught the attention of the leaders concerned, just as Yi Zhao said that Lin Mo would solve it. Xiaoya shook her head with a grave expression. Grandmother, this matter is not that simple. I'm afraid that the leaders concerned already know about this news. She had transferred schools before to avoid the scandal with the students, but she hadn't thought that she would be involved with the students again so soon, and this time the scandal was even more serious than before. At this time, Lin Mo and Xiaoya's mobile phones rang at the same time. Xiaoya looked at Lin Mo's mobile phone. The number on the phone, Xiaoya was still familiar with the phone number of Director Chen of the Academic Affairs Office. As for her mobile phone, after Xiaoya shoved Lin Mo's mobile phone back to him, she pulled out her own mobile phone, which also had the landline number of the teaching department on it. Xiaoya and Lin Mo basically answered at the same time. you both go back to the school and explain the situation with the school posting forum. Both of them got similar confidence. Yi Zhao frowned. She had certainly heard the call from the teaching office. Good. What did these people mean? Really want to sit on the relationship between the two of you, right? The matter of the class teacher getting together with a student, this matter itself was good to talk about and bad to hear. If this got out, where would her granddaughter's face go? Grandma, you don't have to be anxious, we will take care of it. Seeing Yi Zhao's face was very ugly, Xiaoya immediately pacified Yi Zhao. She was afraid that her grandmother would be angry. This thing was not true in the first place, we are just going to cooperate with the investigation. In Xiaoya's explanation, Yi Zhao's face only looked better, but her face is still taut. If you can solve this thing, solve it. Can't solve it, there are me and your grandfather. Don't hold on to yourself. Good. Xiaoya's heart warmed slightly and nodded to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao's eyes were coldly looking at Lin Mo. If you can't handle this matter, you know what the consequences will be. Good, just force him like this, right? Grandma, he is still a child, you're an adult, just stop treating him like a child. Yi Zhao raised his hand and interrupted Xiaoya. Alright, you guys go back to school first, I'm going to find your grandpa, Yi Zhao said and walked towards the door. Reaching out to stop a taxi and headed towards home, Xiaoya and Lin Mo naturally followed back to school. After returning to the school, the two of them went straight to the faculty office. As they passed through the school, Lin Mo saw that his classmates were pointing at the two of them. Of course, the system broadcast in his ears never stopped. He only heard, Ding collected Chen Li's envy value +5, Ding collected Wang Kai's jealousy value +6, Ding collected Zhang Shi's resentment value +10. This broadcast hadn't stopped broadcasting ever since that post was posted to the forums in Brood. When the two of them arrived at the teaching office, there were already 4 people sitting inside. The head and vice principal and the head and vice head of the teaching office. Seeing them come in, the eyes of the 4 of them instantly coalesced on the two. You two came just in time. Explain what's in the posting, right? Oh right, you all read the content in the posting, right? When Director Chen saw the two of them come in, his face darkened on the spot. Before you guys made a mess of things, we turned a blind eye and passed. But you are now out of this, called what things this thing all let the above to name. Director Chen said here, his face darkened. This one incident has fermented in a short period of time, there was simply no room for maneuver. The above basically contacted them right after this matter appeared, asking them to properly investigate and survey, and if the situation was true, they would naturally have to carry out a series of work. This may also have to affect the future promotion of the headmaster and them, and I'm afraid that their school's reputation will also be damaged because of this matter. This was likewise a dereliction of duty on his part. Just now the headmaster had pointed at his face and cursed in an unpleasant manner. Now that these two rightful owners have arrived, he naturally can't give a good face. Director Chen, this is not true. The first thing everyone does when something goes wrong is to, I don't want to hear this kind of pale explanation, I want to see the evidence. A university professor hooked up with his own student and managed to get pregnant. Listen to this, is it good? This has already had a great, terrible impact on our school. It's not like this misunderstanding can be resolved with a sentence or two. Director Chen took a deep breath and patiently said to the two of them, so I need evidence, full proof of your innocence. Lin Mo silently took out the sheet that he had just examined in the hospital and put it in front of Director Chen. Director, I was not feeling well, and it just so happened that Teacher Xiao saw it, so he sent me to the hospital for an examination. This is the list of my examination in the hospital. You look at it. Director Chen fished out the list and took a look. When he saw the examination items on it, along with the slip, his wrinkled brows finally loosened up. After he finished reading the slip, he handed it to the other 3 for them to review. So everything in this post is a lie? Oh, right. There's also student Lin Mo. Someone said before that you bought the house next door to Teacher Xiao in order to make it easier for you to chase after her. Is there such a thing? Director Chen's face darkened a few more points. This would be a difficult thing to qualify if it was true. I did buy the house next door to Teacher Xiao, but I didn't know where Teacher Xiao lived before I bought it. This can only be said to be a coincidence. Lin Mo shrugged, and with a few words from someone else to make a big fuss about investigating us. Director, that doesn't make sense, does it? Shouldn't you guys ask the person who made that post? This is clearly a rumor and slander against us. Lin Mo didn't think that one day he would have such a scandal. Honestly speaking, if this scandal was true, he would feel great. But the problem, it wasn't true yet, he had to take the blame. This would be outrageous. Director Chen frowned. There's no need for you to remind me. Our school's information office has already gone to investigate. Once the investigation has yielded results, we will naturally bring that person in for confirmation. Their school's forum only current students can enter and post, even if they are anonymous they can still find out. Now we are asking about you and Teacher Xiao. Did the two of you show up at the hospital just because you were physically injured, so you went for a checkup, not because Teacher Xiao was pregnant as stated in the forum? Director Chen narrowed his eyes and stared tightly at Lin Mo and Xiaoya, as if he wanted to look for the slightest hint from their faces. If it was really true, according to their school's rules, both Xiaoya and Lin Mo would have to be discouraged. This was the school that allowed them to pursue their studies. If this matter hadn't become a big deal, they could still turn a blind eye, but now that it had become such a big deal, it was impossible for them to do so. So now they're not only going to investigate, they're going to investigate hard. Do you think it's possible? Lin Mo frowned. This Director Chen's words were too arbitrary. It seemed that he had already typed them all into an unclear teacher-student romantic relationship. I've already said it. It was Teacher Xiao who sent me to the hospital to check my injuries, and now that I found out that there is nothing wrong, I naturally want to come back to school. How did it come to your mouth becomes we fall in love and have a child? This is slander. Do you know what kind of trouble this will cause to our lives? Lin Mo's questioning in turn caused Director Chen to freeze a bit. When this average student was called here, his temper first weakened a bit, but this Lin Mo was good and questioned him instead. Director Chen was about to reprimand Lin Mo when the headmaster coughed dryly. Director Chen, don't think he doesn't know the whole school's single male teachers are on Xiaoya. This young, beautiful and good body female teacher is full of good feelings, riveted to want to get Xiaoya's heart, but now Lin Mo and Xiaoya's love affair made a lot of noise, resulting in these male teachers more or less. Lin Mo is a little bit of a blind eye. Director Chen is also one of these male teachers, so now as long as he catches a pain point, he naturally wants to drive Lin Mo out of the school. Just now, as Lin Mo said, things have not even been investigated clearly to jump to conclusions. It is a little too early. Just at this time, the teacher who went to investigate came in with a black face. The matter is clear. This news is Shin Huiling's mess. Shin Huiling. The gazes of everyone present fell on Lin Mo's body. Before Lin Mo had confessed to Shin Huiling 99 times, they had also heard that Lin Mo had directly flipped out with Shin Huiling when he confessed to her for the 100th time. And this Shin Huiling seems to have fallen in love with Lin Mo because of this. So right now this was a love-hate thing. Just as these people's gazes fell on himself, Lin Mo skimmed his mouth. What are you all looking at me for? Now that the culprit has been found out, you guys don't look for her, can't you? See that I can solve this matter. Now that the end of the world is approaching, who is still thinking about love? It's only proper to grab a hold of your own strength. As for Xiaoya, Lin Mo looked at her. This one accepted this was a thigh. She was a female emperor. And not only was she a female emperor, her grandpa and grandma, those were all existences so powerful that they made people tremble. Such a combination, such a thigh, if he didn't hold on tightly he would be sorry for having lived again. The headmaster and the others all looked at Lin Mo somewhat speechlessly. This kid really doesn't show any mercy at all. Teacher Xiaoya looked. Director Chen was also looking at Xiaoya with some embarrassment at the moment. Just now he really thought that Xiaoya and Lin Mo had something going on. After all, there was no impermeable wall in the world. The matter of these two people falling in love was all over the place, and some people even said that Xiaoya's grandfather had personally admitted that Lin Mo was his grandson-in-law, and it had all come to this, so he had thought that there was a real possibility that these two people could get pregnant, but it turns out that they didn't. Not only did it not, it was still planted by someone else, so wouldn't this be embarrassing? Now that the results of the investigation had come out, he was conversely a little unsure of what to say. Just as Lin Mo said, the rightful owner has been found out, so we won't accompany you all to waste time here. We still need to have class tomorrow, so I'll go back and organize my lesson plans first. Xiaoya finished and greeted Lin Mo. Let's go. The headmaster and the others could only watch Xiao. You leave with Lin Mo at this moment. Headmaster. Now Director Chen looked to the headmaster who was sitting in his original position. Deal with it how it should be dealt with. The headmaster stood up and walked outside. Other people may not know Xiaoya's grandfather, but he was clear about how terrifyingly powerful Xiaoya's grandfather was, and the last time her grandfather's birthday banquet was held, according to his status, he was not even qualified to attend. Xiaoya's grandfather, that is even the mayor of their mayor to bow to the existence. If he really pissed off Xiaoya's grandfather, this little headmaster of his probably didn't even need to do it. After the headmaster left, Director Chen was a bit frantic, but once he thought that this matter was caused by Shin Huiling, he was furious. But it was just that Shin Huiling had recently become extremely close to the mayor's son. If he had disposed of Shin Huiling according to the school rules, he was afraid that he would be disposed of in less than a day. At this moment Director Chen only felt that he was a sandwich caught in the middle. Nothing but the headmaster's words he could not listen. So his gaze went to the deputy director on his side. Director Zhang, should you dispose of this matter? Deputy Director Zhang shook his hand repeatedly. No way, can't. Director Chen, you are more experienced in this kind of thing, it's better for you to come. Are you kidding? Wanting him to dispose of such a hot potato? Just by looking at the way the headmaster treated Xiaoya, one could see that this Xiaoya's identity was not simple, and now he's asking Director Chen to deal with Shen Huiling. But this Director Chen is also hesitant. If there wasn't something fishy in this, his head would be wrung out to be kicked by this Director Chen as a ball. After Deputy Director Zhang finished speaking, as if there was someone behind him whisking him away, he hurriedly fled from Director Chen's office. Director Chen saw one or two have gone away, his head was big. He then took out his mobile phone and called Shen Huiling. Director Chen, how's it going? Did it succeed? Shen Huiling's excited voice came over from the other end of the mobile phone. Director Chen's face darkened on the spot. No. Now the headmaster knows everything, but also to issue a public announcement to inform the public of the truth and to police you to deal with, may also expel you from the school. Now you hurry to find the mayor's young master. Contact may also be exempt from being dropped out of the fate of the school. Shen Huiling couldn't help but stare with wide eyes when she heard this news. How is this possible? It's not like I did anything. Why does the headmaster still want to expel me? This is not fair. Even if she had fabricated many things, but now it was Xiaoya and Lin Mo who had brought shame to the school. Shouldn't these two be disposed of? This is the headmaster's decision. If you have any complaints, you can let the mayor's young master talk to the headmaster. You're not qualified. Director Chen didn't care about Shen Huiling's emotions when he finished speaking and directly hung up the phone. Looking at the mobile phone, Director Chen sneered. Really think you are so great? It's just that you've fallen for the mayor's young master, and if you don't know, you think you're the mayor's daughter. On the other side, Lin Mo and Xiao Ya left the teaching office and headed for home. As for how the school handled this matter, it no longer had anything to do with them. They had explained it all now anyway. Just as Lin Mo walked out of the school gates, he received a call from Gu Yuan. Lin Mo, there is a special mission that needs your help. Gu Yuan directly opened the door and said over his shoulder, there is a team there at the headquarters that has run into trouble and got stuck, and the two bigwigs from our HQ have gone elsewhere to solve two tricky cases, so they planned this one for us. I'm right in front of your school now. No, so soon to make the call? What's going on? Xiaoya saw Lin Mo's footsteps stop and looked at him suspiciously. Oh, there's something that needs to be resolved. You go back first. By the way, help me raise my dog and water the fugui bamboo in my house, and if I don't come back tomorrow, please take a leave of absence for me. This is the key to my house. Lin Mo didn't even wait for Xiaoya to refuse. He shoved the key into Xiaoya's hand and pulled his leg out and walked towards the school entrance. Xiaoya frowned at Lin Mo's distant figure. I don't know what this brat is doing. He was secretive all day. Those who didn't know thought he had some special mission, but for what Lin Mo said about helping him raise dogs and watering bamboo, she didn't refuse. She herself loved these furry animals. While Xiaoya was shaking her head and walking towards Paragon residence, Lin Mo had already arrived at the school entrance. Gu Yuan was standing at the school entrance at the moment, and when he saw him coming, he raised his hand in greeting. Go to the usual place and take the helicopter. I'll tell you the details on the plane. Gu Yuan tugged Lin Mo and headed for a tall building on one side. After the two of them got on the helicopter, Gu Yuan opened his mouth and explained the mission to Lin Mo. This time, the squad from D City, the city next door to ours, went missing in its entirety while dealing with an unusual incident. The two teams that went to support them have also fallen in, and now the place that the anomaly has encroached on has extended to the entire neighborhood from the previous building, Gu Yuan said, and took out his tablet showing Lin Mo the photos taken by the other teams. In the photo, what was originally a building in an upscale neighborhood in D City was shrouded in red light, and then in the end, the entire upscale neighborhood was shrouded in it. Our initial judgment is that the grade of this anomaly is probably a Class C anomaly, Gu Yuan said. Here his expression became grave. Originally this level of abnormality should not be handled by us, the headquarters people will send strong people to deal with it. But now, because all kinds of anomalies have become more numerous throughout the country, it's difficult for the headquarters to spare manpower right now, so they want our nearby team to come and see if they can solve it. Gu Yuan looked at Lin Mo. You have dealt with two anomalies before, so the headquarters is wanting you to go and see if it is something that can be solved. If you can solve it, HQ will reward you. The materials at headquarters are not like our branches. The stuff there is coveted even by many bigwigs. Lin Mo did not dispute this statement from Gu Yuan. There were so many people in the headquarters and so many people who had contributed to the headquarters. Even if there were very high-level prizes, they had probably already been rewarded. It can be said that there are too many wolves and not enough meat to share at all. Aren't you guys looking at me a little too highly? All three teams have folded and gone, and so if we go, aren't we purely looking for death? Now, on the eve of the mythic era, all kinds of anomalies will appear, although at first it will not descend down to the high-level anomalies, but occasionally there will be one or two particularly difficult anomalies. He is now just a small level 24 little Kurami. She is suitable to mess with those people or animals that have not turned into anomalies. To earn a little bit of experience value early upgrading, this is his current task, not to risk his life to solve these real anomalies. It's fine. The people from the headquarters just told us to reach out and make contact, they didn't tell us to necessarily solve it. Moreover, the headquarters has already notified those bigwigs and the bigwigs will be coming over soon, so we won't be in danger. Gu Yuan was very optimistic about this, and the second group in D City had analyzed it, so it's not considered too dangerous for us. The second group's assessments are generally very accurate. Lin Mo, however, looked at Gu Yuan suspiciously. He always felt that it wasn't simple. Sitting in the helicopter, Lin Mo's ears kept ringing with the system's broadcast. Ding! Detected that the host is going deep into the lair of a level 55 demon monkey. Danger, danger, danger. Please stay away from the demon monkey's lair as soon as possible. Ding! We've detected the host deep in the level 80 crocodile swamp. It's extremely dangerous. Please stay away from the crocodile swamp as soon as possible. Ding! The host has been detected deep into the level 70 Spider Queen's lair. Dangerous. Please stay away from the host. Ding! Lin Mo was about to be confused by the system's beeps. Every time he went out of the city, he would encounter countless crimson broadcasts. Humans were fine if they were humans, the system would not broadcast if it could, but anomalies, they were broadcast from a long distance away. These two times when they went out of the city and heard the system's announcement, they could tell how high the danger level of these suburbs was. The ones that didn't move were level 50 and upwards. While the system was broadcasting this, Lin Mo frowned in some pain. Gu Yuan thought that Lin Mo was troubled by this mission and patted Lin Mo's shoulder soothingly. Don't worry, you don't have too much pressure. If you can solve it, then solve it. If you can't, the headquarters will send someone to solve it. In fact, in addition to those two top bigwigs at the headquarters, plus 5 ministerial-level powerhouses with strong cultivation, they were left with their group leaders who were around level 30 and their captains who were around level 20, as well as some of the team members who had just crossed over into the ranks of the supernormal abilities. Just like the Lin Mo in front of him, he always felt that this kid was definitely pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. No way. After this mission was over, he must escort this brat to the headquarters for a careful test to see if this brat was hiding something from him. Under Dr. White's machine, it was absolutely impossible for this brat to have any possibility of concealment. He wanted to see the brat's true caliber. Just as Gu Yuan was thinking like this, Lin Mo suddenly felt a chill on his back and he looked at Gu Yuan suspiciously. It always felt like this brat was setting him up. Just as they were on their way to D City, Tan Zhao's phone call came over. Kid, what are you doing? What are you doing? Come to the house for lunch. I sent you the address. Tan Zhao silently looked at his daughter-in-law, who was looking at him sorrowfully, and swallowed his saliva while he was on the phone. His daughter-in-law had told him that if he didn't invite Lin Mo to his home today, all those things in his villa would be confiscated. These were treasures that he had spent a lot of money to buy, and if they were treated as rags by his daughter-in-law, he would really have to cry to death. So right now Tan Zhao was having a hard time speaking. Tan Zhao had just finished speaking when he heard the sound from the propeller coming from Lin Mo's place. Child, where are you? Why do I hear the noise of a propeller? This kid is afraid he's not on a helicopter. That's not right. He had people investigate this kid. This kid's background is quite simple. It's impossible to take a helicopter. Grandpa, I have to go to D City. They said that anomalies have appeared there. Let me go over and take a look. The moment Lin Mo said this, Gu Yuan, who was sitting on his side, changed his face on the spot. Regarding anomalies, ordinary people were not allowed to know about them. Lin Mo was now breaking a taboo. He reached out and tried to seize the mobile phone in Lin Mo's hand, however Lin Mo dodged it. Oh, Tan Zhao raised an eyebrow. You still need to run to D City to see an anomaly. He remembered that this brat's jurisdiction was the vicinity of the school, and running to another urban area for support seemed to be something only captains and above would do. Under normal circumstances, ordinary members of the team were not allowed to be sent out on public duty, but now this brat Lin Mo had been sent out, which meant that Lin Mo's specialness had been discovered by that Gu family brat. that Gu family kid didn't follow the norm. It said that there was an anomaly over in D City that folded in all the members of the Divine Dragon team in D City, so they needed to outsource some of their members to go over there and see what's going on. Lin Mo did inform Elder Tan Xiao of what he knew. Gu Yuan didn't know that Lin Mo was informing Elder Tan Xiao of the situation, and at this moment he was numb. This kid is really pouring everything out. In the beginning he said the precautions, this thing is absolutely cannot let the ordinary people know. It is very easy to cause panic in the general public. Oh, that's right, I thought I'd invite you over for dinner. The meal is ready. Since you're on a mission, forget it. It'll have to be another time. Be safe, Elder Tan Xiao said and hung up the phone. Gu Yuan also grabbed Lin Mo's mobile phone at this time and looked at Lin Mo with a disapproving face. Haven't I told you before? This matter cannot be informed to ordinary people. Where is your grandfather? I'll have someone erase his memory. Once this causes a debate, things will be difficult. Then he looked at his mobile phone screen, wanting to have someone investigate Lin Mo's grandfather. Then he hid his eyes, only to see Lin Mo's mobile phone screen displaying Tan Xiao. Gu Yuan was silent. He said, how dare this brat be so bold as to spread this matter outwards. It turned out that the person he informed was actually Elder Tan. If he had known that the person he informed was Elder Tan Xiao, he would have let him talk a little more or even cry a little more. It would have been great if they could have brought out Elder Tan Xiao to help them resolve this incident. One must know that that old master hadn't made a move in a long time. However, there wasn't a single case that he had handled that he couldn't solve. To be precise, all the ones he handled could be easily solved. That's not my grandfather, it's Teacher Xiaoya's grandfather. You can send someone to erase his memory. Lin Mo shrugged and told Gu Yuan, at this moment he kind of wanted to punch himself in the face. Eliminating Elder Tan Xiao's memory, that would be faster than eliminating his memory. Gu Yuan dryly coughed. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Alright, let's take care of the unusual event in front of us now. Gu Yuan's gaze suddenly fell below. Directly below them an entire neighborhood was shrouded in red light, and that weird red light with mist had a tendency to spread outwards. Outside this red light there was a circle of police surrounding it, and not only that, there were also many machines with flashing red lasers gathered together converging into a curtain of light isolating the neighborhood. Gu Yuan's expression instantly became grave when he saw this scene. Things are difficult. Lin Mo looked at him doubtfully. This hadn't even gone in and touched the creatures yet, and this Gu Yuan judged that the creatures here were difficult? Ding, level 39 Spider Emperor detected. Dangerous. Please take care of the host for evasion. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. How come these descending abnormal creatures are getting more and more perverted now? However, once he thought about the fact that this D city seemed to have completely disappeared overnight when the mythic era descended, and it was also called one of the top 10 dead zones by the crowd later on, so it seemed to be an understandable thing that the level of the anomalies that descended here were relatively high. Amon land, Gu Yuan said to the pilot. Amon. The next moment the aircraft descended downwards. As the helicopter was on its way down, Gu Yuan pointed at the curtain of light below and said to Lin Mo, next time you yourself, if you come across this kind of curtain of light, hide as far away as you can, because once this kind of isolating curtain of light appears, it means that the anomalies here have most likely exceeded the 30th level. This kind of detailed rating was still something that Dr. Bai had researched after entering the research institute. Before they were at most classified as H to SSS plus grade. The current 1 inch of calculated according to the previous ratings should belong to the B plus level of abnormality. Abnormality above the 30th level is actually beyond the scope of what he can deal with. Just the headquarters and the scheduling. Why did not the first time to tell them, which saved them to run back and forth? Also, while he was thinking like this, his phone rang. Captain Goot, did you go to D City? The situation there has escalated. Their research and judgment was wrong before. Just now our headquarters sent someone over and used the latest equipment developed by Dr. Bai to explore it and found that the anomaly exceeds level 30. It's even infinitely close to level 40. If Captain Gu has never set out, please terminate this mission. An anomaly close to level 40, this was beyond the level that most captains could solve. Even at the team leader level, it was difficult to solve this anomaly. Only the minister or those few could solve it. Gu Yuan looked at the stopped helicopter and let out a bitter smile. We have arrived. The opposite side was silent for a moment. They had thought that this Captain Gu would only arrive at night, but they hadn't expected them to arrive at the venue so quickly. This was somewhat beyond their expectations. Normally these captains would put off for a while when it came to helping others, even after resolving the anomalies within their own sphere. It was only when they were repeatedly urged that they would reluctantly rush to support them. But this Gu Yuan had gone too fast, right? It's been less than 2 hours since they notified him, right? Taking into account the time they spent rushing, it's estimated that it wasn't long after they notified him that they set off. That's fine. Then I'll trouble Captain Gu to help maintain order outside. A level 30 plus anomaly was already far beyond the upper limit of what Gu Yuan and the others could deal with. They were also connected to the team the minister and his team were with, and once the minister and his team resolved the anomalies in their hands, they would immediately rush to D City to resolve the anomalies at hand. Good. Gu Yuan swept his eyes at the residents below who were already starting to get into trouble with the police officers. They were all residents who had already returned home from work only to be blocked at the door by the police. As the time got later and later, the look on their faces became more and more anxious. What do you mean by blocking us from going home? Even if there are criminals in the neighborhood, as you said, you can't stop us from going home. If there are thugs, you should beat them, not stop us from going home. I don't think so. It's a cold day, we're stuck at the door, and the old people and children at home have to eat. I want to go home, take a hot bath, have a meal, have a comfortable sleep, and go to work early tomorrow morning. That's it. Even if we get defeated by criminals, we'll accept it. You are stuck here for more than an hour, we are cold and hungry, but also worried about the elderly and children at home. You do not bring such a mess. These people were full of complaints. Listening to these people's complaints, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes and immediately made a phone call, and after the arrangements were made, he walked towards the crowd. When he arrived in the crowd, he showed his credentials to the police officers and took over the pacification work for the crowd this time. Good evening, everyone. I also know that you're all tired after a long day of work. However, our men are still fighting with the criminals inside, and I'm sure you all don't want anything to happen to your family members, right? What if you guys go in there and intensify the conflict and the thugs make a move on you? In this case, I've booked a room for you at the Leaden Hotel, and I've also booked dinner, so how about you all make do with a night at the Leaden Hotel? As soon as Gu Yuan said this, a large portion of the crowd that was still noisy suddenly stopped squeaking. They were indeed cold, hungry, and had no place to go, and as for their families, it was only a small portion of them who had brought their families home, and most of them were separated from the elderly, so for Gu Yuan's proposal they acquiesced. In this case, I'll give everyone 500 yuan each. Consider it as compensation for everyone not being able to go home this day. How about it? The remaining ones didn't squeak. At this moment they looked at Gu Yuan with immense anticipation. Only the rest of the policemen looked at him in shock as well. Where was this rich kid from this shot? At least 100,000 or so would be gone, right? One must know that the Luding Hotel was the only 5-star hotel in D City. Normally, they can't afford to live in such a hotel, let alone go there for a meal. Now not only can they eat for free, live for free, and even have money to take, this is too good. Today was not a day of suffering, it was clearly a day of wealth with a bursting spirit. So these people were picked up by the cars sent by Luding Hotel without any complaints. Of course, those who had cars drove their own cars, and those who didn't were picked up by the Luding Hotel's car. As for the people who still remember their families, but also under the herd mentality, they went to the Luding Hotel and all the way to call home. Soon the original congestion of the neighborhood all of a sudden quieted down. Those policemen who maintained order were somewhat stunned to look at this scene. This also works. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of this method, but it was really this method that their funds couldn't afford. The way these policemen looked at Gu Yuan now was as if they were looking at a god of wealth. This was a proper god of wealth. The brothers have worked hard. I've also had the Leaden Hotel send over a meal. Brothers eat well and drink well and guard the peace of the party well. Gu Yuan greeted them, and almost as soon as his words fell, the food truck from the Leaden Hotel drove over, distributing sumptuous to the extreme boxed lunches to the crowd. These police officers who had been maintaining order until now hadn't really had a sip of water, let alone a meal, because of the public's agitation, and now under Gu Yuan's dispatch they had finally pacified those difficult residents. Luckily he was there this time, or else if another hour had passed, I'm afraid that these people who were already angry wouldn't be able to be ignored. It would be very difficult to settle then. When this was done, Gu Yuan's gaze looked behind him. The mist and red light behind them had spread forward another meter. If the situation continued as it was, I was afraid that the consequences would become more and more serious, and Gu Yuan's expression became more and more grave. Let's hope that everything will be in time. While Gu Yuan was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the policeman shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? Come back, don't go in, danger." When he came back to his senses, he saw a girl in her 20s rushing in beyond the cordon while those policemen were getting their boxed lunches, and on her way in, she kicked over one of the defense boundary markers. Not good. Gu Yuan's face changed. Lin Mo, quickly stop her. While he told Lin Mo to stop the girl, he himself rushed towards the boundary monument. These boundary monuments were all painstakingly drilled out by Doctor by pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. Under normal circumstances, this kind of situation would never occur now. Just as Gu Yuan rushed over and tried to pick up the boundary monument, a dark shadow leapt out and stopped in front of him. He glared sorrowfully at Gu Yuan. "What do you want to do? I'm going to pick this up. Otherwise, according to the development of this situation, this light screen will not be able to block the mist formed by the anomaly, and then it won't be a problem for a single neighborhood but a big problem for this district or even the whole of D City." Gu Yuan, however, faced gravely to the front like a monkey, like a thin person, explained. "What does that have to do with me?" The thin monkey sneered. "My main purpose is to prevent anyone from touching the boundary stone. I don't care about anything else." Gu Yuan frowned. "Just now that little girl kicked this boundary stone over and did not see you in a hurry. How I want to correct this boundary stone you instead of picking it out." For this skinny monkey's irrationality in front of him, Gu Yuan's heart is actually a bit impatient. If it is someone else, he would have already taught a lesson, but he was one of Dr. Bai's men, which made him a bit suspicious. This person seems to have a problem with him. Then why don't you right this boundary stone so that this boundary doesn't collapse? Gu Yuan pointed at the boundary stone and said to the thin monkey, "This has nothing to do with you, and do you really think that writing this boundary stone after it's fallen over will solve the problem? You don't think I'm looking for trouble, do you?" The skinny monkey couldn't help but roll his eyes. "If you write this boundary monument stone now, that would be a really bad thing. This boundary monument stone pulls one hair and affects the whole body. The reason why it collapsed was not only because of that little girl's touch, but more importantly, the boundary monument stone could no longer withstand the fluctuations emanating from the abnormality inside. Even if that little girl didn't go through and touch this boundary stone just now, after about 5 minutes, this piece of boundary stone would have collapsed. And if this boundary monument stone was put back now, it would trigger a chain reaction that would instead cause the entire defensive boundary to become unstable." The skinny monkey did explain in a rare manner. In fact, without explaining, he was really afraid that this Gu Yuan would act recklessly. Once he started fighting, he was not in a good position. He was just an ordinary person, while the Gu Yuan in front of him was not only a member of the Gu family but also the captain of the Divine Dragon team. Regardless of his status, he didn't dare to offend. Not to mention that Dr. Bai's research was still funded by the Gu clan. This was something he had to explain to this Gu Yuan both in public and in private. "Young Gu, the anomalies in here are more than likely level 39 or even vaguely already touching the edge of level 40, which is why they've destroyed the boundary monument. That's why you must not step into the realm of this anomaly. These anomalies can all prioritize attacking the strong, because these anomalies are treating strong people as food. The stronger they are, the more energy they have in their eyes. If Gu Yuan ran in, he would be treated as high-level food, and going in would be like going into a tiger's mouth." After Gu Yuan heard Thin Monkey's explanation, he realized that he had misunderstood Thin Monkey. And at that moment he realized that Lin Mo had disappeared. Oh no, he then remembered that he had just asked Lin Mo to drag that little girl back. Now more than likely Lin Mo had already chased the little girl into it. Thinking of this, he was about to rush forward, but he was yanked by the thin monkey. "Gu Shao, you can't go in, let go, I'm going to save my people." Gu Yuan frowned. The skinny monkey pointed at the boundary monument with a bitter smile. "Shao Gu, if you go in, this boundary monument won't really be able to hold up. The limit capacity of this boundary monument is 40 levels of abnormality, and every high-level powerhouse that you enter will be a shock to this boundary monument. If you want this boundary monument to crumble and fly, causing the entire region to fall, you should just go in." When the thin monkey said this, he instead loosened his grip and just let Gu Yuan walk inside. Gu Yuan, when Thin Monkey said that, Gu Yuan instead threw in the towel. Once he went in, this D city might fall completely. However, if he didn't go, something might happen to Lin Mo. At this moment he was caught in a dilemma. Thin Monkey looked at Gu Yuan, who was frowning in embarrassment. "Young Master Gu, I advise you to sit back and wait for support. I believe that the headquarters will soon appoint a big brother to solve this matter. If you go to solve it, you won't be able to solve the matter, but instead you'll get yourself caught up in it, not to mention that you'll also bring down my boundary monument stone, causing more people to be harmed." The thin monkey's persuasion silenced Gu Yuan. If Tan Xiao knew that Lin Mo had died here, it would not be a matter of a district falling, the impact would be even more terrifying. When the two of them were on the phone just now, that level of familiarity didn't seem like an ordinary relationship. Thinking about the gossip about Lin Mo and Xiaoya that the people under his hand had sent back to him, and the fact that at the banquet Tan Xiao had said that Lin Mo was his grandson's son-in-law, there were all sorts of indications that the relationship between these two people wasn't simple. And while Gu Yuan was hesitating outside, Lin Mo had already followed the girl closely into the area of the boundary monument. As soon as he entered the Spider Emperor's domain, Lin Mo was lost. Everything around him was plunged into a red mist, a mist that was so sticky that breathing felt condensed. With every step forward, he felt as if he was walking in glue, sticky heavy, and he felt as if his physical strength was gradually draining away. After taking 2 steps, Lin Mo felt that something was wrong. He stopped and opened his eye of observation. Spider Emperor, level 39, physique 200, strength 200, agility 1200, spirit 500, skill 1000. Rin spider silk. Nothing cuts unusually sharp. Skill 2, spider web field. You think you are entering a sticky glue? No, this field is my spider web. Skill 3, drawing. After the prey falls into the spider web, it will open the drawing skill, which can draw everything from the prey to replenish its own energy. Restraints, fire lightning talisman, danger level, dangerous. Already in a spider web, please be careful. Lin Mo was silent. He had actually entered the spider web without realizing it, to be precise, but whenever you entered within this Spider Emperor's domain, no matter who you were, you became an object to be slaughtered by the Spider Emperor. Lin Mo activated his Thunder Body Protector. Body protecting thunder immediately formed a thin protective layer on his body surface, protecting him inside. The feeling of stickiness and the disappearance of his physical strength disappeared instantly. Lin Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before he could completely let go of this breath, he suddenly felt as if he was being watched by something. The goosebumps on his hands instantly set up. Without saying a word, he leapt back 3 meters. He had just pushed away when a crimson spider leg landed on the ground. He had just stood on the tip of that spider leg, stuck in the ground at least 10 centimeters away. If he hadn't dodged just now, that spider leg would have pierced into his body. Before he could finish celebrating, countless spider silks weaved towards him in an instant. Each spider silk was as thick as a fist. If this was pierced through, it would have been a river of blood. At this moment, Lin Mo's entire body went numb. He truly hadn't expected to enter this Spider Emperor's realm, and he was targeted by the Spider Emperor in the first place. Originally, he thought that after he entered the Spider Emperor's domain, he would drag that girl out at the first moment and then he would be able to rush out. Pitfall. He couldn't be that impulsive next time. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, pulled out 10 talismans that he had drawn long ago, and threw them in mid-air. A basketball-sized fireball appeared in front of Lin Mo. These fireballs came together and ended up forming a wall of flames. Those spider silks were instantly burned when they touched the flaming city wall. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw that the fire attack was useful. Luckily, this fire attack was useful, otherwise he would really be numbclawed. Click click click. Just at this moment, the sound of friction emanating from a sharp object inserted into the ground came from Lin Mo's front. Hearing the commotion, Lin Mo's gaze instantly landed on the Spider Emperor's legs. Right now Lin Mo could only see the 2 legs of the Spider Emperor. The rest of the Spider Emperor's body was hidden in the mist, but at this moment, these 2 legs were running towards him at an extremely swift speed. Moreover, as the Spider Emperor rushed towards him, the spider silk also followed him, and the sticky feeling of the surrounding space was also gradually returning. Just at this moment, with a snort, a bull-thick spider leg appeared in front of his eyes, and Lin Mo subconsciously rolled on the ground to avoid the blow. But just as he dodged the strike, another spider leg stabbed towards him. Fast, it was too fast, there was no time to react. Lin Mo's heart sank. If he didn't come up with a way to escape, he would die. At this moment, Lin Mo truly felt a life and death crisis. Also, just when his face was unchanged, countless spider silks broke through the air and stuck to his limbs. Luckily, he had thunder protection on his body surface, so when these spider silks landed on him, they were instantly scorched by the thunder. Lin Mo was also able to escape. However, with such a short delay, the Spider Emperor's spider legs stabbed down at his head. This speed was too fast. There was no time to react. Seeing that the spider leg was about to pierce through his head, Lin Mo clenched his teeth and reached out his hand to grip it in front of him, and while holding the spider leg, he performed the blood-burning secret art. Holding the spider leg with one hand, he ruthlessly smashed the spider leg with the other hand. 1% thousand strikes instantly activated. Ka-ching! The spider leg was directly hammered off by Lin Mo's punch. Hiss! A terrifying chirping sound came from mid-air, and then Lin Mo saw countless residual shadows attacking towards him. Obviously, the Spider Emperor had moved to true anger at this moment. It intended to have a quick battle against Lin Mo. In the case of the Spider Emperor going all out, Lin Mo was simply no match. That speed was so fast that Lin Mo simply couldn't react. In just a few moments, Lin Mo's body was created by the Spider Emperor with 6 or 7 large bowl-sized holes. If it wasn't for his superior physique, I'm afraid that he would have already been resolved by the Spider Emperor at this moment. Almost at the same time that the Spider Emperor created wounds for him, his terrifying physique began to restore his wounds. It was just that the Spider Emperor's attack carried its own toxicity, so the healing of the wounds was not as fast as normal. Moreover, this was still the Spider Emperor's attack with one leg injured. If the Spider Emperor had not been injured at this moment, I'm afraid that his little life would not be guaranteed. Can't continue like this. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened. When Lin Mo was hit by the Spider Emperor's fifth attack again, he finally found an opportunity to raise his hand and ruthlessly smashed it in mid-air with his senses. The blood-burning secret art was unleashed. 1000% strike was unleashed. Ka-ching. The Spider Emperor's other leg was once again smashed by Lin Mo. A strand of blood also spilled from the corner of Lin Mo's lips. At 20-0 as the Spider Emperor screamed miserably, Lin Mo immediately retreated backwards. Right now, the only way he could survive was to exit the Spider Emperor's domain. The speed also had to be fast, otherwise when the Spider Emperor reacted he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. His current physique was equivalent to 1220 blood points, and the 2 blasts from the blood-burning secret art just now had already drained close to 200 of his blood. And with the depleted blood in his body, it caused Lin Mo's recovery speed to be gradually slowing down now. With a bludgeoning punch like the blood-burning secret art, he could still throw at most 10 punches, and if he was lucky 11, this could only injure the Spider Emperor, not defeat it, and would even enrage the Spider Emperor under continuous bludgeoning. Lin Mo took a deep breath and turned around to flee when the Spider Emperor wailed. Just as he turned around, he heard hissing sounds coming from behind him. Obviously the Spider Emperor had already reacted, and the countless spider silks that came through the air and the spider legs that came out in a frenzy, as well as the surrounding sticky to the point that he couldn't walk at all. No, accurately speaking, right now it became extremely difficult for Lin Mo to even think about moving his fingers. His entire body felt as if there was 1,000 tons of heavy pressure pressing down on him, making him unable to move at all. This time, this pressure was not acting on the surface of his body, but around his body. That was why the body-protecting thunder wouldn't be aroused at all. Seeing the Spider Emperor's defeating moves coming out, Lin Mo let out a bitter smile. Having lived a new life, he originally thought that Heaven's choice had opened up, but he didn't think that Oldney would die. Here, Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Even if I die, I won't let you live. Well, he gripped the spider leg he had just broken off in his hand and had pulled out an A-grade gem to super strengthen the spider leg. Spider Emperor's spider leg was successfully reinforced. Reinforcement plus 10. Lin Mo looked towards the Spider Emperor's stomach that was exposed due to his angry attack towards him, and his eyes instantly became ruthless. Die. Just as Lin Mo and the Spider Emperor died together, a beam of silver-white light fell from the sky, and then a flaming longsword was inserted inside the Spider Emperor's body. The Spider Emperor, who was still unbeatable, was directly burnt into powder, while in front of Lin Mo a man and a woman appeared as 2 old men. The people who came were clearly Tan Xiao and Yi Zhao. Phew, luckily, they arrived in time. This smelly little was a real tiger. This is obviously not something he can deal with, but he ran in to deal with this thing, really not afraid of death. Tan Xiao glared at Lin Mo, who had passed out under the effect of his wife's skills after their arrival, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before he could completely let out this sigh of relief, he suddenly felt as if he was being watched by something. The goosebumps on his hands instantly set up. Without saying a word, he leapt back 3 meters. He had just pushed away when a crimson spider leg landed on the ground. He had just stood on the tip of that spider leg, stuck in the ground at least 10 centimeters away. If he hadn't dodged just now, that spider leg would have pierced into his body. Before he could finish celebrating, countless spider silks weaved towards him in an instant. Each spider silk was as thick as a fist. If this was pierced through, it would have been a river of blood. At this moment, Lin Mo's entire body went numb. He truly hadn't expected to enter the Spider Emperor's realm, and he was targeted by the Spider Emperor in the first place. Originally, he thought that after he entered the Spider Emperor's domain, he would drag that girl out at the first moment and then he would be able to rush out. Pitfall, he couldn't be that impulsive next time. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, pulled out 10 talismans that he had drawn long ago and threw them in mid-air. A basketball-sized fireball appeared in front of Lin Mo. These fireballs came together and ended up forming a wall of flames. Those spider silks were instantly burnt when they touched the flaming city wall. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw that the fire attack was useful. Luckily, this fire attack was useful, otherwise he would really be numbclawed. Click click click. Just at this moment the sound of friction emanating from a sharp object inserted into the ground came from Lin Mo's front. Hearing the commotion, Lin Mo's gaze instantly landed on the Spider Emperor's legs. Right now all Lin Mo could see were the two legs of the Spider Emperor. The rest of the Spider Emperor's body was hidden in the mist, but at the moment these two legs were running towards him at an extremely swift speed. Moreover, as the Spider Emperor rushed towards him, the spider's silk also followed, and the sticky feeling of the surrounding space was gradually returning. Just at this moment, with a snort, a bull-thick spider leg appeared in front of his eyes, and Lin Mo subconsciously rolled on the ground to avoid the blow. But just as he dodged this strike, another spider leg stabbed towards him. Fast, it was too fast. There was no time to react. Lin Mo's heart sank. If he didn't come up with a way to escape, he would die. At this moment Lin Mo truly felt a life and death crisis. Also, just when his face was unchanged, countless spider silks broke through the air and stuck to his limbs. Luckily he had thunder protection on his body's surface, so when these spider silks landed on him, they were instantly scorched by the thunder. Lin Mo was also able to escape. However, with such a short delay, the Spider Emperor's spider leg stabbed down at his head. This speed was too fast. There was no time to react. Seeing that the spider leg was about to pierce through his head, Lin Mo clenched his teeth and reached out his hand to grip it in front of him, and while holding the spider leg, he performed the blood-burning secret art. Holding the spider leg with one hand, he ruthlessly smashed the spider leg with the other hand. 1% thousand strikes instantly activated. Ka-ching! The spider leg was directly hammered off by Lin Mo's punch. Hiss! A terrifying chirping sound came from mid-air, and then Lin Mo saw countless residual shadows attacking towards him. Obviously, the Spider Emperor had moved to true anger at this moment. It intended to have a quick battle against Lin Mo. In the case of the Spider Emperor going all out, Lin Mo was simply no match. That speed was so fast that Lin Mo simply couldn't react. In just a few moments, Lin Mo's body was created by the Spider Emperor with 6 or 7 large bull-sized holes. If it wasn't for his superior physique, I'm afraid that he would have already been resolved by the Spider Emperor at this moment. Almost at the same time that the Spider Emperor created wounds for him, his terrifying physique began to restore his wounds. It was just that the Spider Emperor's attack carried its own toxicity, so the healing of the wounds was not as fast as normal. Moreover, this was still the Spider Emperor's attack with one leg injured. If the Spider Emperor had not been injured at this moment, I'm afraid that his little life would not be guaranteed. Can't continue like this. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened. When Lin Mo was hit by the Spider Emperor's 5th attack again, he finally found an opportunity to raise his hand and ruthlessly smashed it in mid-air with his senses. The blood-burning secret art was unleashed. 1000% strike was unleashed. Ka-ching! The Spider Emperor's other leg was once again smashed by Lin Mo. A strand of blood also spilled from the corner of Lin Mo's lips. At 20-0, as the Spider Emperor screamed miserably, Lin Mo immediately retreated backwards. Right now, the only way he could survive was to exit the Spider Emperor's domain. The speed also had to be fast. Otherwise, when the Spider Emperor reacted, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. His current physique was equivalent to 1220 blood points, and the 2 blasts from the blood-burning secret art just now had already drained close to 200 of his blood. And with the depleted blood in his body, it caused Lin Mo's recovery speed to be gradually slowing down now. With a bludgeoning punch like the blood-burning secret art, he could still throw at most 10 punches, and if he was lucky 11. This could only injure the Spider Emperor, not defeat it, and would even enrage the Spider Emperor. Under continuous bludgeoning, Lin Mo took a deep breath and turned around to flee when the Spider Emperor wailed. Just as he turned around, he heard hissing sounds coming from behind him. Obviously, the Spider Emperor had already reacted, and the countless spider silks that came through the air and the spider legs that came out in a frenzy, as well as the surrounding sticky to the point that it simply made him unable to walk. Note, to be precise, right now it had become extremely difficult for Lin Mo to even think about moving his fingers. His entire being felt as if there was 1,000 tons of heavy pressure pressing down on him, making him unable to move at all. This time, this pressure was not acting on the surface of his body, but around his body. That was why the body-protecting thunder wouldn't be aroused at all. Seeing the Spider Emperor's defeating moves coming out, Lin Mo let out a bitter smile. Living a new life. I originally thought that Heaven's Choice had opened up, but I didn't think that I would die here. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Even if I die, I won't let you live. Well, he gripped the spider leg he had just broken off in his hand and had pulled out a grey gem to super strengthen the spider leg. The Spider Emperor's spider leg was successfully strengthened, strengthening plus 10. Lin Mo looked towards the Spider Emperor's stomach that was exposed due to his angry attack towards him, and his eyes instantly became ruthless. Die. Just as Lin Mo and the Spider Emperor died together, a beam of silver-white light fell from the sky, and then a flaming longsword was inserted inside the Spider Emperor's body. The Spider Emperor, who was still unbeatable, was directly burnt into powder. While in front of Lin Mo, a man and a woman appeared as two old men. The people who came were clearly Tan Xiao and Yi Zhao. Phew, luckily, they arrived in time. The smelly little was a real tiger. This is obviously not something he can deal with, but he ran in to deal with this thing, really not afraid of death. Tan Xiao glared at Lin Mo, who had passed out under the effect of his wife's skills after their arrival, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was not easy for him to know a suitable character to become his granddaughter-in-law. He couldn't just toss it away like this. Rather, he hadn't thought that this brat still had a bit of bloodlust. Yi Zhao looked at Lin Mo indifferently. The scene just now where Lin Mo wanted to die with the Spider Emperor was seen by her. It also gave her a rare moment of recognition for Lin Mo. Let's take the people away? Tan Xiao pointed at Lin Mo on the ground. No need, they'll come in later and take him away. Yi Zhao glanced at Lin Mo, whose wounds had gradually healed. Furthermore, this injury couldn't defeat him. She didn't even bother to use her powers to heal this brat. Just this injury of his. Tan Xiao looked at the unconscious Lin Mo lying on the ground, looking at the injuries on his body that had been poked by the Spider Emperor with several large holes, a little hesitant. It is not just some small injuries, it looks serious, it won't take a life. Yi Zhao impatiently rolled his eyes. Are you leaving? If you don't leave, those people will be coming in. The Spider Emperor was defeated by them. The domain formed by the Spider Emperor is also dissipating. I'm afraid that the people who are guarding the outside have already noticed the abnormality, and if they don't go, those people will have to send people in to search. Let's go, let's go. Tan Xiao seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly nodded to Yi Zhao. He had previously told those people in the Divine Dragon Group that he would no longer interfere in any of the Divine Dragon Group's affairs, and this time he had come purely for the sake of coming over to save this brat. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have made a move. Yi Zhao snorted coldly, took a step and disappeared into a silver light. Tan Xiao also smiled helplessly and immediately followed her as she turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. When they left, the red mist field formed by the Spider Emperor began to dissipate at an accelerated rate, as if the flow of time around them had just been made slow by someone who could fiddle with it. It was at this moment that Gu Yuan, who was outside, suddenly raised his head to look at the red mist in front of him, only to see that the red mist in front of him was dissipating at an extremely fast speed. At this, the thin monkey standing in front of Gu Yuan froze, rubbing his eyes vigorously. The field of abnormality had disappeared. Who defeated abnormal? This is fake, right? Those who had gone in, he knew very well that there wasn't a single person who was above level 30, and those who were in the 20s or even below level 35 couldn't even think of tackling the anomaly, so he was not convinced. As if to verify his suspicions, he immediately pulled out the instrument that Dr. Bai had researched. At this look, his entire body went numb. The anomalous point of light that was still displayed before had now completely disappeared. This also proved that the anomaly was truly dead. The anomaly is really dead. Which bull did this? Thin monkey scratched his head in disbelief. His entire being was now in a daze. He was certain that those group leaders, ministers, and even those two big brothers had not made a move, but now this level 39 or so anomaly was just silently gone. This was already beyond his knowledge, because in the records they had registered, there was simply no such condition that had occurred. This matter definitely had to be reported up. The thin monkey's expression froze. He was afraid that these anomalies would leave. Once they left, it would be a very big deal for their Divine Dragon team, because under normal circumstances, when these anomalies descended, they would only stay in their domains and would not step out of their domains. Of course, their domain will gradually widen as they defeat people or as their cultivation grows. These are all very normal things, but it would never be as absolutely abnormal as it is now. Disappeared, you say? Gu Yuan looked to the thin monkey at his side. Right, absolutely right. The machine developed by Dr. Bai had never been wrong. When this happens, either the anomaly is dead, or the anomaly has gone. But if the anomaly has escaped, the machine can see the roadmap. But now the machine is showing that the anomaly has disappeared. In other words, that means that the anomaly was defeated or simply disappeared in a way that they don't know right now. So whichever way it was, they had to report it to the headquarters. Thin Monkey directly sent the situation at hand to Dr. White. Although Dr. White's side could monitor the machines over here in real time, he still had to report it. When he finished reporting it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, let's go in first now and take a look. Maybe that anomaly is really dead. No matter how unbelievable the Thin Monkey's heart was, now they all had to do a good job of wrapping things up. Gu Yuan nodded and entered inside with Thin Monkey. They had just stepped into the middle of the Spider Emperor's realm, and then the mist with red light in front of them seemed to wind down, directly turning into ash and dissipating before their eyes. The skinny monkey was stunned, tugging at Gu Yuan at his side. Captain Gu, this something has gone terribly wrong, this abnormality, he's actually dead. And it's very much as if he was defeated by a high-end battle force. How is this possible? Which high-end battle power would appear to defeat this anomaly in seconds at this time? Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that he clearly did not find any high-end battle power in existence. There is a problem. There was definitely a problem here. Thin Monkey took a deep breath. This was too abnormal. Gu Yuan reached out and probed in midair. He seemed to sense something and immediately drew his hand back, the look on his face as odd as it could be. Just as he drew his hand back, he saw the Thin Monkey's expression as if he had seen a ghost, and he fell silent. Go away. Isn't it good that someone solved this anomaly? Gu Yuan cleared his throat and walked towards the front first. This look was the hand of that terrifying existence. This air was filled with the scent of the fire element. As the possessor of the water element, he was exceptionally sensitive to the fire element, and he didn't know if it was his illusion or not, but he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a special kind of energy in here, only that this kind of energy was very obscure. So obscure that he had to work very hard to capture it before he could catch so much as a trace of it. Perhaps it's my illusion, Gu Yuan muttered something before shaking his head to clear these thoughts out of his head. They didn't walk for long before they met Lin Mo, who was lying unconscious on the ground. The moment he saw Lin Mo, Gu Yuan's face changed and he immediately rushed forward. He was relieved when he saw that Lin Mo was fine. He had said that if that person had made a move, Lin Mo would definitely be fine. Only when he looked at the several holes in Lin Mo's body he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It seemed that senior also had the intention of testing, otherwise it wouldn't have made Lin Mo suffer such heavy injuries. Hut, crap, what an exuberant life force. Just as Gu Yuan lamented in his heart, the skinny monkey that followed him over exclaimed in surprise. The next moment the Thin Monkey came to the side of Gu Yuan, his eyes glowing as he stared at Lin Mo. Bean, this person's vitality, if Dr. Bai sees it, he will definitely treat him as an experiment, right? The skinny monkey's eyes were so bright that it was scary, as if the Lin Mo in front of him was a stunning beauty. He couldn't wait to dissect him right away. No, I have to inform Dr. Bai and have him bring this person into the lab. It's such a pity to leave such a good subject outside the lab. Just as the skinny monkey pulled out his mobile phone and was about to inform Dr. Bai, he was grabbed by Gu Yuan. You can inform Dr. Bai at will about anyone else, but not this person in front of you, Gu Yuan said to Thin Monkey with a grave expression. Why? This person is obviously perfect for becoming Dr. Bai's experiment. If he is involved, Dr. Bai can let go of many of his experiments. The Thin Monkey roared at Gu Yuan emotionally. Do you know how rare an experimental subject like this is? It's rare for an experimental body so suitable for experimentation to appear even in the last 100 years, and I'm afraid that this physique of his is extremely high. In other words, it means that under normal circumstances he absolutely cannot die. This means that many experiments can be carried out with impunity. Dr. White had been looking for such an experimental body for many years, and such an experimental body could save the lives of many people. The skinny monkey at this moment was so emotionally charged that he was almost bursting at the seams. It was as if Gu Yuan, who had stopped him, was his father's murderer. Gu Yuan took a deep breath and glared at Thin Monkey. Shut up, he's not someone you can afford to offend. There was no one in this world that Dr. Bai could not afford to offend. Behind Dr. White stood the entire Divine Dragon Group, the entire country, and everything had to give way to the country. As long as it saves the country, everything is on the line, everything. Do you know what that means? He's Minister Tan Zhao's grandson-in-law. I don't care whose grandson-in-law he is even. If he's the chief's grandson-in-law, who did you say? He didn't hear wrong, did he? What? Thin Monkey blinked. He must have misheard. Tan Zhao, isn't that the one who created the Divine Dragon Group? He had paid a lot for the creation of the Divine Dragon Group, and there were even a few ministers who blocked him from creating the Divine Dragon Group, and in the end those ministers were all beaten up. He was a lawless lord. Now even though he had quit the Divine Dragon team, but now those above the team leader of the Divine Dragon team, but all the soldiers that he had brought out would tremble when they heard his name. The most important thing is that he is the person Dr. White admires the most. Are you kidding me? He's definitely not that person's granddaughter-in-law, right? It's the same name, right? Skinny Monkey gave an awkward smile. It's the name you're thinking of, Tan Shao. Minister Tan, the big brother who single-handedly established the current Shenlong group back then. Thin Monkey swallowed his saliva. He's numb. Is it really the granddaughter-in-law of which one? Isn't this playing with him? Are you going to bring this person's grandson-in-law back to the lab to do experiments? I want to remind you of something. The reason why this anomaly was wiped out was mostly because Elder Tan Xiaoxiao came out to solve it, Gu Yuan said and opened his arms. You can feel the elements around you. Is there a fire element floating in the air and all other elements have been sidelined? Gu Yuan's words once again made the Thin Monkey shiver. Ilua Bean, big brother, you don't scare me. I'm a person who really isn't frightened at all. His god, Tan laughs, even if he has now withdrawn from the Divine Dragon group, but his name is still like a thunderclap. The teenager lying on the ground in front of him is actually his grandson-in-law. Do you think I'm joking with you? If you think so, you can bring the person back to the capital right now and see if our elder Tan Xiaoxiao will hunt him down. I just don't know if the walls of our headquarters are that sturdy anymore. Gu Yuan looked at the other party with a smirk. The Thin Monkey shivered once again. He really didn't dare to move. I was just joking just now. Skinny Monkey hemmed and hawed. You didn't hear anything, young Master Gu, not to mention whether Elder Tan Xiaoxiao would do anything to him after taking the teenager in front of him back into captivity. He reckoned that if he did, the first person Dr. Bai would dissect wouldn't be the teenager in front of him but him. So this teenager in front of him he would never dare to offend. Gu Yuan smiled. The abnormality here has been resolved, so I'll leave with my people first. He picked up Lin Mo with one hand and walked towards the outside. As for this aftermath left behind, the Divine Dragon team's detachment here would resolve it. After Gu Yuan left with Lin Mo, Thin Monkey wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a huge sigh of relief. So close, so close. Luckily Gu Yuan hadn't bothered with him or anything, otherwise he would really be finished. This was something that could never be revealed to those bigwigs to hear. Just as he was breathing a sigh of relief, the fog around him all but dissipated, revealing the original appearance of this neighborhood. Then he heard many cries of ghosts and wolves and the entire neighborhood was in chaos. Thin Monkey covered his head and sighed. Another pile of mess, but he had to stay and clean it up. What a miserable life. On the other side, Gu Yuan carried Lin Mo to the helicopter. Quickly go to the hospital. The closest hospital to here and the best hospital in D City was the Gu hospital run by their family. The helicopter went straight to Gu's hospital. On the helicopter, Gu Yuan had already arranged everything, and by the time they arrived at the hospital, the entire hospital's rescue team was already waiting upstairs at the hospital's parking lot. When the dean looked at Gu Yuan holding Lin Mo when he appeared in front of them, the crowd was shaken and they hurriedly lowered their eyebrows and got busy. After a round of examination, the doctors who had given Lin Mo a physical examination were silent. Lin Mo didn't have any wounds on his entire body. Not only that, they had done the most meticulous examination. Lin Mo's body was incredibly healthy. But when they saw Lin Mo's dark face, they once again looked nervous and did a more detailed check. But the result of the examination was still the same: no wounds, even more so, no disease. For a moment, they didn't know what to say to Gu Yuan. They had to know that earlier their young master had said that this person had multiple wounds on his body and needed urgent treatment. That level of attention and the level of worry in his voice made them think that this teammate of their young master was dying. As a result, now after a check, the person was not injured at all. So the many wounds on this teenager's body that the young master had mentioned earlier were the wounds on this teenager's body that were going to heal if he didn't make it to the hospital in time? At this moment, this group of very good-tempered doctors couldn't help but slander young Master Gu in the bottom of their hearts. Their gazes took a look at their young master and then at Lin Mo, who was lying quietly asleep on the hospital bed like a sleeping beauty. If they said that their young master didn't have a little bit of emotion with this teenager, they wouldn't believe it. Just as they were casting aspersions, Gu Yuan frowned. Have you checked everything out? How is the situation? Is it very serious? That young master, this your boyfriend, he doesn't have any injuries. The attending doctor paid attention to his wording. Well, there shouldn't be anything wrong with him saying that, right? After all, his own young master was so concerned about this teenager. This was even when facing those beautiful women, their young master wasn't that concerned. Gu Yuan frowned, always feeling that the doctor's adjective was strange. But he didn't think much about it. Are you sure you're okay? the wounds on Lin Mo's body were so big just now, and at a glance it was clear that he was quite heavily injured. It's really fine. The attending doctor shook his head repeatedly. This teenager didn't have any wounds on his body. It's just that this teenager is still unconscious for some reason. It couldn't be that their young master had bewitched him, could it? At this moment, the attending doctor looked at Gu Yuan with as strange a look as he could muster. Gu Yuan walked forward, and when he saw Lin Mo's already healed wounds, he was frozen. Although that skinny monkey had just said that Lin Mo's physique was very good and that he wanted to give it to Dr. Bai for research, he had never thought that Lin Mo's physique would be this good. It was also at this moment that Lin Mo awoke. As soon as he got up, the cloth covering him fell off. The entire scene fell to a pin drop. Luckily, almost all the people present were men. However, the doctors present, including the dean, had already turned away the first time Lin Mo got up. They could still want to make it in Gu Hospital. There were some things they shouldn't look at, and they were very self-conscious about it. Why am I here? Lin Mo looked at Gu Yuan in confusion. I brought you to the hospital. I saw that you were quite heavily injured, so Gu Yuan said this, somewhat unable to continue. Right now Lin Mo's entire body just didn't have any wounds, and the examination also showed that there was no internal organ damage. To put it simply, Lin Mo was fine, and he still sent him to the hospital with such fanfare, as well as the strange gazes the crowd just looked at him with, and the way the attending doctor addressed Lin Mo. Gu Yuan fell silent. He wanted to find a hole in the ground and burrow in. I'll send you back. Your clothes are placed there. Gu Yuan pointed to the clothes that had been cut up by the doctors next to him, and his hand froze. Forget it, I'll have someone send a few sets of clothes over. The attending doctors, who had turned their backs, suddenly raised their eyebrows. Look, they told me there was a situation. This favored and helpless tone, saying that they didn't have a situation. They didn't believe them. The attending doctors quickly gave up the operating theater to these two. Lin Mo's brows furrowed after they left. Who saved me? Originally, under that Spider Emperor's attack, he shouldn't be alive. You don't know. Gu Yuan eerily looked at Lin Mo. The one who struck was Yen Di. Gu Yuan frowned as he said this. At that time he also sensed a strange energy. Just whose energy it was he didn't know. It was very special anyway. Lin Mo, however, didn't have the slightest impression. Elder Tan Xiao saved himself. While Lin Mo was silent, he only saw the lights in front of them flicker twice before a black and white figure appeared behind Gu Yuan. Captain Gu. Their voices sounded like ghosts, causing Gu Yuan to shiver. This time he turned around and saw the two standing behind him. Seeing the two, Gu Yuan sighed in relief and barely managed to squeeze out a smile to greet the two. Minister Wu, Minister Wang. These two are one of the 5 ministers in charge of the 4 major war zones. These two are the ministers in charge of their theater. Because the two people's special abilities are a bit peculiar, they had awakened the black and white twins' psychic ability, so the two of them were in and out together. So at that time, when they were in part of the war zone, they applied to be in the same war zone. The two of them could be described as Meng not leaving Jiao not leaving Meng. The two ministers nodded to Gu Yuan, but their eager gazes landed on Lin Mo. He is the one that master values? Well, he is the granddaughter-in-law that master acknowledges. Gu Yuan nodded with a grave expression. Black and white impermanence couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Tan Xiaoxiao's granddaughter-in-law. They all knew very well that Tan Xiaoxiao loved her granddaughter as if she was the tip of her heart, and since this was Tan Xiaoxiao's grandson-in-law, that master naturally thought very highly of him. Most importantly, this time Tan Xiao had actually stepped in to save him. This meant that the news they had received wasn't fake news. In other words, Tan Xiao's introduction to everyone at the birthday banquet wasn't to push him onto the stage as a shield, but rather he truly and honestly wanted everyone to know that this was his grandson-in-law, and that if anyone touched him they would be working against them. Ding! Collected 500 envy points from Black Impermanence Wang Baoshi. Ding! Collected 500 points of envy value from White Impermanence Wu Gue. Lin Mo blinked. Worthy of being a minister, so much emotional value this time up. Hello, my name is Wu Gue. His name is Wang Baoshi. I'm glad that you can join us in the Divine Dragon Group. White Impermanence Wu Gue reached out and shook Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo only felt that his hand seemed to be touched by cold ice. Cold. Bone-piercing cold. White Impermanence also knew that his physique was basically just a touch and go with Lin Mo. He fought not to let his physique hurt Lin Mo. Wang Baoshi also extended his hand to Lin Mo with a cold face. Don't mind if you do, Baoshi, he doesn't like to talk. Wu Gue immediately said to Lin Mo. This one in front of him was a big leg. Holding on to it was equivalent to indirectly holding on to that master's thigh. There was no way they wouldn't treat Lin Mo with caution. Lin Mo shook his head. Is he alright? We listened to his condition when he came, but without checking it out it was ultimately unsettling. Wu Yugui looked to Gu Yuan on one side. They had dealt with abnormalities all year round, but they were very clear that some people's injuries were not as simple as they appeared to be, and even though the thin monkey had repeatedly assured them that Lin Mo was fine when they came without seeing Lin Mo's condition with their own eyes, they were still uneasy. If something really happened to this lord under their hands, he was sure that Tan Xiao would make a mess of their headquarters. That was no joke. After all, the situation at hand was considered a dereliction of duty on their part. Sending a captain who was only over level 20 to observe something that was clearly beyond what could be managed below level 30, that alone was enough for them to have trouble explaining themselves. Gu Yuan looked towards Lin Mo. I'm fine. Lin Mo shook his head. He knew his physique very well. The injuries he had before were indeed very scary and even came close to harming his organs. However, because his physique was special enough, it resulted in his injuries healing very quickly. Under the powerful physique gain, the doctor had also given it a check before. He was indeed fine. Only then did Gu Yuan say to the two big brothers, the black and white irregulars, "This is the anomaly material this time. Consider it as a gift for you for solving this anomaly this time." Wu Yugui handed a rosewood box to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the rosewood box in front of him. Ding, D-rank material detected *1 copy. The materials that were born out of this 39 level Spider Emperor were only D-grade. In fact, to be precise, it was this material that was directly calcined by Tan Xiao that was downgraded. Otherwise, a level 39 infinitely close to a level 40 Spider Emperor would definitely be a proper C+ grade material. Take it. Wu Yugui forcefully shoved the box into Lin Mo's hands. They wouldn't dare to take this material. After all, it was that master who personally defeated it. If they accepted this material, that lord didn't know if he would trace it. At that time, the losses would outweigh the gains. While he was thinking like this, Lin Mo received the material nonchalantly. He had collected enough materials recently. This time, if he had a good pair of magic weapons, he definitely wouldn't have to be in such a mess when dealing with the Spider Emperor. Lin Mo pursed his lips. It seemed that this time he really had to build magic weapons to avoid entering this embarrassing situation again next time. If there is nothing else, we will leave. Wu Yugui smiled at the two. This time he came to find Lin Mo. There were only two most important points. The first point was to return the materials to Lin Mo. The second point was to come and see what kind of person the granddaughter-in-law who was looked upon by that master was again. Now that the things had been delivered and the person had been seen, there was naturally no need for them to remain. As soon as Wu Yugui's words fell, the light in front of them zipped twice. The two of them disappeared in front of Lin Mo and Gu Yuan just as if they had come. Gu Yuan looked at this enviously. These two are the top battle power of our 4 war zones. The two of them can probably reach level 55 with their combined battle power. Even on a normal day their rank reaches a terrifying 42. Right now there are only a handful of strong people in the entire China who can possess a rank 40. They could be considered the most powerful existence besides those few. As long as they reach level 40 they would be able to awaken their domains, and the way these two appeared just now was the ability of a domain. Don't look at the fact that he was only level 21 right now, but to reach level 41 wouldn't be able to reach it without a few years of dabbling, and some people even don't want to reach level 40 for the rest of their lives. Because it wasn't just about piling up with resources, but more importantly, it was also about qualifications. Lin Mo couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard Gu Yuan's introduction. 50 levels. This was a level he didn't even dare to think about in his previous life. This kind of level, even if it was placed in the end of the world, it would still be the existence of a party's top pillar. Just at this moment the door was knocked on. Gu Yuan's people came in carrying several bags, and after entering, they placed the bags in front of Gu Yuan. "Young master, these are the clothes you picked out." Gu Yuan nodded. The man left. Gu Yuan threw those bags to Lin Mo. "Your clothes, even if it's to compensate you for the ones that were cut up. I'm going out first, so once you're dressed up, go back together," Gu Yuan said and turned to leave the operating theater. Lin Mo, on the other hand, got up and dressed, so he opened the door and walked out. Their group quickly took a helicopter on the top floor of the hospital and returned to B City. After returning to B City, Lin Mo went straight to his home. By the time he arrived home, it was just as Xiaoya was holding Hellhound King and preparing to walk his dog. The two met right at the door. Lin Mo looked at the dog and then at Xiaoya. "Thank you." Before he left, he explained Xiaoya to take care of the dog and fortune bamboo for him. The dog was well taken care of. As for the fortune bamboo, Lin Mo glanced behind Xiaoya. The fortune bamboo was verdant and waving in the living room. You're welcome. You're back, so the dog is back in your care. Xiaoya stuffed the leash back into Lin Mo's hand. She had just jerked the dog off so much. Now that Lin Mo was back, the matter of taking the dog for a ride would be returned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at Xiaoya's back as she left in style. A hint of a smile flashed under his eyes, and then he went downstairs to walk the dog in a circle. When he finished walking the dog, Lin Mo returned home. At the moment, there were countless materials placed in front of him. These materials were all ones that he had acquired recently. There was a wide array of materials from SSS grade to F grade, and the only equipment he had in front of him was the dragon spring sword in front of him. After looking at the wide array of treasures, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. He decided to upgrade the dragon spring treasure sword in front of him. If the dragon spring treasure sword that cut iron like mud was present when dealing with the Spider Emperor earlier, it would have been much easier to defeat the Spider Emperor. After Lin Mo took a deep breath, he opened the panel. Name: Lin Mo, race, human, level, 24, 5/12,000, physique, 1220, strength, 212, agility, 153, spirit, 139, assignable attribute points, 0, skill, emotional recycling, note, can absorb the emotional value of the surrounding creatures to unlock rewards, indestructible grip S, stacked vitality 2648, eye of observation S, stacked attributes 90, blood burning secret technique A, increases the storm by 1000%, consumes 10% of no more than 100 points of blood and increases blood recovery speed by 30 within, increases the speed of blood return by 30 for 10 minutes. Bloodline rune, Thunder Bodyguard, automatically absorbs free lightning, forming a layer of bodyguard thunder. Strengthened as the bloodline grows, can instantly explode 100 ma. Super strengthening. Everything can be strengthened. Equipment strengthening, success rate of 100%, strengthened by consuming any material. Can be material attributes affect the strengthening. Attributes: Heavenly Master Talisman, level 0, 1, Ghost Repelling Talisman, can dispel all evil spirits, below level 30, emotion points, 35630. Level 7 reward, 50,000 emotion points unlocked. Lin Mo tapped on the super reinforcement sub-panel. Ding. Does the host activate the super reinforcement? Lin Mo tapped. Yes. Ding. Host has activated super strengthening. Is the weapon in front of him the Longquan treasure sword selected as the subject of strengthening? Lin Mo clicked. Strengthen. Ding. It has been selected as the subject. The host has picked the attribute of sharpness. 5 pieces of S rank materials, 3 pieces of A rank materials, 2 pieces of E rank materials. Is it strengthened? Ding. Strengthening successful. The Dragon Spring Treasure Sword has been upgraded successfully. Longquan Treasure Sword, Grade S, additional attribute value, sharpness value, S, maximum is SSS+. Lin Mo once again chose the materials in his hand to continue strengthening the Longquan Treasure Sword. In the end, Lin Mo added additional values to the Longquan Treasure Sword. Sharpness Grade S, sturdy Grade S, blood absorption Grade B. As for the materials in Lin Mo's hand, in the end he was left with the spider leg. This spider leg was the property of venom. It was dispensable for the Longquan Treasure Sword. Lin Mo didn't choose to give the Longquan Treasure Sword the option to choose this venom attribute addition. It was still really very material intensive. Lin Mo couldn't help but lament. But what had to be said was that the current Longquan Treasure Sword was no longer the same. At this moment, the Longquan Treasure Sword bloomed with a faint sword aura, as if even the surrounding space could be cut apart by the sword aura of the Longquan Treasure Sword. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. If only he had this Dragon Spring Treasure Sword when facing the Spider Emperor. Although he didn't dare to defeat the Spider Emperor completely, at least he could be a little easier when dealing with the Spider Emperor. For example, directly chopping off the Spider Emperor's legs. These were things that were not in the cards. Lin Mo looked at the Longquan Treasure Sword in his hand and a light bloomed in his eyes. Ding. Collected 50 points of jealousy value from He Yao. Ding. Collected 50 points of jealousy value from He Yao. Ding. 50 points of jealousy value collected from He Yao. Just as Lin Mo was staring at the Dragon Spring Sword in his hand, the system's beeps kept ringing out. In just one short minute it had swiped 500 points of emotional value for Lin Mo. It was on the verge of brushing out the residual shadow. Lin Mo swept his attribute panel only to see that the value on the panel of emotion points had come to 36,130 points. Who exactly was this He Yao? This was simply a supply machine for emotion points. What a good person. Just as Lin Mo was chanting that the other party was a good person, He Yao, who was far away in Jace City, was sitting on the sofa, and after listening to his subordinate's report he threw the coffee cup in his hand directly onto the floor. You said Xiaoya liked him? She even had a scandal with him, and she is also the granddaughter-in-law that Elder Tan personally acknowledged. Yes. Although he felt that his boss's face was a little scary, he still nodded. Yes boss, Elder Tan personally admitted it at his birthday banquet. This matter was known to very many people. He Yao's face was gloomy. No way, Xiaoya is mine, she's mine, I've loved her for 10 years, no one can snatch her away from me. He Yao's face became hideous at this moment. He was Xiao Ya's childhood friend who grew up with her, and he once told Xiaoya to wait for him to come back. He had only gone abroad to study for 5 years. During these 5 years he had been thinking about Xiaoya all the time, waiting to come back and marry her. But now they told him that Xiaoya liked someone else. How can he stand it? I hope this is all fake news. If it is true, then don't blame me for not being polite. A hint of defeating intent flashed in He Yao's eyes. Go and book me the fastest plane. I want to go to B City. I want to see how capable the man Xiaoya fell for is. Just when He Yao was frantically painting Lin Mo's mood value because he was jealous of him, Lin Mo's door was knocked on. Lin Mo opened the door only to see Xiao Ya standing in the doorway. My grandparents want you to come over. Xiaoya's face twitched slightly as she said this. She really didn't know what kind of ecstasy Lin Mo had given her grandparents to make them both like him. It had only been a short while and his grandparents wanted Lin Mo to come over for dinner. Then let's go. It just so happens that he's hungry. Xiaoya, he was really not polite at all. By the time the two arrived at Xiaoya's grandparents' house, the old couple had already set up a table of good food waiting for the two of them. Coming, quickly, sit down and eat. After lunch you guys should do whatever you want. Old man Tan Xiao waved to the two of them. As he spoke he quietly tugged on his cold-faced partner. Yi Zhao was still a bit displeased with Lin Mo before, but this time when he was fighting against the Spider Emperor, Lin Mo's physique was indeed very good. As her old mate said, such a physique could also barely be her family's Xiaoya's lover. This was also the reason why she gave permission to Tan Xiao to have Xiaoya bring someone home for dinner today. The most important reason was of course another one, and that was that He Yao had returned. That boy has always been careful and is deeply in love with Xiaoya, but he has a weak chicken physique, and Yi Zhao converged his eyebrows. I'm afraid that it will harm his family, Xiaoya. What's more, their family's gong method, however, would only allow women to become their cauldrons whether they wanted to admit it or not. It was an indisputable fact. She would not allow her granddaughter to marry there and suffer. So this was the main reason why she was willing to let Lin Mo enter her house today. After the dishes had passed the 5 flavors, Elder Tan Xiao, who had eaten his fill, looked at Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I'll tell you something. Grandpa, you say? Elder Tan Xiao looked at Xiaoya with a smile. He Yao is back. Xiaoya's face immediately darkened. What is he doing back? Isn't he developing abroad? Although she and He Yao grew up together, but what He Yao did made her very disgusted. In order to pursue her, He Yao was truly unscrupulous. Over the years she kept changing schools. One is that she was not tired of the suitors and the mess she made. The second is He Yao. Actually He Yao could also be attributed to the first reason, because over the years, ever since He Yao left the country, he would send her all sorts of things, and every time he made a big deal out of it. Those headmasters were afraid that it would affect their students' learning, so they talked to her, and many teachers and students actually expressed their love for her, and with the combination of the two she was so overwhelmed that she could only keep changing schools. In the end, it was only after her grandmother became unwell and her grandfather invited her that she decided to come and teach in the city where he lived. When Lin Mo heard the name He Yao, he couldn't help but look up at Elder Tan. He Yao, that's the big grievous seed that contributed emotional value to him. In the morning this grievous seed, just in one morning's time, gave a burst of 1,000 emotion points. Why did he come back? Don't you know yet? Elder Tan Xiao couldn't help but smile. That kid has loved you since he was a kid, becoming a follower behind you. This time, because the Yi family's family ceremony is about to open, this kid was called back, and it is said that the Yi family intends to hand over the head of the family to that kid. Xiaoya's face became even more ugly. Even one like him could become the family head. I'm afraid that the Yi family will go downhill in his hands. Elder Tan Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had previously been a little worried that his granddaughter would change her heart because He Yao had returned. After all, these two were very close as children. Back then, the old master of the Yi family had also told him to let the two become in-laws. At that time he had refused after looking at He Yao's physique. His family's wife also disagreed with the marriage because of the Yi family's gong method, and things naturally ended. Well, the Yi family's affairs naturally have the Yi family's people to worry about, but after this He Yao comes back, according to his feelings for you he should be rushing over here without stopping to look for you and make a big fuss, so I'll just tell you in advance so that you can have a mental preparation. Don't get caught off guard then. Most importantly, Elder Tan Xiao looked at Lin Mo. According to Yi Yao's overbearing nature he would most likely come to trouble Lin Mo. Good, I know. Xiaoya nodded expressionlessly. If he came back, then he came back. Does she have to agree if he pursues her? He wasn't trying to fart and eat. What she hated most in her life was men who played with girls' feelings, and it just so happened that He Yao was such a person. Over the years he changed women more often than he changed his clothes. How can such a man be worthy of Xiaoya's life? Actually, I do have a good idea. Elder Tan smiled and looked at Xiaoya. Don't you hate He Yao? Then why don't you let Lin Mo pretend to be your boyfriend so you can reject He Yao directly? Anyway, at that time during the birthday banquet I also admitted to the public that Lin Mo was my granddaughter-in-law. Isn't this just the logical thing to do? As soon as Xiaoya thought about what happened between herself and Grandpa at the birthday banquet at that time her little face darkened on the spot. Grandpa, you still have the nerve to say that? Just by thinking about this matter Xiaoya couldn't help but be angry. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao heatedly smiled. Just tell me if this child Lin Mo is good, right? Compared to He Yao. Xiaoya fell silent after looking at Lin Mo. Compared to He Yao, of course Lin Mo was okay. Lin Mo was handsome and recently, since he had stepped into the realm of an alien, every aspect of his aura had been enhanced. Handsome and most importantly caring. The stray dogs in the school were all very well taken care of by him, but whenever he came across those cats and dogs, furry creatures, he couldn't help but jerk them off twice. Compared to He Yao, Lin Mo was indeed very okay, but he was too young. They weren't suitable. Compared to He Yao he was indeed good, but he's too young. Not my favorite style. Xiaoya shook her head. Elder Tan Xiaoya glanced at Lin Mo on one side, and when he saw that Lin Mo was expressionless, the corners of Elder Tan Xiaoya's lips hooked. Regardless of whether his family Xiaoya likes Lin Mo or not, but Lin Mo, this grandson's son-in-law, he is determined. The matter of feelings could be cultivated slowly. There is also plenty of time for the two to cultivate. I don't care about your business. I'm just giving you an idea. If you don't think it's a good idea, just veto it. Anyway, if you want He Yao to annoy you relentlessly, then there's nothing to say. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao shrugged his shoulders before getting up and heading towards his room. I'm going to read the newspaper and squint a bit later. Old energy is not as good as before. As soon as Elder Tan Xiaoxiao left, Yi Zhao came out to clean up the dishes. Child, no matter what you want to do, Grandma will support you, but don't be led astray by your grandfather, Yi Zhao said here and glanced at Lin Mo. Before Yi Zhao looked at Lin Mo had already started packing up the dishes. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhao's eyes softened a few points. This child was quite understanding. A lot of people finished eating, and as soon as they threw their rice bowls away, they went to nag people. Grandma, I understand. Xiaoya also got up and helped clean up the dishes. She was very clear about how much Grandma and Grandpa doted on her. And He Yao was not as good man. Yi Zhao patted Xiaoya's hand. Well, you just take this child to class. Leave these chores to me. Grandmother urged them on. After all, it would still take some time if they left here for the school. If they were late, they wouldn't be able to make it to class in time. Alright, you don't have to clean up here either. Yi Zhao snatched the dishes from Lin Mo's hands and urged them to leave. After they were all urged to leave, only then did Elder Tan Xiaoxiao walk out of the room. Gone. Yi Zhao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't go play chess this afternoon, come and study with me what to do about this thing. Yi Zhao pulled out a box and threw it in front of Elder Tan Xiao. This is the hand of time and space. Yi Zhao's expression became grave. I perceive the opportunity for my upgrade here, but I can't open this box. You give it to me to study. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao also put away his smiling face and took the box and carefully examined it. The more he examined it, the more grave the look on his face became. Where did you obtain this from? Elder Tan Xiaoxiao gently placed the box on the table. For a moment, there was no way he could open this box, which seemed to have been placed under a special seal. He had just tried. If this box was forcibly opened, a self-destruction would be activated inside. If the space-time force exploded, it was no joke. Even he had to weigh whether he could survive the space-time force explosion. In one of the solutions to the anomaly, it was accidentally obtained from that anomalous treasury. With a wave of Yi Zhao's hand, the box in front of him disappeared. Since even Tan Xiao can't open this box, then it's mostly still not the right time. Don't rush to take it away first, let me study it carefully first. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao had long been accustomed to this flip-flopping stance of his own wife. Since it can't even be violently deciphered, you can't study anything by taking it. Although Yi Zhao said so on her lips, she still threw the box to Elder Tan Xiaoxiao. don't lose it for me. If you lose it, be careful, I'll break your neck. What's hidden in here is an opportunity for her to upgrade. Don't worry, I will not lose your things even if I lose my own." Elder Tan Xiaoxiao took the box in amusement and carefully examined it. While Tan Xiao and Yi Zhao were having trouble with the box containing the Hand of Time and Space, Xiaoya and Lin Mo had already returned to school. As for the scandalous incident that Xiaoya and Lin Mo had caused earlier, it had already come to an end with the school's official explanation. The results of the investigation were also given. The result of the investigation is naturally Shen Huiling's ghost, but because there is the mayor's son out of the guaranteed, the headmaster also had to give that child face, so it is to Shen Huiling a big fault. Things will not be settled. In the afternoon, Lin Mo just finished school. Before he could get out of the classroom, he heard the sound of a loudspeaker coming from underneath their school building. "Xiaoya, I love you, be my girlfriend." This shout immediately attracted the gazes of countless students. At this moment, downstairs in front of the teaching building, only to see a large love heart set out by countless brightly colored red roses, and in the center of the love heart, He Yao was holding a bunch of roses in one hand and holding the loudspeaker in the other, confessing loudly to the teaching building. It so happened that class was over at this time, and all the students in this building got out of class at about the same time. At this moment, all the students rushed out of the classroom to see which one of the big brothers was so wavy that he directly confessed to Xiaoya. Seeing this, Lu Pan came to Lin Mo's front, wrapped his arms around him, and said to him with a wink, "I say, buddy, other people are courting in front of you. This you can tolerate? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it at all. Your current situation is utterly dismal." Lu Pan dragged Lin Mo. "Go on, hurry up and get him. Brothers help you." While Lu Pan was persuading Lin Mo, Xiaoya had already walked downstairs. When He Yao saw Xiaoya's scene, his eyes instantly lit up. He quickly picked up the microphone and shouted to Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, be my girlfriend." His face was full of sincerity and deep love, as if he was looking at his goddess. Most women are vain, and he himself is very handsome. He is 80% sure about taking Xiaoya. As for Xiaoya's affair with Lin Mo, he also got the latest news. The school had already clarified their relationship. They were just the most ordinary teacher-student relationship. Xiaoya approached step by step. Just as the crowd was up in arms, "Promise him, promise him, promise him," amidst their uproar, Xiaoya walked up to the expectant He Yao. "Haven't I told you before? It's impossible for me to be with you. You're not my type." Xiaoya didn't take the bouquet of flowers that He Yao handed over. "I can stand here and talk to you now because I came out to talk to you for the sake of the Yi family's old man, so that you won't lose face, so you can go back now. We can still be friends at the very least." "No, I don't believe it. Xiaoya, I've loved you for 10 years, 10 whole years. Even when I'm abroad, my eyes are on you, my heart is on you, my mind is on you, it's full of you. I really want you to become my current girlfriend, the future mistress of my Yi family." He Yao knelt on one knee and offered the flowers to Xiaoya again. He was unwilling to lose Xiaoya. He persistently believed that if he was sincere enough, he would be able to capture Xiaoya's heart. He also dissects his heart to Xiaoya. Wow, so infatuated. "Promise him, marry him, marry him, marry him." The crowd was once again up in arms, and at the moment when they looked at Xiaoya and He Yao, they felt that pink bubbles seemed to be bubbling up all around them. Xiaoya took a step back. "Let's go. Don't let us not even be friends by then. Since I came here and confessed to you, I never thought that we could go back to what we once were. He Yao will be your boyfriend, your future husband." He Yao roared out to Xiaoya with bewildering confidence. Can't do it. This man is so deep in love. My whole body is in love. I've thought of the name of my child with him if this confesses to me. Professor Xiao, marry him, marry him." Listening to the shouts of the surrounding students, Xiaoya hooked her lips. "I don't like playboys, one leg on several boats, sleeping in her bed today and another woman's bed tomorrow. This will only make me feel sick. I can change. I can give up an entire sea of flowers for the sake of it. You have to believe me, Aya, I really love you. With other women I just play them. Men, as you know, play outside, but I promise my heart will always be yours." He Yao does not think he is wrong. After having money and power not to go to play, that is the real fool. His father, his grandfather, basically go out to wave everywhere. His grandmother and mother not also still in the family standing. So what's wrong with him being a man and going out to have fun? That's something that any man would do, right? He didn't really feel that he had done anything wrong. When the surrounding girls heard He Yao's words, they all looked at him with strange eyes. When they heard He Yao's confession in the beginning, they thought that he was so deeply in love with their Professor Xiao. It turned out that this guy was a cockney with his feet in countless boats. This meant that after chasing after their Professor Xiao, he ditched the person behind. After all, if he could abandon someone else's woman, he would likewise abandon Professor Xiao. thought he was so affectionate, and it turned out to be this, a veteran florist pretending to be affectionate with us. It makes me want to vomit. That's what he wants to do with our goddess. He's a fart. If it were me, I'd go up and slap him. Listening to the people around him, Yao's face turned green and red. Seeing Xiaoya get up and plan to walk back, he went forward and dragged Xiaoya. You said, is it possible that you have that person called Lin Mo in your heart? Otherwise why would you not say yes to me? The eyes of the surrounding people instantly widened. They really didn't expect to still be able to eat this melon. One must know that Lin Mo's melon with their Professor Xiao had already spread all over the school. Although the school had come out and clarified that the two of them were really a pure teacher-student relationship, it still didn't stop them from knocking this pair. Now they wanted to listen to the person in question tell it in person even more. As for the clarification to the outside, that is to the outside, it does not prevent them from knocking this pair. Isn't it something to do with you? Xiaoya face blackened. What do you care so much? The last trace of patience in Xiaoya's heart was worn away, breathlessly looking at Yao. Get back to the Yi family. Xiaoya broke away from Yao's salty hands and turned to leave. Her class for today was already finished. She truly hadn't expected that only after her grandparents mentioned Yao at noon today he would run over to confess to her in the afternoon. She had indeed been disgusted. Xiaoya, Yao's face darkened. Don't give your face away. There had never been a woman who dared to give him a face, not even if this woman was the Xiaoya he liked. If he liked her, she had to like him. Yao's hand once again gripped Xiaoya's hand. He gripped it extremely hard and brought the departing Xiaoya towards his arms as he did so. Just at this moment a hand came out of nowhere, slapping away his hand that was holding Xiaoya, and holding the weightless Xiaoya, who was about to fall in his arms. Are your ears not working well? She all told you to roll. Lin Mo waited for Xiaoya to stand firmly before releasing Xiaoya with some reluctance. He blocked Xiaoya's face and looked faintly at Yao. The first time Yao saw Lin Mo's face, his face darkened on the spot. It was this brat again. The students surrounding the onlookers even wailed and cheered out at this moment. They really had knocked. The CPI knocked is real. I thought Lin Mo wouldn't show up. I didn't think he'd show up. Ha ha ha. What the hell kind of famous scene is this? The current boyfriend bumping into his suitor. At this moment the onlookers were the first students to stand up. Kid, I advise you to be smart. Xiaoya is not for you to touch. She is my Yao's woman. If you don't want to die in vain, leave her now, immediately, right now. How can he say such a stupid thing? You've read too many Japanese comics, haven't you? Lin Mo was too lazy to pay attention to this bourgeois patient and looked at Xiaoya. You go first. However, Xiaoya looked at Lin Mo worriedly. Yao's identity was not simple. To be precise, that family of the Yi family was not simple. As for Yao himself, he was a temperamental character, and if he pissed him off, Lin Mo would really have no good fruit to eat. No buts, go ahead. Do you still want to be pestered by him again? Once Lin Mo said this, Xiaoya pursed her lips, turned around and left. As soon as Xiaoya left, Yao's expression instantly went cold, lifting his fist and swinging it hard at Lin Mo's chin. He wouldn't believe if he didn't teach this brat a lesson today and let him grow up. It was just that this fist of his that he had built up his strength was held by Lin Mo's raised hand. No matter how much he pulled, he couldn't break free from Lin Mo's hand. Yao once again swung out another fist, which Lin Mo once again easily held, and then casually let go. Under the force, Yao sat on his arse on the roses behind him. Those roses were all without thorns removed, so when he sat down his entire buttocks were pricked into the flesh by the thorns of the roses. Instantly the skin split open. Ow, he jumped up. Then once again Lin Mo kicked him back. Ding! Collected 100 anger values from Yao. Ding! Collected 100 anger values from Yao. Ding! Collected 100 anger value from Yao. After kicking the man into the sea of flowers once again, Lin Mo clapped his hands and turned around, leaving behind the wailing Yao to be dragged up by his subordinates who hurriedly arrived. The surrounding students all let out a roar of laughter at this moment. Yao, who was helped up, had a hazy look in his eyes. He looked at Lin Mo's back as he left and was filled with defeating intent. Damn it, young master. The bodyguards looked at Yao worriedly. Roll. Yao broke away from the bodyguards. My Yi family spent so much money to have you guys protect me, and this is how you end up protecting me. Rubbish, all of you are losers. The people who were scolded by Yao all lowered their heads. It's not their fault. In the beginning, Yao was afraid that they would disturb his confession to Xiao Yet and told them to stay away. After Lin Mo appeared and made Yao look bad, it was too late for them to come up and help. But now this Yao was putting the blame on them. This caused a flash of indignation in the bottom of their eyes, but they dared not speak out in anger. After all, they were all dogs raised by the Yi family. One word from the Yi family could make them beg for their lives. After Yao left, the students once again let out loud laughter. Ha, a waste like this, not to mention that our goddess Shao can't look at him. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to look at him either. You can't beat them yourself and you're still blaming your own bodyguard. I just want to say that's it. As Lin Mo said, this person is a waste. Fortunately, our goddess Shao did not agree to him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there will really be suffering in the future. Yao listened to the cacophonous laughter coming from behind him, his fists tightened and clenched, the hatred in his eyes deepened. Damn it, they had disgraced him. Just like that, Yao led a group of bodyguards and left the academy in a grayish manner, returning to the hotel. When he returned to the hotel after drinking a cup of water to quench his thirst, he smashed the cup in his hand hard on the ground. When a crisp ceramic shattering sound was made. Good. Originally, I didn't want to use this trick. Lin Mo, Xiaoya, you guys forced me. You all forced me. Yao's eyes grew sharper and sharper. He took off a platinum necklace from his neck. On the necklace was an emerald-like bottle pendant. Yao pinched the bottle pendant and had a moment of hesitation. This was the latest anomalous item that had been drilled out from the M countryside. It sealed an anomaly in M country. It was said that when this anomaly appeared back then, it had exterminated a city. He had also heard from the people below him before that Lin Mo was a member of the Divine Dragon team, and his jurisdiction was within the school grounds. If such an anomaly appeared within the school now, then Lin Mo was bound to manage it. When he thought of the images of those students inside the school laughing at him earlier, Yao's face turned livid. It's you guys who forced me. It's all of you who forced me. You all die for me. You're all going to die. Death. Yao looked at the school not far away. His eyes became more and more resentful, and then he handed the necklace in his hand to a bodyguard who first helped him up in the school. You go to the school, put this in the courtyard area where Xiaoya is teaching, and smash this necklace pendant for me. The whole time to me, open video, I want to watch you smash this necklace. The bodyguard didn't know what was inside this necklace that Yao handed him, and in the first moment after receiving the necklace that Yao handed him, he opened the WeChat video with Yao and started heading towards the campus. After he arrived at the academy, he directly smashed the necklace in his hand onto the ground. The necklace pendant shattered with a single knock. A green smoke emerged from the necklace, and before that bodyguard could even react, the green mist from the necklace wrapped around the bodyguard. The bodyguard let out a miserable cry. In the next moment, there were white bones left on the ground, as well as a mobile phone that fell to the ground. After resolving the bodyguard, the mist suddenly emitted a faint green light and began to gradually envelop the entire school district. Ding! Collected 100 points of anger value from Yao. Ding! Collected 100 points of anger value from Yao. Ding! Yao's 100 anger points have been collected. Lin Mo, who had just returned home, listened to the system in his ears as it kept broadcasting, and he was all surprised by this emotion point from Yao. This Yao really was a tool for mercilessly swiping emotion points. Didn't he just give him his foot? As for the resentment value to explode? In just such a short period of time, this Yao had brushed him with 1500 anger value. There was a ceiling for being given a kick, but this Yao seemed to have a special physique and was still rubbing his anger value. Ding! 100 points of madness value collected from Yao. Crazy. This is also considered an emotion. Lin Mo was rather stunned by this new insanity value. Ding! 100 points of hysteria value collected from Yao. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Not right. There was something wrong with this situation. Just as he was suspicious, Ding, a level 42 vampire was detected in the school. A vampire? This vampire couldn't have been created by Yao, right? Lin Mo frowned. But no matter what, since there was an abnormality appearing in the school area, he had to take care of it. He pulled out his phone and called Gu Yuan, reported the matter of a vampire appearing in the school area to Gu Yuan. Good while. Immediately report this vampire matter to the top, so be careful yourself. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yuan thought with hindsight, vampires usually in foreign countries, how did they come to the country? Nope. Gu Yuan's face instantly became grave and he hurriedly contacted the top. While Gu Yuan was contacting the top, Lin Mo headed out. When he was at the door, he happened to meet Xiaoya, who was hurrying out. The two almost bumped into each other. Xiaoya looked at Lin Mo with some surprise. Where are you going? To go to school. Together. I left my things at school. Before, when Yao confessed to her, in order to drive people away, her things were still left at the school, and it was only when she was just about to send out a document that she remembered that she had left her things at the school, and that document is rather urgent. It's the one she's going to get an award for, and the deadline is just at 12 o'clock at night. The school is not safe, you'd better not go. Lin Mo reached out and stopped her. What do you want to take? Tell me about it, I'll stop by and get it back for you. A level 42 vampire was no joke. He didn't have the slightest bit of certainty about this kind of creature, and it was still an alien species. Hell knows what kind of weird psychic abilities it had. As for the characteristics of flying, blood-sucking, infinite strength, and immortality that were mentioned on TV, hell knows if there are any other terrifying characteristics. No way, that thing is very important to me. It's better if I go get it myself. Don't nag, go together. Xiaoya didn't even wait for Lin Mo to give a reason. She tugged and ran towards the lift. When he waited for the lift, Lin Mo looked at Xiaoya, who was standing on his side. Do you remember the last anomaly? This time our school has it, that's why I won't let you go. Xiaoya's complexion was stagnant for a minute. Anomaly? Last time, if Lin Mo hadn't stepped in to save her, she might not have been alive, right? Abnormal, animals and plants with special abilities. Lin Mo nodded. You wait, I'll make a call. Xiaoya took a deep breath and pulled out her mobile phone to make a call out. Grandpa, there is an anomaly in our school. I've lost something in the school right now and I want to go get it back now. This information is quite important to me, and with a first-hand manuscript I haven't even had time to record it into my computer yet. Earlier, her grandfather had told her that once she encountered an abnormality, or if she sensed that the situation around her was not right, she should notify him at the first opportunity. Now, since Lin Mo had said that there was an anomaly, then there was 100% an anomaly, and this was an academy. If there was an abnormality in the academy, then the students living in the school would be in danger. As a teacher, she had the responsibility to protect the safety of her students. Good, I'll wait for you downstairs. Then I will wait for you downstairs. Xiaoya hung up the phone and led Lin Mo towards the gate. When they had just left the gate, they saw Elder Tan Xiaoxiao already waiting for them at the gate. Let's go. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao waved at the two of them. Xiaoya froze, not expecting her grandfather to arrive so soon. Yet originally Grandpa did not want to force you to cultivate, but with the recent unusually frequent descents, there are some things Grandpa has to let you know, and also to let you slowly begin to contact some things. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao smiled at Xiaoya. In the beginning he made an appointment with Yi Zhao. If not forced to do so, let Xiaoya be an ordinary person living an ordinary life and would not let her come into contact with these anomalies. But now this series of changes seems they must let Xiaoya start to contact these anomalies, otherwise if they are not able to take care of themselves in the future and Xiaoya meets the anomalies, what will greet her may be death. This was also something that he had discussed with Yi Zhao for so long before finally settling on after Xiaoya came into contact with the anomalies. Xiaoya was a bit bewildered. Let's go, I will take you to your school. Not even waiting for Xiaoya to get out of her doubts, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao waved his hand, and by the time they reappeared they had already arrived at Lin Mo's school. Xiaoya's eyes were wide open at the moment. Grandfather, how did you do that? In just the time it took to blink their eyes, they had already switched places? What kind of ability is this? This is a supernatural ability. Elder Tan Xiao couldn't help but smile when he saw his granddaughter change from her original high spirits to a curious look. Do you want to have this kind of ability? At this moment Elder Tan Xiaoxiao was like a wolf grandmother coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. Oh, want to? But can I? With such an extraordinary ability, wouldn't she have the ability to leave whenever she wanted to? At this moment Xiaoya's eyes lit up. But wanting to have such an ability was certainly not simple. You can, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao said decisively. As for how to obtain such an ability, I will tell you after I solve this thing. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao pointed not far away. Just as Elder Tan Xiaoxiao pointed there, a handsome Western man with bat wings, a pale face and blonde hair and blue eyes flew towards them at an extremely terrifying speed. As he flew towards them, a circle of flame burned on his body at the same time. It was also at the moment of his approach that Elder Tan Xiaoxiao snapped his fingers. The flames that originally surrounded the Batman's body instantly went out. It was only at the instant the flames extinguished that the Batman also seemed to have lost his ability to fly, directly crashing to the ground. Rumble. The ground was smashed out into a deep pit. Dust flew up. Moments later the dust cleared and Batman jumped up from the bottom of the pit. Before Batman could curse out, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao flexed his fingers, only to see the flames that had originally disappeared on Batman's body reappear. But this time, the flames were even hotter and more expansive than before. In just the blink of an eye, the Batman was already wrapped in flames and let out a miserable cry. At this moment Lin Mo quietly opened his eye of observation. Peter, name, Peter, race, vampire, level, 42, constitution, 1000, strength, 1000, agility, 1500, spirit, 0, skill 1, taste of blood, can suck blood to replenish his lost life value and strength, and can replenish it quickly when he gets fresh blood. and it will increase the quality of life. Skill 2, 1,000-mile tracking. As long as the scent is remembered, even if you escape thousands of miles away, you will be hit with a special scent, making it easy for them to find you. Skill 3, blood pool. As long as a drop of blood exists, he can be reborn infinitely. Skill 4, Mortal Fire, which can scorch everything. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed as he read the 4 skills of this vampire called Peter. This vampire, if he was left alone, he would be abused in minutes. It was a pity that the one who came to deal with the vampire this time was the level 100 Elder Tan Xiaoxiao, not him. At this moment the vampire was wrapped in flames, but in a split second it was burnt to ashes, and in the middle of the ashes was a heart that was still beating there. This 140. 2-level vampire was then easily solved by Elder Tan Xiaoxiao. At the same time that Elder Tan Xiao resolved the vampire, He Yao, who had just entered the nightclub and found a few beautiful girls to walk into the room, suddenly covered his heart, screamed miserably and collapsed on the ground. Pain, drilling pain, it hurt so much that cold sweat came out of him. This scene scared the warblers and swallows surrounding him, screamed and ran out at once, and soon the entire room was left with He Yao alone on the floor, covering his heart and moaning in pain. At this moment He Yao seemed to realize something. Trembling in pain, he pulled out a jade stone from his pocket. Only at this moment, this jade pendant, which was originally round, had already cracked into 2 halves. Seeing this scene, He Yao's pupils contracted fiercely, and while covering his heart he exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." He had only just dropped the vampire into the academy. How could this vampire have been taken care of? It was impossible. Even if the Divine Dragon Group's headquarters wanted to mobilize manpower to get rid of this vampire, it would still take a short period of time, not to mention that logically Lin Mo would have tried to solve this monster when he detected the vampire and only reported it if he couldn't solve it. But how long had only passed now? Lin Mo was afraid that he had only just noticed this abnormality. It was absolutely impossible that he could have solved this vampire that quickly. However, no matter how unbelievable he was, the jade pendant in his hand had already cracked, signifying that the vampire was dead. This was a vampire that had brought disaster to a city in the country of M. Just like that, it was solved. At this moment, the paroxysm of pain in his heart disappeared, and he slowly stood up, holding the jade pendant in his hand, clutching it tightly. The sharp edge of the jade pendant cut his palm and blood flowed out. The slight stinging pain brought He Yao back to his senses. Glancing at the blood on his hand, he let out a cold laugh. "You think that after you've solved this vampire, there's no way for me to add to your troubles? You wait for me. Dare to think about my woman, I'll let you know how to write the word death." And then he took out his mobile phone and called his father. "Dad, I want number 15 from our treasury. I'm useful." He Yao said to his father on the other end of the phone, "If I'm given this number 15, I guarantee I can take Xiaoya. I'll have someone send it to you tonight. Remember, don't use it on Xiaoya. Remember to remember." His father, He Xinghui, promised with a big smile. If his son was able to marry Xiaoya, then I'm afraid that their He family would be able to go even further, possibly even surpassing the Gu family. The current Tan Xiao, that bad old man, although he had retired, but his influence was terrifying, and with him standing behind him, a lot of things would be able to open up the veins. Unfortunately, over the years, Tan Xiaoxiao, that bad old man, put out "I retired. I am too lazy to care about these things" posture. Thinking of this, He Xinghui can not help but feel angry. However, he knows Tan smile, this bad old man, because of that year's thing. His granddaughter is very guilty, so over the years his granddaughter Xiaoya is a request. So this is also over the years he and his wife has been encouraging his son to pursue Xiaoya's reasons. Unfortunately, Xiaoya seemed to be very unimpressed with his son over the years. He was now curious as to how his son would gain Xiaoya's heart and finally marry her into the He family's gates. Now that he heard this news, he naturally responded to any request. After He Yao hung up the phone, he covered his heart that was still a little crispy, and his eyes became vicious. "No matter how you have dealt with the vampire, I would like to see how you deal with this 15th collection." Their He family was different from other families. After they noticed that there were anomalies in this world, they started to invest a lot of money in researching these anomalies as well as collecting the existence of these anomalies. They had also collected enough anomalies over the years. Their family ranked these anomalies according to their rank and gave them numbers 1 to 888. Vampires could only be included in their He family's collection after number 50 at most, and this number 15 collection was the most special. It was called a golem. This puppet was one that could completely replace a person, turning that person into their puppet. Everything about him is just as it was before, but the person who is controlled by the puppet will only follow their orders. Regarding this 15th collection at the beginning of last year. It took them 20 small targets to get it in the jar, and over the past 2 years, by relying on this collection, they have solved a very large number of troubles. Originally, at the beginning, he was also planning to use this collection to control Xiaoya, but it was vetoed by his father. And also repeatedly warned him, don't want to use any abnormality to control Xiaoya. You want to chase Xiaoya, can only rely on his own efforts by virtue of Xiaoya's own willingness. Once used on Xiaoya's supernormal ability words, their Yi family may disappear in this world. Although he didn't know what kind of energy Xiaoya had to destroy the Yi family, he wouldn't ignore his father's reminder to do such a thing. After He Yao took care of all this, he walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the floor-to-ceiling window his gaze fell in the direction where the school was, and the corner of his lips hooked meaningfully. On the other side, after taking care of the vampires, Elder Tan Xiaoya looked towards Lin Mo. Kid, go and call the people from the Divine Dragon Group to come over and make things right. Grandpa Yu. Xiaoya was somewhat stunned at the moment as she looked towards the domineering Elder Tan Xiao. She had just seen it. That so-called vampire couldn't even go a single round in her grandpa's hands. To be precise, her grandpa didn't exert any force at all, and that vampire was wiped out. Surprised, Tan smile. Old man smiled. Just this smile just died. He seemed to think of something. Eyes dimmed a few points. This is a foreign vampire anomaly. Originally in accordance with the normal circumstances, this kind of anomaly is impossible to appear in the country. I'm afraid that someone had introduced this anomaly into the country, and luckily it didn't cause a big mess. To be able to destroy the world with an unimaginable energy, this is an anomaly. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao sighed after explaining, our world is not as simple as you think. Over the years, anomalies have constantly descended, and they are stronger than ever, so maybe in the future, this anomaly will be so powerful that it will be so terrifying that even a single glance may destroy the country. If it came to that, he might not even be able to take care of himself, let alone protect his granddaughter. So after he had thought about it for a while and had discussed it with his family's wife, he finally decided to inform his granddaughter Xiaoya of the truth. As for whether or not to start cultivation, that would also depend on whether Xiaoya was willing or not. They would not force Xiaoya, but the cruel truth of this world, they would inform Xiaoya without reservation. Just like this vampire today, if he was allowed to run amok, it would cause the fall of a district or even a city. Don't look at how easy it was for me to solve him. If I let him run amok, the consequences would be extremely serious. By then the entire city would have become his plaything, and even the people of the entire city would have turned into vampires. If these vampires stray to other cities. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao did not continue when he said this. Xiaoya's expression froze. She didn't think that Grandpa's words were meant to scare her. Your grandmother and I are both people who know a little bit of psychic ability as well, and your physique is rather special. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao paused when he said this. At first, Xiaoya's mother Tan Weian had insisted on marrying Xiao Heng because she didn't believe in this, which ultimately led to Xiao Heng's weak physique not being able to withstand their daughter's physique and passing away less than 10 years after giving birth to Xiaoya. And their daughter became depressed after losing Xiao Heng, and in the end, when she was out on a mission, she chose to die with the abnormality. This became an eternal regret in their hearts. If they had resolutely prevented their daughter from being with Xiao Heng in the first place, maybe the long pain would have been better than the short pain and she wouldn't have died. My physique is special. Xiaoya however froze. Don't you have any perceptions? Elder Tan Xiaoxiao smiled and looked at Xiaoya. For example, at the beginning of the month and the full moon, the body is different. At the beginning of the month your body is hot, and at the halfway point of the month your body is cold. At the beginning of the month you will wake up to find a burnt circle all around your bed. At the halfway point of the month, however, you will wake up to find that there will be frost all around your bed. Being reminded of this by Elder Tan Xiaoxiao, Xiaoya's pupils contracted fiercely. Why did her grandpa know? That's right, this condition occurred every time she woke up. It had initially started when she was 13 years old, when she was still living in the dormitory, and originally she had thought that it was a prank by her housemates. But then as time went on, her housemates were afraid to share a dormitory with her. The school was also full of all sorts of weird legends about her. So it was all true. Xiaoya lowered her eyebrows. It was those legends at school, not something made up. This year she was 26 years old. She had spent 11 whole years living like this. The expression on Elder Tan Xiaoxiao's face froze there, and then he sighed. It's all Grandpa and Grandma's fault. Both of our physiques are too strong, leading to our offspring. Their physiques will also become special and all sorts of anomalies will appear. When your mother died, it was also our responsibility. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao's face was filled with guilt so thick that it could not be melted away as he spoke. Xiaoya was surprised instead. No, Grandpa, what does this have to do with you guys? My mom married love. You guys didn't stop her from marrying love. What's wrong with that? And it's even less wrong for you to be united by love, so why do you feel guilty? As for my mom dying on a mission, that's none of your business either. Although Xiaoya's understanding, but Tan Xiao old man still bitter smile. This child does not understand. If they had been more careful, their daughter would not have had to die. So Grandpa, what exactly do you want to say? Xiaoya decided to change the topic. She believed that her grandpa wasn't saying this to lament about life, but wanted to say something to her. Do you want to become a shifter? Become one of us? Elder Tan Xiaoxiao did not hide anything and asked directly. At the moment he looked at Xiaoya with a hint of expectation in his eyes. It was just that this hint of expectation was extremely suppressed by him. He didn't want his granddaughter to see that he was hoping for her to become one of the exalted, but Grandpa, can I? Xiaoya, however, was a little puzzled. Didn't all shifters rely on their own awakening? It wasn't like she could become one just because she wanted to. You're not like the others. As long as you want to, we have a way. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao had a big smile on his face. When you turn around, you'll come to the house. I'll give your grandmother to help you together. Lin Mo, who was standing on the side, was silent. It was as if he knew something extraordinary. Laughing Elder and the others were actually able to make people awaken their psychic abilities. Kid, when the time comes, you come too. Right at this moment, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao looked towards Lin Mo, who was standing on the side, in silence, and laughed. He was very happy that Xiaoya could choose to become an alien. It's not too good, right? It was already known that Elder Tan and the others were able to create an alien, and now they were allowed to watch how they created an alien up close, which was a bit too much. What are you afraid of? If I tell you to come, you come. Is it hard to be afraid that we'll eat you? Elder Tan blankly eyed Lin Mo without any good reason. I'm not afraid of that. Just as they were talking, Gu Yuan rushed over with his men. At this moment, the special mist that wrapped around the entire campus had disappeared. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, relied on his mobile phone to locate Lin Mo's position. When Gu Yuan arrived and saw Elder Tan standing there, his entire body went numb. What kind of terrifying abnormality was this one that had caused this one to make a move? Elder Tan, Gu Yuan arrived in front of Tan Xiao with some restraint. Every time he saw this old master, his heart was shivering from excitement. Tan Xiao nodded and pointed at the materials that the vampire had transformed into. Put all these things away. Gu Yuan's pupils couldn't help but contract when he saw a heart and a pile of powder on the ground. Heart, and it was still beating. I'm afraid this is a level 40 or above anomaly. Only an anomaly above level 40 could leave behind parts with active residue. There are vampires invading our country this time. You guys need to investigate. Is this from an invading force, or is it man-made? Elder Tan smiled and looked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan looked solemn and gave a military salute to Elder Tan Xiaoxiao. Yes, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction before looking at Xiaoya. Xiaoya, didn't you say you were going to get the materials? Hurry up and go. I will wait for you here. Xiaoya immediately nodded and headed towards the office. Gu Yuan, this lord, the reason why he appeared here was entirely because his granddaughter's things were left at the school and she had no way to come in and get them, so he stepped in. For a moment Gu Yuan didn't know what words to use to describe his complicated feelings. At this time, the other staff members of the Divine Dragon Group had already come to clean up the battlefield. At this time, the person who had cleaned up the battlefield came over and looked at Gu Yuan. Captain Gu, how should we record this unusual event? This unusual incident was resolved very quickly. Most importantly, it wasn't solved by anyone from their Divine Dragon Group. And they don't even know who solved this anomaly, and that person left behind anomalous materials, Chief Tan Gu. Yuan just wanted to call Chief Tan, but when he touched Tan Xiaoxiao's cold eyes, he immediately changed his tone. Elder Tan, can I report this truthfully? This matter involves Tan Xiaoxiao. Tan Elder, he wouldn't dare to report it casually. After all, he was one of the founders of the Divine Dragon Group. Just report it truthfully. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao Tan didn't mind if they reported him up. Good. Gu Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In that case, things would be much easier. Remember to uncover the real culprit behind this. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes sharpened. Regardless of whether this vampire was artificially put in or smuggled over, it must be found out. Case in point, it is impossible for this vampire to be smuggled in. After all, Dr. White has set up all sorts of probing equipment at the border, but any abnormality close to the border will be discovered, so it's unlikely that any abnormality could be smuggled into the border. Good. Gu Yuan nodded with a grave expression. He also knew the seriousness of this matter. If it really was an anomaly smuggled in, then it meant that something had gone wrong with Dr. White's probing equipment. And if it was someone intentionally extraditing and then the other party should be uncovered and hammered to death. The country has long had a clear rule: no one is allowed to extradite a bizarre object into the country once discovered. No matter who it is, it will be punished according to the death penalty, not to mention the fact that Master Tan Xiaoxiao is now emphasizing it over and over again. I do have a suspect target. Just then Lin Mo's voice rang out. Gu Yuan froze. It's better to have a target than no target at all, he yao. Gu Yuan was dumbfounded and then frowned. It's impossible for him to know the law and break it. He Yao was the sole heir of the He family. He naturally knew that the He family had a hobby of collecting anomalies. Over the years, the He family had become more and more low profile, although the He family was different from the Gu family, who fully supported the country's exploration of anomalies, while the He family privately went on their own to find various forces to cooperate in understanding and exploring anomalies. But it was precisely because of this that they were all very aware of the state's enactment of the law, and then they frowned. Therefore, we all understand that when the state issued this regulation, it was aimed at their kind of people or forces that explore anomalies. What's more, they knew that the state had given a death order. If He Yao really did this kind of thing, then what was waiting for him would be a punishment that would add to his crime. We can't just identify someone else as a suspect without any evidence. Gu Yuan let out a bitter smile. He had heard some whispers in the afternoon. It said that He Yao was interested in Xiaoya and confessed to her. This is reasonable doubt on my part. I'll ask you where this vampire came from, and where did He Yao come back from, and what does their family do? Lin Mo's line of questioning froze Gu Yuan. Don't say it, I really don't know. According to Lin Mo, it really does make sense, and he came to our school this afternoon. Because his confession was ruined by me and Xiaoya was ignoring him, he might have done something irrational out of love. Lin Mo's words caused Gu Yuan's expression to become grave, and he said to the second and third teams, "Go and check." The second and third groups nodded and left. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao looked askance at Lin Mo. He didn't expect this kid to be a real dog. He does know how to use the power of the state. Regardless of whether or not this family was truly problematic, once they investigated deeper, they would inevitably catch some tails. What's more, the He family is not a regular army, and this He family is usually against what the country wants to grab. It also engaged in a military confrontation, making the country spend a lot of money to acquire some materials. Under the new hatred and old hatred, this found a reason it would be strange not to investigate the He family. Also at this time, Xiaoya walked back with her handbag and said to Elder Tan Xiao, "Grandpa, let's go, we're going home." I'll take him away. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Elder Tan Xiaoxiao pointed at Lin Mo. Gu Yuan shook his head. Go ahead, what opinion could he have? How would he dare to have an opinion? Head, who is he? When Elder Tan Xiaoxiao walked away, one of the group members came over and frowned a little. Awesome, boom boom, if you don't know, you'd think we're the leader at the top. Gu Yuan glanced at his group member and said expressionlessly, He used to be our top leader indeed, because he is the founder of our Divine Dragon group. The group member shivered, his eyes instantly glaring. What the hell? That old man was actually the founder of their Divine Dragon group? What kind of joke is this? He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Head, you're joking with me, aren't you? How could this old man be the founder of their Divine Dragon group? Aren't the founders of our Divine Dragon group Elder He and Elder Han? Gu Yuan hooked his lips and revealed a meaningful smile. Isn't there another person? Group member, don't scare him. Is that old man really the legendary founder? Didn't they say he was nowhere to be found? How did this still come here? Otherwise, who do you think could have solved this level 40 plus anomaly so easily? Alright, don't stand around here, go to work. Gu Yuan patted the stiffened up group member on the shoulder. On the other side, Elder Tan returned home with Lin Mo and Xiaoya. Yi Zhao's eyes lit up when she saw Elder Tan return, and she walked up somewhat apprehensively. How was it, Grandma? Not even waiting for Elder Tan to speak, Xiaoya walked out from behind Elder Tan Xiaoxiao. I already know everything. I am willing to become an alien. Good. Yi Zhao's face instantly revealed a bright smile. She was originally worried that Xiaoya was unwilling to become one of them. After all, Xiaoya's mother had died because of the anomaly in the first place, and she was really worried that she would refuse to become an alien because of that. Grandmother, what do I need to do? You don't need to do anything, you come with me. Yi Zhao went forward and held Xiaoya's hand, walking towards the utility room. You also come over. Elder Tan looked towards Lin Mo, who was beside him, and at this moment Lin Mo's ears resounded with the system's beep. Ding, SSS ranked material detected. Ding, SS grade material detected. Ding, S-class material detected. Lin Mo's ears were about to be filled with the system's broadcasting sounds, all in. All the system detected no less than 50 materials above a grade. Elder Tan Xiao saw Lin Mo standing in place. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Lin Mo shook his head. He really didn't think that this Elder Tan Xiao couple was that bold. There are more than 50 grade materials, and this material still occupies the smallest space. Accurately said that only 2 of these 50 are a grade and the rest are all S grade or above. Elder Tan Xiao led Lin Mo into the sundry room. Lin Mo just entered the sundry's room and froze. He only saw that inside the sundry's room arcane runes were hanging in all directions. When his sight touched these complicated runes, there was actually a sense of vertigo coming from him. "Don't look." Elder Tan Xiao reached out and covered Lin Mo's eyes. "I forgot to admonish you, these runes are passed down from our family and are considered to be used to help Xiaoya awaken her psychic abilities. You as an outsider will feel uncomfortable when you see these runes. In severe cases you will even be knocked out the first time you see these runes." Lin Mo had looked at them for so long without fainting, all of which made Elder Tan Xiao a little surprised. "What did you bring him in for?" Yi Zhao frowned. At this moment she just let Xiaoya sit in the middle of the formation text, heard the dialogue between the two men and exited to reprimand. "It's not like you don't know that helping Xiaoya awaken her supernormal abilities can't tolerate the slightest mistake. If Xiaoya has problems awakening her powers because of Lin Mo's appearance, then it's just a matter of giving up, and Xiaoya's life may be in danger at that time." Elder Tan Xiao scratched his head. Lin Mo was not an outsider. Yi Zhao did not say anything more, pointed to the corner next to him and said to Tan Xiao, "Go stand there." "You send him over." Smile flickered in Tan Zhao's eyes. His family's wife seemed to have agreed with Lin Mo in her heart. Otherwise, she would have just been thrown out the moment Lin Mo entered this utility room and would have reversed time so that Lin Mo wouldn't have been able to discover the secret of this utility room at all. After he hurriedly answered, he tugged Lin Mo to a corner on one side. "You stand firm here, don't move around. This awakening of the supernormal ability is very important to Xiaoya. A carelessness could defeat her." Lin Mo touched the bridge of his nose and asked the doubt in his heart. Can this alien ability be awakened in another way? He had always thought that it was only after the myth had descended that humans had the possibility of awakening their psychic abilities. However, ever since he had seen Elder Tan Xiao's incredibly high rank, he had felt that there was definitely something fishy going on here. To be precise, this world might not be as simple as he thought. We're family inherited. Elder Tan Xiao smiled. "Our family had awakened psychic abilities a long time ago. Accurately speaking, this is passed down from generation to generation, and not every generation will have a strong person appear, but basically not bad to be able to let our family has been continued to this day. And what you are curious about is actually why we have these supernormal abilities, right? Think about those mythological stories from the past. Do you really think that they were really just legends?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. "So all along these psychic abilities have existed, it's just that these people are all hidden." Perhaps this was also the reason why the country was able to respond in the first place when the end times descended, that is, when that so-called mythic era descended, right? It was because the country had the existence of cornerstones like Elder Tan Xiao and the existence of family legacies like theirs. While everyone else was still groping their way forward, they were already looking down on them from the ceiling. "Don't pull your punches there, come over and help." Yi Zhao whitened his eyes at Elder Tan Xiao. Xiaoya was the product of the superposition of the bloodlines of their two families. Her bloodline was not only not diluted by the addition of Xiaoya's father's bloodline, but instead, because of his addition, it fused the bloodlines of their two families even more closely. "Coming." Elder Tan Xiaoya patted Lin Mo's shoulder. "I'm going to go help her. Just stand properly where you are and don't move. Of course you can open your eyes and look if you are not afraid of getting dizzy." Elder Tan Xiao took a step out and came to Yi Zhao's side, and then took out a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao glared at him, and after receiving the jade pendant, he stuffed it into the center of the formation. "Just you talk too much." The formation instantly activated. At the moment the formation was activated, the entire room emitted a bright light. Only this bright golden light, however, was firmly bound in this small space and did not pierce through the space and penetrate outwards. Even if they looked in through the windows outside, they couldn't see the slightest difference. It was as if this space they were currently in was independent of the world. At this moment Lin Mo sensed an incomparably powerful force emanating from Elder Tan Xiao and Yi Zhao, and then this force began to rotate and pass outwards as if it was a terrifying tornado attacking everything along the road. At this moment Lin Mo's ears heard the system's broadcasting sound. "Ding, grade A material detected, damaged. Ding, S-class material detected, damaged, Lin Mo couldn't help but open his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of him, a tornado composed of silver and fire red light was constantly rotating, while the dense runes depicted in the miscellaneous room lit up at this moment, firmly confining this tornado towards Xiaoya, who was sitting cross-legged in the center. The golden runes, the silver and red dual-colored tornado intertwined into a magnificent picture. Xiaoya, hold on to your yuan. Remember what I told you, Yi Zhaoge suddenly said to Xiaoya. Right at the moment Yi Zhao's words fell, the invincible tornado began to be compressed, shrinking as far as the naked eye could see, and when the tornado was compressed to only the size of a thumb, it seemed as if a peculiar suction appeared at Xiaoya's brow, incorporating the tornado within the brow. The tornado disappeared into Xiaoya's brow in a matter of moments, while the runes on the surrounding walls seemed to have been summoned and detached themselves from the walls, and the runes, which were flashing with golden light, branded themselves onto Xiaoya's body. Layer after layer, it was as if a golden bell shroud was formed wrapping her up. Lin Mo's gaze also fell on the material on the ground at this moment. The material was already half damaged and golden light was emanating from the material while this light flew towards the wall. It was also at this time that Lin Mo realized that the energy of the golden runes on the walls were all provided by these materials. While Lin Mo was observing all this, Elder Tan Xiao and Yi Zhao were also staring nervously at Xiaoya. Everything they could do had been done, now it was up to Xiaoya herself. If she was able to survive this hurdle, she would be able to become one of the supernormal abilities, and her talent would become so good that she might be awakened in a way that other people who cultivated for a lifetime would not be able to catch up with. However, if the awakening was unsuccessful, Yi Zhao and Elder Tan Xiao glanced at each other. Their granddaughter with such a strong talent, how could something happen to her? Absolutely not. Kid, what are your feelings? Elder Tan Xiao dodged to Lin Mo's side and gently touched Lin Mo with his elbow. This is the supernormal ability inherited from our family, envy. The words of envy. He no longer wanted to say more. He then said, why are these people so powerful? It turns out that people are already Rome at birth. Then do you want to become stronger? Elder Tan Xiao smiled and looked at Lin Mo. That look was like Granny Wolf looking at Little Red Riding Hood. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. No need, thank you, Elder. What are you being polite to me for? And don't misunderstand, my old man can harm you, can't he? What I'm talking about is you marrying my granddaughter. In that case, wouldn't it be one step too far? Kid, what's going on in your head? Elder Tan Xiao looked at Lin Mo with a smile on his face. Think about it. This granddaughter of mine, isn't she pretty? Doesn't she have a good figure? Most importantly, after she awakens her powers, she will also become a strong person, at least a strong person in the future. Think about it. Wouldn't you feel safe with such a powerful person protecting you? Elder Tan Xiao paused and once again snubbed. There's more. Look at me and then look at my lady. The two of us are still strong enough. If my precious granddaughter can't protect you, there's no problem for us two old men to protect you, right? Lin Mo quietly glanced at Xiaoya. The figure, the face value, it was a bit heartwarming. Of course it is not, because Xiaoya is beautiful, has a good figure and white skin. The main thing was that it was almost the end of the world. If he got together with Xiaoya, he would have a female emperor, a Yen emperor, and a mysterious strong man like Yi Zhaoge to protect him, which made him feel full of security just thinking about it. So sacrificing his lust a little bit seemed like a good thing. Why are you doing something that only a moon goddess would do, day in and day out? Do you think our granddaughter can't get married? Yi Zhao came over and twisted Master Tan Xiao's ear. My granddaughter, what kind of man can't let you like this day by day in front of outsiders to sell her? You're ruining your granddaughter's reputation day after day. If you let me hear you talking nonsense outside again, I'll tear your ears off. I don't dare. I think he's a great talent. I can't let him go to waste. Look at you, what are you thinking? Elder Tan Xiao covered his ears and screamed while explaining to Yi Zhao. Think about it, how many people with no inheritance have qualifications like him at this age? The most important thing is that this brat's physique is too ridiculously good. Such a person really deserves a face of their granddaughter. Yi Zhao snorted coldly and was about to say something when her face changed. Not good. In the next moment she appeared in front of Xiaoya and pressed her palm on Xiaoya's forehead. Elder Tan Xiao also came behind Xiaoya at this time and pressed his palm on Xiaoya's back. At this moment the two men's expressions were grave to the extreme. As the two of them struck out, Xiaoya's face also turned red and white as her long hair flowed up in the air without any wind. Yi Zhao's eyes became silver white at this moment, as if they had no pupils. She seemed to have seen something, and the expression on her face was frozen to the extreme. No way. It won't work if this goes on. The materials we prepared for her are too strong, she can't withstand it and needs to let out this energy. The problem was that the two of them still needed to suppress the problems in Xiaoya's body. It was impossible for them to spare their hands to channel the power in her body out, and even if they did, they still couldn't destroy the runes here. The most important thing was that these energies at their level could not go and absorb them. Kid. Right at this moment, Elder Tan Xiao seemed to think of something. Her eyes lit up and then her gaze locked onto Lin Mo. Quick, kiss my granddaughter. Lin Mo was dumbfounded. What the hell just suddenly let him kiss her? This pair of eyes were watching. What's more, wasn't he saving Xiaoya now? Why is it appropriate to turn into this sweet, lovey-dovey scene? Stop nagging and hurry up. If you're any later, it'll be too late. Elder Tan Xiaoya's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Dangerous. The situation on Xiaoya's body is now very dangerous. If he couldn't find a pouring point again, Xiaoya might be burnt to ashes directly. At this moment, Elder Tan Xiao regretted a little. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have taken out their bottom of the barrel stuff. These energies were too explosive. This kind of burst of energy was simply not something that Xiaoya could withstand. On the other side, in order to save her granddaughter, Yi Zhao was not as abrasive as Elder Tan Xiao. She turned her head to look at Lin Mo. It was with this glance that Lin Mo appeared in front of Xiaoya, and Lin Mo didn't even know when he had kissed Xiaoya's lips. Before Lin Mo could even open his mouth, an incomparably pure energy was crazily ferried from Xiaoya's mouth to Lin Mo's body. At this moment, Lin Mo became a rubbish bin. All the excess energy from Xiaoya's body was crazily transferred from her lips to his body. When this energy arrived on his body, Lin Mo didn't feel anything at first. He even felt warm all over, as if he was immersed in a hot spring. It was only in less than a moment that he felt an extreme coldness crossing over from Xiaoya's mouth. At this moment, Lin Mo couldn't help but shiver. Cold, incomparably cold. In just the blink of an eye, his hair was colored with white frost. Then another incomparable heat came over. This cold and heat constantly switched on Lin Mo's body. As the alternating hot and cold switched, the energy in his body began to surge, swelling, incomparable swelling. He felt like he was going to burst open. Seeing this, Yi Zhao's brows furrowed as he said to Elder Tan Xiao, "Old man, if this continues, something will happen to that brat." Once Lin Mo had an accident, it would be followed by their granddaughter. Right now there was still 1/10 of the energy in Xiaoya's body that hadn't been extradited, but Lin Mo was about to reach his limit, and once he did, Lin Mo's life would be in danger. Tan Xiao looked at Lin Mo. "Kid, you run your alien energy in the direction I'm guiding you. I'll guide you around first, and then you'll guide the rest of the energy yourself next." As Tan Xiao said, a wisp of flame flew out from his body and landed on Lin Mo. The wisp of flame didn't enter Lin Mo's body, and the wisp of flame began to follow a specific route for one round. At this moment, Lin Mo could only follow the route that Elder Tan Xiao was running, and began to run the extra energy in his body. One lap, another lap. Seeing Lin Mo begin to run his supernatural energy according to their family's ancestral gong method, a touch of relief flashed in the bottom of Elder Tan Xiao's eyes. Lin Mo only felt at this moment that after running his alien energy according to the gong method run by Elder Tan Xiao, a cooling sensation appeared in his body, and the original feeling of his body bulging to the point of exploding disappeared. Just before he could completely dissipate the energy in his body, a stream of pure energy was once again ferried over from Xiaoya's mouth. It left him without any reaction time at all, and his entire body was filled with this energy. At this moment, he subconsciously followed the way Elder Tan Xiao operated his supernatural energy. This stream of pure energy was constantly superimposed and running. At this moment, he even seemed to be deaf to the system beeps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xiao clan's ancestral technique Easy Gong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for rising to level 25. Ding! Congratulations to the host for rising to level 26. Ding! At this moment, Lin Mo just felt propped up, digesting all the energy that Xiaoya had spent extremely hard. While Lin Mo was digesting all that energy, Elder Tan Xiao and Yi Zhao looked at each other and breathed a huge sigh of relief, because at this moment most of the excess energy from Xiaoya's body had already been transferred to Lin Mo's body, and the rest of the energy was on its way to being transferred as well, and everything was looking up. "Your vision is good this time," Yi Zhao affirmed Elder Tan Xiao once in a rare moment. In the past, she was the one who arranged everything. This time, Elder Tan Xiao identified this child Lin Mo. Originally, she was still a little dissatisfied, thinking that this child was young and didn't know how to love people, and in the future, if Xiaoya followed this child, I'm afraid that she would have to suffer. So Lin Mo's physique was very good, very suitable for Xiaoya, but she was still dissatisfied. But this time, when Xiaoya was in distress, it was also true that she relied on Lin Mo to pull through. That had to be. Although this child is young, he can still be trusted. As for what you said about not being able to love people, then let him learn. Look at the two of us, we've been bickering all our lives, but we've made it through. Tan Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes and smiled in response to Yi Zhao, but she was glared at by Yi Zhao and hurriedly coughed dryly to avoid her gaze. Giving you 3 colors, you're opening a dye house for me. Yi Zhao glared at Elder Tan Xiaoxiao without any good reason. Hurry up and send all the energy from Xiaoya's body to that kid. Only by sending the last of the energy from Xiaoya's body to Lin Mo's body, the alien energy in Xiaoya's body will be able to operate under her guidance and will be able to drive the energy in her body. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao took a look at Lin Mo. At this look his eyes couldn't help but widen a few points. What did he see? Lin Mo's strength had unexpectedly become stronger. The most important thing was that the energy in this kid's body had been mostly consumed. Wifey, Elder Tan Xiao called out to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao frowned. What? See for yourself. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao nudged in Lin Mo's direction. Yi Zhao glanced at Lin Mo, then his eyes narrowed slightly. This brat had actually broken through. The aura on this body, I'm afraid it's broken through at least 2 stages. I told you that this kid has good qualifications, Elder Tan Xiaoya said with honor. You see, all this extra energy from our Xiaoya was able to allow him to break through a few orders, showing that he didn't waste the slightest bit of this energy. There is no need to praise him in front of me. Yi Zhao couldn't help but roll her eyes before she instead looked at Lin Mo a few more times, stuffed the rest of the extra energy into him. Her old man had found a very good disciple now. It was also considered a successor. This was also something to rejoice in. With the help of Yi Zhao and Elder Tan Xiao and his wife, all the excess indigestible energy from Xiaoya's body was channeled into Lin Mo's body. After they had channeled the energy out, the two of them let out a huge sigh of relief and each withdrew their hands. And at this moment, Xiaoya and Lin Mo were still kissing mouth to mouth. The most important thing was that there was now an opportunity between these two people, causing them to be unable to separate at all. At this moment, Xiaoya and Lin Mo had both fallen into deep cultivation, and they didn't pay attention to this small matter at the moment. More than an hour later, close to 2 hours later, Lin Mo and Xiaoya both opened their eyes at the same time. A ray of divine light flashed in both of their eyes, and the next second, snap, Lin Mo's face had an additional slap mark. Lin Mo covered his face and looked at Xiaoya with a puzzled expression. This covering of the face, however, also separated the two. Fool, Xiaoya's face was red. She really hadn't thought that she would one day still be slighted by her own student. To fall in love with a student, this matter had always been a hurdle in her heart, a hurdle that she couldn't accept. So hitting Lin Mo was purely a subconscious reaction. After hitting, she reacted that her behavior was a bit too aggressive. Teacher Xiao, I'm innocent, I'll listen to my explanation. This thing is really not what I did. Lin Mo was crying. This thing, he is purely the big wrongdoer. He really did not expect Yi Zhao grandmother male not speak martial arts out directly sucked him over and then let them mouth to mouth sticking, did not wait for him to have other reactions. It countless energy swarmed into his mouth, spread throughout his body. When he was holding on for dear life, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao struck again. Who could he find to justify this matter? This was completely unspeakable. There's no way to explain it. What, do you dare say you didn't kiss my granddaughter on the lips? Huh? At this moment, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao narrowed his eyes and looked dangerously at Lin Mo. At this moment, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao was like a fierce tiger, seemingly warning Lin Mo that if he dared to say half a word, he would be defeated. Very good. Very good. He was bent over backwards. He looked tearlessly at Xiaoya, who had turned her head to the other side, but her face was so red that it seemed as if she could drip blood. Facing Elder Tan Xiao's questioning, Lin Mo smiled bitterly. It's my kiss. It's fine if it's you. Since you kissed my granddaughter, you have to be responsible for her. Don't give me any other reasons. This matter is settled. No, it's settled. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Lin Mo is numb at this moment. What kind of expression is this? Do you think my granddaughter is not good enough for you? At this moment, Yi Zhao on the side also couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Her body was vaguely lit up with a silver-white light, and it was as if time was flowing around her. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. At this moment, the aura on Yi Zhao's body even gave Lin Mo the impression that she was even more terrifying than the aura on Elder Tan Xiao. However, it was clear that Yi Zhao was only at level 99, but compared to Tan Xiao she seemed even more dangerous. Don't scare the child. Elder Tan Xiao patted his own old partner's hand. He was just scaring Lin Mo, but his old partner had a great sense of wanting to defeat Lin Mo. No, it's me who thinks I'm not good enough for Teacher Xiao. It's because I don't think I'm good enough for Teacher Xiao. Lin Mo waved his hands. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? You still don't want to marry my granddaughter? The aura on Yi Zhao's body became even more dangerous. I am willing. Of course I am willing. Lin Mo's people were numb. a level 99 big brother and a level 100 big brother were forcing him to come and marry his granddaughter, he was definitely willing 100 times in his heart. After all, his family's teacher Xiao had the body to have the body, the face to have the face, and the problem was that he was also very gentle. Well, the slap on his face just now didn't count. All in all, it was that he was 100 times willing to marry teacher Xiaoya. But the matter of feelings, he is willing alone useless. It takes two people. It takes two. You're willing. Anyway, you can only go after my granddaughter. Don't even think about the others. If you really do something wrong to my granddaughter, you don't have to be a man anymore. Yi Zhao coldly looked at Lin Mo, those eyes were filled with cold defeating intent. Grandmother, Xiaoya also reacted at this time. Previously Lin Mo made that kind of move was also purely because his grandmother forced him with strong-arm tactics, and Lin Mo was also helpless. You should not force him. Xiaoya let out a bitter smile. Some time ago he and I in the school thing is a big fuss, almost I will be expelled. Although that incident was Shin Huiling's ghost, if she was really with Lin Mo now, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Furthermore, Lin Mo is her student. If she married her own student, if this was spread out, the outside world wouldn't know what to say about her. This was something she could never do. Dismissal is not an option. It's not like we can't afford you. Yi Zhao was somewhat unconcerned. Xiaoya couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This grandmother of hers was really too strong. At this time, the grandfather tugged down Yi Zhao. Xiaoya, you don't think too much, your grandmother just care about your happiness. There is no intention to force you. The two of you have plenty of time to fall in love. Well, I think you are hungry, hurry to go outside to eat something. Your grandma will make you your favorite 4 happiness meatballs. Honey, why don't you hurry up and warm up the 4 happiness meatballs? When you first enter the cultivation business, the consumption is most extreme. When Elder Tan Xiaoxiao said this, Xiaoya's stomach was really hungry and rumbling. For a moment it caused Xiaoya to make a big red face. Elder Tan Xiaoxiao patted Lin Mo's shoulder beside him and led him outside. Xiaoya really had to thank Lin Mo for building his foundation this time. Without Lin Mo's assistance, this granddaughter of his would really be in a bad way. I have to thank you for this time. Elder Tan Xiao wrapped Lin Mo into the living room and picked up a gift box from the coffee table. Ding, S-class material detected. As the system's voice fell, Elder Tan Xiaoxiao did not open the box and a jade Rudraksh was lying inside the box. He handed it to Lin Mo. See if you like this thing, a gift for you, sort of a gift for you to help Xiaoya. Lin Mo froze and quickly waved his hand. This is too expensive, I can't take it. If it's free, you take it. What can't I want? At this time Yi Zhao heated up the 4 happiness dumplings and brought them out. Hearing the dialogue between the two, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. And Elder Tan Xiaoxiao even directly shoved the box into Lin Mo's hands. It's for you, you are not allowed to return it, and you are not allowed to pass the buck. Put it away. What else could Lin Mo say but, thank you? That's right, this is our thank you gift, give it to you and take it. What is there to be embarrassed about? Lin Mo let out a bitter smile but did not say anything more. And at this time Xiaoya had already walked out from the utility room. It's time to eat. At this time Yi Zhao suddenly greeted. Lin Mo frowned. This is a bit too fast, right? Let's go. Elder Tan Xiao greeted. When they got to the table and were eating, Elder Tan Xiao said to Yi Zhao, recently unusual events have been occurring very frequently. I'm afraid that something big is about to happen. I hope that when the time comes, these unusual events won't be a full-blown outbreak. Yi Zhao lifted his chopsticks and gave Elder Tan Xiao a glance. The big deal is that it's a full-blown disaster. Even if it's a full-blown outbreak, so what? Isn't everyone psychologically prepared for it? I remember Xiaobai speculating earlier that it was only a matter of time before full-scale descent, right? Yeah, but it's always a bit earlier than he speculated. Moreover, the level of the anomalies that have recently descended has become stronger and stronger, so if the machines that Xiaobai has come up with aren't upgraded, I'm afraid that they won't be able to keep up with the level of upgrading of these anomalies right now anytime soon. In other words, those in the Divine Dragon Group would become very dangerous. Although he had already withdrawn from the Divine Dragon Group, now the original intention of the Divine Dragon Group's creation was to help humanity solve the problem of anomalies, and if the Divine Dragon Group all fell, I'm afraid that the only thing that awaited the people would be despair and death. What kind of post-apocalyptic scenario would that be? Tan Xiao no longer dares to imagine. Quit, don't think about those things. The purpose of your withdrawal is not also for their good. Yi Zhao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Back when his family's old man was still in the Divine Dragon Group, those people had been thrown to her family's old man to solve any problems. Originally, the Divine Dragon Group was created for the purpose of cultivating more talents, but as a result his family's old man ended up solving all of the psychic incidents. This is not after his family's old man left the Divine Dragon Group. The Divine Dragon Group has only gradually stepped into the right track for those people in the Divine Dragon Group. His old man had more than a hint of hatred in him. Tan smile. Old man silent. Well, do not say this. Eat. Lin Mo listened to the two people talking. His pupils trembled a little. He couldn't help but think of his previous life. In his previous life the country did seem to be prepared in the face of the mythic era coming in full force. Is there something you kid is hiding from us? Just as Lin Mo's expression changed, Yi Zhao's sharp gaze landed on him. She always felt that this brat was hiding something from them. No, it's just that I feel a bit panicked by what you guys are saying about the anomaly descending. If this abnormality comes down in full force by then, where will the way out for us humans be? Lin Mo threw out what he had always wanted to know. Yi Zhao's expression stared for a minute. She glanced at Elder Tan Xiao. This child was quite perceptive. It was also true that the above had made this assumption at that time. To be precise, when the anomalies were first discovered, the top had already made the worst assumption. If the anomalies descended in full force, they also had the worst case scenario. A way out. If there is no way out, then defeat a bloody way out. Without hope, defeat out hope. Yi Zhao sneered. We never lack the heart to rise from disaster. Lin Mo's heart flinched, thinking of the past life when the end of the world came. Mankind from the beginning of the struggle to the final full bloom did indeed do to defeat a bloody road to. The price was that the population dropped from over 1 billion to 80 million. This is still the result of the Big Brothers' shelter. If not these Big Brothers, the death of people will only be more. In addition to these super Big Brothers, there were also many pioneers among them. These pioneers are not all talented, but they ended up dying a very miserable death. But also because of these pioneers sheltering those Big Brothers cannot shelter the place. Protecting the most insignificant starlight of the human race and bringing those people into the scope of protection after those Big Brothers had slowed down, this is still too far away from you. You don't have to worry so much. The country has its own plans. Elder Tan Xiao patted Lin Mo's shoulder. You come with me, I have something to tell you. Xiaoya walked over and without saying a word dragged up Lin Mo. Lin Mo was dragged downstairs and looked at the stony-faced Xiaoya. I want you to forget about today. It's impossible for me and you should also not be affected by my grandparents. She was really afraid that Lin Mo would really take herself as his possession after a flurry of her grandparents. If she wanted to have a relationship, she wouldn't starve for her own students, never. Before Lin Mo could answer, a phone call came in. Lin Mo took a look and it was Gu Yuan calling. He hurriedly picked up the phone. Lin Mo, come and help. Something's wrong. The school's surroundings have been enveloped by a sudden mist, and according to the people from the second group who detected it, there are abnormal fluctuations appearing. I've already sent you the exact location. You rush over to take a look first. I'll be right there now. Gu Yuan looked a little nervous. Recently, I don't know what's going on, but the anomalies have become more and more frequent. Originally, it might not be possible to see an anomaly arise for a year and a half, but now it's possible to see 2 or even more anomalies a day. I'll be right there. I'll go over and take a look right away. After Lin Mo hung up the phone, he said to Xiaoya, I still have things to take care of. Xiaoya glanced at him. You go. When Lin Mo left, Xiaoya frowned. The abnormality appeared again. I wonder if he will encounter danger. Let's go. Let's rush over and take a look. Yi Zhao's figure appeared in front of Xiaoya. Grandmother. Xiaoya froze. Never in a million years did she expect Yi Zhao to appear by her side. This thing that kid Lin Mo couldn't deal with it. It might even fold there. Yi Zhao's gaze fell in the direction where the school was. It did not occur to me that this family was really living more and more back. Yi Zhao said here. Cold snort. Xiaoya froze. What does this matter have to do with the Yi family? The Yi family had been privately researching unusual events over the years and had spent huge sums of money to acquire related items. Their family's collection is now upwards of 500 items. It is said that the better and stronger the road, the more powerful it is. Yi Zhao paused here. The vampire that was in your school before was more than likely the Yi family's collection. Before Xiaoya had not yet become a shifter, they would also give Xiaoya good protection and try not to let her know about shifters. Now that Xiaoya had become a shifter, the news that she should know Xiaoya still had to tell her. Xiaoya frowned. What is the Yi family trying to do? Yi Zhao's gaze fell on her and smiled without saying anything. He Yao, that playboy, in order to get this granddaughter of hers, could really be said to be doing anything. Xiaoya's scalp was numb from her grandmother's look. Let's go over there with this kid and take a look. Yi Zhao held his granddaughter's hand and with a flash the two disappeared. When Xiaoya looked around again, she had already entered a reddish-yellow mist. Yi Zhao pointed to the mist in front of her and said to Xiaoya, This monster is invisible and can unknowingly affect a person's mind, making them irritable and restless. If they stay in this mist for a long time, the person will have hallucinations, and I'm afraid that they will defeat anyone they see at that time. And if one is possessed by this monster, the monster will completely incarnate into that person, suffer the control of the person behind it. That now this area, as far as the eye can see, whether it is on the streets or around, is a quiet. It seems that no one survives here anymore. All have been controlled. Yi Zhao spoke in a cold tone. All have become puppets of others. Let's go, come with me to see something fun. Yi Zhao pulled Xiaoya forward. Xiaoya followed to a scarecrow suspended in midair only the size of a fist. This was the opponent Lin Mo was about to encounter. Yi Zhao pointed at the scarecrow and said to Xiaoya, and all the surrounding land that is covered by this reddish-yellow mist is controlled by the scarecrow. You then look at the center of the scarecrow's brow. Xiaoya looked along with the location Yi Zhao said, only to see that at the scarecrow's brow there was a drop of brightly colored blood. That was the blood of the controlling person. As long as this drop of blood existed, the scarecrow would be controlled by his master. So there were only two ways to release the controlled person. First, erase the blood from the scarecrow's brow. Second, directly exterminate the scarecrow. While Yi Zhao and Xiaoya were pointing at the scarecrow in front of them, Lin Mo's figure had already appeared before the reddish-yellow mist. Ding, level 50 control puppet scarecrow detected, extremely dangerous. Please ask the host to take evasive action. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. A level 50 scarecrow, this abnormality descended too terrifyingly. He turned around without saying a word. A level 50 contraption was simply not something that he, a tiny level 30 punk, could resist. For him to go was to give people a snack. The second group of the Divine Dragon group, who had originally watched him head towards the reddish-yellow mist and were about to enter the realm, were blinded. Among them was Lin Mo's old acquaintance, Hu Lily. Hu Lily immediately rushed over and stopped in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Why are you leaving as soon as you arrive? To be honest, she was shocked. This generally does not bring this kind of play. A group of people would never evacuate, unless. Hu Lily looked behind her at the field formed by the reddish-yellow mist. I can't deal with the stuff in here. Even if the captain came, it would be hard enough. That said, didn't you guys test it? Huli Julie coughed dryly. The detector that Dr. White researched was taken away. We also just found an energy fluctuation here, so we rushed over to take a look first. Only, as you know, the self-contained field thingy is at least level 20 upwards and our second group simply can't participate in it. So they can only wait here for a group to arrive to deal with this. Lin Mo, don't scare your sister. Hu Lily swallowed her saliva. You give your sister a bottom line. How scary is the stuff in here? Hu Lily, but she knows that there is a class of aberrants who have a sense of acuity that is different from normal people, able to detect some high-level abnormalities, more than 40 levels up. I can't deal with it. Lin Mo shrugged. So it's best to get a detector to detect how many levels the thing in here is. Yi Zhao, who was inside the domain, turned around and looked out. This kid, he can be slippery. This was unexpected by Yi Zhao. She thought that Lin Mo, this brat, would charge into the field regardless and then have a fight to the death with this scarecrow. But unexpectedly, this brat was purely not fooled. Xiaoya raised her eyebrows. What's wrong, Lin Mo? That brat seems to have sensed the danger not coming in and letting the second group detect the level of this anomaly. Rather a little clever. With a wave of Yi Zhao's hand, the image of Lin Mo conversing with Hu Lily appeared in front of them. Xiaoya narrowed his eyes dangerously. This abnormality too really wasn't something he could deal with. Being a bit sharper, at least he wouldn't go to his death when he encountered a high-level anomaly during a mission in the future. It was also quite good. Yi Zhao had already seen this kind of behavior from Lin Mo and was not surprised by it. Previously, there was also a person in their squad who had an extraordinary sensitivity to this type of abnormality. Once there was an abnormality that could not be dealt with, he would react to it, the kind that would not travel even if he was defeated. Originally, his natural talent was able to become a top big shot, even the kind that was even more powerful than them. However, there was a mission where their captain didn't listen to his obstruction in order to save his life and was caught in an anomalous trap, and in the end he rushed into the anomalous field in order to save his captain, and under his guidance the captain came out with a team of group members while he stayed there forever. When Yi Zhao thought of this, there was a rare look of sadness in his eyes. Noticing that his grandmother's mood was a bit off, Xiaoya looked at his grandmother in doubt. Is it alright? It's fine, thinking of some things in the past. Yi Zhao smiled and shook his head, and just at this time a silhouette rushed in. Yi Zhao, who was about to leave with Xiaoya, stopped moving and raised an eyebrow at the person who rushed in, and a flash of incomprehension flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Xiaoya followed Yi Zhao's line of sight. In addition to the reddish-yellow mist, it was still reddish-yellow mist, and just at this moment the scarecrow not far in front of them suddenly moved. Only the scarecrow could be heard to emit a sound like a crow, like oh 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 oh, and its eyes even lit up with a scarlet glow. The moment its eyes lit up with scarlet light, everything around it was colored with blood red. When the scarecrow was unleashed, Yi Zhao waved his hand and a silver stream of light covered Xiaoya. The scarlet light was blocked from the silver stream of light and could not advance an inch. After blocking the scarecrow's control, Yi Zhao's gaze also fell on Lin Mo, who had rushed in from outside. She was a little puzzled. This brat just now, obviously, why was he still scared to death? This in the blink of an eye he rushed in. It wasn't like he was under the control of a scarecrow, rather it was like he had heard some news. This reckless appearance, like Xiao Zhou in the beginning, Yi Zhao suspended in mid-air with a complex expression. On the other side, Lin Mo was to hear Hu Lily say that the scope of this fog shrouded is as big as 2 neighborhoods. And the weird thing is, it also covered another neighborhood, the 6th Street, the 6th building of the mansion of the Haojie Garden. This shroud, but it seems very abrupt. It was as if someone had deliberately controlled the white space out of the field. The house in the 6th Street and 6th building of Haojie Garden is clearly the house of his good brother Huang Jiqing in his previous life. That was all. When the end times came in full force, the two of them were acquainted with each other from the end of the microcosm. When they were on a mission, Huang Jiqing had broken an arm in order to save him, so this time when he heard Hu Lily say that the 6th Street and 6th building of Haojie Garden was affected, he subconsciously rushed into the mist and rushed towards the house where Huang Jiqing was, a level 50 anomaly. This was a high-risk anomaly for them even after the mythic era had descended. Originally he had planned to have the headquarters send someone to deal with this anomaly, but now the matter involved his good brother, although now this good brother didn't know him yet. But he owed him a favor in his previous life, and in this life he was bound not to put his brother in danger. Hu Lily couldn't help but freeze as she looked at Lin Mo, who suddenly rushed into the reddish-yellow mist. No. Who was it just now that was still looking like he swore to die? How did he rush into the mist in the blink of an eye? It's a joke. Now how to fix it? Hu Lily was silent for a moment and finally reported the matter to Gu Yuan. Good, I've got it, I'll arrange it. Gu Yuan, who had just rushed here, looked grave. A 40-something level anomaly, it wasn't something they could deal with. He had great faith in Lin Mo's intuition. It just made him equally puzzled as to why Lin Mo was rooted in it. Was it controlled by the anomaly, or did you just say that Lin Mo chose to rush into the field of anomalies after hearing you say that 6th Street and 6th building were enveloped in this field of anomalies? Yes, Captain, Hu Lily nodded. Captain, if this is an anomaly of level 40 or above, this means that we can't eat it, so grab Old Way and bring the instruments over to detect it and see the level of this anomaly. If the level of anomaly is high, we'll report it to the headquarters at that time. It wasn't that she didn't believe Lin Mo's words, but everything in the Divine Dragon Group was regulated. When faced with a problem that couldn't be solved, anyone would want to invite strong people to help out, but the problem was that the headquarters had a limited number of strong people, so they could only prioritize those most dangerous anomalies according to the level of the anomaly's danger before tackling the lower level ones. Otherwise, if strong people were required to travel to every place, even the strongest of the strong would die of exhaustion one day. Good, we'll all be there in half an hour, so we'll probe right away when we arrive. This time they went to solve a relatively ordinary anomaly. That anomaly was only level 10, so it was relatively easy to solve. It was just that it was farther away from the city, so after they came out to solve the anomaly they spent more time rushing towards the city. While Gu Yuan and the others were rushing back, Lin Mo had already zipped into the Scarecrow's domain, and the Scarecrow disappeared in front of Yi Zhao and the others after the anomaly appeared. At the moment, Grandmother, the Scarecrow disappeared. Right at the moment the Scarecrow disappeared, Xiaoya immediately reminded. Yi Zhao nodded. It had now gone to find Lin Mo. To be precise, the target of these scarecrows was him to begin with. Xiaoya narrowed her eyes. He shouldn't be able to deal with this abnormality, right? I always feel that this brat is hiding something from us, so it's a good time to take advantage of this to see what he's hiding. Don't worry, there's me watching. Yi Zhao patted Linya's hand. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. It's normal for you to worry about him. After Yi Zhao smiled and teased Xiaoya, he led Xiaoya to take a step out and arrived above Lin Mo and the others. And at this moment the Scarecrow was already lying behind Lin Mo. After stepping into the puppet Scarecrow's realm, Lin Mo felt that as he moved forward he felt that Dao Chang's own body was getting heavier and heavier, as if he was carrying a person. And as time went on this weight was gradually increasing. Originally you were as fit as a fiddle, now every step he took was as if he had to use all his strength. Something's not right. Ding, level 50 scarecrow detected. Extremely dangerous. Please keep the host away from the scarecrow. It was also at this moment that Lin Mo received a prompt from the system. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. The eye of observation was opened. As soon as the eye of observation opened, the color in front of him turned crimson. Name: Fideli. Race: Scarecrow. Control class: Level 50. Constitution 0. Strength 0. Agility 500. Spirit 3500. Skill 1. Possession: Fedri can randomly possess any host. The possessed will gradually lose his body and be controlled by Fedri. Being controlled will feel like his body weighs 1,000 pounds. Skill 2. Calling: don't let Fedri write your name on the lantern it carries, it will trigger an instant death effect. Skill 3. Split: Fedri can infinitely duplicate bilocations, and each bilocation can have 1/10 of the power of the main body, and Fedri will survive forever if the bilocation doesn't die out completely. You think you wiped out Fedri? No, Fedri will never die. Skill 4. Intimidation: as long as you have the emotion of fear, Fedri can ignore obstacles appear on you and will amplify your negative emotions, and you will be scared alive. Methods of restraint: fire, thunder. After reading Fedri's skills, Lin Mo fell silent. It wasn't right, very wrong. This scarecrow was frighteningly powerful. Don't look at the fact that its value panel had many zeros, but just that terrifying spirit level was scary enough. If his guess was right, he was now possessed by this scarecrow. Is the only method of restraint thunder and fire. Lin Mo tried activating the thunder bloodline, only to see a bluish-purple glow instantly appear on his skin. Lin Mo heard a scream from behind him, and then the pressure on him that weighed like 1,000 pounds suddenly disappeared. Lin Mo, just at the moment the pressure disappeared, a call kept coming from Lin Mo's ears. This call: one more than one miserable and one more than one oozing. If it came to a small courage, I'm afraid that on the spot to be scared fainted. With the sound of the scarecrow's call, Lin Mo saw 100 meters in front of him suddenly appeared a lantern with a blood-stained scarecrow. A gust of wind blew and Lin Mo could smell a blood odor that was thick to the extreme. Lin Mo, the scarecrows turned into 2 inch 2 turned into 3, and in a short while countless scarecrows appeared around Lin Mo, and these scarecrows continuously circled around Lin Mo. As these scarecrows appeared, the calls of these scarecrows seemed to overlap, but not completely, as they kept calling out to Lin Mo. Lin Mo's spirit was in a trance for a moment amidst their overlapping calls, and just at that moment, the lantern in the scarecrow's hand lifted upwards a bit and a character next to the word would appeared on the lantern, and next to the wooden character there was an additional cross. This scarecrow was going to write his name onto its lantern. A sense of crisis appeared in Lin Mo's heart. This scarecrow's skills were just too mysterious. You didn't even know what was going on and you got hit. This is not a joke. A careless can be a matter of life. When Lin Mo was looking at the scarecrows that surrounded Lin Mo began to rotate continuously. While rotating, they called out Lin Mo's name, and what was even more ominous was that when it called out Lin Mo's name, Lin Mo's heart would unconsciously experience the emotion of fear. This emotion was not self-generated by him, but seemed to be forcefully given to him by the scarecrow. Lin Mo took a deep breath. It couldn't go on like this. If it continued like this, he would die here. This scarecrow's skills were simply incomprehensible. The most incomprehensible thing was that he clearly didn't fear this scarecrow, but this scarecrow would forcefully attach fear. In other words, as long as he was in the same space as this scarecrow, with the passage of time, the scarecrow would be able to forcibly control him, turning him into a puppet of the scarecrow. Now the good thing was that this scarecrow was afraid of lightning, so because of his lightning rune bloodline protection, this scarecrow's possession effect in turn would not be attached to him. Since this scarecrow was afraid of lightning, then weather, at this moment Lin Mo rushed out and leapt towards the scarecrow not far in front of him. The lightning flickered on his body as he leapt towards the scarecrow. As he was about to charge at the scarecrows and have these scarecrows touch the lightning on his body, the scarecrows in front of him suddenly disappeared. Lin Mo's eyes lit up when he saw this. Useful. These scarecrows were truly afraid of lightning, and this lightning seemed to be able to damage them. Yi Zhao in mid-air, when he saw the lightning runes around Zhang Tianla, his eyes instantly narrowed. The runes around this kid can summon lightning. This kid wouldn't be related to the Ji family, right? In the whole of China, only the descendants passed down from that thunder-playing ancestor of the Ji family would possess a thunder and lightning bloodline. This thunder and lightning rune on Lin Mo's body is obviously what the bloodline summons. Xiaoya looked at her own grandmother in confusion. There are many cultivation families in China, and these families all have their own legacies within them. For example, your grandpa, his inheritance is the avenue of fire and can be considered the ancestor of the play of fire. and I am the time of being the plaything. Yi Zhao shrugged his shoulders and continued to explain. Some of these lineages inside China have completely lost their inheritance and died out in history, Yi Zhao said here and let out a slight sigh. Some of the families' cultivation techniques rely too much on external forces, and now in this world with the drying up of the aura, many spirits have become extinct, which also naturally makes the original famous sects have been completely lost, disappeared in the long river of history. Then this Ji family, Xiaoya curiously looked towards Yi Zhao, seemingly wanting to explore more information about these great families from Yi Zhao's mouth. The Ji family had always been one of the top 10 families in China, and it was considered one of the more mysterious of the top 10 families and could be compared to the Zhuang family of those top 10 families. The Zhuang family, Xiaoya heard another new family, right? Zhuangzhou's Zhuang family. This Zhuang family is not simple. It's just that over the years, the Zhuang family has become more and more hidden. It seems to be completely isolated from the world. You must be careful when you meet people from the Zhuang family in the future, because every member of the Zhuang family has a special ability. Their ability is very strange. One of their most special ability is nature. They can control nature to achieve their purpose. Yi Zhao also seemed to be afraid of scaring his granddaughter and then quickly laughed. Well, let's not discuss this Zhuang family's matters. Whether or not this Lin Mo has the bloodline of the Ji family still needs to be verified, but the runes of this lightning bloodline of Lin Mo in front of him can't be faked. Most importantly, if this brat Lin Mo had the Ji family bloodline, then it would really be a bit difficult for this granddaughter of hers to marry Lin Mo. After all, that group of people from the Ji family were really a bit perverted. They would require their clansmen to combine with their clansmen, and they were especially averse to their own clansmen combining with outsiders, and the consequences would really be unimaginable once they were discovered by the people of the Ji clan. That decision of theirs was as if they were trying to ensure the purity of the Ji clan's bloodline. After all, the Ji family had developed until now. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the ability, and the price paid was that the Ji family often had people, and also people with uncontrollable temperaments. Of course, the Ji family is very united. As long as you provoke a person of the Ji family is equal to provoke the entire Ji family hit, the small will have the old appear, and out of the people one stronger than the other the key. They also admit death. When Yi Zhao thought of the Ji family, his face did not look too good. He just didn't know if the Lin Mo in front of him was really someone from the Ji family. This thunder and lightning runic bloodline in Lin Mo's body looked more or less like the shadow of the Ji family. Would he be in danger? Compared to the others, Xiaoya was more concerned about whether Lin Mo would encounter danger. According to what they said, the higher the level of these anomalies, the more terrifying they would be. There, Yi Zhao glanced at Lin Mo. He is in danger right now. Don't look at the fact that he had bloodline runes protecting his body and the scarecrow couldn't harm him for the time being, but the power of the bloodline runes had a limit after all. As soon as it was consumed, it would be very dangerous for him. The power of the bloodline rune on his body seemed to have just been awakened not long ago, and his control over the bloodline rune seemed to be only at the most rudimentary level without a specific technique to guide him. Although the passive consumption of energy was small, it was also difficult to utilize the power of the bloodline rune. Otherwise, according to his level 30 strength, coupled with the bloodline runes, he could completely suppress this so-called level 50 scarecrow, the kind that hangs. Just as Yi Zhao was talking about Lin Mo's abilities, the field changed once again, only to see that at this moment the lightning runes on Lin Mo's body seemed to be almost consumed, and every now and then they broke. With a zip, the purple-blue lightning on his body disappeared, but it wasn't long before it appeared again. Seeing this, the scarecrow surrounding Lin Mo once again came closer to him and let out a terrifying jie laughter. This ear-piercing laughter caused Lin Mo's mind to become even more stupefied. This also caused the purple-blue lightning around him to become even more flickering and uncertain. Lin Mo had taken advantage of the void where the scarecrows didn't dare to approach by taking advantage of the lightning rune bloodline protecting his body before, and traveled through 2 streets. While passing through the 2 streets, Lin Mo also purposely chose a pool that passed by a fountain, and while passing by the pool, it seemed that he hesitated to run out of stamina or was affected by the laughter of the scarecrows and fell into the pool while those scarecrows quacked and laughed as they passed by the fountain. Even if they were sprayed all wet, they didn't care. At this moment he was already a street away from Huang Ziqing's house, and as long as he climbed over the fence in front of him, he could reach the magnificent garden where Huang Ziqing's house was located. Lin Mo leapt up, and the moment he leapt onto the fence, the purple-blue lightning on his body suddenly disappeared. And just the moment the purple-blue lightning disappeared, the scarecrow Jie laughed and arrived behind Lin Mo. And there was more than one scarecrow behind Lin Mo at this moment. there was a whole 151 scarecrows, and only one of these 151 scarecrows was the real body, the rest of the doppelgangers, but each doppelganger had 1/10 of the power of the real body. If one was possessed by these scarecrows, if the power was superimposed, the level of danger was self-evident. Just as these scarecrows all gathered behind him ready to possess him, Lin Mo hooked his lips. In the next moment Lin Mo seemed to lose his strength and fell behind him, and with this fall he crashed into the scarecrows behind him. With this collision it was as if he had hit dominoes and the scarecrows fell down one after the other. Because these scarecrows had zero physique and speed, by Lin Mo's collision they basically didn't react, and 151 scarecrows were all hit like this. But these scarecrows didn't care at the moment, they were still laughing. Just as they were laughing, lightning rays appeared on Lin Mo's body and conducted on the scarecrows behind him, and the scarecrows behind him conducted one after another, and they were all drenched on their bodies as they had just passed through the fountain, causing the conduction of electricity to be abnormally fast. Ding collected the scarecrow's anger value plus 500. In a short period of time the scarecrow had brushed Lin Mo with 3000 anger values. And after brushing 3000 anger values it was as if the scarecrow's threshold had been reached. Then Lin Mo watched as the scarecrow suddenly spontaneously combusted. This scarecrow was quite unplayable, spontaneous combustion after being electrocuted by him, right? Only at this moment Lin Mo's eyes flickered. This scarecrow definitely wouldn't spontaneously combust for no reason. Moreover, the system only hinted at the scarecrow's anger, but there was no hint that the scarecrow was destroyed by him. This also meant that this scarecrow was definitely still alive and wasn't going to be wiped out by this sudden blow from him. So this scarecrow was definitely holding back a big one. At this moment Lin Mo's vigilance was pulled to the highest level. Interesting, right above Lin Mo's head Yi Zhao couldn't help but hook his lips when he saw this scene. This kid was alert. After a normal person saw the scarecrow being injured by a skill, a normal person would think that the scarecrow had been wiped out, but Lin Mo didn't. Instead he became even more vigilant. Not only that, for example, just now Lin Mo took the scarecrow through the fountain and made the scarecrow get drenched in the rain, and after that poured it on the scarecrow, triggering a series of electric shocks that caused all those scarecrows to be heavily injured and incapacitated, so all those scarecrows' doppelgangers self-destructed. This was something that if it was a normal person they would never be able to do such a thing. To be precise, this move of Lin Mo's, that was purely a step into a pit, pitting the scarecrow to death. Unfortunately, this scarecrow had a doppelganger, and this scarecrow's main body wasn't by Lin Mo's side. Just now, if the scarecrow's main body had been by the side of that pile of scarecrow doppelgangers, the scarecrow would have definitely suffered heavy losses. It was a pity. However, Lin Mo's strike had also completely enraged the scarecrow. Yi Zhao shook his head. It's really too bad. If the scarecrow had been heavily injured after that, maybe she would have been able to take this scarecrow for herself so that she would also have a right-hand man. But now this scarecrow had a master behind it, and if its master didn't die then it would be extremely difficult for this scarecrow to be taken in. Grandma. Before Xiaoya could even speak, Xiaoya called out for grandma. Seeing Yi Zhao looking over, Xiaoya quickly explained, "Grandmother, don't misunderstand, I'm not in love with him, I'm worried about his safety because he's my student." Yi Zhao looked at Xiaoya with a smile but did not say anything more. "Don't worry, I will be sad about this brat's safety. But I also want to see if there are still any secrets hidden in this brat, just like the lightning bloodline rune that blew up before. Is there any other secrets hidden in this brat?" Xiaoya frowned worriedly. She always felt that her grandmother's hobbies were somewhat special. Who does not have more or less some secrets on his body, such as search for the roots of a person is really a bit unnecessary. This child of yours, I'm afraid that in the bottom of my heart I've already made up my grandmother, right? This child is different from others. I do not bother to search for the root of the problem, only he is worthy of my serious treatment. I do not want the future of my granddaughter married to a person who is not clear. After the old man forcibly bound his own granddaughter's happiness to a strange man, she felt that there was more or less some problems. He had even wondered if his old man had a dog outside, but when he thought about the time his old man went on a mission and didn't come back for a year and a half, that's why his old man was so concerned about Lin Mo. He kind of suspected that Lin Mo was Zheng Tianli's oldest son. That would explain why his old man was so concerned about Lin Mo. Moreover, she had people investigate the issue of Lin Mo's identity before. His identity was too clean, so clean that it was as if it had been tampered with. Thinking of this, Yi Zhao's sharp little eyes landed on Lin Mo below. This time, she wanted to borrow the scarecrow's hand to see if she could force out some potential in Lin Mo, to see if she could inspire something special. Previously, when his old man passed his Xiao family's gongfu to Lin Mo, at first she thought that it was because his old man was afraid that if Lin Mo died it would affect Xiaoya, but now it seemed that this dead old man was afraid that it wasn't that simple. He reckoned that he just wanted to cross the clear path with him. When Yi Zhao thought of this, her eyes became sharp. Good. This way to play, right? This bad old man had better not let her find out that he was really cheating. If this bad old man really went off the rails, then don't let her turn her face away. At this moment, Xiaoya, who was standing beside Yi Zhao, looked odd. She didn't know why, but she suddenly realized that her grandmother's eyes had become sharp and angry when she looked at Lin Mo, and how there was a little twisted oddness in those eyes. It was as if it was like seeing the child of the person her husband was cheating on her was generally complicated. It was also at this time that the scarecrow once again appeared by Lin Mo's side. Only this time, the scarecrow was a little special. This scarecrow was not only covered in blood red, and had a faint blood red halo emanating from her entire body. Her eyes were also blood red, and there was also the fact that it was still wearing clothes, a dowry dress. On her head she even wore a phoenix crown, plus she was also painted with a face of absolute beauty. All of this paired together made the scarecrow look exceptionally terrifying. Ding, level 50 mutated scarecrow detected. Extremely dangerous. Please host quickly take cover. Ding. It has been detected that the host has attracted the attention of a mutant scarecrow. Please have the host quickly take cover. 2 prompts in a row caused Lin Mo's eyes to change. In the next moment he only felt his scalp tighten as he subconsciously crouched and rolled on his donkey, dodging to the side. The moment he dodged, a 3-meter deep pit appeared where he was originally standing. At this moment Lin Mo's head went numb. Just as Lin Mo's scalp went numb, that feeling reappeared above his head. This scarecrow was really staring at it. At this moment Lin Mo subconsciously used the eye of observation on the scarecrow. As soon as the eye of observation was used, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. This is also possible, this is too perverted. The moment he saw the scarecrow's attributes, Lin Mo was a bit baffled. Only the system's prompt read: name, Fideli, race, scarecrow, control class, level 50, constitution 1000, strength 1000, agility 3000, spirit 3500, skill 1. Possession: Fideli can randomly possess any host. The possessed will gradually lose his body and be controlled by Fideli. Being controlled will feel like his body weighs 1,000 pounds. Skill 2, calling. Don't let Fedri write your name on the lantern it carries, it will trigger an instant death effect. Skill 3, split. Fedri can infinitely duplicate bilocations, and each bilocation can have 1/10 of the power of the main body, and Fedri will survive forever if the bilocation doesn't die out completely. You think you wiped out Fedri? No, Fedri will never die. Skill 4, intimidation. As long as you have the emotion of fear, Fedri can ignore obstacles appear on you and will amplify your negative emotions, and you will be scared alive. Skill 5, flash. The scarecrow can appear wherever you or whenever it wants to, including the divine realm. Methods of restraint: fire, thunder. Now it was just attributes and an extra 1 on the skills, but nothing else had changed. But it was this short time away and it had undergone this horrible mutation. What on earth is this scarecrow? Lin Mo's expression was grave at this moment. Resolve: one had to quickly resolve this scarecrow. But this scarecrow was definitely not something that the current him could deal with. This scarecrow had actually mutated. Interesting. It's really interesting. It's even fused with a female ghost in a wedding dress, and it's still highly fused. If this brat really didn't take out a bit of real skill, he would be in real trouble. Yi Zhao narrowed her eyes and sized up Lin Mo. She wanted to see if at the last minute Lin Mo would perform her family old man's famous stance. After all, her family's old man had taught Lin Mo all of the Tan family's techniques, so it would be unusual to inspire the power of the Tan family's bloodline and summon the fire of the gods and the threefold flame, right? It should be known that anyone from the Tan family, after encountering danger, would automatically and consciously stimulate the bloodline and then summon the Tan family's divine flame. At this moment Yi Zhao was just quietly looking at Lin Mo, seeing if Lin Mo could successfully activate it. If he couldn't activate it, she would step in to save him. If it could be activated, there was no need for her to save him. She would have to go back and divorce that awful old man. How dare he have another woman behind her back? Not only will she divorce that bad old man, she will even defeat that bad old man. At this moment Yi Zhao's mood was very unpleasant. Xiaoya's face had an odd expression on it. Not right, very wrong. Her grandmother's expression at this moment was really very wrong. But at this moment she also had no time to care about her grandmother's mood. She looked towards Lin Mo, who was surrounded by grafted scarecrows in the center underground. Those scarecrows had separated into 10 doppelgangers, and each of those 10 doppelgangers was wearing a big red wedding dress, and the lanterns in their hands had also turned into double happiness she character lanterns. The light of that lantern shrouded the surroundings, but wherever the red light was shrouded became extremely weird and eerie. It seemed that something was imprisoned in this red lantern light, and at any time the thing inside would break out of the cage and make him a corpse. Lin Mo furrowed his brows. When he had just failed to resolve this scarecrow in the first wave, he knew in his heart that it was not good. But now this scarecrow had once again mutated, and he didn't know what kind of mutation it had encountered anyway. At this moment the scarecrow was unusually dangerous, but the problem lies here. For the current scarecrow, he cannot do anything. Just at this moment the scarecrow flashed and landed on his body. He could feel what seemed to be a breath sprayed in his ear. It was just this breath that blew Lin Mo without any charm, but instead made his scalp tingle. "Eunuch, what are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and marry me in my cave?" Right at this moment a delicate pout came from behind Lin Mo. When Lin Mo fixed his eyes again, he had already appeared in an ancient new room. The new room was decorated in the red color of a wedding room. There was a cup of wine on the desk and 2 red lamps, and the fragrance of orchids came from behind him. Gongzi not behind him, pouting again. Just before Lin Mo's scalp went numb, he only felt that his head was dim. It was as if he was really going to marry today, and it seems that he really had a love affair with the woman behind his back. And at that time the woman's family did not agree, and the two of them under the argument, the woman's family finally agreed to let him marry her. At the moment he has also successfully married the woman home. Now he has just married her, and now is the wedding night. Everything has come to fruition, everything seems to be really so. And at this moment Lin Mo also really feel that he should get married, but Lin Mo vaguely feel as if there is something wrong, but no matter what he cannot remember. Interesting, it's really too funny. Haha. Yi Zhao, who was in the sky above them, looked at Lin Mo, who was shrouded in red light in front of him, and looked at the image of Lin Mo and the scarecrow frozen there, as well as the scarecrow's words to Lin Mo. She couldn't help but burst out in joy. She found that this scarecrow really did have some wicked sense of humor. "Xiaoya, it's just right for us to use this scarecrow to test this Lin Mo's heart and see if he has you in his heart. If he has you in his heart, he will remember everything when he undresses and prepares to cave in." Yi Zhao was as familiar with the scarecrow's mutated psychic abilities as he was. Of course, if this brat really dared to do something nasty, there was no point in having such a dirty man. Even if Lin Mo's physique was no longer suitable for Xiaoya, marrying this kind of man who didn't have her granddaughter in his heart, her granddaughter would only suffer in the future. Instead of marrying such a man and suffering, it would be better to die early and be alone. Xiaoya nodded, only at this moment her face was a little ugly. Yi Zhao glanced at his granddaughter, raised an eyebrow and smiled jauntily. "Gongzi, what are you freezing for?" The bride, who was transformed into a scarecrow, shyly hammered Lin Mo. Her hammering was as light as nothing, but it seemed to be able to tickle Lin Mo's heart. It was as if a woman was hammering her man, saying shyly, "You're so bad." But it was just at this moment that Lin Mo sensed something was wrong. Ding detected the host being seduced by the scarecrow.